As Suli opened her eyes, she was astonished to find herself in a new world, both surprised and elated. Her joy stemmed from the realization that she had traversed into an ancient era free from pollution, rather than enduring the unbearable hardships of a post-apocalyptic world. Moreover, she possessed immense strength, yet she was taken aback to discover that the original owner of this body was a simpleton, now bound to a ghost marriage. Upon returning home, her heart sank further as she learned of her father's tragic death, leaving behind a group of orphans and widows who were constantly tormented by their grandparents. Determined to sever familial ties, she resolved that her mother and siblings would live independently. Just as life began to show signs of improvement, calamity struck in the form of war and famine, forcing them to flee southward alongside the villagers in search of refuge. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently become the pillar of support for the entire group. The only consolation was that her previous life's spatial abilities remained intact, and she had unexpectedly activated a spiritual spring. Throughout their arduous journey, they encountered bandits and fought against adversaries, even rescuing a man along the way. However, during their flight, the spiritual spring became overly activated, granting her the ability to communicate with animals. "Lear, what was that tiger roaring about just now?" It declared. "This is my territory, begone." Chapter 1. Emerging from the coffin. In the third year of the summer in the Yun Kingdom, in a remote forest in Shizhou County. Ah, it's risen from the dead. The onlookers tossed aside their shovels and hoes, scrambling away in fright. Suli rubbed her aching head. Beside her lay a young man, around 17 or 18, who had obviously been dead for some time, his body marked with signs of decay. Hadn't she been killed? Wasn't she betrayed by her companions? Was she truly in a coffin? Her hands felt so small. Glancing down at her attire, adorned with red embroidered shoes, it dawned on her that she was clad in ancient garb. Could it be that she had indeed crossed over? Shaking her head, she decided to set aside her confusion for the moment. She was utterly exhausted and famished. Spotting the butterfly mark on her left hand, a sense of relief washed over her. Thankfully, her spatial abilities were still intact. She retrieved a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles from her space and began to eat. After a brief moment, she surveyed the accompanying burial items, further confirming her ancient surroundings. There were numerous jewels and artifacts, revealing that this young man must have hailed from a wealthy family. Her post-apocalyptic habits kicked in. All the treasures were swiftly gathered into her space. She scrambled out of the deep pit and observed that the area was deserted, collecting the scattered shovels and hoes as well. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the towering trees, lush greenery, and sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The cicadas sang joyfully, and the fresh scent of grass and wood filled the air. The post-apocalyptic world had nearly made her forget the vibrant beauty of nature. Shaking her head, she agilely climbed a large tree. She desperately needed a good night's sleep. In the Su family courtyard *, Mrs. Zhou searched tirelessly for her eldest daughter. Observing Mrs. Zhou's frantic demeanor, Wang, the younger wife, felt a twinge of sarcasm and mockingly touched the silver hairpin atop her head. "Ha! If you ask me, that fool is lost. Let her be. It could save us some food, right? A simpleton should die early and be reborn, haha." Mrs. Zhou glared at Wang with venomous eyes. Having noticed the silver hairpin, realization struck her like a bolt of lightning.
Slap.
"You wicked woman.
Speak.
Did you sell Leah?" Mrs. Zhou, panic-stricken, demanded.
Ah.
"You wretched creature. How dare you strike me? That fool is already dead. Go seek her in the underworld, ha 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 ha." Mrs. Zhou's eyes widened with rage. "I will kill you." Soon after, the two women were entangled in a fierce struggle. Moments later, a crowd rushed in, swiftly separating them. Both women appeared disheveled, their hair a mess, and looking utterly defeated.
Slap.
"Zhou, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike your sister-in-law?" the elder woman Wang exclaimed, filled with indignation. Mrs. Zhou stared blankly at her, and Wang felt as if she were under the predatory gaze of a wolf, her skin prickling with fear. At that moment, a circle of onlookers surrounded the courtyard, and suddenly Mrs. Zhou knelt before Old Man Su. "Father, Lear is missing. For the sake of her bloodline, please allow someone to search for her. Father, I implore you." The sound of her repeated bows echoed desperately. "Mother, mother, what's wrong?" Three young children had just returned from gathering firewood, confused to see their mother bowing. "Quick, bow to your grandfather. Lear is lost." Mrs. Zhou's head was bleeding from her fervent knocking. Upon hearing this, the three children began to bow as well. "Oh, what a calamity!" Old Man Su exclaimed, slapping his thigh. He glared at Wang and the others before pushing through the crowd to head toward the village chief's home. Seeing her father-in-law leave, Mrs. Zhou hurried after him, followed closely by her 3 children. After explaining the situation, the village chief grew anxious. Although Su Li was considered foolish, her strength was remarkable. Last year, when a wild boar descended from the mountains, it was she who inadvertently kicked it, saving his own son in the process. Without hesitation, he decided to send out a search party. The village chief's wife, Sun Qingmei, tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to remain calm. Xiao Hui, we cannot proceed without a plan. Su Li possesses great strength. She likely is not in danger. We need to ascertain her general whereabouts. Hearing this, Mrs. Zhou immediately perked up. I suspect my sister-in-law sold Lear. Just days ago, she was fretting over the dowry for uncle, and today she sports a silver hairpin. She has long claimed she would sell Lear. At that moment, the usually sullen Shear spoke up. Grandmother and aunt were whispering about arranging a ghost marriage for Lu Yuanwai's son. 50 taels or something. Mother, what is a ghost marriage? Upon hearing this, the crowd felt their legs weaken, and a chill ran down their spines. Mrs. Zhou nearly fainted, but Sun Qingmei and several children quickly supported her. Xiao Hui, you must hold on, otherwise, how will these children survive? The village chief's voice rang out sternly. Old Su, that is the flesh and blood of the 3rd, Sun Qingmei, feeling anxious, urged, now is not the time for such discussions. Let us go find her. Thus, a group of men and women rushed out of the village, inquiring far and wide. An hour later, they arrived at the burial site. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they trembled in fear, too frightened to approach. A vast pit lay before them, surrounded by numerous paper offerings, clearly the burial site. Suja felt an overwhelming sense of panic, but steeled himself to approach. Upon seeing the man in the coffin, he stumbled backward. Mother, there's no sister. She isn't in the coffin. At his words, the crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them, and they began calling out. Lear, where are you? Mrs. Zhou's eyes welled with tears. All she wanted was to see her eldest daughter again. Meanwhile, Su Li, dazed in the tree, was jolted awake by the familiar voices. The harsh environment of the post-apocalyptic world had heightened her senses, making her acutely aware of her surroundings. As the voices drew closer, she felt an inexplicable familiarity, tears streaming down her cheeks. Could these be the original owner's family? In this ancient world, without a household registration, she could not survive. She did not wish to live like a rat, hiding from place to place as she had in her previous life. With resolve, she leapt down from the tree. Oh, dear heavens! A woman exclaimed, utterly terrified. Su Li touched her nose. Indeed, the earlier incident had been rather abrupt. Upon hearing the scream, several individuals nearby rushed over and, upon recognizing her, shouted, we found her. Su Li is here. Zhou, in a flurry of anxiety, dashed over and enveloped Su Li in a tight embrace, patting her fervently. Woe is me! You wretched girl! You nearly gave your mother a heart attack. Woe is me! Once she regained her composure, she thoroughly examined Su Li from head to toe, sighing in relief. Thank goodness, you're all in one piece. Realizing this was indeed her biological mother, Su Li couldn't help but exclaim, Mother! Before furrowing her brow in contemplation, Zhou, taken aback, responded, Lear, did you just call for me? Su Li nodded, acknowledging her with a subtle gesture. At that moment, 3 children approached eagerly. Sister, do you remember who I am? Su Li shook her head. I don't remember anything. I only recognize Mother. The others did not appear overly disheartened. After all, Su Li had previously been in a daze, scarcely able to articulate a coherent sentence. Her current state seemed a significant improvement. Hurry. Nightfall approaches. We must return. We can discuss matters at home. This place feels quite eerie, a man cautioned, gesturing towards a nearby pit where a coffin lay ominously. Chapter 2. You have occupied my body. Upon returning to the village, Mrs. Zhou expressed her gratitude to the group before leading a few children back home. Her heart a tumult of anger and joy. The joy stemmed from her daughter's recovery, while the anger arose from the unsettling realization that her daughter had indeed been sold for a ghost marriage. The attire she wore unmistakably resembled that of a bride. Lear, change out of those clothes when we get home. The shoes can stay, she instructed, casting a glance at the grass sandals worn by the other children. A thought taking root in her mind. As they stepped into the courtyard, a sudden exclamation of terror erupted. Ah, a ghost. The group, preparing to dine, stumbled backward in fright. Mrs. Zhou shot them an indignant glare. Xia, Take your sister to change her clothes, then come back for dinner, she commanded, summoning her 2 sons into the kitchen. Observing the thin porridge simmering in the pot, she ladled out a portion for her sons, gesturing for them to eat. However, just as she stepped out, she encountered old Wang, who abruptly knocked a bowl from her hands, shattering it on the ground. Ouch, that's hot, Suja exclaimed, rushing his younger brother to fetch water from the tub for rinsing. Mrs. Zhou, noticing the commotion, was engulfed in fury. What are you doing, mother? Old Wang, hands on her hips, adopted a quarrelsome stance. Where did that worthless girl come from? Mrs. Zhou narrowed her eyes, realizing that her mother-in-law had indeed been complicit in the ghost marriage. Mother, Lear is no longer foolish. Perhaps you should think about how to explain this to Lu Yuanwei, she retorted, dragging her 2 sons back inside, leaving old Wang speechless. At the Lu residence, the steward rushed in, panic-stricken. Master, it's bad. It's terrible. Lu Yuanwei, vexed, replied, What's the matter? Speak calmly. At that moment, his concubine was massaging his shoulders. The steward wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Master, the eldest young master, he stammered. Lu Yuanwei, swatting away the concubine's hands, stood abruptly. What has happened? Wasn't he supposed to be buried today? What could possibly go wrong? Yes, that girl has risen from the dead, the steward exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. What should we do? You were the one who arranged this. What? Look at the mess you've made. What do you mean she has risen? I suspect you've been deceived. After a moment's contemplation, he added, Forget it. Let Liang be buried with dignity. Tomorrow, we shall pay that family a visit and teach them a lesson. They shan't think I am a paper tiger. With a dismissive flick of his sleeve, he left with his concubine in tow. This is absurd. Why must I bear the brunt of this misfortune? Oh, the calamity. The steward, accompanied by a group, ventured into the woods, stifling his fear as they hurriedly covered the coffin, oblivious to the missing burial items. That night was eerily tranquil. Before sleep, Suli checked the door latch once more, allowing herself to shed her vigilance and fatigue, soon drifting into slumber. Who is crying? Suli heard a woman weeping not far off, her voice filled with sorrow, though shrouded in mist, rendering her features indistinguishable. You have occupied my body, the woman lamented, her expression one of deep resentment. Are you the original owner? Suli felt a chill run down her spine. Encountering a mutated beast in the apocalypse was nothing compared to this spectral presence, which was intangible yet profoundly unsettling. You needn't be alarmed, I am merely departing. However, since you have taken possession of my body, could you grant me one request? The woman spoke faintly. After a moment's hesitation, Suli nodded, acknowledging her own culpability. Without this body, she might have vanished entirely. Please take care of my mother and the others. They have never regarded me as a fool, the woman implored, her voice laced with sorrow. All right, I promise, Suli replied hastily, sensing the woman's form flickering, as if she might vanish at any moment, instilling a sense of dread within her. The woman's face brightened with a gentle smile. Thank you. Live well for me, she said before dissolving into thin air. Simultaneously, Suli jolted upright, drenched in cold sweat. Lear, is everything all right? Did you have a nightmare? Mrs. Zhou gently stroked her daughter's back, having remained awake all night, fearful of her daughter's fever. Xia, quickly bring a bowl of water, she instructed. Suli accepted the water, savoring its sweetness, far superior to stale bottled water. Mrs. Zhou wiped her daughter's sweat with a cloth. You must have been startled last night. Fear not, I am here. Suli nodded. Mother, I am fine now. Feeling a deep breath escape her, the term mother resurfacing after more than a decade of forgetfulness. She surveyed their humble abode, a mud-brick house with a thatched roof, approximately 20 square meters in size. A tattered curtain partitioned the space, with her brothers, Suja and Suji, evidently already awake. The 3 of them shared a bed roughly 1.5 meters wide, the straw mattress creaking with every movement. A rickety table stood nearby, one corner propped up by a piece of wood. On the table lay 2 chipped porcelain bowls and a water jug, with no other possessions in sight. With a quiet sigh, she thought, what a wretched household. A series of sharp knocks on the door interrupted her contemplation. Why is everyone still in bed? The sun is high, and I want to sustain idle people. Get up and prepare breakfast. Old Wang bellowed. Mrs. Zhou felt a wave of aversion. Xia, you are not to go anywhere today. Stay home with your sister. Xia's eyes brightened before dimming again. Mother, never mind. I shall go gather pig fodder to avoid your wrath. Before Mrs. Zhou could respond, a loud crash reverberated as the courtyard fence was kicked down. Old Wang, come out here. A raucous voice shouted, accompanied by the sounds of many others. The three inside exchanged glances, silent, then approached the window. Mrs. Zhou moistened her finger and poked a small hole in the paper, peering outside. Steward Liu, what brings you here? Old Wang feigned calm as she stepped forward. Spare me your pretense. Bring forth the silver, or my brethren shall not hold back. Old Wang panicked, realizing the 50 taels spent yesterday had dwindled to just 10. Where am I to find the silver? Steward Liu, you are being quite unreasonable. We agreed upon an exchange of silver for goods. How is it that you wish to renege now? Old Wang resolved to stand her ground, thinking it better to endure a beating than to produce silver she did not possess. Stop pretending. That girl is not dead. What? Do you think Luin Long dares not strike a woman? The steward was utterly exasperated by her ignorance. Inside the house, Su Li pondered, Mother. Was I sold by grandmother yesterday? Who is the buyer? She began to piece together the events leading up to this moment, observing her sister Shira, a 12-year-old girl with rough hands and their gaunt faces, revealing the hardships they had endured. Mrs. Zhou nodded. It must be your grandmother and your aunt. Yesterday, your aunt even brought a silver hairpin. Mother, please briefly explain our family dynamics. I scarcely remember anything, Su Li requested, formulating a plan in her mind. Chapter 3. Wicked Old Woman. This is just the beginning. Moments later, Su Li nodded. Grandmother is acerbic and spiteful, while grandfather feigns ignorance. The families of my uncles are all indolent and duplicitous, whereas my father and fourth uncle are honest men. However, 2 months ago, my father died from a rock falling during his labor. Such a collection of scoundrels. It is time to stir this household into chaos. She stepped forward to open the door, but Mrs. Zhou seized her arm. Lear, do not go out. Su Li shook her head. Mother, I have my own plans. With that, she flung the door open and stepped outside. In the courtyard, 2 factions faced off. Upon seeing her, Old Wang yanked Su Li forward, pushing her ahead. You take her away. There is no silver. Before the steward could speak, Su Li interjected, Grandmother, did you not say yesterday that I should sneak back? What if the silver hairpin you promised me? Why is it on Aunt's head? Butler Liu suddenly came to a realization. Ah, how splendid. Wang Posey. How dare you deceive me? This girl is certainly no fool. Brothers, smash it. A group of strong men surged forward, wielding clubs as they began to pound on each house. Zhou Shi was taken aback and quickly pulled Su Li and Su Shi behind her for protection. Wang Posey and her group attempted to intervene, but were met with a couple of strikes, causing Wang Posey to collapse to the ground, wailing in despair. Bandits! You bully the Su family because we are defenseless. I tell you, my son is a scholar. You will not escape unscathed. Butler Liu scoffed dismissively, huh? That scholar's fortunes are surely at an end. Our third miss is the beloved of the county magistrate. He exuded arrogance. Meanwhile, a crowd of villagers gathered outside the courtyard, murmuring incessantly. Wang Posey is truly despicable. After all, she is of the same blood as the third one. Can she truly resort to such a sham as a ghost marriage? What do you know? Siu is about to make her debut. There's no need for her to be coddled. Pfft, such narrow-mindedness. Should this matter of selling a niece be reported to the county school, her son's reputation would be ruined. It's nothing but bullying an orphan and a widow. Earlier, she spoke of hairpins and the like. That little Wang is truly terrified that others won't know she bought jewelry by selling her niece. So malicious. With this uproar, Zhou Shi's days will surely be difficult ahead. Look at you. Did she have it any better before? Living her life like a man every day. Alas, such misfortune. These conversations naturally reached the keen ears of Su Li, who was quickly calculating in her mind. Zhou Shi patted her hand, signaling that all was well. There are always rumors, and one should not be concerned. She observed the reactions of the crowd in the courtyard, and Wang Posey, in a fit of rage, suddenly spotted the 3 of them, her fury igniting. Grabbing a nearby wooden stick, she charged forward. Su Li noticed this and swiftly pulled Zhou Shi behind her, stepping forward to kick Wang Posey's stick away. With a smile that was neither here nor there, she fixed her gaze on Wang Posey, who felt a surge of fear and hesitated to advance any further. After a moment, the thugs emerged, and their leader nodded at Butler Liu before stepping forward, displaying a handful of broken silver coins, amounting to over 20 taels. Go, take that woman's hairpin. Butler Liu was thoroughly exasperated. muttering that this was not even 50 taels. The man immediately lunged forward and yanked the silver hairpin from Xiao Wang's head, causing her hair to cascade down, leaving her trembling and paralyzed with fear. With a thunderous crash, the house adjacent to them collapsed, sending dust swirling into the air and startling the onlookers. Let me tell you, we still need 20 more taels. You have 2 days to gather it. Otherwise, next time at 1T, just be about tearing down houses. With that, he and his men turned and left without a backward glance. Woo woo woo, my house, what sin have I committed? It's all your fault. Why did you come back? Why don't you just die? You wretched thing, you've already brought ruin upon your own father. And now you come to bring disaster upon us. Wang Posey babbled incoherently, having lost both her husband and her men. This time, she had truly miscalculated. Su Li smiled silently, thinking, old hag, this is just the beginning. Observing the chaos in the courtyard, Su Li took Zhou Shi and her daughters and exited, thinking, what a joke. Why stay indoors and await becoming free labor? Not a chance. Meanwhile, the villagers outside began to disperse. Mother, are the brothers collecting firewood? Zhou Shi nodded. And the three set off to find the two men at the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing them, Su Li felt a deep sense of empathy. The two were frail and bore scratches on their hands, a reminder that hardships exist in every world. The sound of growling stomachs filled the air, and they all looked awkwardly at one another. None had eaten breakfast. Mother, is there a river nearby? Su Li inquired. After the rough rice porridge they had for dinner, she had no desire to eat it again. From what Xier had said, they had only eaten that due to irrigating the rice fields these past few days. Normally, they subsisted on bran. Yes, why? Zhou Shi responded, a bit suspicious. She had rushed out so quickly that she forgot to bring the clay pot. Let us go catch some fish. We want to be going home today. What is the point of going back? Isn't it better to eat our fill? The group arrived at the riverbank, and Suja, delighted by his sister's current exuberance, indulged her whims. Without a care, he rolled up his trousers and pulled his brother into the water. Meanwhile, Su Li began sharpening some wooden sticks, inserting them into the ground with skillful precision. Zhou Shi observed her eldest daughter's adept movements with a mix of suspicion and unspoken questions, all of which Su Li noted. Look, big brother caught a huge fish. Xier cheered from the shore. At this, Su Li rushed to take the fish, exclaiming, wow, it must weigh 4 or 5 pounds. She began to prepare it, and Zhou Shi joined her. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Su Li discreetly pulled some salt from her space and rubbed it onto the fish before lighting a fire to roast it. The sizzling sound signaled that the fish was cooking, and the rich aroma of grilled meat tantalized everyone's taste buds. She casually picked a few leaves to place beneath the fish, signaling to everyone that they could eat, while she began to roast another fish. Turning her head, she realized everyone was waiting for her. Watching her siblings swallow hard, Zhou Shi divided the fish among them, keeping only the head for herself. Su Li offered half of her fish to her. Mother, eat quickly, there's still more. Zhou Shi nodded, tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, the only sounds were those of hearty eating. Sister's cooking is truly exceptional. So delicious. Her siblings chimed in. Only Zhou Shi remained pensive. Su Li was startled. Realizing that Zhou Shi might have sensed her changes, she had been careless. What should she do? Why is it salty? Could it be that I have a problem with my taste? Zhou Shi questioned, her face filled with doubt. Mother, perhaps you're just hungry. Quickly. This one is ready too, Su Li said, feeling relieved but also determined to find a way to explain her transformation. Chapter 4. Unexpected Activation of the Spiritual Spring. 15 minutes later, the 5 of them wore expressions of contentment. When had they last eaten their fill? In truth, they had never been satisfied since they could remember. How wonderful it would be if we could eat like this every day. Xier sighed. The others nodded in silent agreement. Mother, how should we live from now on? Have you thought about it? Su Li suddenly spoke up. Zhou Shi was momentarily taken aback, having just been pondering why her daughter was so skilled at cooking. This sudden question left her momentarily speechless. Brother will be 15 next year. Does grandmother have any plans for him to court a match? Su Li dropped another bombshell. Suja felt a bit awkward. His sister's words held merit. I'll go live in the woodshed, he suggested. Su Li shook her head. Haven't you all considered splitting the family? We work so hard every day and still don't get enough to eat. The others fell silent, except for Suji, who spoke up. Sister is right. Why should we do all the work while our cousins don't lift a finger? Second sister's hands are already raw. Zhou hesitated, unsure how a single woman could raise 4 children, let alone speak of marriage for them. Sensing the atmosphere grow heavy, Su Li sighed inwardly. Societal norms were deeply ingrained. There was no rush, they would take it slow. Let us go, we want to gather firewood today. Let us head up the mountain and see what we can hunt to sell, perhaps buy a pair of shoes. The rest of you are still in straw sandals. And your clothes are nothing but patched burlap. The 5 of them set off up the mountain, lacking excess weapons. As they walked, Su Li picked up stones along the way. Suddenly, there was movement in a nearby thicket. Su Li swiftly threw a stone, startling a wild chicken into flight. With a thrill of excitement, she launched 2 more stones, and the wild chicken fell to the ground. Su Shi and Su Ji exchanged gleeful glances and rushed forward to pick up the fallen chicken. Mother, look, it's still alive. Suja, brimming with joy, contrasted sharply with the stunned Zhou. Su Li turned her head and addressed Zhou. Mother, let us discuss it when we return home later. Our current priority is hunting. Thus, several individuals followed closely behind Su Li, sweeping through the woods, and before long, they returned laden with their bounty, each bearing 4 or 5 game. Su Li glanced at her companions and shook her head in exasperation. The secret of their spatial treasure must remain concealed. Mother, since it is still early, let us head to the county town to sell our catch. Su Li proposed. Very well, let us take the back roads. With the 4 children in tow, they navigated through the forest. After approximately an hour, they arrived at the county town. By this time, it was past midday, and the market was nearly deserted. They squatted there for quite a while, growing anxious as no one approached to inquire about their goods. Mother, is there a larger tavern nearby? Selling in this manner is hardly feasible. Zhou nodded and led them to a place called the Fragrant Pavilion, which appeared to be an inn. The group felt quite awkward, having never visited an inn before, their ragged attire making them fear they would be turned away. A young attendant emerged and inquired, "Are you here to sell game? It seems you have quite a haul." Zhou nodded, and the attendant beckoned them to enter through the back. After waiting for the duration of half a tea time, they were greeted by a middle-aged man dressed in a flowing black robe. "Goodness, so much, and all alive. Your skills are quite commendable," the man exclaimed. Suja stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, "You flatter us, master. It is merely luck. Might we inquire if you are able to accept these?" Master Wang nodded. Of course, wild chickens typically go for 21 per pound, and wild rabbits for 18. Considering your efforts, I will give you 21 for all today. The group was filled with joy, while Su Li contemplated further, recognizing the merchant's integrity. After weighing their catch, they found it totaled 68 pounds, yielding 1,361. Zhou accepted the coins, her hands trembling. It had been years since she had seen silver, let alone a single copper coin. As they prepared to leave, Master Wang called out, "In the future, should you have more game, feel free to bring it here." "Thank you, master." Suja expressed his gratitude, feeling touched by the merchant's respect. After bidding farewell, Zhou led them to a wonton stall, where she boldly declared, "4 bowls of wontons, at 6 won each." The siblings exchanged glances and chimed in unison, 5 bowls, and then burst into laughter. Zhou remarked, "How wonderful it would be if life could always be this way." Su Li grasped Zhou's hand. "Mother, if we leave that household, we can live well, at the very least, we'll have enough to eat, and Big Brother can marry." Zhou felt a pang of emotion, about to voice a thought when the vendor brought over the wontons. Overcome by hunger, they devoured the meal, still longing for more. Observing the gaunt children, Zhou felt a twinge of compassion. The children toiled daily yet struggled to fill their stomachs. Lear is right. Perhaps once we part ways, we will no longer endure such hardships. As long as we are together, we shall not fear any adversity. Mother, I agree with my sister. We are now in a state of severe deprivation, laboring daily and facing scorn. It cannot get any worse. Suja attempted to reason with their mother. "Mother, I wish to eat my fill every day. The village chief's grandson, Dezhu, does not work at all, and he towers over me." Suji's youthful voice chimed in. "Very well, we shall separate tomorrow," Zhou declared with a thump of her thigh. At this, the children felt a weight lift from their hearts. How wonderful. Zhou continued. "Life has become unbearably harsh. When your father was alive, there was still hope. If this drudgery continues, when will these bitter days end? Perhaps only by separating can we find a way forward. Mother, let's go buy shoes," Su Li suggested. They spent 61, each child receiving a pair of shoes, filled with joy and reluctant to wear them. For today, we'll still wear straw sandals. I will take these shoes to the village chief's grandmother's house and hide them until we are separated, Zhou Shi decided firmly. The children voiced no objections. And after another hour's journey, they returned home, feeling as if the wontons had long since been digested. On the way, Zhou Shi handed the basket containing the shoes to Sun Qimei, who was momentarily surprised but nodded in understanding. Oh, you lot still know how to come back. You ungrateful wretches. You're the bane of my existence. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Such a mother produces such children, an entire family of idlers. Let me tell you, you shall have no dinner tonight. Upon entering the courtyard, they were met with the shrill voice of Wang Pozi. The timing was unfortunate, as the others were just finishing their dinner. Su Laoxi's wife hesitated to speak, but a glare from Wang Pozi made her lower her head and hastily continue eating. The group ignored the commotion and made their way directly to their sleeping quarters. The night was tranquil. Su Li surveyed her space, noting a box of instant noodles, a case of mineral water, several hoes and shovels, a bag of salt, and a pile of burial goods. Suddenly, she heard a delightful dripping sound. Could it be the divine spring? She suppressed her excitement and waited, not knowing how long it took, until she finally heard rhythmic breathing beside her. She immediately entered her space to inspect the spring water. In her previous life, this spring had never appeared. It was merely a small earthen pit with a stone tablet above inscribed, Celestial Spring, capable of curing all ailments. Upon closer inspection, she realized the dripping sound was coming from the stone tablet, with a drop falling every 5 seconds. Su Li was taken aback and quickly retrieved a broken porcelain bowl from her table to catch the water. This was a treasure. Not a single drop could be wasted. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Reflecting on her current situation, she felt like a warrior amidst poverty. It seemed the burial goods must be exchanged for silver. But for tonight, she would settle for something smaller. Chapter 5. Has the third Su family member awakened? Su Li stealthily slipped out of bed, opened the door, and stepped into the courtyard, noticing a room dimly lit by an oil lamp. Crouching in the corner, she was astonished to overhear the conversation. Look, only these 30 taels remain, earned at the cost of the third's life. What sin has she committed? It's all that girl's fault. I find her rather uncanny. Ever since her father passed, she has thrived. This was clearly Wang Pozi's voice. Let us not speak of her again. She is still the bloodline of the third. She is one of our Su family's children. Do you wish for others to stab me in the back? Su Laotu replied, slightly irked. Just a girl. A burden. Sooner or later, she will belong to someone else. She is nearly 14, looking like a vixen, just like Zhou Shi. It would be best to marry her off soon. Wang Pozi scoffed. Let us wait and see. If a suitable match presents itself, we shall see. Su Laotu responded solemnly. With so many mouths to feed at home, they had little choice. Su Li scoffed inwardly. Do they still wish to sell her? They ought to consider whether they even have the chance. Seizing a few pebbles, she knocked twice, causing both to tumble onto the bed. Su Li then entered the room, snatched the silver, and placed it in her space. She then noticed the tightly locked cabinet and found the key on Wang Pozi's waist. Upon unlocking it, she was pleasantly surprised to find salt, brown sugar, and 2 bags of pastries, all of which she swiftly stored in her space. Her gaze fell upon a wooden board in the room, and she wondered, what purpose does this wooden board serve? Approaching it, she lifted it to discover a cellar, undoubtedly filled with grain. With a sweep of her hand, she stored it in her space. Perfect. Restoring the room to its original state, she returned the key to Wang Pozi and stepped outside to the backyard. The family's hens were gathered in a circle, and without hesitation, Su Li approached and wrung their necks. She did the same in the pigsty, delivering a punch that brought a pig crashing to the ground, blood splattering her clothes. Oh dear, I suppose I'll have to wash my clothes again. She hurried to the kitchen to clean her garments before returning inside, falling into a deep slumber. A scream pierced the night. The entire Su family, still enveloped in dreams, was jolted awake, rushing out of their rooms. What is all this noise? It's deafening. Su Lao exclaimed, utterly perplexed. What on earth is going on with this sister-in-law? The chickens are all dead and there are still pigs left. Woe is me. She was terrified. Just returned from the privy, hoping to check for any hidden eggs, only to find this calamity. Mother, what has happened? Su Yun stepped forward to assist the frail Mrs. Wang. Another blood-curdling scream erupted, startling everyone. It emanated from the old couple's quarters. Mrs. Zhou, unfazed, merely rolled over. Exasperated, what noise is this? I finally resolved to indulge in a lazy slumber. Is someone dead? She too ventured outside. Which scoundrel has done this? My silver. Mrs. Wang lamented, her voice growing increasingly mournful, as if her father had just passed away without a proper burial. Old Su was equally alarmed, but soon regained his composure. Quick! Check the cellar. The two clumsily pried open the cellar door, only to find it barren, devoid of any grain. Mrs. Wang, feeling her waist, discovered the key still in place, and her heart eased slightly. Upon opening the cabinet, aside from a few garments from her dowry, it was entirely empty. Search thoroughly. This is undoubtedly the work of a thief. Which petty burglar would lock the cabinet after stealing? They exchanged resolute glances, determined to search every room. They began with the eldest son's chamber. Mother, what are you doing? How can in-laws enter their daughter-in-law's room? Mrs. Wang glared at her, rummaging through everything until she unearthed 2 taels of silver beneath the bed. Where did this silver come from? Have you taken to hiding private funds? Young Mrs. Wang rushed forward to reclaim it. That is what I saved after 3 years of embroidery. Give it back. Do not think that just because you are my niece, I will refrain from having the eldest divorce you. Stand back. Upon hearing this, young Mrs. Wang stood momentarily dumbfounded, while Suyun subtly shook her head at her, signaling her to let it go. Given Mrs. Wang's current ire, it seemed a grave matter had transpired. In the second son's room, they also found some silver. Over a tael. Mother, that is the pocket money given by Xuanyang's mother. Please return it to her. I do not wish to be scorned for living off others. Su Lao Air defended his wife. Absurd. She belongs to the Su family, dead or alive. She is one of us. What is wrong with honoring your mother? Mrs. Wang retorted, her demeanor self-righteous. At this moment, Su Li also arose, gently tugging at Mrs. Zhou's sleeve. Mother, what happened to the money left over from yesterday? Hand it over. Mrs. Zhou, having grasped Mrs. Wang's intentions, was naturally wary of the silver being discovered. Seizing the opportunity while Su Lao Air and she were in heated discussion, she dashed into the room, retrieving a small cloth bag from the straw and discreetly handed it to her. It's all here, quickly, hide it in the privy. Su Li could hardly contain her amusement. Though Mrs. Zhou was simple, she was not foolish. Nodding, she accepted the silver, deftly concealing it in her sleeve and tossing it into the spatial pouch. Just as she stepped out, she encountered Mrs. Wang. Halt! What do you have hidden in your sleeves? It seemed she possessed an uncanny ability to perceive concealed items. There is nothing. You are mistaken, Su Li replied, not even wanting to address her as grandmother. Behind her, Mrs. Zhou felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Why was she not swifter in her actions? Why was she even watching the commotion? Su Li found herself speechless under Mrs. Wang's scrutiny. Come, search me. Mrs. Zhou urged anxiously. Lear. Su Li shook her head. She had already devised her story. Currently, this mother appeared to be trustworthy. If not, she would simply flee far away. Though she feared breaking her promise to the original owner, Mrs. Wang rudely approached to search her person, but found nothing. Let me tell you. If I discover you hiding anything, you will be expelled from the Su family. Just then, someone shouted about the dead chickens and pigs. What does this mean? Su Li timidly interjected, knowing full well it was akin to rubbing salt in the wound. Mrs. Wang's eyes widened in fury as she dashed to the backyard. Curse be. My chickens, my pigs. All the Su family gathered around the backyard, some perplexed, some anxious, some resentful, and some merely there for the spectacle. Su Li was among those watching with interest. How peculiar. If it were a thief, why would they kill the chickens without taking them? It simply doesn't add up. The crowd was struck by Su Li's words. Indeed, if it were a thief, why kill without taking? If not, why eliminate them all? How deep must this enmity run against the Su family? Mother, could it be father? Seeing us live in hardship, perhaps Su Li hesitated, surely. He wouldn't scare you all like a sickly cat. Everyone shuddered, feeling as though they had stumbled into an ice cellar in the midst of summer. Do not speak nonsense. Lao Air will take the chickens to sell. Mrs. Wang trembled as she commanded, no longer brimming with her previous arrogance. News quickly spread. The spirit of old Third Su had manifested. Mrs. Wang claimed to have witnessed it firsthand. The chickens had all perished. An act of vengeance against the old couple. Chapter 6. Division of the family and severed ties. Mrs. Zhou pulled Su Li into the room, securing the door. Lear, what is truly going on? Where is the silver? Mother, there is something rather extraordinary. Do not be alarmed. Mrs. Zhou nodded. Su Li then produced the cloth bag, which appeared to materialize from thin air to Mrs. Zhou, causing her eyes to widen and her hand to cover her mouth, fearful of crying out. Moments later, she grasped Su Li's arm, demanding to know the truth. Mother, on the night I fainted, a celestial being took me to a place where life was entirely different from ours. I lived there, feeling as though I had spent many years. Before I departed, she gifted me this Jianquan bag, which can hold all things, residing in my mind. Su Li spoke earnestly, spinning a fantastical tale. Mrs. Zhou was astounded, then embraced her tightly. Good child. You must never tell anyone about this. Do you hear me? Su Li breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, nodding as she tucked the bag away. Mother, we should separate our households first. Let the troublemakers distance themselves. Mrs. Zhou agreed, and the two exchanged whispered words before emerging from the room where the Su family awaited. Upon seeing Su Li, they recalled her earlier remarks. Father, I dreamt last night that old third saw us suffering and said that in the future, we should work less like uncle and second uncle. Mrs. Zhou fabricated. I think you are dreaming. If you do not work, how will you eat and drink? Expecting your mother to support you? What a delusion. Mrs. Wang was on the verge of madness, having searched every room to no avail, and now this wretched girl was attempting to intimidate her. Mother, I am merely thinking of you all. What has old third's temperament turned into? Look at those pigs and chickens. Sigh, what if a life were lost? Mrs. Zhou feigned concern for them. Young Mrs. Wang's eyes darted, and she pulled Mrs. Wang aside, whispering, Mother, if things do not improve, perhaps we should separate them. This situation is too bizarre. Moreover, Suja is soon to court. How can we have no silver at home? I intend to find a wealthy man for that Su Li girl. Even if she becomes a concubine, the silver would be substantial. Mrs. Wang openly expressed her intentions. Mother, please do not. She is no longer foolish. Her strength remains intact. The silver from Lu Yuanwei has yet to materialize. I say, let us drive them out without dividing the land. Young Mrs. Wang was rapidly calculating. Her husband's 20 taels had undoubtedly been spent already. This money must come from the third household. Mrs. Wang mused, now that we lack silver, if we need to resolve this matter, we may have to sell land. Driving out the third family's household. Selling the land originally belonging to the third household should suffice. A shadow of gloom lifted from her face as she thought. There is no way you can eat and drink for free. You will be on your own. Whether you live well or poorly is of no concern to us. Nor will old third blame us. The crowd's thoughts were varied. Old Su remarked, at this point, this seems to be the only option. Old fourth Su chimed in. It looks like we will be dividing the family. I too wish to separate. Su Li interjected, I heard every word of your conversation just now. You wish for us to leave with nothing? By all means, employ whatever means necessary. Mrs. Zhou remarked, so quickly agreeing to the division, there must be some ulterior motive. The three siblings exclaimed in unison, how wonderful, we can finally have a full meal. The others chimed in, let them go, from now on. Only old Su's fourth family will handle the chores. Mother, third brother never said we should live separately. We still wish to honor and care for our parents, wouldn't that sicken you? No need for that. Fourth son, go fetch the village chief. Old man Su, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke up. Following his father's command, Su Laosi hurried to the village chief's house. Moments later, the chief arrived in the courtyard and was met with the sound of quarreling. I see you're lighting a lamp in the outhouse. On what grounds does the fourth branch want to split? Have I ever deprived you of a single bite? Old Lady Wang erupted like a shrew. Hearing this, Su Laosi felt deeply disappointed in his mother. Mother, don't scold Yulan. It was my idea to separate. Old Lady Wang flew into a rage, snatched a firewood stick from the yard, and swung it at Su Laosi. He didn't evade the blows. Go ahead, strike me, shatter what little mother-son affection remains. The village chief grew furious. Why is there always so much drama in this household? Enough. Old Su, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Did you summon me here to watch you brawl? Chief, we wish to divide the family, Old Man Su declared, shooting a glare at Old Lady Wang, which made her halt. Su Laosi exchanged a glance with his wife, signaling that he was unharmed. Oh? And how do you propose to divide it? The chief inquired skeptically. Let the third son's family leave. The chief immediately stood up. I say, Su Tianheng, you truly live up to your name. What do you mean by leave? How will you divide the land, the money, the grain, the property? Surely you don't intend to cast them out with nothing? They are third son's flesh and blood. Chief. We have no choice. We still have debts to settle. Old man Su feigned pitifulness. With nothing to their name, how do you expect the widow and orphans to survive? The chief was exasperated by the fool's incompetence, deeming him unworthy of being an elder. At that moment, Suli whispered something into Zhoushi's ear. Zhoushi stepped forward. We can leave with nothing, but we must have the compensation for my husband's life. Upon hearing this, old lady Wang exploded. Why should you get it? He was my son, whom I raised for over 20 years. Why should it go to you, you vixen? Over my dead body. The village chief was appalled. With so many grandchildren present, old lady Wang's language was utterly disgraceful. Suli stepped up. Either give us the silver and we part ways, or we sever ties without it. Decide now. If we don't move out today, we'll stay after all. With father's protection, we won't starve. You. Old man Su pointed at Suli, seething with anger. After a brief discussion, old lady Wang and old man Su decided, sever the ties. The chief looked at them with utter contempt and sent for the clan elders. We also wish to separate. If you refuse, we'll cut ties too. Su Laosi declared resolutely. You, fourth son, are you trying to drive me to an early grave? Old man Su's face flushed crimson with rage. Father, look at eldest brother and second brother's families. Then look at ours and third sister-in-laws. We share the same parents. Why must we bear all the hard labor? Years of pent-up resentment burst forth. And the grown man broke down in tears. Ultimately, under the clan elder's supervision, Zhoushi's family severed ties, Su Laosi's family separated, agreements were drafted, everyone pressed their fingerprints. And they planned to register at the magistrate's office the next day. Get out, all of you. And don't you dare take anything. Old lady Wang, accompanied by young Wang, blocked the entrances to both rooms. The others regarded them with disdain. What was there to take? They only had the clothes on their backs. Su Laosi cast a deep, final glance at them and walked away without looking back. The clan elder remarked, you two fools, with your labor force gone, you'll be left drinking the northwest wind. Rely on your scholar eldest son? He can't lift a finger. Or on the second son, a loafer who idles about, shirking his duties. You deserve what's coming. Chapter 7, Finally, we eat pork. Old man Su, defeated, sighed heavily and retreated into the house. Meanwhile, Su Li and the others were overjoyed. They followed the village chief to his home. Come, there are 2 thatched huts at the foot of the mountain. They belong to the Yang Hunter brothers, who moved to the county town. With some repairs, they'll be habitable. The group arrived at the mountain's base to find 2 earthen-walled, thatch-roofed huts separated by a courtyard wall. Each had 3 rooms, including a kitchen, though the outhouse was shared. Everyone was pleased. At the Su residence, they had been crammed into a single room, which was highly inconvenient. This was a significant improvement, and smiles spread across their faces. The yard is overgrown with weeds. Tidy it up first. And I'll fetch someone to fix the collapsed roof. Thank you, Grandfather Chief. The 6 children chorused. Soon, both courtyards were cleared. Men and women from the village arrived. Knowing they had left with nothing, some women brought half a bowl of coarse rice, others a small dish of pickles, a basket of wild vegetables, 2 eggs, or a few chipped porcelain bowls, each offering what they could. Zhoushi bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, dear neighbors. I, Zhou will never forget your kindness today. Tears welled in her eyes. The village chief's wife, Sun Chimei, stepped forward and took her hand. Shall we, if you ask me, splitting off is for the best. Life may be tough, but there's hope. We'll help clear the land behind the house, and I have some cabbage seeds to give you. Thank you, Auntie. Zhou wiped her tears. Suli felt a surge of emotion. So, there were still good people in this world. The future seemed full of promise. Brothers, go catch some fish. Suli suggested, realizing that with so many helpers, they didn't even have a pot, a miscalculation. She regretted not taking the pot last night. All right. Suja, ever obedient to his sister, dashed to the river with Su Ji and their 2 cousins from 4th uncle's family. Half an hour later. The house was clean, 2 bedrooms and a main hall, albeit without any furniture. Lear, come with me to the mountain later to chop some trees. I'll make beds and a table in the next few days, said Su Laosi, who had a keen interest in carpentry and a natural talent for it. 4th uncle. No problem. I'm strong, it's only natural. Lear, come here, Zhou called. Su Li and her mother entered the room. From now on, we'll stay in this room. And the boys will have that one. We still need many things, a water vat, buckets, kitchenware. The more Su Li listened, The more she regretted only thinking about food earlier and forgetting the essentials. The little over one tael of silver they had would surely not suffice. Lear? Zhou Shi called twice, noticing her daze. Mother, take the money. Buy what we need. Don't worry about funds. I'll roast some fish for everyone later. Fourth uncle and I are going to chop wood. Suli handed her the cloth bundle and left. You child, keep it for yourselves. Hurry back. Zhou Shi called after her. On the mountain, Suli felled a large tree with just a few axe swings, astonishing Sulasi. This girl is incredibly strong. Suli herself was delighted by her original body's unexpected strength. Her stomach growled loudly. Fourth uncle, wait here. I'll go check ahead. With that, she ventured deeper into the forest with her axe. Lear, don't go too far. Call if you need me. Sulasi figured the outskirts were safe, especially given her formidable strength. Suli waved dismissively and walked quite a distance. Ensuring no one was around, she retrieved some pastries from her space and began eating. They had likely been stored by old Lady Wang for too long, slightly spoiled and risking stomach trouble, so she discarded them and opted for instant noodles instead. Amid the fresh scent of grass and trees, surrounded by the cheerful chirping of birds, she felt profoundly relaxed. This was something she had never experienced in the apocalypse. It was truly wonderful. Just as she was savoring the moment, her hairs stood on end, a primal alert to danger. She quickly pressed against a large tree and spotted a small ditch ahead where 3 wild boars were drinking. Her heart leaped with joy. Heaven itself was delivering a feast. She tossed the remaining snacks from her spatial storage, startling the wild boars into a swift retreat. One of them noticed her and approached to eat the snack, while 2 others drooled audibly, grunting as they charged toward her. Suli, unfazed by her extensive combat experience in the post-apocalyptic world, kicked one boar away and swiftly struck another with a reverse axe swing, splattering blood all over herself. One boar died instantly, and the other appeared to be knocked unconscious. The boar that had been eating the snack glanced over and fled in terror. Suli mused, has this boar gained sentience? She quickly advanced, slit their throats, stored both boars in her spatial storage, and exited the forest. Nearing the logging area, she retrieved and shouldered the boars. Sulasi caught sight of his niece drenched in blood and dropped his axe in alarm. Lear, why are you covered in blood? Are you hurt? Then, noticing the massive wild boars, he exclaimed, heavens, these 2 must weigh nearly 400 jin. Suli shook her head, replying, Fourth uncle, it's the boar's blood. I'm hungry, let's go home and eat meat. She couldn't recall the last time she had tasted meat. Sulasi tried but failed to lift the boars, so he dragged a large tree alongside her as they descended the mountain. At the mountain's base, the villagers stared in disbelief. Wow, Lear, you're incredibly strong to have hunted 2 wild boars. Suli replied modestly, just lucky today. Uncles and aunts, please stay, we'll feast on wild boar. She preferred not to owe anyone favors. Zhou Shi, who had been grilling fish, rushed over upon hearing the commotion and was aghast at the sight of her blood-soaked daughter and the 2 enormous boars. You foolish girl. Have you no regard for your life? Let me see you. Why so much blood? She spun Suli around for inspection. Suli wiped her nose, assuring mother, it's the boar's blood, not mine. Zhou Shi nearly wept from worry, imagining the peril her daughter had faced. She recalled her elder daughter's parting words not to fret over money and wiped away a tear. You must never do anything so dangerous again, understand? Sun Qimei interjected. I'd say Lear is blessed. Shall we? I'll fetch some clothes for Lear. Let the child eat something. It's been a whole day. Zhou Shi agreed. Suli suggested, Mother, let's keep half the boar and have brother and 4th uncle sell the rest in town to buy kitchen supplies. Zhou Shi nodded. All right, we'll do as you say. Soon, half the boar, weighing about 80 jin, was set aside, while Su Laosi and Suzha took the remainder to sell in the county using the village chief's ox cart. Zhou Shi estimated around 30 people present and announced, today, we'll cook half for the meal and divide the rest later. The crowd buzzed with excitement, grateful for the rare chance to eat meat in these hard times, and thanked her profusely. Soon, households contributed wild vegetables and radishes for a communal stew, and everyone bustled with activity. News of Suli's hunt spread rapidly throughout the village. Chapter 8, Maternal Grandfather's Family Causes a Scene Slap. What? They just moved out and already bagged a wild boar? Let's go check it out. Granny Wang gleamed as if the boar were hers. Stop. Aren't you ashamed? You're not going. Old man Su barked sternly. Granny Wang pouted, thinking of her deceased 3rd son. What choice do I have? It's for this family's sake. She stomped off to the kitchen, where she had stewed a chicken, grumbling about her second son's delay in selling chickens and her own hunger. Meanwhile, the house was repaired, with some women providing last year's straw for bedding. Suli had no objections in the post-apocalypse. She had slept on trees, rocks, caves, and dirt pits. So straw was no hardship. "Dinner's ready," Sun Chi-mei called, and everyone gathered, drawn by the enticing aroma. They ate from their bowls, standing or squatting haphazardly without tables, creating a lively atmosphere. Some villagers lamented missing out, wishing the village chief had mentioned the pork feast. By early Sioux hour, as dusk fell, Su Laosi returned with the ox cart. The men unloaded the purchases: a wok, water vats, buckets, bowls, jars, and grain, likely exhausting the boar sale proceeds. After thanks, each left with a gene of wild pork. Su Laosi reported to Zhou Shi, third sister-in-law, the boar sold for 25 won per gene. For 278 gene. The shopkeeper rounded it to 7 taels. "We spent 4 taels and 2 mace, leaving 2 taels and 8 mace. I'll repay the 2 taels and 1 mace debt later." Zhou Shi accepted the silver, saying, "Let's not dwell on that now, we'll focus on building our lives." "Yulan, stop dawdling, bring them the food I saved." Huang Yulan sighed in relief, having feared starvation after leaving with nothing, but now felt uplifted by the family's resilience. By moonlight, they ate quickly and retired. Lying on the straw, Suli thrilled with determination, convinced a modern person like her could thrive in ancient times. "Lear, why aren't you asleep? Rest now, tomorrow will be busy," Zhou Shi urged, feeling optimistic about the future. They slept soundly through the night. The next morning, a rush for the toilet ensued. "Mother, did the boar eat poisonous grass? Why are we all affected?" Suji complained, baffled. Zhou Shi reassured her youngest, "It's just from lack of meat, it'll pass." The two families now cooked separately, as they would henceforth. The sons gathered firewood, Shir handled laundry and cooking, and Zhou Shi tilled the land for vegetables. Suli joined her fourth uncle to cut wood, avoiding deeper forests to keep the village chief's granddaughter's clothes clean. After a busy day, they returned to a simple wild boar and brown rice porridge dinner. Though plain, everyone ate contentedly. Suli pulled Zhou Shi aside, declaring, "Mother, we'll eat proper meals from now on," producing a bag of rice and one of black flour from her spatial storage. She noted the remaining supplies: another bag of rice, 3 of brown rice, and 1 of black flour. Zhou Shi whispered, "Where did these come from?" Suli replied, "I cleared out Granny Wang's cellar when she wasn't looking." Zhou Shi smirked at the casual reference, but felt a wave of satisfaction. "Good, we'll have a full meal tonight. Rest this afternoon, no more logging," she said, concerned for her daughter. Suli agreed. "I'll go dig wild vegetables with Shir." That afternoon, while foraging, they caught a wild pheasant, sparking joy at the prospect of more meat. They simmered pheasant and wild vegetable soup in a pottery pot while rice cooked in the wok, creating a cozy scene. After delivering a bowl to the fourth uncle's family, they feasted, tears welling up at a life they'd never dared dream of, enjoying solid food just 2 days after severing family ties. In the following days, routine and hard work prevailed. Fourth uncle crafted beds, tables, and stools, ending their nights on the ground. To sustain themselves, he asked Suli to teach him hunting, and they roamed the hills, digging traps with enthusiasm. At the Su family old residence, Xiao Wangshi complained, "Mother, since fourth brother has moved out, he should at least help with irrigating the fields, as a filial duty to you both. My shoulders are swollen from the labor." Second daughter-in-law Shui Niang nodded in agreement. "Mother, look at them. They say Lear's family eats meat daily. Fourth brother hunts with them and must have good catches, yet he doesn't share with you." Granny Wang fumed, recalling the vixen's comfortable life after leaving with nothing. Forbidden by her husband to intervene, and haunted by the mysterious death of her chickens and missing grain, she shuddered with fear, too intimidated to confront them. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she whispered a few words to Xiao Wang, whose eyes immediately lit up, and her mouth stretched wide with delight. Zhou, you're in for a surprise now." Meanwhile, the Zhou family was busy putting up window coverings, when a commotion erupted at the foot of the mountain. Upon recognizing the newcomers, a wave of fear washed over the Zhou family. They were her maternal relatives, who had always belittled her since childhood, as her parents favored sons over daughters. Initially, her parents had intended to sell her off as a concubine to a wealthy man, and when she refused and attempted to drown herself, she was fortuitously rescued by Su Lao San, leading to their intimate bond that thwarted her family's aspirations. But what could they possibly want today? Unfilial daughter, how dare you not recognize your own father? Zhou's father bellowed. Suja, now the head of the household, stepped forward and asked, what brings my grandfather here today, accompanied by such a large entourage? Who do you think you are, you little brat, to question me? Zhou's father scoffed disdainfully. Su Li was unimpressed. Clearly, her grandfather was not a decent man. If you have something to say, spit it out. We have work to do and no time for your nonsense. Su Li retorted bluntly. You've really gone too far. Zhou's father exclaimed, visibly pleased. If he could sell both, he might fetch a handsome sum, for their beauty was undeniable. With a wave of his hand, a woman stepped forward. A large birthmark above her lip and a red flower adorning her hair, clearly a matchmaker. A few children blocked their path, quickly realizing the woman was there to propose a match for their mother. I must tell you, Zhou Xiaohui, you've caught the eye of Zhang the butcher. As a widow, remarrying will be no easy feat, and Zhang is even a year younger than you. The matchmaker said with a sly grin. Get lost. My mother will not marry. Su Li pushed the matchmaker with just a hint of force, sending her sprawling to the ground. How dare you push me? You think you can still find a match after this? The matchmaker said, puffed up with arrogance. With a scoff, Su Li kicked a large stone, sending it crashing into the ground nearby and creating a shallow pit. The matchmaker fell silent, and as she regained her composure, she shouted while retreating, you little demon. Mother Nightshade. Chapter 9. To be sold off as someone's concubine, and I should be grateful? Zhou's father was taken aback, asking, what are you doing? Su Li looked at him with an amused smile. Get lost. I might have miscalculated my strength. If someone were to break a leg or an arm, I wouldn't be responsible. The men behind Zhou's father hesitated, intimidated by the girl's fierce demeanor. Zhou's father feigned calmness. I don't believe a mere girl like you would dare to strike your own grandfather. If this gets out, how do you expect to marry? Su Li shot him a provocative glance. Why don't you give it a try? Fearing her daughter's reputation as a fierce woman would spread, Zhou's mother stepped forward, tugging at her sleeve, shaking her head as she pulled her behind her. Father, when I married Su Laosan, you demanded 10 taels of silver. It was agreed that I would have no ties to my family. What is the purpose of your visit with all these people today? Zhou's father, with a flick of his sleeve, revealed his displeasure. You ungrateful daughter. How dare you bring up the past? If you had listened to me back then, you would be living in luxury now, surrounded by servants. Look at you, married to Su Laosan for over 30 years, suffering, and now you are a widow. It's utterly ridiculous. The commotion naturally attracted many villagers, who began to gather. Many who were unaware of the situation might assume Zhou's father was a caring father. Zhou Xiaohui found it all deeply ironic. So, you intended to sell me off as someone's concubine, and I should thank you for your meticulous planning? Zhou's father turned crimson with anger, pointing a finger at her. You wretch. Now that you are a widow, I have gone to great lengths to find you a match with the butcher, and you have the audacity to be ungrateful. Zhou Xiaohui was struck with amusement and anger. Zhou Dehai, you speak nonsense. If you think that butcher is a good match, why not marry your youngest daughter to him? Afraid she might be beaten to death? The murmurs around them confirmed that You's father had indeed considered this option. The butcher, though not yet 30, had already outlived 4 wives, certainly not a suitable husband. Zhou's father's face turned ashen, trembling with rage. You ungrateful daughter, how dare you call me by my name? You must come with me today. There is no choice in the matter. He gestured to the men he had brought, signaling them to seize her. These men, clearly hired muscle, hesitated, their fear palpable as they approached. But before they could touch Zhou Xiaohui, she kicked one away. Cries of anguish erupted as some clutched their chests, others held their heads, and some grasped their legs. I see you've taken my words lightly. I apologize, but I have already restrained my strength. Sorry, everyone. But I've already warned Zhou Lao to, clearly, he doesn't value your lives. Su Li declared with unyielding confidence, her expression innocent as she shifted the blame. Zhou's father, with shameless boldness, threatened, you dare assault innocent people. I'll report you to the authorities, and you'll end up in prison. Zhou Xiaohui quickly interjected. It was I who instructed Lear to strike. She bears no responsibility. If anyone should go to prison, it's me. Su Li pulled Zhou's mother close. In broad daylight, before all these witnesses, you attempt to abduct a respectable woman? We are merely defending ourselves. If this goes to the county office, who do you think will be imprisoned? It seems you cannot grasp the situation. Those who had been moaning on the ground now panicked. forgetting their pain as they helped each other to escape the crowd, scrambling away, heedless of Zhou's father's calls. Suli felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Zhou Laotu, what? You still want to stay for dinner? She picked up a stone the size of a palm and crushed it to dust. You's father stumbled back in fear. You'll regret this. Just you wait. And bolted from the crowd. Now, only the villagers remained. Zhou's mother appeared concerned. Although today's ordeal had been resolved, her eldest daughter's fearsome reputation would likely spread, making future matchmaking a challenge. Suli glanced at the stunned villagers and declared loudly, "If anyone thinks we are easy prey, feel free to come at us. We're ready to fight to the end." The villagers nodded. Some who had intended to offer comfort also began to disperse. Thus, the tale of Suli slaying a wild boar with a single punch spread like wildfire. Any who had harbored ill intentions quickly abandoned them. Zhou's mother looked conflicted. Hesitating to speak, Suji chimed in, "Mother, today we owe it all to elder sister. If you're worried about her future, I'm willing to support her for life." Suja nodded in agreement, stating that he would propose next year, and if the girl rejected him due to his sister, he would rather not marry at all. Zhou's mother playfully ruffled her youngest son's hair. "What nonsense are you spouting? Your sister is far too beautiful to remain unmarried. If it comes to that, we shall find her a son-in-law." 12-year-old Sushi stifled a laugh, and Suji, noticing her, teased, All right. Let us find a son-in-law for second sister too." Sushi's face flushed crimson, and the two began to chase each other playfully around the courtyard. Breaking the earlier tension, Suli patted Zhou's mother's hand. "Mother, whether or not I marry is of little consequence. If marriage leads to a miserable life, it's better to remain single. Let us not dwell on such matters. Our priority is to have enough to eat." Inwardly, she thought about the sweltering weather. She needed to buy a couple of sets of fresh clothes, as her current outfit was quite inconvenient. Earning money from hunting wouldn't suffice, and she contemplated selling the burial items. "Mother, I wish to visit the county town tomorrow." Suli shifted her focus. Zhou's mother assumed she was going to sell her catch and asked no further questions. The next morning, at dawn, Suli insisted, "Mother, come with me. I'm uneasy." She genuinely felt apprehensive, sensing that something was amiss. "Hurry back, there's no need to worry. Your fourth uncle is at home today, saying he will prepare 2 bathing tubs. Rest assured." Zhou thought about the incident that occurred yesterday. No one would rush over. Thus, she could only make a quick trip. Little did she know that just as she left, someone was running from the village towards Zhoujia village. She spent 2 coins to board the ox cart at the village entrance, as she certainly did not wish to walk for another hour. Her malnourished body could not endure it. On the cart, everyone kept their distance from her, fearing to offend this fierce girl. Suli found this quite agreeable, as it allowed for better air circulation. Arriving at Lixian, this was her second visit. She noticed a small beggar nearby, around 7 or 8 years old. Waving her hand, she took out 2 coins and asked if he knew where the pawn shop was. The little beggar, seeing a girl of over 10 years, lowered his guard and replied that there were 2 pawn shops, Sue's and Wei's. "I recommend you go to Sue's. The shopkeeper is kind and always saves food for us." Suli nodded, handed him the coins, and followed the direction the little beggar pointed. Entering an alley, she confirmed that no one was around, hastily tidied herself up, and smeared some mud on her face, thinking that this should obscure her appearance. She took out her cloth bundle and stepped inside. Chapter 10. Have you ever seen a ghost? The shopkeeper, upon seeing a disheveled girl whose face was obscured by dirt, furrowed his brows slightly and inquired, "Miss, are you here to pawn something?" Suli nodded and presented a bracelet, saying, "Please take a look at its quality." She could not show everything. The shopkeeper took the jade bracelet, squinting as he felt its icy coolness, its subdued luster and uniform color, indicating it was a high-quality Hetian jade. Although it had minor flaws, he could mend it. A glint of interest flickered in his eyes. He wondered where the girl had acquired such a treasure. Suli replied nonchalantly, "This is a family heirloom, passed down through generations. Today, due to urgent matters at home, I have no choice but to sell it." "Is the pawn for living or dead?" he asked. "What are the terms and the price?" "Living pawn is 10 taels, redeemable within 6 months. Dead pawn is 20 taels." His eyes remained glued to the bracelet. Suli snatched the bracelet back, exclaiming, "That's far too low. I shall seek out another shop." After saying this, she turned to leave, but found several men blocking her path. With a cold laugh, Suli said, "Oh, are you planning to rob me outright?" It seemed the shopkeeper was exceedingly cunning, otherwise, he wouldn't have fed the beggars to showcase his false benevolence, misleading others into thinking he was kind-hearted enough to accept their possessions. And what if we are? I advise you to leave your item here willingly, or you will regret it, the shopkeeper retorted arrogantly. Suli furrowed her brow. In this ancient time, where human rights were non-existent, she dared not escalate matters. If Lu Yuanwei discovered that this burial item was in her possession, it would surely lead to considerable trouble. Regret filled her heart. She realized she should have gone to the prefectural city to pawn it instead. Concealing the item in her sleeve, she tucked it away. Turning, she feigned tears and said, "Uncle, please let me be. This is my grandmother's dowry. I only took one piece." Sob, sob, sob. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper suddenly had an idea. "Where's your home?" "At Hajia Mountain, quite far from here. It took me 3 hours to arrive." The shopkeeper frowned slightly, pondering where Hajia Mountain was, having never heard of it. Just as he was about to speak, she continued, "My grandmother once served as a close maid to a high-ranking official. She had exquisite headpieces. Humph, if they weren't so ostentatious, I would have sold them all, but she never fed me and scolded me for being a burden." The shopkeeper chuckled inwardly, realizing that since silver had come to him so easily, it would be foolish to refuse it. "I will give you 20 taels for this bracelet. Enough for you to live well," he tempted. Suli appeared somewhat hesitant, but I overheard my grandparents discussing that this is top-quality Hetian jade. They bought it for 40 taels. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth. If it was worth 40 taels, then so be it. He would still make a profit. "Very well. I shall give you 40 taels. I can see that you, a mere girl, might be uneasy. I will send someone to escort you home." Suli's heart soared with joy. "Then thank you, uncle." She took the silver without signing a contract, and they departed. Suli led them on a winding path through the countryside. Suddenly, she turned to the 3 men and asked, "Gentlemen, have you ever seen a ghost?" The men exchanged bewildered glances, but before they could respond, Suli vanished, causing one man to stumble and fall to the ground. A ghost? Run!" They scrambled away in panic. Emerging from her hidden space, Suli washed herself by the riverside and took another route to the county town. Upon arriving at a fabric shop, the shopkeeper, seeing a girl dressed in rags yet with strikingly beautiful eyes, did not chase her away. "Miss, are you looking to buy fabric?" "Shopkeeper, how much for the ready-made garments?" "How much for the fine cotton?" Suli thought that for the summer, the fine cotton would be more breathable, as the coarse linen would irritate her skin. The shopkeeper appeared surprised. "Miss, the cheapest ready-made garment is 1 tael. As for the fine cotton, it is 800 won per bolt, with each bolt sufficient for 4 garments. For your stature, you could make a full outfit." Suli nodded, feeling somewhat shocked. Indeed, in this resource-scarce ancient world, fabric was exceedingly expensive. She pointed to 5 ready-made garments on the wall, asking for one of each color, and then requested 2 bolts each of the blue, ginger yellow, and pink fabrics. The shopkeeper was taken aback, and the attendant swiftly suggested, "Miss, it would be best to take your measurements to ensure a proper fit." The shopkeeper felt somewhat embarrassed and hurried to assess Suli's measurements. "No need for measurements. I can wear it." At this time, slenderness was considered beautiful, so garments were made quite small. Suli, however, was malnourished, tall, and thin, with only her chest being somewhat prominent, prompting a sigh from her. "Also, add 1 bolt of this off-white fabric. My mother and I need it for undergarments." In the end, the 5 garments and 9 bolts of fabric cost her 12 taels of silver, and that was with the shopkeeper giving her a discount. Looking at so many items, Suli felt a headache, realizing the stark contrast of her previous poverty and newfound wealth. "Uncle, please have someone carry these items to the alley ahead. My family will arrive shortly." The shopkeeper nodded, even providing her with a piece of fabric for free, folding the garments neatly and handing them to her, instructing the attendant to take the 9 bolts to the alley. Once she confirmed that no one was around, Suli waved her hand to store the items in her hidden space. She then spent 20 wen to buy the largest backpack, acquiring some meat and vegetables. Glancing at the vegetables, she sighed, "Why are the eggplants, cucumbers, and cabbages so small?" Shaking her head, she carried her burden towards the city gate. At this moment, an old man was still waiting for someone. Upon seeing her approach, he beamed, "Holy girl, you've bought quite a lot. You came empty-handed and now you're carrying a large backpack." Suli nodded without replying and leaned against the backpack, closing her eyes in feigned slumber. She did not know how much time had passed when the ox cart began to move slowly. Just as they reached the village entrance and had yet to disembark, she saw the village chief's granddaughter, Hua, rushing towards her with a worried expression. Lear, hurry. Your mother is about to be taken away. Su Li's eyes narrowed, her pupils contracting. It seems someone is fearless. As soon as these words left her lips, those in the cart trembled in fear. Tossing the backpack to Hua, she declared, I will retrieve it later. Without waiting for a response, she dashed away like a cheetah. In half a tea's time, she reached the foot of the mountain. Witnessing a throng surrounding her home, she thought to herself, thankfully, with so many people gathered, those inside would refrain from being overly bold. Everyone, make way. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd trembled, their ears ringing, and they hurriedly parted to create a path. Su Li strode forward, only to find that her grandmother and several others had encircled her fourth uncle's family. The elder brother, younger sister, and younger brother were all battered and bruised, encircled by several rough farmers. Their mother was being tugged at by a burly man with a bushy beard, her hair disheveled, eyes swollen, and face marked with contusions. Smack. I tell you, I've already paid the silver. Today, whether by life or death, you shall come with me. He turned to cast a haughty glance at the newly arrived Su Li. Chapter 11. This is a matter of severing one's lineage. Su Li kicked a stone with her foot, which fortuitously struck the leg of Zhang the butcher, producing a sharp crack of bone. Zhang, clutching his leg, was about to collapse. In a desperate attempt, he kicked at the space between his legs, and the previously groaning Zhang immediately covered his vital area, crumpling to the ground. His face contorted in agony, glaring at Zhou with eyes that seemed ready to burst. The onlookers collectively gasped. Zhou was truly ruthless, intent on obliterating someone's lineage. The residents of the Su family estate, upon seeing Su Li return, hastily prepared to flee. I dare anyone to leave. Tonight, I shall tell my father. The group found themselves in an awkward predicament, neither able to leave nor stay comfortably. The freed Su Laosi and his family rushed forward to check on the children, but the farmers would not allow it. Su Li took decisive action, delivering one kick after another to dispatch the ruffians, before standing before Zhang the butcher. She placed her foot upon his hand and demanded, How much silver did Zhou Laodu give you to have you serve him so faithfully? Tears streamed down Zhang's face from the pain. Please stop. I'll tell you. I paid him 10 taels of silver. He has betrothed Zhou Xiaowei to me. Oh? By what right does he claim the ability to betroth my mother? Although she is a widow, we still have my elder brother and younger brother. He is merely toying with you. Do you not realize that I already taught him a lesson when he came to stir trouble yesterday? You are but a pawn in his scheme, you fool. To deal with the despicable, go ahead, I have no time to waste on you. Releasing her foot, she picked up the stone, applying just enough pressure to reduce it to dust, causing Zhang to tremble uncontrollably. Let me tell you, never again harbor designs on my mother. I have shown restraint today, otherwise, you would be in far worse straits. The ruckus makers around them were filled with terror, witnessing such brutality. 2 men, trembling, approached to lift Zhang and flee, with the rest of the troublemakers quickly following suit, hoping to take advantage of the chaos at the Su family estate. Stop. Su Li commanded, her authority radiating. The group froze in shock. Wang Posey slowly turned around. I am your grandmother. What do you intend to do? Su Li laughed mockingly. Haha, Wang Posey, have you forgotten? We have severed ties. Having a grandmother like you is the greatest disgrace of my life. Pray tell, which grandmother would sell her own granddaughter into a ghost marriage? Oh right, has the silver from Lu Yuanwai's family been gathered yet? Wang Posey was left speechless, her fury mounting as she exclaimed, Your father, no matter what, came from my womb. Before she could finish, Su Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are quite right. My father mentioned just yesterday that he missed you and wished to take you down to see him. At that moment, a gust of mountain wind swept through, leaving everyone feeling an eerie chill, prompting the onlookers to disperse, leaving only a few to assist in tidying the courtyard. Wang Posey, hearing Su Li's words, fell backward, and Su Laoer rushed to catch her. You are utterly unfilial. Who would ever marry you? You might as well become a nun. Zhou, witnessing her daughter's fierce demeanor, felt a pang of fear and stepped forward to grasp her hand. Su Li suppressed her rising anger. Moments ago, she had indeed contemplated violence. Leave. Should you dare show your faces at my home again, you shall report to the mass grave. Go. The crowd murmured, ever since she recovered. This Li girl has grown increasingly peculiar, best not to provoke her. Zhou, concerned for her daughter, inquired, Lear, are you all right? You seem agitated. Mother, I am fine. Merely a bit hungry. I forgot to buy food in my haste to return home. Just then, Hihua arrived, carrying a basket. Suli took the basket and pulled out some meat, recalling how the village chief's wife had lent her clothes previously. Hihua, wait for me. She dashed into the kitchen, sliced half the meat, and then went to fetch the garments for her. Lear, I cannot accept this. How can I take your meat without reason? Suli nearly doubled over with laughter. Haha, how could this be my meat? This is pork. Take it. And tomorrow we shall go gather wild vegetables together. After Zhou had tidied herself, she emerged from the courtyard. Hihua, quickly take this. We have plenty. This meat cannot be kept until tomorrow. Take it home for your mother to cook. Hihua blushed deeply as she accepted the meat, thanked them, and hurried home. Anticipating a scolding. True to form, she was reprimanded by Sun Jimei, who, upon seeing her malnourished grandchildren, sighed at the sight of the 2 pounds of meat in her hands. Hihua, go fetch a bowl of pickled vegetables from the jar, the largest one. All right, grandmother. Meanwhile, Suli's family was still inspecting the contents of the basket. As they beheld the various garments, their mouths dropped open in astonishment. Everyone, try them on. Su Li urged the children. After they left, she retrieved some cloth from her space. Zhou gasped, Lear, where did this silver come from? Mother. Wang Pozi sent this to me. She replied, her face beaming with pride. Zhou instantly understood such actions could not be repeated. She did not wish for her daughter to become a thief for the sake of silver. Mother, I am aware. I will only take what is rightfully mine and not touch what is not. I have my limits, so do not worry. As for the ill-gotten gains, she would certainly claim them, but the poor could be left untouched. Mother, I shall go to the county tomorrow to buy some medicinal herbs. I see you all have injuries on your faces. Zhou contemplated refusing, but thought of the children and nodded. Before long, the 3 children returned wearing their new clothes, each unable to contain their delight. Mother, this fabric is so soft, I worry it might get damaged while working. Zhou nodded. Lear, we must store these clothes away. They are too eye-catching. I can wear coarse hemp, while you shall have the finer linen. It is delicate and gentle on the skin. Su Li was bewildered. How could there be so much fabric and fine linen at that? She had assumed it was only coarse hemp and fine cotton. The children hurriedly changed into their new outfits. Mother, quickly, tell me if this ginger-colored fabric looks nice. I specifically chose it for you. Zhou chuckled. It is lovely. All the fabrics my daughter chooses are beautiful. Tomorrow, return the fabric and exchange it for fine linen and coarse hemp, while the garments can stay with you. Su Li looked woefully at her mother. Mother, look at our clothes, patched upon patched. We have no spare to change into. It matters not if we have the silver. Let us save it for better days. She retrieved 10 taels of silver from her space. Mother, keep this for pocket money. Do not worry about financial matters. I will find a way. Su Li already had a plan in mind. Zhou felt a wave of comfort wash over her. I saw you bought eggplants. Let us make braised eggplant with meat today. Your brother caught a few fish this morning, though the number of fishers has increased. Su Li felt as though she had overlooked something, just then hearing Zhou mutter, even that lad from Su Qingyang's family has caught too. The river water is becoming increasingly shallow. When will the heavens send rain? A tempest of memories surged in Su Li's mind, and after a moment, she realized. Could a disaster be impending? No, she must stockpile food. Zhou finished organizing the fabrics and went to prepare a meal, believing her daughter was merely fatigued. Su Li, indeed a bit weary, lay down and promptly fell asleep. In her dreams, she was pursued by a horde of monstrous creatures and, in a moment of desperation, sought refuge in her space, only to be spotted by an ally from afar. Ever since that day, wherever she went, that person would follow. At long last, when she was utterly exhausted after slaying a mutated hunting dog, the man seized the opportunity to stab her from behind. As she fell, she beheld him laughing heartily while he tore the jade pendant from her neck. Ha, this treasure is now mine. It turned out the man had mistaken the jade pendant, given to her by her grandfather, for a spatial artifact. Su Li jolted awake, only to realize it had been a dream. Lear, get up and eat breakfast, hurry, called Mrs. Zhou. Chapter 12, Shopping for Provisions at the Dining Table. Watching her family devour their food ravenously, she recalled the dream and resolved never to disclose the existence of the spatial artifact. What's the matter, Lear? Why aren't you eating? Mrs. Zhou asked, concern etched on her face as she served her daughter more dishes. Mother, have you noticed? The vegetables I bought today are particularly small. Well, it's been so dry, that's to be expected. Mrs. Zhou, well-versed in farming, replied. Suli nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. She quickly finished her meal and tugged her mother toward the inner room. Mother, this bag of mine can preserve freshness. If I put things inside, they remain as they are when I take them out. Suli said, her eagerness palpable. Mrs. Zhou, somewhat bewildered, wondered why her daughter was sharing this with her. She nodded, indicating she understood. Mother, I heard from my elder brother that we are only 100 miles from the border. Mrs. Zhou was even more puzzled. Indeed. Then, have you considered this? With the drought this year, the border must be suffering as well. I am concerned. Mrs. Zhou finally grasped the implication, her eyes widening in alarm. Lear, are you suggesting there might be chaos at the border? Could it be over food? Although she was uncertain, it was prudent to prepare for the worst. After a moment of contemplation, Mrs. Zhou declared, let us go buy grain tomorrow. Suli nodded, relieved that her mother was open to advice and not obstinate. The following day, at Suli's insistence, Mrs. Zhou reluctantly climbed onto the ox cart, lamenting that 2 copper coins could buy a bun. Suli sighed. Realizing the depths of their poverty, they were so frugal that they forgot others were still consuming coarse grains and brown rice. With a large basket on her back, they arrived at the grain shop. Good day, ladies. What can I assist you with? A clerk greeted them. How is the grain priced? Mrs. Zhou inquired. The clerk, recognizing her lack of experience, explained, to be honest, due to the drought this year, prices have risen. White rice and flour are 12 coins per pound, while black flour and brown rice are 8 coins. Mrs. Zhou was taken aback. The prices had increased by 2 coins. Perhaps her daughter was right. Without any land, they needed to stock up on provisions, or they would struggle in the latter half of the year. I need a substantial amount. Can you give me a discount? Mrs. Zhou began to haggle. The clerk, unimpressed by her tattered appearance, thought she could only afford a meager quantity. He shook his head, stating that prices were set by the owner and could not be lowered. You should buy soon. Prices may rise further in a few days. Little did he know, his flippant prediction would soon come true. Mrs. Zhou frowned slightly as Suli pulled her hand, shaking her head. Then I'll take 500 pounds of white rice and flour and 300 pounds of black flour. Her daughter disliked brown rice, and she had nearly 15 taels of silver on hand. The clerk gaped, realizing he had underestimated her. After some bargaining, they settled on 14 taels. They instructed the shopkeeper to move the grain to a secluded alley, where Mrs. Zhou stood watch while Suli swept all the grain into her spatial bag with a flourish. Mother, take this to buy some brown sugar, salt, and other seasonings, she said, handing her another 10 taels. Suddenly, she remembered, also buy some pork lard and meat, get plenty. I'm off to buy vegetables. Let us meet at the city gate. Without waiting for her mother's response, she grabbed her basket and hurried away, feeling quite satisfied upon hearing the whispers around her. Who knows? They say it's a female ghost. Seems like this ghost has some skill. She's scaring people even in broad daylight. Oh, stop it. Jiaoxi is on the brink of death. Serves him right. They've done so many wicked deeds. I heard the pawnbroker has fled. They say one shouldn't engage in unscrupulous activities. It's only fitting. Lu Yuanwei has moved his entire family? Who knows? I heard Yang Shanyan is leaving today too. Suli was taken aback. She had intended to go to the vegetable market but changed direction, quickly inquiring with an aunt about the location of the Wei's pawnbroker. Using her basket, she retrieved all the burial items, knowing she could only feel secure if they were exchanged for silver. Upon entering, she noticed a man calculating on an abacus, seemingly unaware of her presence. Shopkeeper, I wish to pawn some items. Do you accept? The shopkeeper, suspicious, wondered where the little clerk had gone. He stepped out from behind the counter, gesturing for her to sit. Suli laid out her belongings, 7 pieces in total, 2 jade hairpins, 2 silver hairpins, 2 jade pendants, and a bracelet. The shopkeeper examined each item closely, scrutinizing her. May I inquire about their origin? She smiled faintly, unfazed, and replied, some pieces are heirlooms, while others were part of my grandmother's dowry. I am forced to part with them. The shopkeeper's expression softened at her explanation, and he nodded, contemplating the price he could offer. This jade bracelet is quite fine, but it has 2 cracks. I can offer 30 taels. He indicated the flaws. Suli nodded, her heart aching. She had no idea when it had been damaged. These 2 jade pendants are of good quality, yet the craftsmanship is rather crude, which is a pity for the base jade. I'll give you 40 taels for these, while the jade and silver hairpins aren't worth much. I advise against pawning them. Suli shook her head. The shopkeeper's price was fair, and she intended to pawn everything. This is vital money for me. She sensed that the shopkeeper was not the type to cheat or deceive. After a moment of consideration, he relented. All right. I'll give you a round sum of 100 taels. I should be able to make a profit of over 20 taels. Suli nodded, requesting cash. The shopkeeper wrapped the silver, which she placed directly into her basket before departing. The more she reflected, the more disdainful she felt. How could Lu Yuanwei arrange a ghost marriage for his son? Although his family was reportedly affluent, the burial items were incomplete. Their outward appearance was splendid, yet they were fragile at their core. It was no wonder his son met an untimely demise. As she walked, she skillfully concealed the silver within her spatial bag using her sleeve. At that moment, a passerby inadvertently brushed against her, but she remained steady as a mountain, tossing her basket aside. With the keen instincts honed in her previous life, she sensed someone trailing her. "What are you doing? You've damaged my basket. You must compensate," she exclaimed, feigning ignorance as she glared at the man and walked away. The man scoffed, muttering to himself, "Just a country bumpkin." She probably didn't exchange much at the pawnshop. As Suli stepped into the vegetable market, she was taken aback to see prices soaring at every stall. Producing 5 taels of silver, she declared, disregarding the prices. "Eggs, 2 coins each. I'll take 300. Eggplant, 5 coins a pound. I'll take 50 pounds. Cucumber, 5 coins a pound. I'll take 50 pounds. Chives, 6 coins a pound. I'll take 20 pounds. Carrots, 6 coins a pound. I'll take 50 pounds. Her audacious purchases left onlookers astounded. One woman called out, "Girl, look at this fish. It's a great source of nourishment." But Suli shook her head. "No. My brother can catch fish." She instructed the vendors to deliver the vegetables to the alley, and she bought a large basket, placing some inside. Once she noticed no one was watching, she swiftly stored more than half into her spatial bag. Chapter 13. The Grain Crisis. Carrying a large basket on her back, she hurried to the apothecary, where she spent 2 taels of silver on various ointments before rushing towards the city gate. At that moment, Mrs. Zhou had just arrived and, upon seeing her daughter burdened with the hefty load, felt a pang of sympathy, completely forgetting her daughter's remarkable strength. She quickly approached and gently supported her. "You must be exhausted. Sit down and rest." Suli wiped the sweat from her brow as Mrs. Zhou handed her a meat bun, urging, "Quickly eat." Suli, with a smile, broke the bun in half and offered it to her. "Mother, you should have some too." Mrs. Zhou waved her hand dismissively. "No. I don't fancy meat buns. You enjoy it yourself." Yet, Suli insisted, pushing it into her hands. With a resigned smile, Mrs. Zhou took a few bites of the bun. One by one, people began to board the ox cart. A woman, seeing the 2 of them, pouted in disdain. "What bad luck. Running into 2 calamities right outside." Suli turned to leave, but Mrs. Zhou gently stroked her hand. Unexpectedly, the woman shamelessly attempted to lift the basket. "Oh, I say, Widow Zhou, where did you get the silver to buy so much lard?" she exclaimed, reaching out to grab it. Suli would not tolerate such behavior. She jumped down from the cart and seized the woman's shoulder, pulling her back, causing the woman to stumble. "What do you think you're doing, you calamity?" Suli shot back, a wicked grin on her face. "You're curious about the source of the silver? It came from my father. Why don't you go ask him yourself?" The woman was momentarily at a loss for words, muttering under her breath, "It surely must have been obtained illicitly, like mother. Like daughter, both are seducers." Mrs. Zhou overheard this and, before Suli could react, jumped down from the cart and slapped the woman hard across the face. With her hands on her hips, she spat, "Bah! Ding widow, do you think everyone is like you, endlessly scheming to seduce others? If you dare to run your mouth again, I'll tear it apart. Who are you accusing of seduction?" Ding widow feigned innocence. "Whoever speaks it shall be the one." Mrs. Zhou was unyielding. "You shameless wretch, how dare you slander me?" Ding widow retorted, puffing up with arrogance. Mrs. Zhou glanced at the other women on the cart and, with a tone of pity, said, "Well, I can't say if it's true or not. Last night my 3rd son mentioned it." Xiaoping, "Doesn't he, your husband, frequently go up the mountain?" Meiwa, "Doesn't he, your brother-in-law, often visit the riverbank woods?" Chenhua, "I'm not sure if I should mention this, but my 3rd son saw your husband working in Ding widow's field in the dead of night." The women exchanged glances, quickly grasping the situation, and jumped down from the cart to deliver a fierce beating to Ding Widow. Their cries mingled with curses, attracting a crowd at the city gate. Yet, no one stepped forward to intervene. The elderly driver quivered in fear. These women were ruthless, and Ding Widow's face was already bruised, with clumps of her hair torn out. "You are going too far. I want to let this go," Ding Widow wailed, her earlier bravado completely diminished, now appearing pitiful and cowering. The women climbed back onto the cart. "Hey, is everyone here? Let us go," one woman shouted. Upon hearing this, the driver cracked his whip, and the ox cart surged forward, leaving Ding Widow behind on the ground, ignored. One bold soul on the cart turned to Mrs. Zhou. "Shall we? Did your husband really come looking for you? What will you do then?" Mrs. Zhou responded nonchalantly, "My children are dutiful, though we've endured hardships. Our lives are undeniably better than before. Besides, thanks to my third son, how else could Suli have hunted so many game? Just recently, we exchanged some for silver, something we could only dream of before. If anyone dares to trouble us at our doorstep, my third son will ensure they taste the bitterness." The women on the cart nodded in agreement. It was inconceivable that Mrs. Zhou would engage in seduction. Despite her beauty, her temperament was fierce, living like a man since her third husband's death. At that moment, Suli felt comforted, although Mrs. Zhou had not yet fully healed from her widowhood. In just 2 months, she had chosen not to succumb to sorrow. Truly, a woman may be weak, but a mother is formidable. Upon returning home, Suli discovered that her brother had gone fishing with others and caught quite a few. "Mother, the river is drying up. There are no more fish. We've caught them all." Suja looked dejected. "Never mind, you and the others should render the lard." She led Suli into the house. "Mother, regardless of circumstances, we must prepare in advance. Tomorrow, you will steam buns at home while I go to Baisian. I forgot the water jar and water pouch today." Mrs. Zhou nodded, then put the meat away. "Bring it out again in the morning when we leave. I'll visit the village chief to discuss the current grain situation." Suli nodded and entered the kitchen. Soon, the aroma of pork wafted through the foot of the mountain. At the village chief's house, Mrs. Zhou remarked, "Chief, with the rise in grain prices, it's not a good sign. We must prepare early." The chief replied, "This spring we haven't had any rain. The rice is currently in the filling stage and the river is dry. What are we to do?" Sun Chi-mei interjected, "Fortunately, our village has 3 wells. If the wells run dry, we will have no way to survive." The chief insisted, "First, we must address the immediate issue. Go ring the bell and notify everyone." Before long, a crowd gathered beneath the large tree in the village. "Grain prices are rising. If anyone has spare money, hurry and buy grain. It may go up even more in the future." As soon as the news broke, chaos ensued, with some expressing disdain. "Chief, you can't just parrot what others say. As a village leader, you should have some judgment. How will you lead us to fill our bellies?" A man bellowed. "Yang Ergu, if you want to be chief, take the position, but you're just a good-for-nothing. Why criticize others?" The chief was rarely so harsh, shocking the crowd. Yang Ergu, red-faced, stubbornly retorted, "Am I wrong? You're telling others to buy grain when the rice will be ready in less than 2 months? Isn't that just wasting money? Will you take responsibility for the extra silver? Shut your foul mouth. Whether you want to buy or not is your business. Do you think the grain is meant just for my family? Don't think I'm afraid of a good-for-nothing like you. I've given you the information. You may choose to buy or not. Don't come back later as an armchair strategist." Sun Chi-mei cursed directly and dragged the chief away, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Mrs. Zhou observed everything, noting those who remained indifferent, sneering to herself at their ignorance. How shallow they were. She resolved to distance herself from them. Before reaching home, she caught the scent of cooking oil and heard the sounds of children playing. "Be careful not to burn your mouth. When mother returns, sprinkle some sugar on top for extra flavor," Suli called out. "Elder sister, these pork cracklings in the buns must be delicious," Sushi chimed in. "I saw the big sister bought some leeks. They would taste even better with leek buns." Suji added. "Don't eat too much. I'm taking a bowl to Uncle C," Suja declared. Mrs. Zhou quickly wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, and strove to compose herself, ensuring the children remained unaware of her emotional turmoil. Chapter 14. Has her family struck it rich? As soon as Suja stepped outside, he spotted his mother standing there in a daze. "Mother, you're back. The lard is ready." Mrs. Zhou nodded. "I've come to cook, you hurry along. Tell your Uncle C to go buy grain tomorrow." Suja nodded and swiftly ran next door with the lard. The next day, many people set out in groups, including Suli, who rode in the village chief's ox cart alongside Uncle C. Noticing Uncle C's hesitant demeanor, she sighed, realizing that even a small amount of money could pose a significant challenge. Uncle C, Mother said that if you're short on silver, let us know. We have some to spare. Upon hearing this, Su Laoxi's eyes brightened, but soon dimmed again, burdened by his sense of inadequacy, always relying on his sister-in-law for support. They were a struggling family of orphans. Understanding his internal struggle, Su Li, recognizing him as an honest man, slipped him 3 taels of silver. Su Laoxi's eyes widened, ready to speak, but Su Li quickly shook her head at him. Before long, they arrived at the county town. Su Li, shouldering her basket, bid farewell to a few people and headed straight to the hardware store with a clear purpose, to acquire water jars and water bags. She spent 3 or 4 taels of silver to purchase 4 large water jars, 10 water bags, and a bucket, cursing the unscrupulous merchants under her breath. Once again, she had them move to the alley, replicating the previous arrangement to maximize her storage. Afterward, she visited the vegetable market and bought some eggs. Spotting steamers. She immediately bought 4, as she could not keep borrowing from her neighbor. Naturally, these were placed into her large basket. Her final stop was the fabric shop, where she intended to buy fine linen. As Zhou had advised, the coarse cotton was too loosely woven, so she gathered her fabrics once again. "Miss, it's you again," the shopkeeper exclaimed, stepping forward to take her basket and set it aside. "Uncle, I would like to purchase some fine linen." "Very well. The fine linen is 601, but I shall sell it to you for 551. Feel free to choose your colors." The shopkeeper was rather perplexed, wondering why she still wore patched clothing despite having previously purchased ready-made garments and fine cotton. Soon, she had selected 5 bolts of fabric and an additional 5 pieces of fine linen garments, with the shopkeeper pricing them at 700 won each. Zhou had instructed her to buy some coarse linen as well, otherwise it would be too conspicuous, so she obtained 5 bolts of coarse linen. Altogether, she spent 8 taels of silver, which caused Su Li a twinge of pain, yet there was no alternative. In the following days, they would be busy preparing food, leaving no time for sewing new clothes, so she would have to entrust this task to the villagers, albeit only with the coarse linen. She didn't wish to invite unnecessary trouble due to this matter. As before, she stored the fine linen in her space and took the coarse linen back to the city gate. At this time, no one had yet arrived, so she leaned against a tree and feigned sleep. Before she knew it, she heard her 4th uncle calling her. Upon looking, she was astonished to see the cart filled with grain, and she quickly placed her basket onto it and hopped up herself. "Uncle Day, why did you buy so much all at once? It must weigh around 2,000 jin," Su Li exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the village head's family must be quite wealthy. "The price of grain has risen again. White flour is now 13 won. Black flour has reached 9 won. This includes grain from the clan leader's family, Su Qing's family, and 4 households, each contributing 500 jin." As the horse-drawn cart moved along, the 3 of them sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Su Dave mused, "The price of grain seems to fluctuate daily. What shall we do? With over 10 mouths to feed at home, we can barely make it through a month. The river has run dry, if it doesn't rain soon. What shall we do about the rice?" Su Li replied, "It truly does seem to rise daily. I fear it's the same everywhere. Heaven, please send rain." Su Laoxi chimed in, "Brown rice has reached 9 won. Thankfully, there are only 4 of us at home. I must go to the mountains tomorrow to see if there is any game to trade for some grain. We can't keep relying on Sister San's family." As the ox cart entered the village, a crowd gathered under the large tree at the entrance, chattering away like a bustling market. Su Li felt exasperated, thinking how idly these people loitered in the heat when they could hardly afford to eat, yet spent their days gossiping. "Hey, Su Laoxi, where did you get the silver to buy so much grain?" a woman exclaimed, her tone laced with discontent. Su Dea shot her a glance before cracking his whip, causing the ox to moo as it surged forward, kicking up a cloud of dust that left the woman covered in dirt. "Huh, what is there to be smug about? Huh, have you gone to buy grain? For what? Wasting money. Just wait for the heavens to rain, and the rice won't need irrigation anymore." Indeed, the heat is becoming unbearable. Certainly, the river is dry. There are no wild vegetables left on the mountains. The murmurs of discontent rose and fell, but Su Li paid them no mind, focusing instead on helping to unload the grain. "That girl has such strength. She carries a sack in each hand. We seem superfluous. After a quarter of an hour, all the grain was distributed among the households. Suli politely declined the village head's invitation to dinner and returned home, where several children were already setting the table. Sister, hurry. We've been waiting for you. Sushi exclaimed joyfully, as today promised a feast of bone broth and buns. You all start eating, I need to wash my hands first. Returning to the room, she retrieved the coarse linen and garments from her space, just in time for dinner. Here, sister, this bone has marrow. Give it a try. Suja offered her a large bone. Thank you, brother. Suli replied, recalling how she enjoyed this in her previous life. Mother, tomorrow we'll cook at home. I bought a steamer. Joshua nodded, saying, Ja'er. You and your brother will return the steamer to Aunt Chi later. Bring back a few pork oil buns. Yesterday, while rendering lard, several neighbors caught wind of it. It wouldn't be proper to give them vegetable buns. Suja nodded, Mother, this carrot and bone soup is delicious. Joshua glanced at the children. Make sure to drink plenty. There will be enough buns. Mother, it's so hot. Won't steaming too many spoil them? Joshua looked at Suli and said, Cough, what do you children know? I have my ways to prevent spoilage. Now hurry and eat your meal. Suli smiled but said nothing. Feeling grateful for her mother's support, she had no fear. The next day, the entire family busied themselves making buns, carrot and meat, egg and chives, and eggplant and meat. The children were puzzled, unsure why their mother was preparing so much food. Make more, as we'll head into the mountains the day after tomorrow, Joshua declared. Planning to fill up water. They toiled from dawn till dusk, utterly exhausted. Joshua suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no. I forgot the fabric. She and Sushi took the coarse linen to Aunt Chia's house. At that moment, they were unaware that others were gossiping about their family. Pray tell. What on earth are they up to? You can see smoke rising from their chimney all day long. Could it be they've struck it rich? Surely they're planning to start a food business? Struck it rich? Joshua herself said it's the silver from Lee Girl's hunting. How amusing they are. Just a few days after separating, look at Joshua's radiant face. The children even appear to have flesh on their faces. Say, where did Sulasi get the silver to buy so much grain? Both families started with nothing. Huh. They say that girl is a curse to the Su family. Who knows who's really cursed? Huh. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Those two vixens must have caught some man's eye. The crowd turned to see Donghua Fu, her face a mask of disdain, clearly unimpressed. Do you think everyone is like you? I see you can't stand to see others do well. What a piece of work. A woman retorted, having long been irritated by Donghua Fu, who seemed to flirt with her husband as if she were a mere decoration. Who are you talking about? Donghua Fu shot back, unperturbed. I'm talking about you. Acting like a prostitute while demanding a virtue plaque. Don't think I don't know you're trying to seduce someone else's husband. Stop your nonsense. Donghua Fu spat, her saliva hitting the woman's face. I see you're lit like a lantern in a latrine. The woman shouted angrily, stepping forward to engage in a scuffle. Chapter 15, Joshua's Favoritism. This farcical scene was unknown to Suli's family, who worked late into the night before finally resting. You three will gather firewood on the mountain tomorrow. Lee and I will stay at home, Joshua instructed. Mother, I don't want to wear new clothes. I'm afraid I'll ruin them. She expressed her reluctance. Joshua felt a pang of sorrow, preparing to suggest they wear old clothes. However, Suli suddenly spoke up, let us wear the fine linen. It's so hot. The coarse linen is too sticky. I bought more fabric, and once you're done, we'll make some. Don't worry. Joshua nodded. Listen to your sister. We'll wear new clothes tomorrow. The patched clothing was simply unbearable to behold. After hastily washing up, the three children fell into a deep sleep, while only Suli and her mother remained in the kitchen. Joshua nodded gently, and Suli confidently waved her hand, storing all their belongings into her space. As night fell and both Mrs. Zhou and Sushi drifted into slumber, she entered the space only to discover that the bowl was overflowing, the spiritual spring spilling over. Her heart ached with concern, prompting her to quickly lower the wooden bucket. She pondered the potential side effects of this spring water, deciding to wait until she was settled before experimenting, lest she attract suspicion. The following morning, she heated several buns for the children and sent them off to the mountains. Lear, steam some whole wheat buns. These are all made from white flour, Mrs. Zhou suddenly realized. Suli nodded, glancing at the roughly 600 buns in the space. If they were to eat 3 meals a day, they would last just over 10 days, but more would need to be made. Mother, I'll use the dough I saved from yesterday. In ancient times, without yeast, they had to rely on traditional methods. Otherwise, the buns would turn hard and become inedible. All right, I'll prepare the dough. You fry the eggs, Mrs. Joe instructed, and the two set to work with clear division of labor. 2 hours later, the children returned from gathering firewood, just in time for a meal of rice porridge paired with buns and pickled vegetables from the village head's family. Mother, these whole wheat buns are so soft, not at all like. Suji began but suddenly caught himself, falling silent. Mrs. Joe refrained from scolding him, remarking instead, "If you enjoy them, eat as many as you like." She handed him a meat bun made with cracklings. Mother, life is truly wonderful now. We can eat to our heart's content every day. Suja beamed with happiness. At that moment, Huang Yulan arrived, carrying a wild chicken. Sister-in-law, cook some soup for the children. Hurry and take this to exchange for silver. I bought some oil yesterday, rendered some cracklings, and we can eat a few more meals. Mrs. Joe felt that their lives were somewhat better than theirs. Huang Yulan, brimming with joy, said, "Sister-in-law, just keep it." Fourth brother had good fortune today and hunted a foolish roe deer that can fetch some silver. Mrs. Joe nodded, recalling the flavor of the whole wheat buns, which were different from those made at the old homestead. She was directly asked by Huang Yulan, "Sister-in-law, how come the whole wheat buns you made are so soft and fluffy?" Mrs. Joe chuckled. "I accidentally added the leftover dough from yesterday. Haha, from now on, I'll always save some unused dough." She could not expose her daughter's talents. Huang Yulan's eyes lit up. "Then I shall try it too." With that, she set down the chicken and returned home. After the meal, everyone returned to their tasks. "Mother, I want to eat brown sugar buns." Suli suddenly recalled the brown sugar sponge cakes and rice cakes her grandmother made in her past life. Mrs. Joe nodded, thinking of their limited brown sugar supply. "Mother, let's knead the brown sugar into the dough and give it a try." She murmured softly, "If we could grind rice into a paste and make rice cakes, they would be even more delicious." Mrs. Joe naturally heard her, but said nothing, merely starting to knead the dough. One steamer could hold 20 buns. 4 steamers meant 80 buns. After a day of hard work that left her back aching and legs cramping, she had managed to create 800 buns. Feeling a pang of sympathy for her daughter, Mrs. Joe urged, "Go to sleep. You need to rise early tomorrow. Get some rest. We have no meat left. So I'll steam buns and make vegetarian ones tomorrow." She glanced at her daughter before heading to the kitchen, returning shortly thereafter. The next day, Suli awoke to a familiar scent, rolling out of bed, her body aching, only to realize the sun was already high in the sky. Embarrassed, she touched her nose as she entered the kitchen and froze. "What are you standing there for? Come and taste these rice cakes. Are they not delicious? I added plenty of sugar." Mrs. Joe beckoned her over. Feeling a wave of emotion wash over her, Suli picked one up and stuffed it into her mouth, causing Mrs. Joe to laugh heartily. "Be careful, they're hot. No one is going to take them from you. I'll collect them all later." As she spoke, her hands continued to knead the dough. "The brown sugar ran out yesterday, but your fourth uncle is going to the county town, and I'll have him bring some back. Since you love brown sugar, I'll make extra. Sushi loves chive and egg buns, so I'll make some of those too." Suli nodded, feeling grateful that her mother didn't favor sons over daughters. A warm current surged through her, leaving her momentarily bewildered. She stood still, and Mrs. Joe noticed her daughter's unusual demeanor, pausing her work to ask, "What's wrong, Lear? Are you feeling unwell?" Embarrassed, Suli replied, "Mother, I think I've gotten my period." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Joe breathed a sigh of relief and turned to check her daughter's clothing while washing her hands. "Quickly lie down, I'll get you some pads." Suli nodded gently, still confused about the pads, and when she saw the actual item, her eyes widened in surprise. "Mother, how do I use this? What is it filled with?" Mrs. Joe, unfazed, remembered when her daughter was naive, as she had always personally handled the pads. In a gentle tone, she explained, "Inside there's plant ash, 4 pieces in total. You just need to change them. I'll wash them tonight." Suli was taken aback. "You have to wash them? One tea that make you sick? Using wooden pieces for the toilet is one thing, but these pads." Mrs. Joe, noticing her daughter's changing expressions, mistakenly thought she was in pain and softly reassured her, "You don't need to do anything today, just rest well." Suli nodded, indeed feeling some discomfort in her abdomen. Slowly, she drifted into sleep, unaware of how long she had slumbered until Sushi called her, "Sister, wake up. Mother made you brown sugar eggs. Eat them while they're hot." At that moment, Suli felt a pang of hunger. finishing a bowl in a few quick bites before settling back into slumber. In the kitchen, Sushi still felt a bit worried. "Mother, can we finish steaming all these?" Mrs. Zhou replied without hesitation, her tone resolute. "No need to worry. I have my ways." Sushi was puzzled, but her mother clearly did not wish to elaborate. So she refrained from questioning further and continued wrapping buns. That evening, Sushi stewed the chicken and brought a bowl to fourth uncle's family, along with some brown sugar buns. Huang Yulan, seeing the food the two children had brought, felt somewhat embarrassed. "Xia, there's hardly any meat on that wild chicken. Why are you bringing us more?" "Hey, is this whole wheat?" Sushi replied cheerfully, "Aunt, just try it and you'll see." Before Huang Yulan could even touch the food, her 10-year-old son, Xiaoshan, eagerly grabbed one, quickly breaking it in half and handing half to his older brother, Diqiao. "Wow, it's hot. Hey, it smells amazing. Mother, it's sweet and fragrant, the taste of brown sugar. Auntie's steamed buns are truly delicious." Huang Yulan accepted the food, a smirk of mock reproach in her eyes as she shot her son a glare. "You little glutton. How dare you critique your mother's cooking?" "Not at all. Jagu said that in a group of 3, one must be a teacher. Learn from others' strengths and you too can benefit. Right, mother?" Huang Yulan nodded in agreement. But her son's next comment made her laugh despite herself. "Mother, you should learn from Auntie and make me these brown sugar buns. I want to complain about your cooking," he said, eyes sparkling with excitement. Huang Yulan was at a loss for words. "You little foodie. I see your auntie has spoiled you. Your auntie's meat buns are for dogs. Tomorrow, go with your brother to gather some firewood to take to your auntie's house." Chapter 16. Gathering Water on the Mountain. Although Huang Yulan's words were sharp, she was indeed very fond of the two children. The next day, she began making brown sugar buns, even incorporating some of the leftover dough from yesterday. Upon returning home, Xiaoshan saw the buns on the table and felt a surge of sweetness in his heart, muttering, "I knew mother had a tough exterior but a soft heart. She truly cares for me." Su Laosi looked on in silence, finding his younger son too clever for his own good, but at least he harbored no ill intentions, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. At the dining table, Huang Yulan said, "Head of the family, return some of the silver from yesterday to sister-in-law." Su Laosi nodded. "I'll return it tomorrow. I'll check the traps on the mountain later to see if there's any game. Tomorrow I'll exchange it for silver and also buy some salt and grain." Alas, the price of grain has risen again. Whole wheat is now 12 won. Huang Yulan nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, the weather is becoming increasingly oppressive, with no sign of rain in sight. I have observed that the river has completely dried up, and today the village chief has mandated that each household is allowed a limited amount of water." Su Laoxi's expression turned grave as he spoke in a low voice. "I will head to the mountain now." Gripping a steamed bun tightly, he hurried away, leaving a few others with solemn expressions. Suddenly, Su Daqiao, the eldest son, posed a question. "Mother, it seems that the ants have been preparing food these past few days. Are they planning to sell it?" Huang Yulan gently shook her head, her heart filled with confusion. She had previously inquired with San Saw about the matter, only to receive the response, "We intend to go to the mountains soon and make more steamed buns, while also determining which variety is the most delicious. Without any fields, we must find a means of livelihood, don't we?" Huang Yulan understood well that creating culinary delights requires continuous experimentation and research, hence the increase in production. At that moment, chaos erupted by the village well. "What are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" a woman shouted. "The village chief has already stated that each household is permitted only 2 buckets of water, and your family has already taken theirs." Her words sparked outrage among the crowd, and some began to shove one another. The pushed woman, at a loss for words, quickly retorted, "Why not mention Suja's family? They have been preparing food every day lately, and who knows how much water they have used." Upon hearing this, the crowd paused, and someone interjected, "Stop talking nonsense. The Suja family hasn't come to fetch water today." The woman, feeling somewhat guilty yet determined, insisted. "But didn't they take the most water in the past few days? Do not speak ill of others. The village chief has made it clear that it starts today." The woman's tone remained defiant. This task had been entrusted to her by the village chief's wife, and she could not betray that trust. The discontented person left, grumbling under their breath. Of course, this incident soon reached the ears of Aunt Chi, who relayed it to Zhou Shi. Zhou Shi brought a bowl of red sugar eggs to her. "Leer, the water level in the well has dropped. Once you are well, we shall go up the mountain to fetch water." Suli shook her head, saying, "Mother, we cannot wait any longer. Tomorrow. Let the brothers stay at home while we go to the mountain." The following day, the two set off for the mountain. Suli quietly remarked, "Mother, the steamed buns we've made can last over a month." Joshua nodded, though a sense of panic lingered within her, which she could not reveal in front of her daughter. After an hour of walking, both were flushed, drenched in sweat. Joshua commented, "It seems the water sources on this mountain are scarce. How can it be so hot? Who is even digging for wild vegetables here?" Suli felt an urgent anxiety. Had she known it would come to this, they should have stored water beforehand, for water was of utmost importance. They trekked on for quite some time, lifting their heads to the blazing sun, realizing it must be midday. Listening to the incessant cicada chirps around them only heightened her unease. Taking out some buns from her space, she sought a shady spot, and they sat down to eat together. Joshua, feeling a pang of concern for her daughter, said, "Wait here for Mother. I will go look for water." Suli gently shook her head, her tone soothing. "Mother, have you noticed that as we came in, the animals were scarce? This is a clear indication of the lack of water. We simply need to follow the tracks of the animals to get closer to a water source." Joshua nodded, and after a moment, the two ventured deeper into the mountain. After about half an hour, they heard the sound of rushing water and exchanged glances, smiling at their discovery. "Mother, you stay here. I will go take a look." Joshua, realizing she would be of no help and not wanting to hinder her child, nodded and hid behind a large tree. Suli walked forward about 5 or 6 meters, and suddenly, the scenery opened up before her, revealing a clear pool of water, with several animals leisurely drinking nearby. A spark of joy flashed in her heart as she thought, not only is there fresh spring water, but there is also meat to be had. Without hesitation, she took out a hoe from her space and made her way towards the cluster of animals. Her gaze fixed on a particularly naive-looking deer. The sudden movement startled the creatures, causing them to scatter in panic. After a few thuds, several prey fell to the ground. Suli swiftly sprang into action, carefully dragging the catch away from the water's edge. Fortunately, they were downstream, so the water source remained uncontaminated. Joshua, hearing the commotion, rushed over, and upon confirming her daughter's safety, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. Suli stored the animals in her space and said to Joshua, "Mother, let us move upstream. We cannot drink from here." Joshua watched as her daughter pulled out a large water jar from her space, glancing nervously around to ensure no one was nearby. Suli found it amusing. "Mother, we are well within the inner perimeter. No one will come here. However, we must act quickly, for there may be larger animals nearby." Joshua nodded vigorously and began filling the water buckets without a care for her wet shoes and clothes. Half an hour later, they had filled 10 water bags and 4 large jars. Both were utterly exhausted, lying on the ground. Joshua gazed at the nearly dried-up pool, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. "What shall we do? This is the inner perimeter. Having taken this much water, it may soon be gone. It seems we cannot return here. Mother, let us fill these 2 buckets before we leave. This spring water may dry up in a few days." Suli also felt a deep sense of regret. She had not anticipated that even the mountains would dry up. What would they do if the heavens did not send rain? The mother and daughter patiently waited for a long time, managing to fill only 1 bucket. Seeing that the day was waning, they decided not to linger any longer and hastily departed from the mountain. On their way back, their pace noticeably quickened, almost turning into a run. It was only upon reaching the mountain's edge that their tense expressions began to ease. By then, night had fallen, and distant shouts began to echo. The two exchanged glances, and Suli produced all the game she had caught, shouldering it as they walked. Joshua followed closely behind, feeling a sense of approval for her daughter's actions. After all, silver requires a source. She had long heard the village gossip. Would old Wang suspect anything? Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. It mattered not, for they had already severed ties, and there was no evidence. Everyone had known they left with nothing. Chapter 17. Inquiring for news in the county town. Upon their return, the tension among the villagers began to dissipate. Why are you so late? Hunting requires a timely approach." Suli understood her fourth uncle's concern and smiled as she replied, "Tomorrow, we shall take these larger game to sell for some silver. We're out of salt and seasonings at home." Sulasi nodded, snatching a deer from Suli's shoulder and heading down the mountain. Once back home, She quickly prepared a meal of rice porridge, cold cucumbers, and a few red sugar buns. Su Lassie carefully retrieved a cloth bag from his arms and handed it to Zhou Shi, saying, San Sa, this is the 5 taels and 1 coin I borrowed. Please keep it safe. Zhou Shi hesitated, wanting to speak but stopped short. However, Su Lassie preempted her, saying, yesterday, I caught several rabbits, and in the previous trap, I caught a silly deer, which I exchanged for some silver. There is still some left. Please accept it, sister-in-law. Su Lassie sighed again, San Sa. The water in the well is increasingly diminishing. Today, several households have quarreled over water. Hearing this, Zhou Shi's brow furrowed in concern, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Li interjected, fourth uncle, today mother and I went hunting and found that the game on the outskirts has completely vanished. Many villagers are digging for wild vegetables, trampling into the inner perimeter where the remaining game has all been captured. More critically, one of the springs in the inner perimeter has also dried up. If there is no rain soon, we may face a disaster. Fourth uncle, we need to store water. Su Lassie sprang to his feet, realizing he had only hunted at the fringes and was unaware of the dire situation. His expression turned exceedingly grave as he anxiously replied, Lier, at the hour of Chun tomorrow, we shall venture forth to sell our prey and procure some sustenance. Su Li nodded gently. The timeline for the well's depletion is indeed unpredictable. We must prepare ample provisions in advance to guard against the eventuality of a water source running dry, rendering us unable to prepare meals. Su Lassie was filled with confusion. There are food items that do not involve moisture, such as buns and pancakes. Yet in this sweltering heat, they cannot be preserved. Unexpectedly, Su Li suddenly suggested that Aunt Si come over early tomorrow. I have a solution. As night descended, they gradually slipped into slumber. The following dawn, with the first light of day, the children's foremost task was to queue for water. Su Li called Aunt Si and her mother to her side, intending to prepare instant noodles. Indeed, in this predicament, instant noodles are the only viable option. She skillfully shaped the dough into slender strands, deftly twirling them around chopsticks before frying them in a hot pan until golden. Both Aunt Si and her mother were astonished, never having imagined that noodles could be so innovatively cooked. Su Li remarked, Mother, these can be eaten dry or soaked. Mrs. Zhou promptly boiled some water for Su Li and Su Lassie, preparing a bowl for them. Within half a TS time, it was ready, and the two of them relished their meal heartily. Su Lassie exclaimed, the flavor is exquisite, and the preparation is quite convenient. Su Li added, most importantly, it requires little water. Mother, we must leave now. You two should remain here today and focus on making these. Mrs. Zhou nodded, although their home had space. The Laosi family had nothing at all, so it would be wise to prepare more, for who knows when the water may run out. At the village well, a woman casually inquired, Shia, what have you all been cooking lately? It smells delightful. Oh, Aunt, there is scarcely any food. It's just that my mother, not wanting to burden my sister too much, is attempting to prepare something to sell in the county. We've only just begun experimenting. And now the water situation has worsened. Alas, it is quite vexing. I heard your sister has caught a few roe deer? Yes. She spent all day hunting yesterday and returned only when it was dark. Upon inquiry, we learned that all the animals have fled to the inner areas, and they only managed to catch a few there. The crowd gasped, they've all retreated to the inner areas? That's a dangerous gamble for money. While the Suja family appears to live well, they are treading a razor's edge and envy is unwarranted. With no one heading to the county, the two had no choice but to spend 31 for a round trip, hiring old Xiang's ox cart. Upon arriving in the county, Su Li immediately sensed something amiss. The once bustling county now seemed desolate. Without further ado, she shouldered her large basket and made her way to the fragrant pavilion. At this moment, the doors of the fragrant pavilion slowly opened, and the shopkeeper, upon noticing the newcomers, guided them to the back courtyard. The proprietor approached, scrutinizing the catch before striking a deal at 25 won per jean, totaling over 150 jean. After a brief calculation, he promptly handed them 4 taels of silver. Eager to gather information, Su Li inquired, might I ask, esteemed shopkeeper, how has the demand been of late? I intend to return in a couple of days and can bring more. The shopkeeper waved his hand dismissively, do not bring any more. This is the last time. We shall depart soon. This is our final farewell. Casting a glance at the two, he approached to shut the courtyard gate and whispered, I have heard that the borders are in turmoil. General Zhou can no longer hold his ground. You would do well to leave swiftly. Upon hearing this, Suli blurted out, "May I ask where the shopkeeper intends to go?" "South to Hanzhong. The climate is favorable there, resources and water are plentiful. And it is the territory of the king of Jing." Su Laosi tightly grasped the shopkeeper's sleeve, wondering how the matters of escort would be resolved if they left prematurely. The shopkeeper sighed inwardly. "Well, if I am to assist, I shall do so thoroughly. The county magistrate is a distant relative of mine. If you truly wish to arrange this, act swiftly. Though it will not come cheap, each household will require 10 taels of silver." Su Laosi protested. 10 taels of silver could sustain a family of 10 for a year. This county magistrate is quite unscrupulous, yet if our lives are at stake, what use is silver? Su Li replied, "Then we must trouble you once more to assist us with introductions. We shall return home to gather silver. We will come back this afternoon." After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, the two had no leisure to shop, for the grain shop had already closed, indicating the urgency of their situation. On the ox cart, Su Li pondered. At present, she had 105 taels of silver. Purchasing an ox cart for the entire family to travel to Hanzhong. She wondered if the funds would suffice. "Fourth uncle, how far is Hanzhong? Why did the shopkeeper mention the king of Jing?" She hadn't had the heart to inquire further just then. Su Laosi replied, "Far, about over 1,000 li. It would take roughly 40 days on foot. As for the king of Jing, I have heard he was once a formidable general, quite powerful, I presume. Beyond that, I know little." Su Li quickly calculated in her mind. 40 days. If they traveled by ox cart, they could be faster. Without needing to prepare meals, they could possibly arrive in 30 days. Upon returning home, the kitchen was bustling with activity, everyone joyfully preparing the new dish, entirely oblivious to the impending calamities and disasters. After hearing the 2's account, Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Huang were greatly shocked. Glancing at the several half-grown children, they wondered how to proceed. Mrs. Zhou decisively declared, "Fourth brother, quickly informed the village chief of the situation. Hurry." Upon hearing this, Su Laosi turned and dashed away. Su Li appeared hesitant, about to speak, when Mrs. Zhou suddenly interjected, "Lier, you may not know that your father escaped here during a famine. He once recounted the circumstances of that time. If we set out so recklessly, we may not reach our destination. We must travel with the others." Su Li understood that her mother was concerned for their safety, being mostly women and children, and chose not to press the issue further. Chapter 18. Paying a high price for an escort. Upon receiving the news, the village chief acted decisively, summoning the clan elders to begin discussions. Both natural disasters and warfare. Alas, in my view, if it were not for this conflict, the drought would have already manifested. We must depart. And swiftly. Oh, what misfortunes! This time, let us choose a better place. We cannot allow our descendants to endure famine twice. The expressions of the crowd were grave, silence enveloping them. Indeed, this group, barely over 40 years old, was forced to confront the reality of leaving their homes for the second time. Memories of the past felt like a haunting recollection. The village chief resolved. "Go notify the clansmen to gather silver. Each family should send a representative to accompany me." He then instructed Day, "Let us go. Sound the gong." Before long, the sound of the gong resounded through the air. Many villagers, who were presently having their lunch, rushed out with their bowls, whispering amongst themselves, unsure of the cause behind the village chief's alarm. Silence. Silence. Bang, 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 bang. The gongs beat urgently. News from the county. The border is in turmoil. Wealthy families are preparing to leave. Those wishing to depart, come with me to arrange for an escort. It will cost 10 taels of silver. The village chief was in a state of disarray, akin to an ant on a hot pan. You cannot simply follow the opinions of others. Display some judgment. The village chief finally found a target for his frustration, slapping someone and scolding, "Young Ergu, I've long disapproved of you. Always idle, engaging in petty theft. Your mouth is like a flapping bird, spouting nonsense. Let me tell you, if you wish to accompany us, not a chance. Get lost." At this moment, the crowd stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed the village chief so enraged. Clearly, the situation was dire. The village chief continued. "You have a quarter of an hour to gather. Those wanting to leave should meet at the village entrance. Remember, at the village entrance." Just then, a man anxiously interjected. "Village chief, must it be 10 taels of silver? What if we cannot afford it?" The village chief sighed. "Take what you can. First, see if we can arrange it." Upon hearing this, the man felt relieved. The grain prices had risen to 15 when yesterday, and, thankfully, He had heeded the village chief's advice to purchase some, otherwise they would be left with only tree bark to eat. A quarter of an hour later, observing over 50 villagers gathered at the village entrance, the village chief sighed silently. There were over 100 households in the village, and nearly 40 of those present were from the Sioux clan. Well, it's hard to advise the stubborn. 3 ox carts carried the crowd to the fragrant pavilion. Sully approached and knocked on the door. The innkeeper, perplexed by the unexpected knock, was puzzled since he had already declared that they would not accept any more provisions from today onward. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the throng of people. Sully stepped forward, exclaiming, "Little brother, quickly take me to see the innkeeper." The innkeeper, somewhat dazed, opened the courtyard gate to let everyone in and called for the proprietor. This is Uncle. Yes, we are all leaving." The innkeeper felt a headache coming on. How could this girl bring so many people? After some contemplation, he decided that it would suffice. As the county magistrate was also resigning, he exchanged a few words with the attendant. "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me to a private room." He led everyone upstairs, where only a handful of diners occupied the main hall. Upon witnessing the sudden influx, they were taken aback by the spectacle. The crowd filled 2 adjacent private rooms. The village chief, recalling the clan leader's admonitions, struck up a conversation with the innkeeper and gradually learned about the customs and culture of Hanjung. He decisively stated, "Brother, I have a favor to ask. May I inquire where I can procure a map to Hanjung?" The innkeeper hesitated, reluctant to speak. The map was not inexpensive, having cost him a significant sum. At that moment, Sully stepped forward. "Uncle, I assume this map is not easily obtainable. Might I borrow it for a moment? I wish to replicate it." It was no jest. Having lived with her grandparents since childhood, she had absorbed much knowledge. Her grandfather, a university professor, had imparted to her the art of exquisite calligraphy, while her grandmother, a master of the guzheng, had also nurtured her passion for sketching, from which she had gleaned a thing or two. The innkeeper, not wishing to withhold, produced the map and requested paper and brushes, stating, "The extent of your recollection shall be your skill." Sully nodded and furrowed her brow. "Uncle, I shall return shortly." She dashed out. Upon her return, she held a piece of charcoal, using it to begin her replication of the map. After marking the significant locations with a brush, a rudimentary map was completed in a quarter of an hour. The innkeeper was astonished. Though the depiction was not flawless, it accurately represented all key locations, even the lakes. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. A sturdy man opened it to reveal a sharp-looking gentleman entering alone. Surely, he was the county magistrate. The village chief promptly bowed, addressing him as Sir. The innkeeper began the introductions, gesturing for the magistrate to take a seat while outlining the situation. The magistrate's brow furrowed, and the village chief, observing the tense atmosphere, grew increasingly anxious, while Sully remained calm and composed. The magistrate remarked, "There are too many people. This is exceedingly risky." Sully retorted, "How avaricious. It seems you wish to inflate the prices." Seeing the crowd, she turned to the village chief. "See, I told you this wouldn't work. Let us just go back. I shall keep my 5 taels of silver. Many in the village are preparing to hide in the mountains." Sude, catching the underlying tone, interjected, "Father, perhaps we should reconsider. The magistrate has declared it too perilous. We cannot force anyone. I suggest we leverage our numbers. Lear is strong. Surely we can find a way to survive in the mountains. Those brigands wouldn't dare venture up there." The village chief remained silent, while the magistrate was deep in thought. Noticing the ragged appearance of the group and recalling Sully's mention of 5 taels, it became clear they intended to leverage their numbers to bargain. The attendant had informed him that there were over 50 people. If each were to pay 5 taels, that would amount to a staggering 300 taels, no trifling sum. Moreover, with his impending resignation and the need to escape, the expenses along the way could not be underestimated. Exchanging a glance with the innkeeper, the magistrate sighed quietly. He earnestly cautioned the crowd, "Do not be hasty. You are numerous, yet grain prices are soaring. Even with silver in hand, you won't acquire much. Furthermore, the conditions in the mountains are uncertain. Even if you evade the brigands, how will you survive without rain?" He turned to the magistrate, saying, "Old Co. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. For my sake, lend a hand." The magistrate furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before conceding, "Very well. How many households do you have now?" 5 taels per household." The village chief, relieved, glanced at his son and Sully, replying, 58 households. Thus, everyone began to gather silver, with Suli covering the costs for the Su family. The village chief commenced registering each household's name. Tonight at the end of the high hour, wait for me here, the magistrate instructed hurriedly before departing. The village chief resolved to have his eldest son and 3 other men stay behind while he and the rest went into town to procure supplies, with Suli naturally accompanying her uncle. Chapter 19. An early escape. As Suli and her uncle entered the general store, they exchanged a knowing smile and quickly set about purchasing salt, sugar, vinegar, and soy sauce. With food becoming increasingly scarce, they decided to try their luck at the vegetable market to assess the situation. However, upon arriving, they found the alley completely deserted, leaving them both bewildered. Lear, her uncle remarked, the village chief said we would leave by noon tomorrow. Should we venture back to the mountains? Perhaps there are still traps set with game. Uncle, there is no water source nearby. It is unlikely there will be any game, Suli replied. Let us check the ox cart vendor to see if there are any oxen left. To their dismay, all the sturdy oxen had already been sold, leaving only an elderly mule, which they considered selling but ultimately found impractical. Her uncle shook his head. We need to evade the brigands. It's likely we will take the mountain paths. A mule is too stubborn. It may be manageable under normal circumstances, but in these times, it would be useless. Suli nodded, aware that she possessed space in her provisions, yet she wished to find a source for food. So she needed to discuss it thoroughly with her mother upon returning. Uncle, I'll return and build 2 carts to carry food. We can forego everything else if necessary, her uncle suggested. Suli shook her head firmly. There is no time. We cannot skimp on silver. We must buy what we need. We need to leave room to prepare food. After a moment of deliberation, they reluctantly spent 2 taels on 2 carts. Her uncle grumbled, what a rip-off. The wood is worth mere pennies, yet they charge a tael. Suddenly, Suli realized that her family had only 1 pair of shoes. She tugged at her uncle's sleeve and urged him to help her search for cloth shoes. They finally found a pair tucked away in a corner. An elderly woman, her hair streaked with gray, was busy repairing the soles. Upon seeing Suli, she greeted her warmly, and without further pleasantries, Suli purchased every pair of shoes, leaving the old woman speechless. The 2 returned home with the main group, where others were still preparing instant noodles. Sister San, Yulan, we must hurry. Prepare as much as you can. We leave by noon tomorrow. Her uncle set down his load and joined in to assist. The village was abuzz with activity. Some were bustling with energy, while others were listless. Some lamented their fate, while others were filled with regret, and chaos reigned in the Su family home. Slap. You ungrateful child. Even now, you still want silver. Old Wang scolded angrily, feeling that raising a son had only brought her a good name, with no fortune to her benefit. Su covered his face in shock. Mother, scholars value their reputation. Why do you strike me? How can I stand in the academy after this? Starving and dazed, yet you still think of school, a true fool. Old Wang retorted indignantly. Old Su coughed lightly. It appears that other families have begun packing. It seems things are coming together. Old Wang dismissed this. That Su Qingyong family is so poor. Do you think they can afford 10 taels? Old Su heir added, let us not be deceived. This matter cannot be so easily resolved. We should wait. Su Yu anxious. Insisted, mother, my classmate said 20 taels would secure it. The longer we wait, the higher the price may rise. Old Wang glared at him. Don't try to fool me. The clan has announced 10 taels. You want 20? Do you think your mother is illiterate? Old man Su, hush now, let's assess the situation. We'll discuss this tomorrow. How utterly vexing. Where could we possibly scrape together 20 taels? Even the 10 taels came from selling our land, and now it seems we can't even sell that anymore. As the final hour of high approached at Piaoxian Lodge, several men grew increasingly anxious. This was the village's sole hope. Despite the innkeeper's repeated reassurances to remain calm and that all would be well, their hearts burned with impatience. Nearing midnight, a knock echoed through the silence. The men seated in the main hall sprang to their feet instantly, swiftly opening the door. The county magistrate slipped inside, secured the door behind him, and handed a bundle to Su De. All the documents are here. Review them quickly. His tone carried an undercurrent of urgency. By the dim glow of an oil lamp, Su De meticulously examined the contents, verifying the count. Indeed, it listed 58 households. He gave a slight nod and bowed respectfully, clasping his hands. Your Excellency, we are eternally grateful. The magistrate waved a dismissive hand and turned to depart. The men finally released the weight from their hearts, slumping exhaustedly over the table, gradually drifting into slumber. At the first light of dawn the next day, the men took their leave, returning to the village just after the hour of chin. The clan elders had already gathered at the village chief's home, their anxiety palpable. As the men entered, the tense expressions softened. Sude solemnly retrieved a stack of papers from his chest, his face beaming with joy as he addressed the chief. "Father, it's done." The chief slammed the table. "Go. Notify everyone to depart." The originally planned noon departure was moved up, and the village buzzed with activity. Suli stored all essential items into her spatial inventory, leaving only some provisions behind. Joshua pulled Suli into the room. "Lear, change into these coarse hemp clothes. Your aunt finished them yesterday with the materials we brought." Suli grasped her mother's hands. "Mother, now that we're fleeing the famine with the village, though we can rely on each other, still." Joshua patted her hand reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. I'll handle everything. If any trouble arises, push it onto your father." Suli shook her head. Her mother had misunderstood. "Mother, I'm not talking about food. With so many people, we'll be conspicuous. In the face of danger, we must protect ourselves. You mustn't let past kindness soften your resolve. We can repay favors once we reach Hanzhong." Joshua smiled faintly. "Lear, rest assured, I understand this logic perfectly. Now, hurry and pack," Suli remarked. "Were it not for catching you secretly wiping away tears multiple times, I might have believed you, a classic case of a sharp tongue hiding a tender heart." 2/4 of an hour later, the crowd assembled at the village entrance, a bustling throng of over 1,000 men, women, and children, presenting an initially imposing sight. Yet, upon closer inspection, all wore patched clothing, their faces etched with boundless sorrow. The chief announced, "Each family send one representative. Then distribute all the travel passes from last night." The procession set off in a grand, orderly manner. Of course, the entire village soon learned of this and chaos erupted. Have they really left? Even the chief took his ox cart. The travel passes are settled? Could it be so swift? Su Qingyong's family only gathered 4 taels, and it's done? Good riddance. I still owe the chief's family 2 taels, now I needn't repay it, haha. At the Su ancestral home, what shall we do? The entire clan has gone. Old man Su is frantic. When they were notified yesterday, Wang Pozi had sneered and mocked the messenger. He turned his glare toward her. "It's all your fault. Short-sighted fool. Quickly give the silver to the eldest son so he can expedite the process." Wang Pozi trembled uncontrollably. In all these years, her husband had never been so enraged. "Where would we get that much silver?" "Then use your private savings and let all the branches contribute. If you want to live, stop hoarding." Old man Su regretted having turned a blind eye for so long. Chapter 20. Zhou Shi's aura erupts, berating a woman. The group that fled early remained unaware of this. Under the blazing sun, everyone conserved their water, with women and men prioritizing the elderly and children. Xiao Shan pleaded, "Mother, please take a sip. I saved it for you." Huang Yulan's eyes welled with tears as she turned away, chiding him gently, "I'm not thirsty. You drink it." Zhou Shi and Suli exchanged glances, a pang of sorrow in their hearts. Suli shook her head. Her spatial ability must remain hidden. Zhou Shi remained silent. Suli suddenly noticed the scorching heat above. "Mother, we forgot the most crucial item. We didn't buy straw hats." Zhou Shi dismissed her concern. "Don't worry. Look what your brother is doing." Suli glanced over and saw Suja cutting wild grass. Her eyes lit up. "Mother, can you weave straw hats?" Zhou Shi nodded, though her heart ached. She had learned to weave hats and sandals at 8 out of necessity, crafting countless pieces until her hands were calloused by her teens, yet still enduring beatings and scorn. Seeing the shifting emotions on her mother's face, Suli assumed she was recalling past hardships and comforted her. "Mother, as long as we're together, life will surely improve." "Believe me." Zhou Shi nodded, taking over the handcart. "Rest a while. I'll push it." As Suli tried to protest, the chief approached. "Li girl. There's something I'd like to discuss with you." Suli was puzzled. "Chief grandfather, please speak freely." The wild herbs nearby have all been foraged. I reckon we'll need to find water sources eventually. But none of us have experience hunting in the mountains. What if we encounter large prey?" The chief was in a bind. Appointing a young girl as leader seemed improper, yet there were no alternatives. "Chief grandfather, are you asking me to lead the team?" Suli stated bluntly. The chief nodded, feeling somewhat ashamed under Zhou Shi's furrowed brow. "I agree. But on one condition, our family and 4th uncles must travel in the very center." Also, if night watches are needed, our two families are exempt. She needed to ensure her family's safety before departing. The chief replied without hesitation, naturally, that's only fair. With women and children in the family, they must be protected. Thus, the two families took their place at the heart of the procession. From sea hour until the end of U hour, they trekked about 20 li, utterly exhausted. The chief ordered a halt to rest. Everyone began lighting fires and preparing meals. Suli discreetly retrieved food from her spatial inventory via a small bamboo basket and handed it to Zhou Shi. Zhou Shi called the children to eat. At the sight of steamed buns, their eyes widened in astonishment. Suji whispered, "Mother, where did you hide these? They're still warm." Zhou Shi mysteriously gathered them in a circle, whispering, "Quietly now, your father sent them. We have food and water, but don't let anyone else discover this." The children trembled with panic, anxiously scanning their surroundings. Suja asked anxiously, "Mother, where is father? Why can't I see him?" Zhou Shi brushed it off. "Only I can see him. Your father said he's worried about our journey to Hanjing and will escort us there. This must remain a secret." They nodded vigorously like pestles pounding garlic. Zhou Shi was immensely satisfied. Now she could retrieve items without suspicion. She then began weaving straw hats, the grass flying deftly through her hands. In about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a hat was completed and placed directly on Suli's head. "Wow, Mother, your hands are so skillful. It fits perfectly." Suli was delighted, never realizing her mother was such an artisan. Zhou Shi smiled and started on the second and third hats. Though dusk had not yet fallen, and they were in the center, her actions were soon noticed. And others approached to learn. Huang Yulan teased lightheartedly, "Third sister-in-law, we have the same hands, yet mine are so clumsy. I've managed to weave one. But it's truly ugly, I can't even stand the sight of it myself." Haha, as long as it works. Zhou was unfazed, for she had honed this craft over the span of 7 or 8 years. However, an individual stepped forward and exclaimed, "Oh, Widow Zhou, I didn't expect you possess such skills. You seem to weave quite swiftly. I shall take these 2 hats." With that, she reached out to grab them. At that moment, Suli was assisting Chichao, and the other women were taken aback by the audacity of the woman from Suong. "What are you doing? Can't you weave for yourself? Are you missing an arm or a leg, or is your brain not functioning properly?" Suli would not indulge her. Directly snatching the 2 straw hats and placing them on the heads of Su Ji and Su Shi. The children, quick-witted, held on tightly. "Hey, you fool! Why are you being so fierce? The straw costs no money, it's all from the roadside. Your mother weaves quickly, so just make a few more. We're all from the same village, why be so stingy?" The woman spoke with a sharp tongue. Upon hearing this, Zhou became agitated. Throwing down the straw in her hands and standing up, "Say that again if you dare. Who are you calling a fool?" The woman, puffed up with arrogance, was not intimidated. After all, didn't Suli once seem like a fool? Did I say something wrong? Zhou delivered a resounding slap to her face. "Shut your filthy mouth. I see you can't produce anything of value. My daughter Li-er is perfectly fine, and if you dare to call her a fool again, I'll tear your mouth apart." The woman covered her face in disbelief. How had Widow Zhou become so fierce? Just then, her husband arrived, and she rushed to complain. "Dear, look, Widow Zhou hit me and called me a dog." Su Hang regarded her with disdain and annoyance, casting her a glance. "Get back. Don't you have any shame?" He dared not provoke Zhou, nor did he know if Su Laosan had informed her about his affair with Widow Ding. He certainly did not want to be the subject of ridicule. He hurriedly pulled the woman away, while the others weaving straw hats could not help but feel astonished. It was rare for Zhou to speak so sternly. Huang Yulan pulled Zhou to sit down. "Sister-in-law, don't pay her any mind. Please help me check if I made a mistake." She held up a straw hat for her to see. The atmosphere soon returned to calm. Meanwhile, Su Laodu's family awaited the return of their eldest son, Siu. After wiping his sweat, Siu announced, "Father, it's all settled." Su Laodu was overjoyed. "Let us go now. Perhaps we can catch up with them." Wang Lapa hesitated. "It's too dark to see. Let us leave tomorrow instead." Su Laodu shot her a glare, "Light the torches." And so, they set off with torches, unaware that the village chiefs were also on the road with their own. The village chief remarked, "I believe we should set out after the hour of you, as it will be cooler at night and conserve water." The clan elders nodded in agreement. The chief decisively stated, "We shall travel from the hour of Chin to noon, and from the hour of Yu to the hour of Cho for rest." Thus, the group lit their torches and began their journey, though some villagers voiced their dissent. The village chief, fierce in demeanor, declared, If your family is unwilling, feel free to leave on your own." From that moment on, no one dared to dissent. Su Laotu's family arrived at the place where the village chiefs had stayed by the hour of Qin, utterly dumbfounded. "Father, is this the route the village chiefs took? Did we take a wrong turn?" Su Laosen was quite agitated, plopping down on the ground, weary and hungry after a night of travel without catching up. "Why are they moving so fast?" Su Laotu noticed the charred piles of firewood and slapped his thigh, lamenting, "Alas, we are a step too late. It must be this very path. Quickly prepare some food, we must hurry on." All were weary and reluctant to move. Wang Lapa, now seething with anger, exclaimed, "What? Do you want me to serve you food and drink?" Su Laosan's wife, Xuan Yang, exchanged glances with little Wang Shi, then quickly averted her gaze, inwardly grumbling, "How annoying. This entire family expects to be catered to." After a while, the food was finally prepared by the two women. Yet, as soon as they tasted the coarse rice porridge, they spat it out. "What is wrong with you two? Who put so much salt in here? Do you think salt is free, you fools?" Wang Lapa was now exasperated and weak. Chapter 21. The Successful Search for Water Sources. Su Laotu shot a glance at the two women. "We are fleeing a disaster. Without a penny to our name. If we do not catch up with the village chiefs, we may have no way out." Both women flushed with shame and lowered their heads. Su Laotu continued, "Let us rest for half a day before setting out again." His feet were blistered. And surely the village chiefs would also need to find water and rest. After a night's rest, everyone felt refreshed, and the village chiefs began to strategize. Suli took out a map and said, "We have traveled 30 miles. Hanzhong is over 1,200 miles away. If we continue at this pace of 30 miles a day, it will take us 40 days. The village chief furrowed his brow, "But we are in a water-rich area. Now, this water might only last for a day at most." The clan leader wore a worried expression. "We must hasten our journey and stay ahead of the refugees. Who knows what lies behind us?" Everyone understood the implications of his words, attacks from Hu people, and the threat of robbing food and murder. Observing the somber expressions, Suli suggested, "I propose we select some strong men to form a night watch team." Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Thus, 3 teams were formed, 10 for night watch, 10 for searching for water sources, and 10 for day protection. Suli felt greatly reassured by the village chief's actions. It was evident he had gained considerable insight into strategies for fleeing disasters. A throng of people pushed carts, carried baskets, and bore bundles, creating a rather grand scene. However, it was perplexing that hardly any common folk could be seen on the official road. The village chief sighed helplessly, observing that the surrounding grasslands had been completely stripped bare, growing increasingly anxious about the water sources. Meanwhile, Suli refilled the water bags as she walked and then handed them to Zhou, 7 in total. 2 of which were for her uncle's family. The children who received the water bags were astonished, silently sighing, compared to this water. They wished for their father to be alive. Suji took a sip, squinting slightly, and whispered to Zhou, "Mother, this water is sweet." Zhou nodded. "We each take 1 water bag daily, there's no more, so be cautious and don't let anyone find out." At that moment, Huang Yulan, holding a water bag, appeared somewhat flustered. She gingerly approached Zhou and quietly inquired, "Sister-in-law, where did this water come from? It is a timely blessing, their family has run dry." Zhou glanced around and then whispered in her ear, "This is from the 3rd, just 2 jars daily, no more." Huang Yulan was taken aback, nearly stumbling. But Zhou promptly steadied her. "Can you two not walk properly? Is there something you can't wait to discuss at a resting time?" A woman behind scolded, having nearly fallen herself. Zhou and Huang Yulan exchanged glances and nodded slightly, then quickened their pace to keep close to the others. Su Laosi, upon learning this, was quite shocked, glancing around occasionally, hoping to catch sight of his 3rd brother, but saw nothing, feeling somewhat disheartened. Huang Yulan comforted him, "Dear, though we are fleeing a disaster and facing hardships, I feel that since leaving the old home, our lives have become increasingly hopeful. Once we settle down, I shall surely help the 3rd sisters more." Su Laosi nodded in agreement with his wife's words. "Yulan, after all these years, I have made you and the children suffer." Huang Yulan felt a pang in her nose, turning her head away, but after a moment, she turned back. "Let us not speak of such things. Now that we are all together, it's all worth it. I hope never to encounter the inhabitants of the old residence again." Deep within, Su Laosi harbors grievances towards the elderly couple, and at this moment, He wholeheartedly agrees with his wife's sentiments, nodding silently in acknowledgement. It was only at midday that everyone finally took a break. The original plan was to traverse 40 miles daily, with 20 miles to be covered in the morning. But everyone was now utterly exhausted. At this time, Suli's family was enjoying their brown sugar steamed buns. Joshua remarked that the meat buns were to be saved for dinner. The neighboring women noticed her family had not lit a fire for cooking, as Sue Lassie's family merely boiled some water without preparing any meals, leaving them quite perplexed. Unable to contain her curiosity, one woman approached to inquire, and Joshua promptly produced a bun, explaining that it was the food she had previously researched, enhanced with ingredients to prolong its preservation. At these words, the woman's eyes brightened with interest. "What is it?" Joshua, with a hint of a smile, regarded her silently, causing the woman to feel quite embarrassed and retreat discreetly. As such incidents occurred frequently, Suli began to worry, but Joshua brushed it off, saying, Everything is fine as long as mother is here. You need not fret." Suli nodded, offering some instructions to her family before setting off with the water team, carrying their water bags and buckets, leading the way. Traversing through a grove, they beheld a desiccated river, and the group looked despondent, for the landscape was devoid of grass, replaced by cracked earth. After walking approximately 2 miles, Suli realized that this approach was futile. Addressing the group, she declared, "Continuing like this is not a solution. Let us divide into 3 groups. Where there are animals, there will be water sources. Observe the droppings, tracks, and flocks of birds." Upon hearing this, the men felt a surge of anxiety, for they lacked Suli's strength. One voiced his concern. "It's better not to split up. What if we encounter large prey?" Suli strongly disagreed, asserting, "And how shall we find anything if we do not separate? We will all perish from thirst. Besides, large game is likely deeper in the mountains. We have yet to enter." Without allowing further rebuttal, she set off, and the remaining men, though apprehensive, reluctantly divided into 2 groups. Time slipped by, and after an indeterminate period, Suli wiped her brow and suddenly brightened, advancing to investigate. To her delight, she discovered the tracks of wild boars. The other 4 felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, their bodies trembling slightly. Suli instructed, "Stay here, I will take a closer look." After venturing about 200 meters into the woods, she found not the boars, but a small hollow that seemed to reflect light. Breathing a sigh of relief, she called out, "Hurry over. I've found it." At her words, the 4 rushed over, only to discover a spring of clear water nestled within the hollow, surrounded by wild vegetables. They eagerly cupped their hands to drink, exclaiming, "So sweet. Truly refreshing." However, Suli remained uncharacteristically subdued, for she feared the spring could only sustain them for a day. Sighing inwardly, she instructed, "Whoever can move quickly should return to inform the others to bring more buckets and water bags. I shall delve deeper." Bidding farewell to her companions, Suli walked along the narrow mountain path, retrieving the rice cakes Joshua had specially prepared for her. Along the way, she did not encounter any large game, but did manage to catch 2 mountain chickens. Upon her return, she glanced at the map, shaking her head at the vastness of the mountains, pondering how much time they could have saved had they ventured deeper to find a water source. Arriving back at the spring, she found the men joyfully drawing water, their faces alight with happiness as they expressed their gratitude. Chapter 22. To enter the mountains or continue on the main road. By the time they returned, it was nearing the end of the afternoon. Suli, carrying 2 buckets of water and 2 wild chickens on her back, caught Joshua's eye, who, seeing her daughter drenched in sweat, felt a pang of sympathy. She fetched a wooden basin, poured some water into it, and gestured for her to wash her face. This action left those nearby utterly astonished, and murmurs began to swell among them. "I say, Widow Zhou, how wasteful you are. This water is hard-earned, and everyone else can scarcely bear to drink it, yet you use it to wash your face." "Indeed, Widow Zhou, I'm not trying to criticize, but a girl will belong to another family one day. You cannot indulge her like this." However, dissenting voices arose. "Aren't you being overly concerned? She earned the water. She can use it as she pleases. If you have the capability, go fetch your own." After washing her face, Suli turned and declared loudly, "Let me make this clear. My mother has a name. She is Zhou Shaohui. If anyone dares to refer to her as Widow Zhou again, do not blame me for my rudeness. Moreover, this water source is mine to have discovered. If you continue your prattling, you shall not be permitted to use any water I find in the future. Truly, you're spoiled." Do you live by the sea? Why such concern? One woman muttered under her breath, Humph, what is there to be so proud of? A family of orphans and widows, without us, who knows how they would perish? Yo, sure. Incensed, rushed forward and slapped her, retorting, what of being orphans and widows? Have you eaten or drunk from my family? Keep on talking. And I shall inform my third son tonight. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals felt a chill run down their spines, and one whispered, shall we? Where is your third son? Glancing around anxiously, Zhou Sure stifled a laugh, right over there by that big tree. Everyone turned to look where she pointed, but saw nothing. A nearby household hastily scurried away, their fear palpable, confirming the rumors of the old Su family were indeed true. Unbothered by the onlookers, Suli handed a wild chicken to her fourth aunt and, after a brief rest, resumed her journey. By midnight, the main group finally halted and Suli, utterly overwhelmed, collapsed onto the ground, her body exhausted and her feet aching as if pierced by needles. Without eating, she leaned against a sturdy tree and fell into a deep slumber. Zhou Sure, filled with concern, softly remarked to Suja, tomorrow, if there is grass, gather some, I will weave some mats for you. Suja glanced at Suli and nodded slightly. Thus, the following day, all three children busied themselves cutting grass until noon, when they finally took a break. Zhou Sure then stewed the wild chickens, while also setting to work weaving grass mats. Mother, you should rest a bit, Suji said, filled with affection. Zhou Sure patted his head, assuring him, I'm not tired. Once this is done, you'll have something comfortable to use tonight. Go check if the chicken soup is ready. The children, including Suli, swallowed hard, their eyes drawn to the pot. Suli felt a sense of helplessness as she could not bring out the buns. Instead, she retrieved some instant noodles from the cart. And soon the aroma wafted through the air, causing several neighboring households to cast envious glances in their direction. Xiaosan, De Qiao, come here. Suli ladled out 7 portions, handing each a bowl. They accepted with embarrassment, recalling their mother's words about making a stew in the afternoon and cooking rice porridge to share with the third NS family. The sound of slurping noodles filled the air, and the children wore expressions of sheer contentment, entirely unbothered by the gazes of others. Elder sister, this is too delicious. Truly a taste of heaven. Suji exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight, drawing laughter from those around. Here, mother has some left for you, Zhou Sure offered, preparing to refill her younger son's bowl. To her surprise, Suji turned his bowl upside down, saying, I'm full, mother. You eat quickly. Suli felt a swell of satisfaction. Though her younger brother was greedy, he was also dutiful and wise, and she resolved to ensure he received an education in the future. Zhou Sure felt immense pride, bearing the burden of widowhood alone. Yet her children were all well-behaved and understanding. As long as she could raise them to adulthood, her life would be fulfilled, with no further desires. In contrast to other families, where children cried incessantly for chicken meat, the others could do nothing but lament their plight. In the afternoon, Huang Yulan prepared a large pot of chicken and rice, and both families feasted with satisfaction. Zhou Sure stated, tomorrow I'll weave another one. This will be for the 2 children to use. She had woven 3 grass mats that day. Huang Yulan received it with gratitude, contemplating what she might prepare the next day to repay Zhou Sure's kindness. As dusk approached, after resting for 3 hours, the group resumed their journey, continuing until midnight when they finally settled down to sleep. The members of the old Su family were nearing the brink of despair, practically sprinting forward. Had the villagers sprouted wings? They vanished from sight at such a remarkable speed. Su Lao fell to the ground, gasping, Father, I can't go on. I need water. Seizing the water pouch from the cart, he drained it entirely. Wang Pozi snatched the pouch back, shook it, and then struck him across the face, exclaiming, You ungrateful wretch. This was saved for emergencies, and now the last drop is gone. What shall we do? Su Lao, indifferent, lay on the ground, panting heavily. Whether I die of thirst or hunger, I can't be bothered to chase anymore. They might have already ventured deep into the mountains. I refuse to believe they can survive without water. Upon hearing this, Su Lao, his eyes suddenly gleaming with determination, declared, We shall enter the mountains immediately. Perhaps we can find some food to alleviate our urgent needs. As long as they have gone into the mountains, we're bound to find some trace of them. The others nodded in agreement, but Su Yun furrowed her brow. But Grandpa, what if we encounter wild beasts or a pack of wolves in the deep mountains? Su Lao felt helpless. We are in dire straits. We have no other choice. If we can find a water source, or perhaps locate the village chief and the others, we might be saved. Thus, the Su family set forth into the mountains, unaware of the dangers that awaited them. Meanwhile, the water supply had run dry. Suli pulled out a map and began to ponder. They had traveled for 4 days, approximately 180 miles. If they searched for water every 2 days, it would be unsustainable. After examining the map, she discovered the nearest mountain range was called Xiaolong Mountain, modest in scale. Behind it lay Longwei Mountain. By traversing this mountain and taking an alternate path, they could reach Xinzhou, thereby shortening their journey by 2 days. However, this route was fraught with uncertainties and dangers, and thus far no one had dared to tread it. She gathered the village chief and the elders to discuss. Grandpa Village Chief, this route could shorten our journey by 2 days. But no one knows what troubles we might encounter. Should we take the risk, or follow the official road? I worry that the water sources will grow ever more distant, causing our pace to slow. The village chief exchanged glances with several elders, all expressing deep sighs of resignation. He sighed, with the situation at the border uncertain. I leaned towards taking the mountain path. If the Hu people breach the city, traveling along the official road would be tantamount to seeking our own demise. Moreover, our food supplies are dwindling. We urgently need resupply. A steadfast elder voiced his dissent. The mountains are fraught with peril. In my opinion, it would be prudent to stick to the official road. The Hu people likely want to breach the city in the short term. Consequently, a cacophony of voices arose in heated debate, leaving the surrounding villagers astonished. Was there a divergence in opinions? Chapter 23, You've entrusted the wrong person. I shall not take on this task. Suli rubbed her temples. This group of elders was so obstinate that even the women had to step aside. The village chief also rubbed his temples. These old fools let a junior witness their folly. He coughed lightly to regain attention. All right, enough bickering. The crowd fell silent, some feeling awkward as the village chief continued. I concur with the village chief's viewpoint. Our food supplies are scarce and our water sources have run dry. While traveling the official road poses dangers, entering the mountains carries risks as well. However, the mountains could shorten our journey and provide us with supplies and water. Weighing the options, it seems more prudent to venture into the mountains. The village chief nodded in agreement, adding, moreover, perhaps it will be cooler in the depths of the forest. An elder also nodded. The mountain paths are treacherous. We can only travel by day and rest at night. Thus, preparations were made, and they set off towards the mountains, not the one belonging to the old Su family. The village had only a few ox carts, so they had to unload the carts and transfer their belongings to the oxen's backs. The other 2 families expressed their reluctance, but bore no complaints. After approximately 2 hours of arduous trekking, everyone was utterly exhausted. The rugged mountain paths and desolate trails made even the advanced scouts struggle. Eventually, they reached a relatively flat clearing where the village chief ordered the group to rest. Everyone collapsed onto the ground. Josher handed out water pouches to several children just as the village chief approached. Li girl, I must trouble you to lead the team to find water. We have run completely dry. The village chief gazed at the surrounding desiccated vegetation and cracked earth, sighing heavily. Suli accepted Josher's water pouch, taking a black steamed bun before setting out. The water-seeking team moved cautiously, gradually penetrating deeper into the mountains. Suli began to clear a small path. One man looked at the surrounding vegetation with surprise. Suli, look. The grass is not completely withered, which means our path is correct. Suli nodded in agreement. Moreover, we need to widen this path for the villagers' ease of travel. We should avoid the back and forth. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed, running back and forth was exhausting. After an unknown duration, Suli heard the chirping of birds and the impatient calls of cicadas, which brought her joy. She promptly commanded, everyone split up. This area must conceal a water source. You 2 come with me, while the remaining 7 form a group. Exercise utmost caution, and if anything seems amiss, raise an alarm immediately. With the 2 in tow, she advanced until they reached the entrance of a cave. Inside, there was some light and a breeze, but her acute senses detected a faint smell of blood. Raising her hand, she signaled for the others to halt. You 2, climb the trees and wait for me here. Do not make a sound. One man, feeling anxious about the unknown dangers ahead, whispered, Suli, take this sickle. Be careful. Suli accepted the sickle without hesitation and proceeded into the cave. The interior was not overly dark. After walking about 30 meters, she discovered a bloodied man lying inside. beside him a sharp sword. Just as she prepared to approach and inspect, the man suddenly opened his eyes and lunged at her with the sword. Suli cursed inwardly but raised the sickle to defend herself. The man attacked ferociously, forcing her to retreat until her back hit the cave wall. Realizing she could not overpower him, Suli blurted out, "Are you insane? Are you a murderer? We are strangers. Why must you strike to kill?" The man's pupils narrowed as he observed her weapon, a sickle. "You are not one of his people?" Suli widened her eyes. "Whose people?" "I am here searching for water." Only then did the man notice her coarse clothing and the lack of martial finesse in their exchanges. She possessed considerable strength, however. Relaxing slightly, he lowered the sword and produced a jade pendant and a letter from his chest, handing them to her. "I apologize for the misunderstanding. Please deliver this letter to Prince Rue. Those who see the jade will reward you handsomely." After speaking, he fainted from weakness. Suli was taken aback, shaking him to confirm his unconsciousness. Astonished, she gazed at the valuable jade. This man must have a significant background. However, if she were to complete this task, she feared for her life. Moreover, she could not forget her plight of fleeing. It was impossible to abandon her companions for this errand. Shaking her head, she declared, "You've entrusted the wrong person. I shall not take on this task." Yet, seeing him drenched in blood and noticing that the letter had no seal, she inexplicably opened it, reading with growing alarm. It turned out the Hu people had breached the city, and General Zhou was unable to withstand the assault, having been killed by a traitor. What should she do now? This individual has evidently fallen victim to the relentless pursuit of a treacherous assassin. Should this letter fail to reach its destination, it is feared that the Hu people will swiftly conquer several cities. Weighing the pros and cons, a decisive course of action must be taken. There is no alternative but to revive this man, allowing him to divert the assassin's attention. And it is imperative that he himself delivers the letter. With a firm slap of the thigh and a silent grumble in her heart, she begrudgingly prepared a quarter bowl of spiritual spring water, reconsidering and pouring back half, leaving only a couple of sips. She then administered it to him, relieved to see him swallow, as his complexion gradually improved. After a moment of contemplation, Suli resolved to leave one of her elder brother's garments for him, retrieving 10 steaming buns from her spatial pouch, along with a water pouch. With determination, she turned and departed without the slightest hesitation. After she had walked for a brief quarter of an hour, the man abruptly awoke, catching a whiff of the foul odor clinging to him. To his astonishment, he discovered that all his wounds had healed, and he noted the items left behind by Suli, musing quietly to himself, "Have I encountered an immortal?" He had believed he was on the brink of meeting the King of Hell due to his grave injuries. Swiftly changing his clothes, he gathered the items and vanished with haste. Unbeknownst to him, Suli was engrossed in foraging for wild vegetables. The 7 members of the party had already located a water source, an expansive, tranquil pool surrounded by lush trees, offering a refreshing respite in a wide and level clearing. "Suli, this place is so cool. We could drink from this water for several days," exclaimed one man, filled with joy. Suli shook her head gently, cautioning against lingering too long, as they had ventured deep into the inner region. Observing the edges of the pool, she noticed some significant tracks scattered about, indicating the presence of sizable creatures. "Thus, we must set out at dawn tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the robust men who had been gathering wild vegetables exchanged looks of disappointment. Their spirits dimmed, yet they had no choice but to comply. The majority of the party consisted of the elderly, women, and children, necessitating extra caution and prudence in their actions. After assessing the group, Suli reassured them there is no need for concern. "We shall delve deeper into the heart of the wilderness. Although there are risks, it is likely we won't have to toil as hard to find another water source." Half an hour later, the villagers began to arrive in droves, rushing towards the pool to drink, only to be reprimanded by the village chief. "Look at the signs of wildlife nearby. Any water that is collected must be boiled and cooled before consumption." He had not forgotten the harrowing events of 20 years prior, when many lost their lives due to drinking unpurified water. Some attempted to argue, but the chief firmly stated, "If you wish to live, you will heed my words." With no dissent, the villagers commenced filling containers and preparing meals. Chapter 24. Finding water sources and hunting wild boars. Astonishing the villagers, Suli sought out Mrs. Zhou. "Mother, please wash these wild vegetables thoroughly. We shall blanch them for consumption." Mrs. Zhou accepted the basket, saying, "You should rest, my dear. I will take care of it." Suli nodded, spreading a mat on the ground and leaning against a large tree for a moment of respite. Meanwhile, the villagers busied themselves with great fervor. Although their food supplies were dwindling, the abundance of wild vegetables brought them joy, confirming their wise decision to venture into the forest. On the other side, several cloaked figures were in pursuit of the earlier man. One of them muttered, "He was injured. How could he escape so swiftly? Do not let your guard down. We must eliminate him quickly. He must not escape this forest." They exchanged knowing glances before employing their light-footed skills to chase after him. Meanwhile, Suli, along with the village chief and others, were discussing plans for the following day. "I believe we should rest today and set out early tomorrow," Suli stated candidly. "We must not draw attention. Encountering those assassins would spell disaster." The chief nodded in agreement. "This mountain path is rather treacherous. Even we old bones find it taxing. Let alone the women and children." Concerned, he added, "We should arrange for night watchmen in case we encounter large beasts." The group looked alarmed, as they were indeed deep within the mountains and near a water source, likely attracting various wild animals. Suli reassured everyone, "We shall rest in a circle tonight. If anything stirs, we shall ignite torches." An elder chimed in, "That is the only way. I suggest we make every effort to travel swiftly tomorrow. As we still have ample time today, let us gather enough water and food." All agreed, and soon they were busy preparing. Upon returning to their dwelling, Suji handed her a bun, whispering, "Elder sister, eat quickly. Father sent these oil residue buns." Seeing the tired expressions on everyone's faces, Suli felt a pang of compassion, discreetly adding a few drops of spiritual spring water to the congee. Moments later, they gathered around the pot for their meal. "Mother, this congee you cooked today is delightful. It revitalizes the spirit," exclaimed Suji. Suli was taken aback, hastily tasting a spoonful, and indeed, she felt as though a refreshing breeze had swept through her, dispelling her fatigue. Mrs. Zhou shot him a reproachful glance. "If you enjoy it, eat more. Perhaps it's due to the clarity of this spring water." She thought little of it, attributing it to her hunger. A wave of joy washed over Suli. The perilous journey through the wilderness had been fraught with danger, but with this spiritual spring water, her family now had an additional layer of protection. She resolved to be more cautious in the future, for such precious spring water could not be shared with outsiders. The more she pondered, the more she felt envious of the man's good fortune, and she couldn't help but slap her forehead in regret for forgetting to search for some silver coins, feeling she had missed a significant opportunity. The others were startled by her sudden action, and Mrs. Zhou exclaimed, "What's the matter, Lier? Are you unwell?" The children also looked concerned, knowing Suli had been tirelessly searching for water sources and had hardly rested. "Oh, it's just mosquitoes," Suli replied, scratching her head. Mrs. Zhou sighed in relief. "I will find some mugwort to fumigate. It should help. Hurry and eat, and after that, get a good night's sleep. You need not worry about anything else." Sushi offered Suli a pair of chopsticks filled with wild vegetables. "Sister, do try this. It's quite tasty." Suli's eyes sparkled as she savored the dandelion. It was slightly bitter at first, but turned sweet upon swallowing. "Xier, if you come across this herb again, be sure to gather more. Dried and steeped in water, it is excellent for consumption." Sushi's eyes lit up. "Sister, you know so much. I will follow your advice." Mrs. Zhou interjected, "Cough, cough, your father taught you that." Everyone fell silent, hastily consuming their meals. Suli felt immensely satisfied. Mrs. Zhou truly cared for her, always shielding her from harm. The village chief had arranged for several simple shelters to be constructed near the water pool. As dusk fell, the women and maidens began taking turns to wash themselves. After 8 days of arduous travel, everyone was covered in grime. Today's cleansing lifted their burdens, making them feel as light as a feather. Naturally, the men would be last. A blissful night of dreams ensued. The following day, everyone awoke revitalized, filled with vigor, and resumed their journey after collecting water. The further they ventured, the more refreshing the air became, and they diligently gathered wild vegetables. The village chief instructed, "We must prioritize our journey. We will afford time for everyone to search for supplies during our breaks. We cannot afford to be slow, only digging for wild vegetables." Suli, wielding a shovel, led the group forward when suddenly, she noticed birds fluttering nearby, signaling the others to halt as she approached to investigate. Instantly, silence fell among them. Approximately 20 meters away, a narrow stream, about a meter wide, flowed gently, its shallow waters revealing patches of green moss. Across the stream, 5 wild boars were drinking. Suli, hiding behind a large tree, felt a surge of excitement. This was a golden opportunity. Just as she prepared to charge forward, a flash of green rushed towards her. Reacting swiftly, she sidestepped just in time, then brought her shovel down with great force, crushing the venomous bamboo viper into a pulp. Suli felt a jolt of relief. Her quick reflexes had saved her from a deadly encounter with the highly toxic snake. A sudden sense of unease enveloped her. It became apparent that wild boars had detected her presence. The beasts exchanged glances before charging directly towards her. At the front of the group, several men noticed Suli's unusual movements and rushed over in a state of alarm. Upon seeing the snake, their expressions turned to one of shock, leaving them dumbfounded and at a loss. Just then, Suli's voice rang out, commanding, "Stay back." Moments later, a series of thuds echoed as 3 wild boars collapsed, lifeless. The remaining 2, sensing danger, turned on their heels and fled. Suli, flexing her fists, thought, "Oh? You think you can escape?" She quickly pursued them, seizing a large rock and hurling it forward. In her past life, she had faced mutated beasts that moved at least 5 times faster. One boar fell to the ground, while the other hesitated for just a heartbeat before sprinting away, disappearing across the small river. Suli mused, "Have these wild boars become clever?" Shaking her head, she dragged one of the legs towards the riverbank. Meanwhile, the men behind her were paralyzed with fear, having witnessed such brutality. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, 4 wild boars lay unconscious at her feet. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Come help," Suli called out. The men, still dazed, had yet to react when Joshua emerged, having anxiously pushed her way to the front of the group. Seeing her daughter single-handedly holding a wild boar, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Why are you all still standing there? Do you wish to exhaust my daughter?" Joshua exclaimed. The men exchanged glances, finally snapping back to reality, and stepped forward to assist. By this time, Suli had already dispatched the boars, washing her hands by the river. "Mother, what brings you here? Isn't it obvious? I was worried about you, Lear. Let's stay at the front." "A mother can't help but worry about her child," Joshua replied, offering her daughter a handkerchief. "All right, I shall heed your words. Mother, which part of the wild boar do you prefer? Let us keep some for ourselves and distribute the rest to the villagers," Suli inquired, for she did not particularly enjoy wild boar meat, finding it too tough and lacking in fat. Joshua nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we cannot consume all of this. We shall keep the hind legs and tenderloin, and the rest we will share." Before long, the entire group had arrived, marveling at the scene before them. "This girl possesses immense strength. We dare not provoke her," voices buzzed amongst them. My husband was left speechless, claiming she knocked out a boar with a single punch. "Look at that one, its skull is shattered. How much force did she exert? Did you see how she dealt with that snake?" The green bamboo viper was turned into a mushy pile by her shovel. "From now on, we must tread carefully around her. Remember, her mother is Jo Shalwi. With so much wild boar meat, they cannot possibly consume it all. If only we could have a taste." Voices like these continued, unbeknownst to Suli, who was intent on exploring downstream. Chapter 25, An Unshakable Feeling of Being Watched. After conversing with the village chief, Joshua felt a sense of gratitude as he expressed his appreciation. Sun Chimei was equally astonished. It was no wonder the elder had remarked that Suli was favored by fortune. After surviving a forced marriage, she had emerged unscathed and even improved in spirit. The village chief stood upon a stone, raising his voice, "Silence, everyone. Listen to me, these wild boars were hunted by Suli. In her generosity, she has decided to share with us during this time of food scarcity." Upon hearing this, joy erupted among the crowd, and they expressed their gratitude to her. The village chief continued, "Set aside the tenderloin and hind legs. Let us all prepare the remaining parts together. These 4 boars must weigh over 1,000 pounds. After removing the entrails, that means over 1,000 of us can share a pound each, not bad at all." Thus, everyone sprang into action. Children and elders gathered firewood. Women foraged for wild vegetables and fetched water, while the men began processing the wild boars. In this moment of camaraderie, the tension of their plight seemed to ease. Suli continued downstream, her gaze caught by a mesmerizing sight. The water cascaded over a cliff, revealing a charming waterfall. Below it lay a serene, deep pool. Elated, she realized she could bathe there that evening. Swinging her shovel, she carved a winding path and reached the tranquil waters in less than a quarter of an hour. To her delight, the pool harbored numerous fish. At this moment, she moved quietly, unnoticed by the others, who were preoccupied with the wild boars. After a brief contemplation, she retrieved 2 empty water jars and 2 buckets from her storage space. After days of travel, her 2 jars were empty. Within half a tea's worth of time, she refilled them and stored them away, moving them to a different corner, for this water was not suitable for drinking as it came from downstream. Then, she caught sight of something else that thrilled her, the elusive drunken fish grass. She hurriedly collected some, crushed it with a stone, and tossed it into the deep pool. Within moments, fish began to float to the surface. Joshua, observing this from upstream, was taken aback and quickly descended the path. Suli strung the fish together using grass from the riverbank. "Mother, I think we should roast these fish directly. We can enjoy them later," she suggested. Joshua shook her head. "No, that would draw too much attention. I will roast them into dried fish with your 4th aunt. It will be more convenient and less suspicious." Suli felt warmth in her heart. "Mother, I'm so grateful to have you." Joshua pouted with a smile. "Come on, let us head back to roast them. I'll marinate the hind legs. We'll keep 3 for your 4th aunt and 5 for ourselves. And I'll also roast the tenderloin for later." "All right, I will follow your lead." Half an hour later, everyone enjoyed the wild boar meat, satiated and content. "This meat is delicious. In the village, we wouldn't even catch a whiff of it. And these wild vegetables are so fragrant and tender. Oh, if only we could have this every day." "What are you dreaming of? There aren't that many wild boars to feast on." Thank goodness for Suli. She found water and provided us with this wild boar. Without her, we wouldn't have made it this far. Indeed. I worry about how things are back in the village. The group shared their sentiments, but soon laughter and joy returned as they feasted. Meanwhile, chaos reigned back in the village. "That tree bark was found by me, step aside. I planted it, so you move away." 2 women began to bicker over a tree. A common occurrence in the village. Others, realizing the situation, prepared to flee. Where will we go? Without a travel pass, where can we venture? Where have the village leaders gone? Can we catch up to them? It's been over 10 days. They must have already left the western province. What shall we do? We have no food, no water, no leaves. Are we to wait here for death? The crowd exchanged glances, seeing each other's cracked lips and dazed expressions, their hearts heavy. They ultimately resolved to ascend the mountain. Thus, several families began to make their way uphill in groups. Unbeknownst to Suli and her family, they were busy drying fish and tenderloin. Someone soon approached, asking Suli, "Where did you catch those fish?" Suli pointed downstream. "There's a deep pool along the river. There should be plenty more there." The person, filled with excitement, thanked her and hurried off with their family to catch fish. Before long, many families flocked to the pool, their laughter and joy echoing in the air. Meanwhile, on Lawway Mountain, report, Chief. Scouts have discovered a group of mud-legged people 10 miles from the village. The man stroked his teacup thoughtfully. "Oh, how many are there?" "Approximately over 1,000. The man's posture stiffened. "Have they been thoroughly investigated? What is their purpose?" "Like refugees, they feasted upon wild boar meat." "Huh. I imagine there must be quite a few strong laborers among them." The man wore a wicked grin. "Indeed, there are also quite a number of women and young maidens." Look at you, seizing the opportunity." "Yes." The subordinates withdrew. The night was delightful, and the women bathed by the pond, shedding their weariness. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in Suli's heart, as though a pair of eyes were fixated upon them. This sensation filled her with discomfort. She donned her clothes quietly, swiftly making her way to the shore. She walked upstream. The village chief and several elders were seated, deliberating on the matters for the following day, while the men stood guard nearby. Upon noticing her approach, the village chief prepared to speak, but Suli gestured for silence before climbing a lush tree. However, she discovered nothing. She shook her head gently, her instinct for survival in this apocalyptic world insisting that the feeling she had just experienced was no mere illusion. "What troubles you, Suli?" the village chief inquired softly. Suli shook her head. "Grandfather village chief, let's change our formation tomorrow. The able-bodied men should protect the elderly, women and children in the center. I can't shake the feeling that we are being watched." At her words, the elders' expressions turned grave. Suli produced a map, and the village chief immediately lit a firebrand to illuminate it. With a slight furrow in her brow and a serious tone, she remarked, "We currently find ourselves in Lawway Mountain, an expansive range long neglected by humanity. The specifics of the mountains remain unknown. The group's countenance grew somber, and the village chief resolutely declared, "Our food supply is dwindling, and there is no retreat. We must take a bold gamble." Suddenly, the village chief realized something. A hint of tension in his voice. Could there be bandits residing here? After all, the trees are dense and the water sources are plentiful. The group gasped in shock. What shall we do? If they are bandits, merciless in their pillaging, we may not stand a chance against them. An elder remarked, "We are unarmed. We must set out early tomorrow, equipped with farming tools." After further discussion, they resolved to depart at dawn, ready to face whatever might come their way. Meanwhile, Suli quietly approached the pond, gathering intoxication grass. The others, having finished bathing, noticed her actions. "Suli, what are you doing with that grass?" "Auntie, this grass can intoxicate fish. I thought that since we are leaving tomorrow, we might encounter a deep pond with fish, and it could come in handy." Suli replied leisurely. "That sounds good. I shall gather some as well." The woman reached for it, but Suli stopped her. "Auntie, this cannot be consumed by humans, or you will be poisoned. Please be careful." "Then, can the fish still be eaten?" The woman hesitated. "It's fine. The fish would just be momentarily dazed." Suli remarked dismissively. "Then I shan't gather it. I don't particularly enjoy fish. They can be quite fishy." The woman waved her hand and left, muttering inwardly that if she were to be poisoned, it would be a loss. Upon reaching their dwelling, Suli crushed the intoxication grass into a pulp, the juice flowing into a bowl, filling it to the brim. Chapter 26. The bandits schemed the next morning. Everyone prepared their water and set off on a new journey, adhering to yesterday's plans, armed with whatever farming tools they could muster. The atmosphere was tense, as the village chief expressed his fears of encountering predators, urging everyone to be ready for self-defense. About half an hour later, they arrived at an open area, where Suli suddenly noticed signs of broken branches on a large tree. She called for the village chief. "Grandfather village chief, look. There are marks on this tree." The village chief's expression turned worried as he whispered, "These may be signs from bandit scouts. We have been targeted. What shall we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Suli proposed, "Let us first find a concealed cave." They conferred further. Thus, Suli did not venture out to search for the cave, as she was concerned for her family. After approximately half an hour, two men came running, panting. 3 miles ahead, there are 2 large caves. We must hurry." Consequently, the group pressed on, unaware that a contingent awaited them 3 miles away from their resting spot. "I say, Sanpao, did you see clearly? Why haven't they arrived yet?" The leader, De Jiang, grumbled in dissatisfaction. Sanpao scratched his head, muttering, "It shouldn't be wrong. They should have arrived by now. Perhaps they stopped again. What a lazy bunch." Someone quietly suggested, "Sanga, shall we go take a look?" A hand smacked the person's head. "You fool. The chief ordered us to capture them all. If we stir them up, they might flee." Thus, a group of over 50 men began to lay in wait, while the elderly, women, and children were settled into the cave. The village chief instructed all able-bodied men to set traps ahead. Some were moving stones, a task Suli had suggested, as she currently had no weapons and could only utilize these boulders. After an hour, everyone was exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. The women served the freshly prepared meals, and they sat at the cave entrance, feasting heartily. Meanwhile, the bandits were on the verge of slumber. "They wouldn't dare not come this way, would they?" Sanpao expressed his disbelief. "Shall we go take a look? Even if they run, we'll catch them," he declared, brandishing his sword. The others agreed, and they began to retrace their previous path. After walking about 2 miles, Sanpao remarked quietly, "Bah, a bunch of lazy folks. I told you so. They are even eating." De Jiang chuckled, "This is perfect. They are in the cave. We can waltz right in. As long as we block the entrance, they will have no way to escape." At that moment, Suli leaned against the stone wall, feigning sleep, when suddenly her eyes snapped open, her hand grasping the nearby rope. "Cough, cough, big brother." Upon hearing this, Suja's expression turned frantic, and he summoned a few men to guard another rope, forming a circle as if discussing something. A group of disheveled, fierce-looking men approached, brandishing their swords with an air of arrogance. "Who are you? What do you want?" the village chief asked, his voice trembling. The bandits exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. "What do we want?" "I'll tell you, I am your uncle. Come out in 15 minutes, or don't blame me for the slaughter." "Bah, we are not afraid of you," the village chief exclaimed, trying to sound defiant. Inside the cave, the elderly, women, and children huddled together, trembling in fear. Suli facepalmed. Realizing the village chief was too upright, this role did not suit him. Thus, Zhou stepped forward, having sensed something amiss during the village chief's speech. Joining a few other women, they covered their faces, laughing. My, what grandiose words. Aren't you afraid of straining your back? How ludicrous. Her words instantly enraged the bandits. Brothers. Charge. Leave that woman to me. San Pao wiped his nose. At the command, everyone surged forward, only to find themselves stepping into a trap. Suli shouted, pull. Several men immediately grasped the rope, pulling with all their might. With a thunderous crash, dust billowed, followed by the bandits' cries of anguish. With over 20 bandits disoriented and in chaos, ready to flee, Suli would not give them the chance. She lifted a boulder and hurled it, merging cries of pain and curses into a cacophony. Some were knocked senseless, others suffered severe injuries to their legs, while some clutched their stomachs in agony. And others bled profusely from head wounds. As danger subsided, the villagers rushed out to assess the situation. Damn women, daring to scheme against us. Just wait. One bandit spat. Suli was overwhelmed by a piercing sound, stepping forward to trample upon his leg. Where do you intend to go? Just wait and see. Perhaps you should first pay a visit to my father. The bandit, puzzled, wondered why he should meet her father. In the next moment, a stone struck his head, causing his eyes to widen in shock before he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The villagers, witnessing this gruesome scene, couldn't help but gasp in horror, hastily shielding their children's eyes to spare them from this brutality. Yet, the children wriggled free, exuberantly shouting, "Sisterly, you're amazing. Show them what you're made of." The cheers echoed throughout the air. Suli sighed, hoping the blossoms of the nation wouldn't be led astray by her actions. At that moment, the village chief trembled as he commanded others to bind them with ropes. A group of men rushed forward, and before long, apart from the 22 deceased, 28 more lay sprawled on the ground. The men stood in a row, looking down at them, and Suli declared, "Shut your mouths, or I'll send you off to meet the king of hell." Yet, the bandits paid her no heed. Frustrated by the incessant noise, she swiftly dealt with the nearest one, blood spilling onto the ground. The bandits were filled with terror, shouting, You fiend! You won't have a good end." The village chief, astonished by Suli's earlier actions, reflected that he had also participated in the killing, and these bandits were guilty of countless heinous deeds, thus it could be considered a service to the people. He then instructed a few stunned men, shut them up, and throw those 2 unconscious ones into the spiked pit. The men, without hesitation, prepared to comply. However, the bandits suddenly fell silent, each face flushed, brimming with agony. Suli was satisfied and approached the village chief, saying, "Grandfather village chief, bring a few men over, and let us proceed with our plan." The village chief nodded, leading several men to escort a few into the cave. Suli stepped on a bandit's leg, a smirk playing on her lips. "Now tell me, where's your hideout? How many of you are there? What are your plans?" The bandit, with a defiant expression, declared, "Kill if you must, but know that 18 years from now, I will still be a hero. The boss will avenge us." The others quickly echoed, "Yes. Our brothers will take revenge, ensuring you meet a grave fate." Suli responded nonchalantly, "Oh? Then so be it." She resolved not to bear the burden of murder alone, but to entangle the entire village in her actions, for even if the truth were to surface, she would fear nothing. The men exchanged glances, understanding each other, vowing not to coexist in this deadly struggle. They shut their eyes tight, grasping their sharp sides, and without hesitation, killed the few bandits who had been so boastful moments ago. Then, they turned away, struggling to suppress their discomfort, unable to bear the sight of such a brutal and bloody scene. Suli felt a surge of joy as she observed the remaining bandits' panicked expressions, a smile spreading across her face. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail echoed through the cave. The bandits trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 27, Spare 2, Execute the Rest. Suli snorted coldly. "Those unwilling to speak shall meet the king of hell sooner." The bandits exchanged glances, and one of them, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "I'll talk. Leave me alive. I know many things they don't. You traitor, may you meet a grim fate." Before he could finish, a man swiftly slit his throat, painting the scene in blood. At this time, the elderly, women, and children had all hidden in another cave, fearing that such gruesome spectacles would haunt the children's dreams and cause them to fall ill. Suli nodded, "Big brother, bring him here." Thus, The three moved to another area, and Suli spoke. Now tell me. As she pulled out a prepared stick to record their conversation. We have 300 brothers. But only about 200 are at the stronghold now. The rest are at the mine. Suli fixed her gaze upon him, suddenly asking, have you thought this through? We will interrogate you in 3 waves, and if you dare utter a single falsehood, you know the consequences. The bandit trembled, beginning to plead, Miss, please spare me. I was forced into this banditry. I have a 60-year-old mother at home who needs my care. Suli pursed her lips. 60? She could well be your grandmother. What mine are you speaking of? Where is your stronghold located? The bandit hesitated. Miss, perhaps you should leave the forest. The Longway Mountain is treacherous. I know a shortcut that can take us around, but it will lead us through the mine. Suli's interest piqued. Oh? Elaborate on that. Our boss has connections with General Bianguan. It's said that this gold mine is for a certain prince up above. We cannot offend him. Suli immediately became intrigued. How many people are at the mine? There are over 50 of our men and more than 300 workers. Suli looked at him with a smirk, suddenly recalling something, and fixed her gaze on him. Does your boss also have ties with the Hu people? Wasn't he that mentioned in the letter? The bandit was left speechless, but after a moment of recollection, he said, once. I went out at midnight and happened upon a man in black speaking with our boss about being appointed a general after breaking through. Suli nodded slightly. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, she needed to verify the authenticity of this information. After meeting with the village chief, she meticulously reviewed 3 testimonies, finding them largely consistent. Grandfather village chief, we must discuss. Suli expressed her anxiety, fearing that many Hu people lurked within these mountains. Moments later, the clan elders were summoned. And after Suli relayed the gathered information to everyone, she concluded, we currently have 2 options, to swiftly proceed along the shortcut they mentioned, passing the mine, or to confront the bandits head-on. The clan leaders seethed with anger, exclaiming, these traitors. They are unworthy of existence. The village chief shared his concerns, adding, if we confront the bandits directly, we may not withstand the assault. Not to mention they number over 200 and strongholds are typically built in defensible locations, making them hard to attack. I leaned towards taking the shortcut. An elder promptly agreed. Engaging the bandits head-on puts us at a disadvantage. If we choose the narrow path, we may encounter only about 50 of them, allowing for some maneuverability. The clan leader shook his head. But we do not know if we will encounter Hu people at the mine. Suli gently shook her head, her tone firm. That mine undoubtedly belongs to that prince. He wouldn't be foolish enough to share the spoils with the Hu. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Discussing some finer details before the clan leader decisively declared, we set off immediately. The farther, the better. Someone raised a question. What about the bandits? The village chief responded directly, to avoid unforeseen circumstances, spare 2 and execute the rest. Everyone, having experienced a previous escape from famine and seen bloodshed far worse than today, shared a remarkably unified stance. Thus, the air filled with horrifying screams as the men were thrown into a pit, ensuring no chance of survival before the men buried them. They collected 50 large knives, which would serve as weapons for self-defense in the future. The clan leader waved his hand quickly, let us move at full speed. And so, the main force advanced at a run. An hour later, 2 bandits began to tire, gasping for breath. Miss, how much longer must we run? I can barely keep going. Hearing this, Suli grabbed one in each hand and continued forward, creating a rather comedic scene. After another hour, the bandits were set down, feeling dizzy and collapsing to the ground. The village chief ordered everyone take a 15-minute break. The Zhou family, at the front, watched as their daughter paused, feeling a pang of sympathy, and quickly handed her a water pouch and a piece of dried fish. Take a moment to rest. Suli accepted the water pouch. Mother, discard anything unimportant. We must travel light. We are now merely 20 miles away from the bandit lair, a perilous proximity indeed. Zhou's expression wavered, as if hesitating to voice her thoughts, before she finally said, Mother can still endure. Let us wait until evening. When darkness descends, you can conceal everything. Suli nodded, acknowledging that her mother, having lived in poverty, was overly frugal. Very well, we shall pack it away by nightfall. After a brief respite, the main party resumed their journey, moving with such swiftness that it left the 2 mountain bandits dumbfounded. Faster, Suli urged, wielding a wooden stick. Miss, at this speed, we are already quite swift. Let us take a moment to rest. One bandit pleaded as he ran. Impossible. We must run until nightfall. Suli inwardly scoffed, knowing that unless they distanced themselves, the bandits would inevitably come after them. At Dragon, the chief of the bandits remarked, "It is nearly the hour of you. Shall I send someone to check on the mountain brats?" A bandit replied, "Who knows where they are slacking off? Send someone to find them." He assumed his men were merely being lazy, unaware that trouble may have already arisen. Half an hour later, just as dusk was beginning to fall, he declared, "Chief, we have yet to spot them, and even that bunch of mud-legged rascals has vanished." "Oh? Could it be that we have alarmed the snake in the grass?" A blunder that achieves nothing. The chief slammed his fist on the table, seething with rage. His subordinates trembled, too frightened to speak. After a moment, he added, "Tomorrow. Send another team to search." "Yes." His subordinate wiped the cold sweat from his brow and retreated. Meanwhile, Suli and her group continued their trek until it became so dark that they could hardly see their hands in front of their faces. The village chief immediately commanded, "Settle in place, light a fire to cook, and prepare all the food for tomorrow." The villagers voiced no complaints, dragging their weary bodies to start bustling about. The village chief and several elders approached with torches in hand. Suli produced a map, indicating their location. "We are near this mountain, approximately 40 miles from where those two indicated." Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief. The village chief cautioned, "Though we are momentarily safe, we must not let our guard down. We must push forward with all our strength tomorrow." Suli added, "The mine is still over 20 miles from here. We must arrive by tomorrow night to make our arrangements." An elder interjected, "Today, everyone is exhausted, and we have already consumed most of our water. We must find a source along the way." The village chief shook his head. "There is no time to search for water. If that bandit chief realizes our presence and pursues us, we will be caught between two dangers." The chief continued, "We shall pass through the mountains by dawn the day after tomorrow. Everything will be manageable then." Chapter 28, Journeying Alone, Delving into the Mine. After a simple dinner, everyone hurriedly fell asleep, while Suli quietly stowed away all the supplies that Joe had gathered into her space. She then poured a quarter bowl of spring water into a jug and filled 7 water pouches, handing them to Joe. "Mother, you can distribute these tomorrow." Joe, somewhat anxious, whispered, "Lear, how much water do we have left?" Suli smiled gently, "Mother, we still have a barrel and a half of drinkable water. I filled 2 more barrels yesterday." Joe felt a wave of relief. Many families had already run low on their water supply. The two exchanged a few hushed words before Suli drifted into a deep slumber. The next day, she was awakened by Joe's gentle shaking. "Lear, wash your face and come eat breakfast." Knowing they would need to exert themselves on the journey ahead, Joe prepared instant noodles with some pork tenderloin, while the steamed buns and dumplings would have to wait until nightfall to be consumed. Compared to other families who had to wash their dark noodles in water, their meal was truly a stroke of fortune. Suji took a tentative sip and immediately noticed something unusual. "Mother, this broth is exquisitely delicious, so fresh." The others quickly joined in, and Suji remarked, "Mother, it's much tastier than what we had before." Suli felt a twinge of unease. Perhaps they were too exhausted from the journey yesterday. "When you drink that water, doesn't it taste better than usual?" The children immediately complied, and moments later, their eyes widened in surprise. "It really does." Joe patted Suji's head affectionately. "You must have been worn out yesterday. Later, I'll take off your shoes and give you a new pair." The children shook their heads, and Suji softly reassured, "Mother, we can still wear these. Look. Other children are in straw sandals. By comparison, we are already quite fortunate." Eventually, they reluctantly changed shoes at Joe's insistence, walking cautiously. Suli noticed this and resolved in her heart to ensure that everyone would one day lead a life free from want. Another day of travel ensued until they reached the outskirts of the mine. All were hidden within a cave, their bodies aching and reluctant to move. Suli's family fared relatively well, leading Joe to believe that the children had been well fed during their journey, bringing her some comfort. Suli conferred with the village chief and elders. "Esteemed elders, I intend to scout ahead. The bandit chief must have realized something by now. We need to move swiftly." The village chief, visibly worried, sighed, "All our hopes rest on you, Suli. Our numbers are too great, and our movements too conspicuous." "Ah, my dearly. You have my gratitude. Remember, your life is of utmost importance." After bidding farewell to the elders, Suli pulled Joe aside, away from prying eyes. "Mother, I will go investigate. You all share the buns and water. Do not be stingy." Joe was greatly concerned. "Lear, why not let the village chief send some people with you? I truly worry. Su Li shook her head. If I have companions, it will be easy to reveal our position. Mother, I have the strength to protect myself. Have you forgotten my prowess? She flexed her arm to demonstrate. Zhou smiled indulgently. Lear, be careful in all matters. I shall await your return. After parting from Zhou, she swiftly dashed in the direction indicated by the two bandits, moving with the speed of a cheetah. In less than 15 minutes, she spotted the mine and could hear the rhythmic sound of stones being struck. As Su Li pondered how to enter, she suddenly noticed a man about 20 meters to her left seemingly indisposed, and an idea struck her. Oh no! Su Li feigned a fall, glancing back with a look of alarm before scrambling to her feet and running again, only to trip once more. The bandits, having noticed her, cursed under their breath and rushed towards her, as expected, capturing her. Damn you, filthy girl! How did you escape? The man assumed she had fled from the mine. Su Li quickly devised a response. Wah. Sir, I promise I won't run again. Could you spare me a morsel to eat? The man, seeing that she appeared to be no more than 13 or 14, her face smudged with dirt obscuring her features, raised a stick and struck her on the back. If you dare run again, I will kill you. Su Li begged for mercy, and the man brought her to the mine, where the two guards at the entrance gaped in disbelief. Big brother duh, what's going on? We didn't see anyone leave. Just as the man was about to explain, another rushed in. Big brother duh, think of something. Another one has died. Big brother duh squinted his eyes, exasperated. Damn that air Lao. What on earth is going on? How many girls can withstand his torment? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. Well, here's one that will do, though she looks a bit withered. At least she's female. Take her to second brother. Thus, Su Li was ushered into a wooden cabin, where she began to grasp the layout of the area. The mine was quite expansive. This location seemed to be a resting area, with about 10 bandits patrolling. The operational area, based on the sounds, likely had over 20 men, while the remaining personnel were presumably in distant caves. It appeared that the mining operations had been ongoing for quite some time. A series of knocks echoed at the door, eliciting annoyance from those inside. What is it? Come in. The second in command was visibly irate. As the door swung open, Su Li was shoved inside. Second brother, look here. The second in command turned, his eyes lighting up before commanding, get out. After the man exited, he closed the door, while Su Li proceeded to secure it. Although she had encountered the apocalypse shortly after entering her freshman year and died at just over 20, she was well aware of their intentions, which conveniently aligned with her own. Suppressing the urge to retch, she hesitantly approached and whispered, Second Master, nearly repulsed by her own actions. The second master gazed at her with lewd intent, as his hand brushed against the edge of her garment. In the next moment, a scythe was pressed against his throat. His eyes widened in fury, ready to speak, but the next instant, his skin was cut open. Su Li smirked, her gaze playfully fixated on him. I advise you not to raise an alarm. I might struggle to control my strength. If by any chance your head were to roll away unexpectedly, that would be quite troublesome. The second master whispered, Who exactly are you? Su Li replied earnestly, I am Zhao Min, driven by wealth, not by life. She suddenly had a change of heart. She would first discreetly seize this gold vein, ensuring that the mountain bandit leader would not benefit. The second master, hearing her words, did not take them to heart. I suggest you abandon this thought. This gold vein belongs to a prince above, and you cannot touch it. Su Li remained undeterred, stealthily moving to the table and crushing a porcelain bowl into pieces, leaving the second master astonished. His voice trembled as he spoke, My elder brother is coming soon. I advise you to relent. Perhaps you can still save your life. Oh? Are you referring to the Longwei Mountain stronghold? Is it possible that your elder brother has already descended into the Yellow Springs? She laughed. The second master's eyes bulged with rage, and as the scythe cut deeper, blood began to flow freely. Heroine, spare my life. Let me go. All the silver in this room is yours. Su Li nodded, I may spare you. But first tell me, where is the gold extracted from this mine? The second master's eyes flickered, contemplating that if he escaped after leaving, he could find an opportunity to flee. It's quite far, why not let me take the heroine there? Su Li agreed. First, bring out the silver in this house. Suppressing his pain, the second master retrieved a bundle from beneath the floorboard, all while the scythe remained at his neck. He cursed inwardly, finding her too astute. Chapter 29. The treasury raided, villagers move grain. A glint of excitement flashed in Su Li's eyes as she urged him to hurry. The second master slowly unveiled the cloth bundle, revealing 8 gold ingots and some silver coins. Su Li's heart surged with joy. It seemed these were the gold ingots produced by the mine. Turn around. Su Li stepped forward, directly stowing the gold and silver into her spatial realm, then shoved the cloth bundle into the void, turning back. The second master exclaimed, "What is happening? You've put it back in, isn't this a robbery?" By now, darkness had fallen, and Su Li produced some juice from the intoxicated fish grass, pouring a bit into a teacup, forcefully administering it to the second master before loosening the scythe. "What have you made me drink?" The second master felt a wave of terror wash over him, soon followed by dizziness and nausea. Su Li calmly uttered a few words. "This is a secret poison from my sect. What you're experiencing is merely a preliminary reaction, which will soon ease. The only antidote lies in my hands. If you dare resist, you shall join your elder brother." At her words, despair enveloped the second master as he collapsed to the ground. After a moment, his symptoms subsided, and Su Li, suppressing her disgust, took hold of his arm and opened the door, both of them swaggering towards the cave. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the cave entrance, which was vast, illuminated by torches. Upon seeing them approach, the guards at the entrance immediately greeted Second Master. The second master nodded, thinking that all would be off to eat, which would benefit this woman, but wondered how much she could take. They had only transported a batch last month, and it hadn't been long. There wouldn't be much. "I'll go in and take a look. You wait here and ensure no one enters," the second master commanded. The 2 guards nodded, thinking that anyone entering would be searched upon exiting. Yet, why had the second master brought a woman? After walking approximately 200 meters, they arrived at a spacious area filled with sieves, stone slabs, hammers, and other tools, certainly the place for refining gold. Satisfied, Su Li nodded. "Let us go see the treasury you mentioned." The former, like a marionette, led the way, and in less than a quarter of an hour, they reached their destination. 2 guards stood at the door, and upon seeing them, both clasped their fists and greeted, "Second brother." The second master slightly nodded, pondering whether this woman could defeat the 3 of them, and how likely he was to win. He could not afford to sit idly, else the antidote might elude him. Giving a knowing glance, one guard stepped forward to open the door while the other kept a watchful eye on Su Li, perplexed. Unexpectedly, the second master struck first. But before his fist could reach Su Li's shoulder, he was seized, followed by the sound of bones shattering. The second master was drenched in sweat, shouting, "What are you all doing?" The 2 guards snapped back to reality and lunged at her, but Su Li swiftly kicked one away, sending them crashing into the stone wall, blood spewing as they fainted. The second master, disregarding his pain, turned to flee. But Su Li caught him by the collar and hurled him out, his wails echoing eerily in the quiet cave. Su Li stepped forward, slicing his throat. Hearing hurried footsteps approaching, she muttered a curse under her breath, quickly dispatching the remaining 2 guards before stepping through the door that had just opened. With no time to check, she waved her hand, collecting all items in the cave into her spatial realm. After completing this, she pretended to faint. As the guards outside rushed in, they were met with a shocking sight. 3 dead bodies lay sprawled on the ground, and all the silver had vanished, leaving only the woman alive. One guard approached and pinched her philtrum. Su Li slowly awakened, feigning terror. "A ghost? A ghost? Help me, save me," she babbled incoherently. One guard admonished, "Be quiet. Quickly tell us what happened." Su Li, feigning nervousness, rolled her eyes and said, "I'm hungry. I want to eat your food." The 2 guards exchanged glances. One guard attempted to act, but the other pulled him aside, whispering, "There's no one else here. Yet everything in the room has vanished. It's truly unfathomable. If the higher-ups investigate, we will have a hard time explaining. In a little over 10 days, someone will arrive. We might as well keep her and pin this on the second master." After some more whispered discussions, Su Li overheard every word. She smiled slyly. 10 days would be ample time for them to vanish. Thus, the 2 decided to take her for a meal and then detain her, which suited her intentions perfectly. Su Li was brought to the kitchen, which was empty. Feeling somewhat hungry, she took 2 buns and began to eat. The guard watched her with disdain before heading outside to join the others for a meal. Seizing the opportunity, Su Li poured all the juice from the intoxicated fish grass into the pot, which was simmering with a hearty bone broth, stirring it well. She devoured another 2 buns and noticed a side of cured meat, which she promptly stored in her spatial realm. Moments later, someone entered and spotted her, ready to scold her, but she quickly ladled a bowl of soup for him. The man, seeing this, exclaimed, "Ladle out 36 bowls. Bring them to us." Suli nodded and hurried to comply. In a quarter of an hour, everyone was joyfully serving themselves the bone broth, but within a short tea time, they all collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably, their cries echoing throughout the space. The commotion naturally drew the attention of numerous guards, all wearing expressions of bewilderment. Several approached to inquire, only to discover that everyone had already perished. Alarm bells rang in their hearts. Meanwhile, Suli made her way to a room adjacent to the kitchen, where she forcefully tore off the iron lock. Gazing upon the grain storage spanning roughly 50 square meters, her heart swelled with delight. She promptly stored half of it in her spatial inventory, contemplating leaving the remainder for the villagers. "What are you doing?" demanded the man who had first discovered her. Suli grinned broadly, stepping forward without hesitation. She retrieved a large blade from her spatial inventory and dispatched him with a single, swift strike. The man remained frozen in his previous posture, fingers pointing accusingly at her, before collapsing rigidly to the ground, his eyes wide with unseeing shock. Soon, a band of mountain bandits rushed over, yet Suli remained utterly composed. The mutated beasts from her past life were far more formidable than this rabble. Within a quarter of an hour, all had met their demise at the hands of the King of Hell. Suli had no time to concern herself with the miners. She dashed out like a cheetah, reaching the hidden cave where the others were concealed in under 15 minutes. Inside the cave, anxiety hung heavy in the air. The sudden disturbance had startled everyone. The men grasped their large blades, their expressions resolute and prepared for death. "Village chief," Suli called out loudly. Hearing her voice, a wave of relief washed over the group. "Village chief, bring a torch and follow me quickly," she urged. Thus, the large contingent set off. Upon reaching the mine entrance, Suli commanded, "Half of the strong men come with me, the rest continue onward." Zhou hesitated, having not yet had the chance to check if her daughter was injured. But recognizing the urgency of the situation, she instructed Suja, "Go quickly. Listen to your sister." Suli, leading the way, noticed several miners cowering fearfully. She considered that they would likely discover the truth tomorrow and decided to show a rare moment of mercy, secretly returning half of the grain from her spatial inventory. "Take a little more than half," she declared, "and leave some for those miners." The men, previously terrified and holding torches to inspect the ground, were now astounded to find corpses littering the area. Their shock deepened upon seeing the abundant grain, which undoubtedly alleviated their most pressing needs. Suli summoned 8 men to the kitchen and ordered, "Take everything except that pot of soup." The 8 men executed her command with meticulous thoroughness, leaving not a single item behind. Suli herself carried a stack of steamers in one hand and a torch in the other. 2/4 of an hour later, each man held a bun and carried a sack over his shoulder, eating as they hurried to catch up with the main group. Once reunited, Suli addressed the village chief, "Distribute this ready-made food. Everyone should have some. We must travel at full speed through the night." The village chief nodded. "You fear the bandit leader?" Suli affirmed with a nod. "We are unfamiliar with this mountain, and it's still their territory. Once we cross into Wolffang Mountain, they likely won't pursue us further." Internally, Suli mused that upon discovering their looted treasury, the bandits would probably be too frantic and preoccupied to bother with them. Chapter 30. Entering Wolffang Mountain, Suli's conjecture proved accurate. Not long after their departure, the leader of Longwei Mountain slammed the table and rose to his feet. "What did you say? All dead?" "Yes, chief. We found traces of blood and eventually discovered all the bodies buried." Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Wait. There were 2 groups totaling 50 men, but we only found 48 corpses." The chief was puzzled. "Traitors? Impossible. They're all rootless wanderers with no outside contacts. It can't be traitors." Abruptly, his eyes widened in realization. "They went to the mine. Quickly, order 100 men to follow me to the mine. Have third brother hold the fort." In less than half the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, over 100 men took a shortcut, their speed astonishing. Meanwhile, the miners noticed something amiss and began whispering among themselves. "The guards are all dead. Those people with torches ran off earlier. Let's escape too. It's pitch black now. We can't see a thing. Let's leave at daybreak. I saw them carrying grain. Those who want to go, grab some supplies and hurry. Delaying might bring more trouble. But where can we run? These mountains stretch on endlessly, and there might be wild beasts. I'm terrified." Humph, it seems you've grown accustomed to suffering. Those who wish to leave, follow me. Quickly. By this time, Su Li's group had already covered 5 li and paused to rest. Almost immediately, Su Li was filled with regret. What's wrong, Lear? Zhou Shi handed her a water pouch, noticing her daughter's furrowed brow. Mother, I forgot something crucial earlier. I didn't search the bandits' bodies. Who knows how much silver we missed? Nearby listeners overheard, and one man slapped his thigh in frustration. We were so focused on escaping, we forgot entirely. We didn't search the bandits in the cave either. The 2 captured bandits trembled and produced 5 taels of broken silver. Miss, this is our silver. Please spare us. Su Li accepted the money but shook her head gently, her tone firm. Once we cross this mountain, you will be free. Guide us well. If your chief finds out, death awaits you. Think carefully. The 2 bandits were momentarily stunned before urging, Miss, let's hurry. Su Li narrowed her eyes, swiftly grabbing one by the throat. Speak. Are you hiding something from us? Cough, cough. Miss, release me, I'll talk. The bandit was terrified, the sensation of suffocation overwhelming. Su Li did not loosen her grip, warning, if you dare deceive us again, I'll send you to meet the king of hell immediately. Miss, we were wrong. Brother Sean, hurry up and tell her. The other bandit pleaded incessantly. Su Li released her hold, and the bandit took 2 breaths before explaining, there is a shortcut here, winding and narrow, that can shorten the journey directly to the mine, taking only 3 hours. Before he could finish, a strong man slapped him across the face, rebuking angrily, you're looking for trouble, daring to deceive us like this. The village chief gently restrained him, his gaze carrying a hint of reproach, and turned to Su Li. Li girl, what should we do now? Su Li glanced at the village chief without responding, signaling for the bandit to continue. The bandit, clutching his reddened cheek, said, now, our only hope for survival is to seek refuge in Wolf Fong Mountain. However, the village chief did not hesitate to slap him as well, shouting, what era is this, and you're still stammering and dithering? It seems you truly wish to see the king of hell. The bandit trembled like a sieve, not daring to cover his face, and stammered in response. We've heard tales of a white wolf in Wolf Fong Mountain. That territory is dominated by wolf packs, scarcely visited by humans. We know nothing of its current state. Worry etched across the village chief's face. How far is Wolf Fong Mountain from here? The bandit replied with confidence, if we push ourselves to travel at full speed, we can arrive before dawn. The road ahead is perilous and fraught with unknowns. But the bandits behind are a genuine threat. In light of this, we must press on resolutely, the village chief decided promptly. Su Li nodded in agreement with the village chief's decision. Thus, the large contingent resumed their hurried march, the noise so immense that it frightened the surrounding wildlife into silence. Around the beginning of the Mao hour, the sky remained shrouded in profound darkness. Although everyone carried torches, their visibility extended no more than 2 meters. Yet, the coolness of this area was remarkably pleasant. Suddenly, the sound of gurgling water reached their ears. The village chief was overjoyed and ordered someone to investigate. The 2 bandits breathed a sigh of relief, speaking in broken phrases, this river marks the boundary. Cross it, and ahead lies Wolf Fong Mountain. The group was utterly exhausted, on the verge of collapse, yet they surged forward without hesitation, scooping up water to drink regardless of whether it was safe. Someone exclaimed in admiration, this water is truly sweet. Taking advantage of the moment when the others were distracted, Su Li stealthily made her way upstream, retrieving the empty water jars and buckets from her spatial realm and filling them with the crystal-clear water. She mused to herself. It is evident that this place is seldom visited. The water here is delightfully sweet, far superior to bottled mineral water. Moments later, after a discussion between the clan leader and the village chief, the clan leader decisively declared, we must cross the river without delay. The group is in dire need of rest. 10 sturdy men were dispatched, and with a furrowed brow, the village chief cautioned. You must exercise utmost caution and ascertain the depth of this river. We have no retreat behind us and cannot afford to linger here. We must force our way across and continue deeper until we find a cave where we can pause. The burly men nodded solemnly, then grasped their wooden staffs and raised their torches, bravely advancing forward. After a brief interval, one man called out urgently, Village chief, everyone, come quick and see. This place is flat and open. The river is not wide, and the water is quite shallow. Consequently, the group's tension eased, and they began to cross the river. Approximately 15 minutes later, they fetched their water buckets to collect some fresh water, and the entire party resumed their journey. Meanwhile, the bandits had arrived at the previously occupied mine only to discover that the entrance was eerily unguarded. Alarm bells rang in the leader's mind as he swiftly instructed his subordinates, "Light all the torches. Let us see if any miners are still present." They entered the area where the miners had taken their respite. The miners, already aware of the disturbance, huddled close together, trembling uncontrollably. Some attempted to flee, only to be met with a fatal blade. Witnessing this horrific scene, the others were overcome with regret, lamenting that had they departed with the small group earlier, they might have avoided this grim fate. In the dark of night, the sounds of weeping, cursing, and wailing intertwined, creating a hauntingly sinister atmosphere. "Report, boss. Our men are all dead. The second in command is missing." "Report, boss. Our kitchen has been ransacked, and the granary holds but a few sacks of grain." The leader's fury surged, his eyes ablaze with rage as he ordered, "Bring in those miners for questioning. We must extract the truth from their lips." Suddenly realizing something, he leapt from his chair, commanding, "Come, follow me to the cave at once." Chapter 31. The bandits pursue to the mine. A group made its way to the cave, where the guard at the entrance appeared somewhat dazed. Though far away, he had already heard the cries for help from his companions, but, paralyzed by fear, dared not investigate. He could never have imagined that he was the last surviving bandit in the mine. As he caught sight of flickering torchlight drifting towards him, he suddenly recalled Su Li's mention of ghosts and quickly cowered in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. "Boss, there's someone here," a bandit suddenly exclaimed. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Ghosts, oh ghosts." Before he could finish, his hair was seized tightly, and he was lifted against his will. The leader, too preoccupied to pay heed, marched straight towards the hidden treasure, only to find the room utterly devoid of any riches. Search thoroughly." Moments later, the bodies of the second in command and 2 bandits were brought forth. "Brother, the second in command is gone." Yet, the leader showed no sign of sorrow and immediately commanded, "Bring that person here, I will interrogate him myself." "Speak, where has all the gold gone?" The bandit, now in a state of terror, could scarcely recall the events, muttering, "Ghost, there's a ghost. Help me, save me." The leader, unable to contain his frustration, delivered a resounding slap to the bandit's face. "Stop feigning madness. I have 100 ways to make you suffer." The bandit, dazed by the blow, regained his senses and, recognizing the man before him, crawled forward desperately, clutching the leader's pant leg. "Boss, there truly is a ghost. The gold in the vault has vanished." "Oh? Elaborate." The leader mused inwardly, suspecting an insider's betrayal. After a brief interval, the leader received a clear answer. A female thief had entered the cave, and the gold had mysteriously disappeared. Yet the thief herself had not taken anything. Internally berating the second in command as a useless fool, he thought, "How foolish to let the wolf into the fold." "Boss, I swear it's true. I have been guarding the cave entrance and no one has come or gone." The leader pounded his fist against the stone wall, drawing blood without feeling pain. The subordinates trembled. The leader's wrath was truly terrifying, and none dared approach him. He pondered, this female thief must have accomplices. Even if the gold has been stolen, it cannot be used freely, as it bears special markings. Following these markings will surely lead us to her. Furthermore, in just a few days, we have only acquired about 2 boxes of gold ingots, totaling merely over 3,000 taels. Bring forth inquiries about the mining materials. Shortly thereafter, several men returned with joyous expressions. "Boss, the mining materials are all still here." Upon hearing this, the leader felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Half of these materials were his secret stash. The end of the month was typically when the gold mine yielded the most, and fortunately, it was not yet the end of the month, so the loss was not severe. He promptly issued orders for more personnel to be dispatched to guard these materials vigilantly. He then immediately turned his attention to where the miners were located. From a distance, he could hear their cries of distress. "We spoke the truth. We didn't deceive you. A group of farmers came with torches and took the grain. We truly know nothing else. Please spare us." Upon the leader's arrival, the bandits relayed all this information. "Which direction did they go?" "It's too dark, we can't tell." The leader decisively commanded, "Rest immediately. At first light, we will set out. They must have left traces during their nighttime activities." Not only the gold, but also the miners, numbering around 200, were not a trivial matter. All of them must be recovered. At the break of dawn, Su Li and her party discovered a cave, all weary and famished. Su Li took out a steamer and retrieved flour as a group of women hurried over, dragging their exhausted bodies to begin steaming buns, the fastest food available. Seeing the villagers in such distress, Su Li resolutely scooped half a bowl of the spiritual spring water into 2 buckets. Aunt Chi, use the water in these buckets. I collected it last night. The others nodded vigorously, and within an hour, over 1,000 people were each given a bun. Someone exclaimed, "These buns are truly sweet. After eating, I feel much less fatigued." Yet another countered, "Perhaps you were just too tired yesterday. I too feel as though my feet ache less now." As discussions began to stir, the village chief pressed his forehead and shouted, "Hurry and finish eating. We must depart." At his command, the crowd quickened their pace. And in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the main group was once again on the move. Naturally, Su Li and her family led the way, with the village chief closely following. The village chief remarked, "Li girl, look at these towering trees. The foliage is lush," indicating an abundant water source. Su Li nodded. "Indeed, the water source is plentiful, but this path is clearly untraveled. We must proceed with utmost caution. Let us move a bit further and find a concealed cave. We all need to rest." Su Li remained noncommittal, continuing to lead the way in search of a path ahead. Meanwhile, the miners' party only just began their journey. Eldest brother. They seem to be heading southeast. Oh? How utterly nonsensical. Let us tread upon the path they have forged. Gather provisions and accompany me to obstruct their retreat. The leader declared. You refuse to tread the heavenly road yet dare to invade the depths of the earth. Once you enter Wolf-Tooth Mountain, there will be no return, should you falter. You shall become my prey. Brother, what of the miners who have fled? They are of no consequence. They are surely following those mud-footed wretches, he asserted. Indeed. A group of weary souls was panting heavily. Brother Sean, shall we not rest a moment? Are they akin to hares, fleeing with such swiftness? Sean shook his head. We are but 200. We must pursue them if we are to survive. If the bandits come upon us, we will be lost. Naturally, Descend arose. We have run through the night. Surely, the bandits cannot be so swift. I can run no longer. I am parched and exhausted. I would rather perish from fatigue than be captured. With that, he plopped down on the ground. Hey, if you aren't running, then clear the path. What are you doing blocking the way? They had cleared the route for us. I dare say we have stumbled upon a great fortune. Sean massaged his temples. Life and death are fated. Pass the word. Those who wish to leave may stay, and those who wish to go may proceed at their own discretion. He then hoisted a sack of provisions and resolutely departed. The group followed closely behind, for if they were captured, only death awaited them. After years of anticipation, they had finally encountered this rare opportunity. How could they abandon it so easily? Chapter 32, An Accidental Rescue of the Wolf King's Family. After 2 more hours, Su Li suddenly noticed some droppings ahead and raised her hand, signaling the group to halt. She stepped forward to inspect. The feces were deep brown, elongated, and uniformly thick, with tufts of fur. A shock coursed through her. Indeed, they were signs of wolves. She immediately declared, "It is unwise to venture further. Send men to scout for a cave." 20 men armed with blades dispersed in different directions. A quarter of an hour later, 2 men returned, joyfully announcing, "There are 2 vast caves that can shelter over 2,000 people. Let us hurry. There are also nearby waterholes and plenty of wild vegetables." Cheers erupted among the crowd, and they quickly set to work. The village chief, however, wore a grave expression and solemnly warned, "We have reached Wolf-Tooth Mountain, where wolf packs may roam ahead, and bandits may pursue from behind. The situation is dire. Everyone must remain vigilant and refrain from loud conversations." From that moment on, even as they traversed the mountain range, their voices dropped to hushed tones, but that is a tale for another time. As they entered the dimly lit cave, Su Li examined the surroundings with care, her brow furrowing slightly. The cave was littered with remnants left by other animals, and she shook her head in resignation. There was little else to be done. Exhaustion swept over the group, and they did not bother foraging for wild vegetables to cook. After a hasty arrangement, they collapsed into slumber. 2 hours later, Su Li suddenly opened her eyes and swiftly exited the cave, carefully observing her surroundings, yet she detected nothing unusual. This scene did not escape the notice of Zhou Shi. "Lear, what troubles you?" she whispered. Su Li gently shook her head. "Mother, I sense something amiss, as if creatures are watching us from the shadows." I wish to investigate. Zhou Shi hesitated, but Su Li continued, Mother, I fear it may be wolves. Fret not, I shall remain close. Watching her daughter's retreating figure, Zhou Shi sighed, muttering, Not yet 14, yet she carries herself like an adult. She glanced at the 3 sleeping children and silently wiped away her tears. Su Li scrutinized the footprints around her and indeed discerned signs of animals. Climbing a tall tree, she spotted a fleeting white figure in the distance. Her heart pounding, could it be a wolf? A white wolf, perhaps? She hastened her pace, eager to ascertain their situation. However, before she could reach her destination, a series of whimpers and chirps reached her ears. Filled with curiosity, she approached and discovered a small, white creature, bloodied and lying amidst a clump of grass. What a pity, she thought. What is this creature? It resembles a puppy, yet how could a puppy be here in the mountains? Could it be a white fox? A white wolf? Upon closer inspection, she realized the little creature was weak and bore numerous wounds, truly a pitiful sight. Surveying her surroundings, she retrieved a quarter of her spirit spring and gently fed it to the animal. Then, she poured the remainder over its wounds. You and I share a difficult fate. Do live well, she murmured while covering it with more grass. Not knowing what manner of creature it was, she dared not take it with her, lest she invoke disaster. As she turned to leave, a white wolf swiftly approached within moments, its eyes glistening with what appeared to be tears. In the next instant, it was utterly astonished. The little white wolf emerged from the grass, nuzzling against her leg. A peculiar glint flickered in the white wolf's eyes as it sniffed the little one. Astonished to find its wounds had healed, it gently pawed the little wolf's head, then carefully grasped its scruff and carried it away. As night descended, a band of marauders set up camp by the river. The leader commanded, Let them prepare the meals. The journey has been arduous, rest quickly. Thus, those who had fled and were captured began to busy themselves. Someone murmured, Had I known, I would have followed Brother Sean. What now? Why not flee instead? They won't dare cross the river. Why would they not dare? Are they not resting here out of fatigue? I overheard 2 bandits say that across the river lies Wolf Tooth Mountain, where wolves dwell. Each person had their own thoughts, and suddenly, someone seized the opportunity while drawing water and dashed toward the opposite bank. Yet, before he could reach it, a blade pierced through his chest, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Should anyone dare to flee again, I shall send you to join him, the leader boasted arrogantly. At this moment, Su Li and her party were preparing their meal for the next day, determined to rest well tonight and travel with full vigor the following day. A man noticed something was amiss ahead and shouted, There are wolves. Su Li quickly rushed forward, torch in hand, and gasped as she beheld a white wolf and 10 gray wolves. The gray wolves bared their teeth, poised for action. The white wolf cast a glance at the newcomers and then at its subordinates, striking one of the gray wolves with a forepaw. The gray wolf immediately shrank back, cowering in fear. The white wolf took a few steps forward and gazed at Su Li with earnest eyes. Su Li's heart raced. What in the world? Has this wolf attained sentience? What does it seek? The white wolf turned to leave, glancing back at Su Li, then returned, repeating this several times. Zhou Shi was perplexed, while the men with blades wore expressions of confusion. At that moment, Su Ji remarked, Sister, it seems to beckon you to follow. A realization dawned upon Su Li. Yet she hesitated. Just then, the gray wolves grew impatient, scratching at the ground. The white wolf held a series of calls, fixating its gaze on the gray wolves, which lay flat, too afraid to move. At this juncture, Su Li was certain that this wolf had gained intelligence. I shall follow you, but you must command your subordinates to withdraw. I worry for the villagers. The white wolf nodded gently, letting out a soft howl. The 10 gray wolves, albeit reluctantly, cast one last glance at the cave where Su Li and the others were concealed and dashed away. Turning to her companions, Su Li declared, I shall return shortly. You must remain exceptionally vigilant. Zhou Shi grasped her daughter's sleeve, disapprovingly. Mother, this white wolf must be the alpha. We are currently in its territory, and to pass through safely, we must obtain its consent. Rest assured, nothing will happen. Zhou Shi, this wolf has evidently attained sentience. That is precisely why I am concerned. While Zhou Shi was lost in thought, Su Lirui cautiously approached the white wolf, and suddenly, the wolf appeared anxious, glancing at her before lying down. Su Lirui understood its intention, extinguished her torch, and trembled as she climbed onto its back. The white wolf raced through the mountains, And all Su Lirue could hear was a rush of wind in her ears, prompting her to close her eyes. It felt like an eternity, and when she finally dismounted, she leaned against a large tree, overwhelmed and retching. After a moment, the white wolf turned towards a cave. Su Lirue followed, only to be met with a strong odor of blood upon entering. Unable to see clearly, she lit a torch and discovered a bloodied white wolf lying among the dry grass, barely clinging to life. Nearby were 4 wolf pups, one of which seemed to recognize her, tightly biting at her pant leg. Realizing the situation, Su Lirue understood that this little pup was the one she had rescued earlier that day. Upon examining the injuries closely, she gasped in horror. It was evident that the wolf had just given birth and had been attacked. I can save them, but I have conditions. You must agree to escort us out of this wolf-tooth mountain. This is our only opportunity. The white wolf nodded without hesitation. Su Lirue promptly retrieved a bowl of spiritual spring water from her space, pried open the mother wolf's mouth, and poured it in. She also fed some to the pups, applying the remainder to the mother's wounds. Throughout the process, the white wolf watched intently, its nose twitching, clearly tempted by the spiritual spring. Su Lirue shook her head. This spiritual spring is quite precious, and I do not have much of it. I cannot give it to you. She did not wish for it to become a talking wolf. That would be too terrifying. As expected, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in the white wolf's eyes. Yet it was visibly excited to see its mate's wounds healing. It gently pawed at the mother wolf's back. Su Lirue was astonished. This is certainly a case of eating one's own dog food. The little pup crawled towards her, whimpering, and she picked it up, examining it closely. Its wounds had largely healed. After about a quarter of an hour, the mother wolf slowly opened her eyes, observing the human playing with her child. She lunged forward, attempting to bite Su Lirue. Quickly retreating, Su Lirue was blocked by the white wolf, and the 2 wolves howled back and forth for some time before the mother wolf approached Su Lirue with a hint of apology. Su Lirue waved her hand. I have made a deal with him. There is no need for that. She then returned the little white wolf to her and said to the white wolf, they are no longer in danger. But do not forget your promise. With that, she turned and left. Time passed as she navigated through the forest, and eventually, they arrived at the cave. Several men, upon seeing the torch, expressed their joy and rushed forward. Su Lirue, are you unharmed? Su Lirue shook her head and then sought out the village chief, who was engaged in a discussion with the clan elders while the women busied themselves with cooking. We should all dine together from now on. It will save time. Chief, we can depart tomorrow. The chief, recognizing her voice, exclaimed in delight, Lirue, you are safe. That is all that matters. Glancing at the others, Su Lirue suddenly declared, I have made an agreement with the white wolf. It will escort us out of Wolf-Tooth Mountain. An elder gasped, Su Lirue, you understand animal language? The chief facepalmed, exasperated, and coughed twice. But what kind of deal did you make? Su Lirue shook her head. Its mate was injured, and I helped save it. It seems to possess a degree of intelligence and can understand my words. The chief thumped his thigh. Excellent. But I wonder if it will keep its word tomorrow. The crowd was filled with mixed emotions. Caution was prudent for the morrow. Now, everyone, rest quickly. Upon returning to their camp, Suji stealthily slipped her a steamed bun. Sister, eat quickly. It's filled with brown sugar. Su Lirue looked at the 3 and divided the bun into 4 pieces, distributing them. Everyone eat. I'm not hungry. They exchanged smiles, and many years later, they would reminisce about this moment with great fondness. The next morning, as dawn broke, the sound of wolf howls echoed, startling the villagers awake. The men grasped their swords, filled with fear. At the same time, the bandits were awakened as well. Ha, it seems they are in dire straits now, the bandit leader chuckled, relishing their misfortune. Su Lirue brandished her sword as the white wolf, accompanied by over 20 robust gray wolves, approached. The white wolf then turned and led the pack forward. Su Lirue shouted, quickly gather your belongings and move out. Then she followed closely in the wake of the wolves, a sight that astonished the forest creatures. A rumor spread among the animals. The king had been tamed by humans and was escorting them. As they traversed the woods, after about 4 hours, they crested the mountain and began descending. Joy lit the faces of the group, for it seemed they had found the path down from Wolf-Tooth Mountain. As dusk descended, a herd of animals burst forth, around 50 of them. The wolf pack instantly adopted an aggressive stance. The men gasped, is this a territorial dispute? That's another pack of wolves. Su Lirue shook her head. They are not wolves, they are jackals. The white wolf howled several times, and the jackal leader sneered, signaling a few jackals to howl back, their high-pitched cacophony piercing the air. Instantly, the jackals sprang into action, and Su Lirue, overwhelmed by the noise, shouted, "Change formations. The arms should stand on the outside." She drew her sword and charged forward, witnessing a wolf being torn apart. Without hesitation, she struck down a jackal, causing the gray wolves to glance at her in surprise before they resumed their attack on the remaining jackals. The white wolf and the reddish-brown jackal leader remained still, keeping a close watch on each other. Meanwhile, Su Lirue was consumed by rage. Realizing the ferocity of these jackals was no less than that of the mutated beasts from her previous life. The villagers huddled together, trembling, while the men stood on the outskirts, swinging their swords frantically. The jackal leader had fixated on Su Lirue. This human had just slain many of its kin. Its eyes narrowed, and with a powerful leap, it lunged towards her. The white wolf rushed forward to intervene, but 4 jackals surrounded it, blocking its escape. At that moment, Su Lirue was engrossed in battling 2 jackals in front of her and was unaware of the danger approaching from behind. The jackal leader's claws swiped at her, and Zhou Shi, witnessing this, dashed out to protect her. In an instant, Zhou Shi was struck aside, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Seeing Zhou Shi's bloodied chest, Su Lirue's fury ignited. She turned her focus to the jackal leader, and the white wolf joined her, flanking it. Within moments, the jackal leader lay defeated. Seeing their leader slain, the remaining jackals fled in panic. Su Lirue stepped forward to finish it off, while the white wolf appeared to mourn. She paid it no mind, swiftly rushing to Zhou Shi's side to assess her injuries. Ignoring everything else, she turned to shield the view of the others, scooped half a bowl of spiritual spring water, and poured it onto Zhou Shi's wound, then fed her a small portion. Quickly, she stowed the bowl back into her space. At this moment, Suja, along with the village chief, rushed over, their faces etched with worry. "Mother, mother, wake up." Su Ji and Su Shi cried uncontrollably. "Mother, I promise I won't be greedy anymore. I will listen to you. Please don't leave us." Moments later, Zhou Shi slowly opened her eyes, feeling rejuvenated. Her body as light as a swallow, as though she had regained 10 years of youth. "Cough, cough, you little rascal, do you wish to crush me?" Upon hearing the sound, everyone was momentarily taken aback, the cries abruptly ceasing. "Mother, are you truly unscathed?" The village chief, displaying a look of astonishment, sighed. "This is indeed perplexing. Zhou, are you genuinely unharmed?" Zhou cast a glance at Suli before replying. "To speak candidly, our 3rd son has been following me closely. It was he who took the brunt of the blow for me, hence my safety." The village chief was momentarily rendered speechless, remaining silent for a long while. Soon after, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air, reminiscent of a latrine. Su Ji, having the keenest nose, sniffed around and finally turned to Zhou, saying, "Mother, did you fall into a dung pit? It's horrid." The others soon discerned the source of the stench and directed their gazes towards her. Zhou's face turned crimson with embarrassment, utterly perplexed, while Suli explained, "Perhaps you inadvertently landed in the wolf's excrement." "Ahem, mother, you should tidy yourself up quickly. The smell is quite unbearable." Simultaneously, she was astounded, not expecting such a profound reaction from directly consuming the spirit spring. She had previously contemplated using it to enhance her family's health and was fortunate to have refrained. It seemed that in the future it must be diluted, lest it arouse suspicion. The village chief glanced at Zhou and then staggered away, instructing the villagers to properly dispose of the wolf's carcass, as it was indeed prime meat. The white wolf cast a meaningful glance at Suli before departing with its pack. The group continued their journey until nightfall, resting in a flat valley. The village chief waved his hand, declaring, "Tonight, we shall feast on this wolf meat. Everyone hustle." Zhou then pulled her daughter aside to a secluded spot, inquiring, "Lear, what on earth is going on?" She vividly recalled the claw marks on her chest. The excruciating pain was undeniably real, not a mere figment of her imagination. "Mother, it was the holy water bestowed by the immortal." Zhou immediately covered her daughter's mouth, exclaiming, "Do not let your mother hear you speak of such things. It is far too precious to be wasted on me." Suli replied directly, "Mother, you must not put yourself in danger for my sake. It terrified me back then." Zhou grasped Suli's hand, tears welling in her eyes. "It is my inadequacy that has forced you, a mere child, to protect me. If anything were to happen to any of you, I could never face your father." Suli shook her head. Mother, trust me, we will surely reach Hanjing safely. We will live well. Zhou, her complexion brightening, asked, do I feel lighter? Is my blood circulating smoothly? Zhou nodded affirmatively. Not only that, but I also feel an invigorating strength, as if I am youthful once more. Suli's face radiated with joy. Mother, this is merely the impurities being expelled from your body. According to the immortal S words, this is the cleansing of the marrow. Mother, you must wash up and change into fresh clothes. Those are no longer suitable for wearing. They are simply unbearable. Zhou sniffed slightly and immediately felt the urge to vomit. Seizing the cover of night, Suli quietly retrieved a bathing tub from her storage space, fetching 2 buckets of fresh water. Zhou gazed at the crystal clear water, feeling a twinge of heartache, and with her body soiled, could only manage a wry smile. Suli, seeing this, chuckled lightly. Mother, once I find a water source, I will fetch more. Do not fret over this water. Hurry and wash up, for it will be troublesome if others arrive. Zhou had no choice but to quickly enter the tub. After washing, there was still a lingering odor, and she was reluctant to waste water, eventually succumbing to sleep while still carrying the scent. Chapter 34. The little wolf cub is sent out. The next morning, as dawn broke, everyone was in high spirits. Suli leaned closer to Zhou, whispering, Mother, this is incredible. Your complexion is so fair and much finer than before. Zhou, upon hearing this, hurriedly smeared some mud on her face. At that moment, the village chief announced, once we cross this mountain, we shall proceed along the official road. We are expected to reach Xinzhou within a day. The distance from Xinzhou to Hanjing is merely a 20-day journey. This time in the mountains has saved us 5 days of travel. Suli nodded, realizing that once they reached Xinzhou, they could send someone to procure supplies in the city, but she wondered how the situation in Xinzhou was faring. The village chief nodded, preparing to instruct the main group to set out, when he suddenly caught sight of a flash of white, his heart filled with astonishment. Could it be reconsidering? Suli too wore a solemn expression, suddenly noticing that the white wolf was accompanied by a female wolf, whose demeanor was rather sorrowful. Suli was utterly perplexed. Grandfather village chief, you all proceed first. I will investigate. I do not know what this could be. Suddenly, she thought of something else. Let those 2 mountain bandits remain here. Let them fend for themselves. Following the 2 wolves, she evaded the gaze of the crowd and ventured deep into a tranquil woodland. The female wolf promptly turned and departed, returning shortly thereafter, gently placing a small wolf cub before her. The cub immediately lifted its head, biting onto her pant leg. Both wolves appeared embarrassed, while Suli was left bewildered. Suddenly, the 2 wolves changed direction and departed. It dawned on Suli, could this little cub have attached itself to her? Wait. The 2 white wolves turned their heads in confusion upon hearing her voice. Suli actually found this little creature quite endearing, its cuteness undeniable. However, she realized that it was, after all, someone else's cub and could not simply take it away. Glancing at the spirit spring in her storage, she noted it contained only 3 bowls. With a sigh, feeling a pang of regret, she scooped a bowl and offered it to the white wolf, considering it a gesture of gratitude. The 2 wolves exchanged glances, and the female wolf departed directly, soon returning with 3 cubs, who promptly approached the bowl and began to drink the water within. The female wolf licked only a few drops, leaving the remainder for the white wolf. Suli couldn't help but reflect, as the saying goes about wolves being fierce creatures. Who would have thought this wolf could also exhibit such maternal affection, so deeply felt? Recalling the events of the previous night, she scooped another bowl for them. A glimmer of light sparkled in the white wolf's eyes. Suli cradled the little cub, nodding at them. Rest assured, I will take good care of it. Both the white wolf and the female wolf howled in unison. Suli turned back, waving her hand. We are heading to Hanjing. May fate allow us to meet again. She then hastily rejoined the others, who naturally noticed the white creature in her hands. Someone exclaimed, Suli, is this a cub from the white wolf? How did it come to be given to you? Suli nodded. Perhaps it is a gesture of gratitude for saving its mother. Who would have thought this wolf could be so sentimental? Indeed, it is far superior to humans. If one were to compare, the human heart is far more cruel than that of a wolf. Indeed, had it not been for the wolf pack last night, we might have met a far worse fate. We owe a great deal to Suli, otherwise, our exit from the mountains would not have been so smooth. The crowd whispered among themselves, yet their feet continued to move. After roughly 3 hours, they reached the foot of the mountain. The village chief sighed. It seems that Xinzhou is not in a favorable state either. The wild vegetables and tree barks at the mountain's base have all been stripped bare. The clan leader remarked. Fortunately, we have stocked some water while in the mountains. Presumably, it is due to the Wolf Fong Mountain, which deters anyone from entering. An elder of the clan wore a look of lament. The village chief further lamented, "We have already traversed half the journey without any loss of personnel. This is undoubtedly the most ideal situation currently. I firmly believe that as long as we work together, we shall reach Hanjing." Everyone was filled with confidence and anticipation for the future. After resting for half an hour at the mountain's base, they noticed numerous disaster victims, their gazes unfriendly. Yet they dared not approach, as every man bore a large knife in hand. The village chief waved his hand, and everyone set off once more until nightfall, at which point he called for a halt to rest. The village chief and clan leader conversed in hushed, cautious tones. "Today we encountered numerous refugees whose eyes gleamed with greed upon seeing our grain reserves. We must heighten vigilance and reinforce night patrols. Then dispatch 30 men in 3 shifts, each group guarding for 2-hour intervals." The night patrol members each wielded a broadsword. Yet hesitation flickered among the crowd as they murmured amongst themselves. "They outnumber us. We mustn't underestimate them. Where did they even pick up those broadswords? Probably just for intimidation. I doubt they dare strike. If we don't act, we'll starve anyway. With that much grain, we could eat for ages. Let us take the risk. Our numbers are too few. Summon both groups to join the operation. Perhaps we should abandon this. Blades have no eyes, it's too frightening. Coward. Stay back if you want to go, but don't expect a share of the grain later." Shortly after midnight, as the men rotated shifts, a horde of about 60 refugees brandishing clubs surged forth. The guards, unfazed, swung their blades at the approaching figures. My arm." A refugee collapsed, clutching his wounded limb and wailing in agony. You dare injure people? Is there no justice left?" The commotion roused the entire vicinity. The guard retorted, "Justice? What justice is there in plundering under cover of darkness? Even if you appeal to the authorities, you'll face consequences." Panicked, 2 refugees helped the wounded man up and fled hastily. The guard declared, "Let any fool who covets our grain first ask if our blades will allow it." With a clang, he drove his sword into the ground, sending tremors through would-be troublemakers. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Heavens, could they be mountain bandits? Since when do bandits travel with families? How brutal. Let us steer clear tomorrow. They seem united, over 1,000 strong. Which village flees famine with such cohesion? They have ample grain. Earlier, I spotted someone carrying russet pelts. Those are from jackals. Did they cross Wolf Fong Mountain? Such audacity. Hush. Don't speak of it. Such murmurs persisted intermittently. At dawn, the women prepared a hurried meal before the group resumed their journey. They reached Xinzhou by dusk as darkness began to fall. A small team convened. The clan leader advised, "Send scouts to inquire, see if we can purchase grain and water." The village chief added, "Better to go together. Let us pool our silver." An elder lamented, "We forgot to search those bandits. What a loss." Suli glanced silently at the elder, thinking, indeed, a kindred spirit. The others wore pained expressions, as if they'd forfeited hundreds of taels. Suli proposed, "Let us gather what we can, there's no alternative now." Suddenly recalling her spatial stash of provisions, she smacked her forehead. "I'll investigate first. You all collect the silver." Approaching Josher, she discreetly passed a water skin infused with spiritual spring water through a bamboo basket. "Mother, this water is for you alone, don't share it. Await my return." She departed briskly, ignoring Josher's calls. Chapter 35. Successfully infiltrating the city to purchase grain at Xinzhou's gate, Suli found guards inspecting residency records. She tapped a matron's shoulder ahead. "Auntie, what is the inspection for?" The woman glanced back and whispered, "Non-locals aren't permitted entry." Stunned, Suli produced 2 coarse steamed buns and tried again. "Auntie, I've come to fetch medicine for my grandmother. Our home is remote, I didn't know of this rule. Could you assist me?" She offered the buns. The matron hesitated, but Suli pleaded, "If not for the distance, I wouldn't carry rations. These are my day's meals. Please aid my filial duty." Accepting the buns, the woman nodded. "You're about my daughter's age. Pretend you're Zhang Hehua." Eyes lighting up, Suli linked arms with her, chatting amiably as they passed inspection seamlessly. Her first stop was a grain shop, where she grew frustrated by the 10 jin daily limit per person. The shop assistant, misreading her stillness as disdain for prices, urged, "Miss, coarse rice and black flour are sold out. Though white rice and flour cost 21 per jean, it's still available. Soon, even 25 when 1 tea suffice. Buy quickly. Young sir, our village is distant, we need much more. The 10 jean limit is truly problematic. The assistant's eyes sparkled. How much do you require? Suli calculated silently. For 1,000 people at 6 liang daily, 600 jean total. To ensure sufficiency, she planned for 5 days' supply and held up 3 fingers. Can you lower the price? Let me check our stock, but the price may be firm. Suli waited as the assistant fetched the manager, who bowed. Miss. I'm the proprietor. When do you need the grain? Immediately, more white flour, please. Also, could you arrange an ox cart for delivery? The city gate requires a bribe, 70 taels total. Suli agreed. Very well. Please load the cart now. While the manager gave orders, Suli slipped the assistant a silver piece. Brother, I've a favor to ask. The assistant beamed. His monthly wage was merely 601, and this matched 2 months' earnings. What is it? How much for an ox cart? I wish to buy one. Prices are steep now, but my friend deals in them. 3 taels will suffice. Suli inhaled sharply, such profiteering. For that rickety wood? She handed over 3 taels. Please procure it now and load it with the goods. The assistant nodded, informed others, and hurried off. Suli slipped into a quiet alley, scanned her surroundings, and entered her spatial realm. Eagerly, she sought to assess her gold, a luxury uncommon among commoners. Finding only 3 small chests, she frowned. Why so meager? Inside were 64 5-tael gold ingots, totaling 200 taels in silver. Elated by the windfall, she noticed a tiny cloud character etched on each ingot. They must be marked by their original owners, unusable as is. Resigned, she stored them away. Then checked the second-in-command's private stash, 86 taels of silver and 8 unmarked gold ingots. His personal hoard, lucky for him. These 8 are spendable. Exiting the spatial realm. She concealed silver in her basket and visited a sundry shop, spending 6 taels on 100 jean of salt delivered to the grain shop. The cart now loaded. Suli paid, then sat with the assistant and carter on the ox cart's edge toward the gate. After a hushed exchange with guards, they were waved through. The assistant glanced at them, nodded, and resumed chatting with soldiers. Outside, onlookers watched with sidelong curiosity. Suli undoubtedly noticed the villagers and called out loudly, Uncle Day. Uncle Day. The men, upon seeing the figures atop the ox cart, quickly approached, a group of 8. Hurry. This is not a place for idle chatter. Suli instructed. The men, upon hearing her, swiftly ran back to summon others. The arrival of the ox cart at the forest by the official road naturally attracted the attention of many disaster victims. Suli disembarked and slipped a couple of silver coins to the driver, saying, Brother, do not speak of this. We truly have no other choice. The driver's face contorted in distress as he hurriedly instructed others to unload the goods, exclaiming, Look at those people's eyes. They seem ready to devour me alive. Many disaster victims hesitated, some appearing to wait for an opportune moment, while others lurked behind trees, eager to ambush like manises waiting for cicadas. Just 2 men and a driver. I believe we need not fear. One remarked. Look at that girl's gaze. It is somewhat terrifying. Another countered. What is there to fear from a mere girl? Yet those 2 men appear quite robust. They are all refugees. It seems these 2 have been eating well. Wait. Follow my lead. And this ox cart is rather nice. What should we do with the driver? If he knows what's good for him, he'll keep quiet. If he doesn't, let us just say it will be a swift end for him. Ugh. We cannot be so reckless. If seen, we could lose our heads. Bah. Regardless, if we do nothing, we will starve. In such chaos, who would know it was us? Stop dawdling, let us go. A group of men, their eyes gleaming with greed, slowly approached the ox cart. Just then, a band of men wielding large knives appeared, causing the driver to swiftly turn the cart around in a panic, intending to flee. Seeing this, Suli rushed forward to intervene. Brother, they are from our village. Do not be afraid. The driver trembled, unable to utter a word. Suli's gaze swept over the scene as she commanded, Bring a cow over. Let us secure the ox cart first. The group of men immediately surrounded the cart, brandishing their knives protectively at the wary disaster victims. What a stroke of bad luck. It's all your fault for hesitating. The leader cursed. Standing atop the ox cart, Suli threatened the surrounding victims. This grain belongs to our entire village. Should anyone dare to approach and steal, they shall not return. After declaring this, she leaped down from the cart and, with a single punch, split a large tree in half. The crowd stood in stunned silence, and those with quick reflexes swiftly fled, while others remained in hesitant observation. Huh. Let those who seek death come forth. Chapter 36. The white porridge incites the discontent of the disaster victims. Suli's actions not only astonished the disaster victims, but even caused the tough men to change color. When had this girl become so fierce? They were not bandits. Yet she was quite intimidating. However, there was no time for further contemplation as date approached, leading the cow slowly. The crowd soon busied themselves, and before long, the grain was safely loaded onto another ox cart. The driver spoke not a word, snapping the whip, causing the ox to bolt forward like an arrow. Observing this, the disaster victims hastily stepped aside. Suli secretly scoffed. These people were indeed cowards, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Soon, the main group arrived in succession, and all were rendered speechless at the sight of the loaded cart of grain. Suli calmly stated, "Village chief, I have exhausted all my silver, not a penny remains." The village chief, momentarily at a loss for words, pondered before slowly inquiring, "Li girl, how much did you actually spend?" Suli candidly replied, "The grain cost 60 taels. Various expenses totaled 10 taels, and the cart cost 3 taels. Additionally, I tipped a waiter 1 tael. Currently, the city gates are tightly shut, barring disaster victims from entry. Household registrations must be verified further." The village chief's expression grew grave as he handed her a cloth pouch, saying, "Li girl, this is what everyone has pooled together. Just over 50 taels. Once we settle in Hanjung, this sum will surely be returned to you in full." Suli accepted the silver with an open attitude, saying, "Very well, I trust you, village chief." The main group began to set off, and some whispered, "Where did Suli acquire such a sum of silver? What concern is it of yours? Mind your own business." "Well, this is splendid. This grain should last us 5 or 6 days. Indeed. We owe it all to Li girl. But we still lack so much silver. What shall we do? Look at you, so hopeless. It's only a few taels. Divided among each household, it amounts to less than 300 won. Yes, preserving life is paramount. If we have no life, what use is silver? Stop talking. Let us hurry." Unperturbed by their murmurs, Suli cradled the small white wolf in her arms, who nuzzled her palm incessantly. "Suji," a hint of jealousy in his voice, remarked, "Sister, has this creature become sentient? It won't even let me hold it. As if I care for it. Oh, who was just treating it like a treasure, carefully feeding it water and then buns? Ha." Suji's cheeks flushed slightly as he muttered, "I was merely concerned it might go hungry. Though it is a wolf, it possesses no fierceness. It truly is embarrassing. I do not like it at all." Hearing this, the others laughed as they walked. At that moment, Josher handed Suli a small cloth bag, which could be slung over the shoulder. "Here, this is convenient. It frees up your hands. Put it in here." Suli accepted it with joy and placed the white wolf inside. Suji pouted, "I cannot even compare to a wolf cub. Mother, you're biased. I want one of these bags too. Once we reach Hanjung, you must make me one. Otherwise, I will not be satisfied." Josher, with a doting expression, replied, All right, I will make one for you. Each of you 3 siblings will have one." Suli shook her head, finding the innocence of 10-year-olds truly delightful. At such a splendid age, they should be focused on their studies. This decision solidified in her heart. Leaning closer to Josher, she whispered, "Mother, brother turns 15 next year, which is the age for courtship, but I would prefer him to focus on his studies. What do you think?" Josher halted abruptly, causing the person behind her to bump into her. With a groan, she covered her nose, complaining, "Xiao Hui, could you not stop so suddenly? I might have broken my nose." Josher quickly apologized and hurried to catch up with Suli. Glancing at her eldest son at the edge of the group, and quietly said, "Lear, in the past, your brother listened to the village chief's grandson read and could remember many passages. It's a pity he never had the chance to learn to read. However, starting at this age may be a bit late. I worry no academy will accept him. Besides, your brother is naturally shy and should not be forced." Suli gently shook her head, speaking softly, as the saying goes, "One learns as long as one lives, as long as brother is determined to learn. A solution will always be found. If all else fails, we can always hire a tutor." Josher's expression turned bitter, uncertain of how to respond. Suli leaned closer, whispering, "I have scavenged 8 gold ingots from the bandit leader. 40 taels of gold." Josher quickly covered her daughter's lips, glancing back. only to find that they were alone, with everyone else a meter away. At that moment, the others looked on in bewilderment, all eyes on the two of them. Xiao Hui, thankfully I foresaw this. Otherwise, I would have bumped into you again. Why did you stop so suddenly? Another woman chimed in. You two should save your whispers for when we rest later. Don't waste time. Look at the disaster victims eyeing us hungrily. Zhou, with a firm grip on Suli, offered her apologies. I sincerely apologize. We shall hasten our departure. After 2 hours had elapsed, exhaustion began to envelop the group, prompting the women to kindle fires for cooking. Suli convened with several clan elders, producing a map. Currently, we find ourselves positioned in Xinzhou. Yet it appears there is a scarcity of water sources in this vicinity. The village chief sighed heavily. The trees stand bare, the ground cracked. Not a single blade of grass in sight. It is a calamity indeed. The clan elders wore expressions of resigned helplessness, and after deliberation, they resolved to venture into the mountains the following day, aware of the unknown dangers that lay ahead, but recognizing that securing water was of utmost importance. There was no other recourse. Upon seeing her daughter return, Zhou led her towards a large tree. You stubborn girl, how could you possess such power? You nearly frightened your mother to death. Suli, with a charming smile, reassured her, Mother, do not worry, I have concealed everything within my Qianquan pouch. And no one is the wiser. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Retrieving a red sugar bun from her sleeve, she urged, Hurry, eat this quickly. I shall keep watch for you. Suli pressed the bun into Zhou's hand, softly stating, Mother, I have plenty, enough to ensure our smooth journey to Hanzhong. There is no need for such frugality. Furthermore, I managed to raid the bandits' mess hall and seized a considerable amount of spices and cured meats. Zhou's expression turned anxious as she glanced around. Lear, from now on, you must exercise caution in your actions. Do not carelessly use the Qianquan pouch. Should someone catch sight of it, you may be mistaken for a monster and suffer undeserved misfortune. Suli solemnly nodded. I will heed Mother's advice. At that moment, Sushi arrived to summon the two for a meal of thick rice porridge, a result of the water shortage. The 1,000 villagers relished the meal, causing the surrounding disaster victims to salivate. Discontent murmurs arose among them. Can you eat without making such a racket? You've woken me from my sleep. Indeed. It sounds as though you've never eaten before. Why such uproar? Suli would not tolerate their complaints, retorting fiercely, Do you dwell by the sea? Mind your own business. If you find it displeasing, then walk further away. Some of the nearby disaster victims, recognizing her, appeared fearful, while others muttered to themselves. Even beggars eat quietly. Do they think we are lacking in food? It would be best if a group of bandits or barbarians swooped in to seize their provisions. Chapter 37. Encountering barbarians, seeking aid from bears and tigers. By noon the following day, the group entered the forest. At the rear of the procession, a band of burly men wielding broad blades stood out, their fierce expressions instilling a sense of dread. The disaster victims maintained their distance, trailing behind warily. The village chief muttered sorrowfully, It breaks my heart. That woman holds a child not yet a year old. Alas, this is all the fault of that wretched natural disaster. Sun Chimei interjected, Do not let your heart be too soft. This is not the time for pity. The village chief, casting a sharp glance at her, replied, Am I not aware of this? We have personally endured such hardships in the past. Sun Chimei pouted, choosing not to respond further. Suli led a group of strong men ahead, and after about an hour, they finally stumbled upon a spacious, level area where they decided to rest. Without hesitation, Suli set forth with the water-seeking team. Time passed in silence, and suddenly, voices wafted through the air. Suli raised her hand, and the men's expressions turned serious. What is the rush with these mountain ruffians? They are exhausting me. These wretched dogs from Yun country run too swiftly. There is no water here. I am parched to death. Calm down, let us venture further in. Poor Black Wind is growing thin. Just a beast. Once we kill more of these mongrels, it can feast. Laughter echoed among the group. Many continued to whisper, and Suli turned to the men behind her, silently gesturing for them to move swiftly. Thus, the 9 men clamped their mouths shut and quietly turned around, striving to make no sound. However, as fate would have it, one man, too tense, twisted his ankle and fell to his knees, making no noise, but inadvertently stepping on some dry stumps. Who is that? A group rushed out. Suli focused her gaze and saw over 20 barbarians, each brandishing a sharp blade. She deftly tucked the little white wolf into her sleeve, concealing it, and shouted loudly, Run! Everyone scatter! At her command, The group dispersed in all directions, seizing the moment while the barbarians were still in a state of confusion. Su Li uprooted several large trees, blocking their path, and then sprinted back like a cheetah. One man ahead called out, "Su Li, what should we do? Quickly. Inform the village chief to hide immediately, just as we did before in the cave against the bandits. Act swiftly, I will do my best to delay them." Upon hearing this, the man departed quickly down the path they had traveled. "Village chief, hurry, the barbarians are coming. Su Li commands we set traps. Quickly." Upon hearing this, the villagers sprang into action, filled with urgency. The village chief was as restless as one on a hot stove, anxious and fidgety. Sun Chimei grasped his hand, gently patting it in reassurance. The village chief shouted, "Everyone, rise quickly. Move at full speed and seek out a cave for refuge. We cannot delay." The group busily scrambled, and the disaster victims in the distance noticed the commotion, mistakenly believing they had discovered a water source, and surged forward with all their might. The village chief bellowed, "What are you rushing for? Ahead are the barbarians. Are you eager to meet your end?" The disaster victims paid him no heed, and some began to loudly rebuke. "This mountain is unclaimed. The water source is naturally ours. We cannot allow you to monopolize it." "Indeed, how ridiculous. You think you can hoard it all? Who are you to bully us, just because you are numerous?" The village chief sighed deeply, lamenting, "It is futile to counsel the damned. All villagers, heed my command. Clear the way for them. We shall find another route. Quickly." Upon hearing this, the crowd shifted directions, taking another path. At this moment, some disaster victims felt a pang of regret, while others appeared hesitant, quietly trailing behind the group. The last two men in the convoy exchanged glances, then turned around, glaring fiercely, and proclaimed, "Anyone who dares to follow, do not blame my blade." With that, one struck a dead tree with his sword, severing it cleanly. The disaster victims hesitated, some wanting to speak, but holding back. Another man growled, "The mountain may be unclaimed, but we forged the path. If you have any pride, do not follow us." The meaning was clear. If they continued to follow, it would be shameless. The two men then rejoined the main group, moving forward. Meanwhile, Su Li had already uprooted several large trees to block the barbarians' exit. One barbarian cursed loudly, "You little brat, if you have the guts, confront me head-on. Look at her cowardice. Would she dare fight? Perhaps in bed? Ha ha." Silence. Hurry up and clear the way. They had forgotten Su Li's immense strength. Wary of the 20-plus foes, Su Li felt a sense of urgency. She quickly returned, only to find many disaster victims heading toward her, her brow furrowing. "There are over 20 barbarians ahead. If you wish to survive, do not proceed." Having said that, she bypassed the crowd without looking back. The remaining people exchanged glances, some displaying disdain, believing that Shinjo was far from the border and that barbarians could not possibly be present. This girl must be fabricating tales. Those timid and fearful souls exhibited their cowardice, swiftly retreating towards the place they had just arrived from. Su Li followed closely, soon discovering the traces of her kin. They had gathered at a cave, and aside from the young children, everyone was diligently digging pits. Su Li approached in a state of anxiety, realizing that this course of action was futile. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. She hastily retrieved the little white wolf from her spatial realm. At that moment, it appeared drowsy. So she took out half a bowl of spiritual spring water and placed it on the ground. Her heart raced with worry. What if she couldn't attract the large beasts? After a quarter of an hour, the village leaders had constructed a preliminary trap, and a bear and a tiger came running, one after the other. The creatures bared their teeth at the girl before them, poised to attack. In a moment of desperation, Su Li seized the bowl and poured some of the spiritual spring water onto the ground, her heart aching at the thought. Then, she called out to them, "Do you desire this item? I possess it, yet it comes at a price. Soon, over 20 armed individuals will arrive, and you must slay them. Upon completion, each of you shall receive a bowl." The tiger and the bear exchanged glances, revealing a hint of hesitation. At that moment, however, Su Li decisively withdrew the bowl into her spatial realm and turned to leave, internally lamenting, "Indeed, animals can comprehend human speech. How unsettling." The tiger and bear ambled toward the damp earth where the water had been spilled, licking at it and ultimately consuming the entire mass of mud, appearing as if they craved more. Just then, the Hu people, brandishing their weapons, rushed in, their blades stained with blood, a sight that was truly alarming. The tiger and bear exchanged looks, and the tiger swiftly vanished, reappearing behind the human in an instant. Chapter 38. Do not forget to loot the corpses. The Hu people, upon spotting the bear ahead, were led by their leader, who declared, "Do not charge in recklessly. Our target is that group of mud-legged folk." One voice piped up quietly, "Elder brother, there's a tiger behind us." What? The 20 or so men turned to find a tiger blocking their escape, glaring fiercely at them. The tension escalated, and the bear stood tall, pounding its chest repeatedly, then charged forward with a growl. At that moment, the villagers heard the commotion, and one exclaimed, "Village chief, it's the blind bear." Upon hearing this, a wave of dread washed over everyone. How unfortunate it was to confront both the bear and the Hu people. Just then, a series of tiger roars shattered the silence, causing the villagers to pale in shock. Rendered speechless, they were now caught between the bear and the tiger, in addition to the Hu men, a precarious situation indeed. At that moment, Suli sidled around and entered the cave, offering reassurance. "There's no need to worry. The blind bear and the tiger are allies sent by my father to assist us. They should be engaging the Hu men right now." Initially, the villagers felt a surge of hope, but it quickly dissipated, replaced by a chilling realization. They all turned to look at Mrs. Zhou. Her cheeks flushed, and her expression was strained as she awkwardly stated, "I told you all, the third one has been with us all along." Yet no one had believed her. She then pulled Suli aside to inquire, "Lear, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?" Suli shook her head and replied, "Mother, I'm fine. Just a bit hungry." The village chief, close by, overheard and sighed helplessly, "There's no water left. We must endure hunger for now, resolving the Hu men first." Mrs. Zhou glanced at her daughter in silence, thinking to herself, "You silly child, why didn't you eat a little when there was no one around?" At that moment, everyone was consumed by anxiety, wondering who would emerge victorious in the end. Approximately half an hour later, the two animals ambled back, one after the other. Suli, seeing this, felt a wave of joy and exclaimed to the village chief and the others, "It worked. Let me go take a look." Without waiting for a response, she boldly stepped forward. "Do not frighten my kin. Follow me." She strode ahead, the bear and tiger trailing behind, leaving everyone in stunned silence, the scene utterly bizarre. "Xiao Hui, your Suli can even understand the language of beasts?" Mrs. Zhou, now quite worried, bluntly stated, "What do you mean she understands beast language? Can you see that those animals have become sentient? They can understand when you speak to them." One man, looking innocent, replied, "I wouldn't dare. One slap from them would send me flying." At this, everyone turned to him, realizing that if anything were to happen to Suli, they would lose their anchor of hope. The village chief decisively declared, "You few come with me to take a look." Hearing this, Mrs. Zhou first felt grateful towards the village chief, but then suddenly remembered something, her voice anxious. "Village chief, don't go. If the blind bear suddenly becomes enraged, Lear would have to divide her attention to protect you. With the third one there, it should be safe." Internally, she was fervently thinking, perhaps her daughter possessed something that the animals desired, and it must not be discovered. She could only hope for her daughter to return swiftly. Meanwhile, Suli led the two animals into a wooded area, surveying her surroundings. She retrieved a bowl of spiritual spring water from her spatial realm and addressed them, "Each of you know, each beast shall receive a bowl. This is a precious gift bestowed by the immortals, and I hesitate to drink it myself. You are the rulers of these mountains. You must protect us and ensure that your descendants do not harm us." The two animals exchanged glances, and then the tiger stepped forward and began to drink, looking at Suli with delight afterward. Suli gently shook her head. "It's all gone. Only 2 bowls remain. Look at my chapped lips. I hesitated to savor it myself." The blind bear cast a disdainful glance at the tiger, growled loudly, and the tiger gradually retreated. Suli then poured a bowl for the blind bear, which savored it like an elder, casting a meaningful look at Suli before finishing it in 2 licks. Still seeming unsatisfied, Suli face-palmed, realizing this bowl was no longer viable. The drool was excessive. She waved her hand. "Animals must have integrity. Do not go back on your word. I shall take my leave now. May we meet again, or rather, let us part ways." She departed boldly under their watchful gaze, calling out to the cave, "Come, some uncles, let us go take a look ahead." Hearing her, over a dozen men with large knives rushed over. Suli couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Everyone seemed awkward, at a loss for words. Internally, she mused, in this guise, Wielding sharp blades yet lacking the ruggedness of mountain bandits, they appear rather too refined. Upon arriving at the battlefield against the Humen, they were met with the sight of over 20 corpses strewn about, some lying horizontally, others vertically, a scene of utter carnage. Despite the fact that these men had witnessed such horrors before, they still felt nauseated, nearly retching. Not far off, a magnificent steed galloped towards them. And Su Li's eyes brightened. This was truly a stroke of fortune. She promptly ordered, "Dig a pit to bury them." After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned her head, a glimmer of brightness in her eyes, and added, "Do not forget to loot the corpses." Upon hearing this, the men grew excited. Ignoring their queasiness, pairing up to search the bodies, one calling out, "There's silver indeed. Look, it's 10 taels. We're rich." Another man smacked him on the head. "Be quieter. Do you want to attract those disaster victims?" The voice of one man was low and filled with worry. "I wonder how those victims are faring now? They were trailing us. And the Humen approached from that direction. They might have already met their doom. Alas, what a tragedy." While lamenting, their hands did not cease their work. Meanwhile, Su Li attempted to rein in the horse, but it eluded her grasp. Growing impatient, she initially thought to use force, but then a sudden spark of inspiration struck her. Silently extracting a third of a bowl of spiritual spring from the void, the black horse indeed exhibited a marked reaction, revealing an unmistakable eagerness. Su Li spoke leisurely. "If you agree to be my steed, I shall grant you a drink. Otherwise, it matters not." With that, she turned to depart. The black horse unhesitatingly followed in her wake, prompting a smile from Su Li as she brought the bowl to its mouth. "Drink, and from this moment forth, you shall be called Chasing Wind. My noble steed, haha." At that moment, the little white wolf nestled in her arms, seemed to sense something and let out a series of whimpers. Su Li gently poked its tiny head with her finger, softly assuring, "Fear not, little one. This spiritual spring produces 2 bowls daily. There will certainly be enough for you. Given your snow-white fur, henceforth, I shall call you Snow Shadow." The little wolf responded with a couple of enthusiastic howls before curling up to sleep once more. Thus, with her head held high, Su Li strode forward, Chasing Wind trailing freely behind her, unrestrained by reins. The men had by now prepared to bury the bodies, setting aside the silver and over 20 large knives they had recovered. One man turned his head and was taken aback by the sight, momentarily forgetting his task. "What are you doing? Hurry up and move," urged a teammate. "Look at that," the man stammered. The laborers, who had been engrossed in their work, followed his gaze and widened their eyes in astonishment. One exclaimed, "Heavens, could it be a horse? What a majestic creature! Hey, doesn't he even need a bridle? It seems to have submitted to Su Li." Another mused, "Could it be that the third brother sent it?" The mere thought sent shivers down everyone's spines, and they hastily resumed their work. Noticing their hesitation, Su Li felt a pang of sympathy and stepped forward, effortlessly lifting one of the bodies and tossing it into the pit. The burly men watched in awe, unable to suppress their gulping. Chapter 39. Those not of our kin shall be exterminated. After tidying up the area, the men picked up their knives and carried the silver towards the cave. Inside, the others appeared relaxed, relieved that everyone was unharmed, evidently believing the Hu people had been dealt with. Observing the black horse behind Su Li, their expressions varied. "That looks like a horse. Could it be that the horse has gained sentience? How curious that it follows Su Li so instinctively. Oh dear. Could it be Su Lao-san?" As soon as the woman uttered these words, she clasped her hands over her mouth, realizing she might have revealed a secret. The surrounding crowd fell silent, abruptly halting their discussions. Meanwhile, Su Li tethered the horse to a large tree, caressing its coat. The men, filled with excitement, presented their findings to the clan elder and the village chief. One man eagerly exclaimed, "We didn't forget to search the bodies this time. These Hu people had quite a bit of silver on them." The village chief and the others nodded slightly, counting a total of 340 taels of silver, their hands trembling involuntarily. At that moment, the clan leader unexpectedly spoke up, "The Hu are not of our kin. Taking this silver is permissible. However, this is ill-gotten wealth. I urge you all to guard against greed and refrain from coveting another silver, lest we become no different from mountain bandits." Some men scratched their heads, others touched their noses, and a few chuckled sheepishly. The village chief added earnestly, "The blades in our hands are meant for self-defense, not for taking lives. Let us all remember, we are law-abiding citizens, not mere brigands." After glancing at the group, he continued, "Recently, we owe the girl 18 taels of silver. Today, we shall return it in full. The remaining silver shall be kept in safekeeping by the clan leader until we settle down, at which point it will be distributed." The clan leader hesitated, and the village chief bluntly stated, "It matters not who keeps it, but I am overwhelmed with daily affairs." The clan leader nodded slightly and summoned Mrs. Zhou forward, handing her the 18 taels. Mrs. Zhou's expression was tense. This amount of silver was undoubtedly the largest sum she had ever encountered. Glancing at her daughter, who was still amusing herself with the horse, she could only smile helplessly. By now, the hour had passed, and none had eaten lunch. The village chief decided it was time for the group to move on. Su Li and Chasing Wind led the way, while the others followed at a distance, increasingly feeling that something was amiss. Su Laosi asked Mrs. Zhou, sister-in-law, "Could that horse truly be the third brother?" Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhou's lips twitched. "No, that horse has gained intelligence and recognizes Lear as its master. Don't listen to their nonsense." Su Laosi remained skeptical but nodded and fell silent. After walking for less than an hour, they discovered a water source, a small, deep pool. Su Li patted Chasing Wind's head, joyfully declaring, "Chasing Wind is magnificent." The listeners behind finally understood. It was this horse that had found the water source. Deep within their hearts, they felt immense gratitude towards Su Laosan, yet none dared approach to behold the black horse up close. The women began to prepare a fire for cooking, while they also managed to gather plenty of wild vegetables. Mrs. Zhou brought out the wild boar leg from earlier, simmering it in the porridge, to which everyone expressed their heartfelt thanks. An hour later, as darkness crept in, they finally enjoyed their lunch of wild boar meat and vegetable stew with rice porridge, all basking in happiness. Taking advantage of the night, Su Li and Mrs. Zhou approached the pool. While Mrs. Zhou kept watch, Su Li swiftly retrieved all the buckets and jars, filling them with water in barely 15 minutes. Satisfied with the depth of the pool, she nodded, confident it would go unnoticed. A dreamless night passed. The next morning, everyone hurried to fetch water for cooking. Preparing enough food for the day, someone placed a bucket beside Chasing Wind, who cast a proud glance at the newcomer, ignoring them altogether. Su Li, witnessing this, felt a surge of warmth and affectionately patted Chasing Wind's head. Quietly, she reached for the bucket and poured a fifth of a bowl of spiritual spring into it. "Chasing Wind, drink up. This is your ration for today." She tossed 2 pieces of meat into its mouth from her sleeve before departing. Thus, with Chasing Wind leading them to water sources, they journeyed through the mountains for 8 days, finally crossing over to the official road. Someone could not help but exclaim, "Strange indeed, we have not encountered any large wild beasts." A mysterious voice replied, "Isn't it because Lao San is protecting us?" They glanced at Chasing Wind, who was drinking water with a knowing look. "This horse has truly endured much. Once we reach Hanzheng, we must ensure it gets fresh grass every day. It has become our half-savior." Those around nodded in agreement. After a brief rest of about 15 minutes, the group resumed their journey. Encountering some bustling refugees on the official road, the village chief remarked, "We are merely half a month away from Hanzheng. We must have reached the forefront of the refugees." The clan leader sighed, "Today is the 2nd of July. We have been traveling for nearly 20 days. Just then, a horse-drawn cart sped towards them, followed closely by several large horses, their shouts audible from a distance. "Halt! If you know what's good for you, stop the cart. Or do not blame me for being impolite." Su Li and the others were startled. The accent sounded distinctly like that of the Hu people, prompting everyone to quickly dive into the nearby thicket. The men immediately became alert, positioning the elderly, women, and children in the center, each wielding large knives with fierce expressions. As the cart drew nearer, the driver sighed, realizing he was about to bring innocent suffering upon the common folk. The 4 large horses galloped forward, and upon seeing only 4 men, Su Li felt a sense of relief. She stroked Chasing Wind's head and softly instructed, "Chasing Wind, do not act rashly. Stay here and do not run out." She was determined to eliminate these barbarians, otherwise, the villagers would suffer the consequences. As the wagon passed, Su Li brandished a large blade, standing resolutely in the middle of the road, embodying the spirit of one man holding back 1,000. "Step aside," the barbarians shouted anxiously. Upon seeing them, Su Li sighed inwardly at the plight of the horses. In a swift motion, she struck 3 times, severing the legs of 2 horses, which neighed in agony before collapsing. Two of the barbarians also fell, colliding with the horses as their comrades failed to stop in time and were sent flying. One barbarian scrambled to his feet, angrily shouting, "You wretched girl, you're seeking death." Su Li's voice rang out powerfully, "The ones seeking death are you. Those not of my kin must be exterminated." Without granting the barbarians a moment to respond, she charged forward like a bolt of lightning, causing those in the forest to hold their breath in anticipation. One man could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "With so many of us, why should we fear a few barbarians? Brothers, we can't let Su Li bear the brunt of everything alone. Let us show some courage." Following his lead, a dozen men surged forward unimpeded. At that moment, Su Li's blade struck a barbarian's arm, eliciting screams of pain. "Ah, my hand," he cried, before fainting from the agony. Another man spat in frustration, "Fool. Useless." He then advanced with his own weapon, but quickly realized that this girl possessed considerable strength. As he pondered his strategy, Su Li swung down her blade, and the man raised his to parry, only to be jolted with pain in his hands. Unable to withstand the force, Su Li suddenly released her grip and kicked him, sending him crashing against a large tree where he spat blood in fury. Su Li stepped forward and kicked him in the chest, demanding, "Where do you hail from? How many of you are there? What are your current plans?" The man laughed mockingly, "Huh? You worthless scum of Yun country, you're all cornered now, destined to become our souls beneath the blade. I advise you to let me go, or else." Su Li cut him off. "Indeed, you are a fool who refuses to heed warnings. Be sure to greet my father for me." Just as he was about to voice his confusion, her blade pierced his heart, leaving him lifeless. Meanwhile, the two barbarians who had been thrown aside were still trying to comprehend the situation when they spotted a group of robust men, all wielding large blades, advancing toward them. Panic set in as they mistook them for bandits. One of them turned back to look while running, but in his distraction, he collided with a tree and lost consciousness. The other, feeling frustrated with his companion's foolishness, began to run, only to suddenly find the wagon veering toward him. Unable to outrun the horse, he abandoned the main road and dashed into the woods. Nearby, a man had been lying in wait by a large tree. Seeing him approach, he closed his eyes and extended his blade. The barbarian ran straight into him, collapsing without uttering a sound. Chapter 40. Witnessing injustice, drawing swords to assist. The men rushed over and were met with this scene, showering praises upon him. "Well done, Delin. You've killed a barbarian without a sound." Delin scratched his head, looking embarrassed as he replied, "It was a fluke. That barbarian was truly dim-witted, wasting his large frame." Someone suggested, "Let us go check on Su Li and see how she is faring." Another whispered, "Hey, let us loot the bodies first." A few men's eyes lit up as they nearly forgot about this, so they formed a circle around the corpses while a few others searched. The wagon driver looked bewildered and awkward as he drove into the woods. At that moment, Zhou Shi and several children approached to inquire about Su Li's status. Su Li, meanwhile, was searching the bodies, pouting slightly, "Mother, little loot, only 20 taels." Zhou Shi playfully smacked her, "Do you find that insufficient? Those 20 taels are what our family will live on for 2 years. Quickly, put it away." Su Li grinned, stowing the silver in her space. Then she glanced at the two horses on the ground, feeling a twinge of regret. Those startled horses must have bolted into the mountains. They won't survive. "So it seems we shall feast on horse meat today." Zhou Shi wholeheartedly agreed and returned to the woods with the children. At this moment, the wagon driver was conversing with the village chief and others. Upon seeing them approach, he clasped his hands and said, "I am Qing Feng. I thank you, young lady, for your timely assistance." Su Li waved her hand dismissively. "The barbarians are a great enemy of our Yun country. They must be eradicated by all. There is no need for such gratitude." Qing Feng silently mused. Though she is merely a farmer's daughter, her appearance is striking, and her demeanor is extraordinary. She shall not remain as a mere fish in a pond for long. He then recalled his own master, wondering how he was faring at that moment. Su Li, observing the shifting expressions on his face, asked, "May I inquire, young Master Qing, where did you encounter them?" Qing Feng replied, looking disheartened, "About 50 li away. There were approximately 30 of them, and another 15 are pursuing my companions." Su Li was taken aback. How could the barbarians spread so rapidly? "We sought refuge here from afar, only to encounter so many." Qing Feng's face turned pale as a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. He quickly added, "Young lady, I will forever remember your life-saving grace. I shall repay it in the future." However, I must take my leave now, as pressing matters await. Su Li and the others nodded, and Qing Feng promptly departed on horseback. Meanwhile, the men brought over the unconscious barbarian. Su Li nodded to one of the men, who hesitantly stepped forward and delivered a sharp kick. The barbarian awoke in pain, glancing around at the group and cursing, "You filthy dogs, let me go, or our leader will ensure you meet a grim fate." Su Li stepped closer, placing her foot on his calf. "Tell me, where do your people come from? How many are there? Where are they now?" The barbarian grimaced in pain, preparing to retaliate with curses, but Su Li swiftly unsheathed her blade and slashed at his thigh. "You wretched girl, you won't get any information from me." "Oh, is that so? Let us make it quick for him." At this, one of the men stepped forward, closed his eyes, and raised his blade high, ready to strike. The barbarian, trembling at the sight, shouted in terror, "Don't kill me. I'll talk." Su Li and the others scoffed at his words. "Hurry up and answer, or we'll ensure your remains are unrecognizable. We infiltrated Shizhou Lixian a month ago, with the intent to assassinate a prominent figure in Hanjing, but we were discovered in Xinzhou," the barbarian confessed. Su Li's eyes narrowed. Could this be Qing Feng's companions? How many are there? Where are they now? The barbarian closed his eyes and replied, "A total of 100. With 30 heading to Hanjing and over 10 chasing after my companions. The rest are in nearby prefectures, attempting to persuade local officials to switch allegiances, while some are preparing to slaughter the common folk." As soon as he finished speaking, the village chief stepped forward, delivering a series of slaps to the barbarian's face, his beard trembling with rage. "You beast shall meet a dreadful end." Sun Chi-mei tugged at him. "At your age, you should be more careful, if you're not cautious. You might accidentally harm him before we get the information we need." The village chief's expression softened slightly, and he turned to Su Li with a smile. "Dearly, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask." Su Li pressed further. "What significant figure are you referring to?" The barbarian covered his face, refusing to divulge any information, shaking his head vigorously. Finally, under the scrutiny of the crowd, he admitted, "Only the leader knows. We are kept in the dark." Su Li's eyes narrowed again, and she nodded at the man from earlier. Understanding her cue, he closed his eyes and brought his blade down, leaving the barbarian lifeless. The atmosphere thickened as all present wore somber expressions, and finally, one individual could no longer restrain his anger, exclaiming, "These beasts deserve to be exterminated. What capability does a killer have against unarmed common folk? Damn it, from now on, whenever we encounter the Hu people, we shall slay them one by one. Or in pairs if they come in twos. Even if we cannot join the battlefield, we must not allow them to invade our homeland. Once we reach Hanzhong, those who can study shall devote themselves to learning, while those without such fortune shall immerse themselves in martial arts. We must drive the Hu invaders beyond our borders." These words were spoken by the clan leader, who has always been an ardent admirer of General Zhou. The current frontier situation is undeniably perilous, and his greatest regret now is his inability to turn back time and regain his youth by 20 years. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. The village chief declared loudly, "The clan leader's will is my will. However, our immediate goal is solely to reach Hanjing. Cease this clamor at once, gather your belongings, and set off immediately." Everyone sprang into action. After 2 days of travel without a drop of water left, the group had no choice but to enter the mountains. The village chief asked Su Li, "Li girl, once we cross these mountains, we'll reach the border of Yuzhou. But these peaks are truly immense." Su Li nodded. "Grandpa Chief, at present, refugees from other regions haven't arrived yet. Entering the mountains offers more advantages than drawbacks. Besides, with Jue Feng here, finding water won't be a problem." The village chief breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly marveling at how this young girl had unwittingly become the backbone of their group. Though merely a girl, her insight was profound. Truly, fortune favors the simple-minded. As they ventured into the forest, an hour later, someone gasped breathlessly, "How wonderful, it's so much cooler here than outside." Another teased, "Indeed, look at your straw hat, it's nearly worn through." A complaint arose, "If only there were a river nearby, I'm starting to reek." Someone sighed, "I wonder how my family is faring?" Upon hearing this, one person began to weep, and soon the entire group's morale sank. The village chief cast a meaningful glance at them and finally sighed, "Let's find a place to rest. Do not grieve. If you miss your loved ones, remember that you must stand firm yourself before you can aid them, isn't that so?" Someone wiped their tears and declared loudly, "Stop crying. We can hardly ensure our own survival now. Let's focus on getting through these mountains first. Another chimed in, exactly, we have no news of Shizhou's state. There's no use in worrying over imagined troubles. Chapter 41, Battling the Who and Rescuing a Cripple. The large group wiped their tears and pressed on, eventually discovering a cave. Suli took Jue Feng and left, retrieving a few steamed buns from her spatial storage along the way. She ate some herself and fed a few to Jue Feng. Checking the space again, she found only 2 baskets left, roughly 60 buns in total. Sighing, she took a sip of water and followed Jue Feng's lead. After an indeterminate time, she suddenly noticed marks on a tree ahead. Her face paled in alarm. Could there be bandits again? Were these traces left by scouts? Jue Feng neighed several times and refused to advance further. Suli thought to herself, this is bad. Animals' instincts are sharper than humans. There must be danger ahead. Patting Jue Feng, she said, go back. If there's danger, I can't protect you. If she stored him in her space, the spiritual spring in the barrel would surely be ruined. Jue Feng nudged her head slightly before turning to leave. Suli stroked the snow shadow in her cloth bag, whispering, sleep well, little one, then tossed it into her spatial storage. 100 meters away, 6 men were muttering quietly, did I hear a horse? Nonsense. Our horses are all back in the village below. We'd better be cautious. Suli stealthily approached to investigate and spotted the men. With such thick body hair, they were unmistakably Hu people. Who's there? One Hu man exclaimed, evidently sensing a stranger's presence. Suli stowed her broadsword into her spatial storage, pulled out 2 water pouches, and stepped out from behind a large tree with a playful laugh. Uncles, I'm lost and terribly thirsty. Do you know where I can find water around here? The men, seeing a delicate, cold-faced young woman, leered at her. The leader said, come closer and I'll tell you. Suli, unperturbed, walked right up to them and addressed the leader. Uncle, where is it? The Hu leader burst into laughter, what a fool. Before he could finish, a broadsword pierced through his abdomen in the next instant. Suli swiftly withdrew the blade and, taking advantage of the other's stunned reactions, wounded another. The remaining men snapped to attention and charged. But Suli vanished into her spatial storage, leaving them aghast. A ghost? It's a ghost. One stammered, trembling as he hurried to help the fallen Hu man. Brother. How are you? The Hu man clutched his stomach, his voice feeble. Help me up, quick. Forget about that man for now. Hesitating briefly, the other 4 were caught off guard as Suli suddenly reappeared, slashing another's belly with a backhanded strike. One man shouted, she is a shadow, she's no ghost. Kill her. Suli had no intention of letting them succeed. Treating them like the monsters from her past life, she swung her broadsword with fierce agility. The men's eyes widened in shock. This woman possessed astonishing strength. In a flash, one was swept to the ground by her blade, while another was kicked flying by Suli, crashing into a sharp rock and dying instantly. The sole remaining Hu man attempted to flee, but before he could move, Suli hurled her broadsword, and he collapsed face first onto the ground. Just then, a signal flare whistled into the sky. Suli's heart raced. Having dealt with 5, she retrieved her broadsword and hurried over to the Hu leader. Holding the blade horizontally, she demanded, speak. How many more of you are there? How far away? The Hu leader sneered, wanna know. Call me grandfather, and I might tell you. Before he could finish, Suli struck him with the blade, muttering in annoyance. So talkative. My grandfather has probably gone to meet my father. Don't forget to say hello to him. The Hu man died with eyes wide open. After searching the bodies, Suli couldn't help but sigh, such a paltry amount, barely over 20 taels. But what is this thing? Her gaze fixed on an iron token in her hand. Filled with puzzlement, she shook her head lightly. Never mind, I'll keep this token safe for now. With swift and practiced movements, she grabbed all 6 bodies and flung them without hesitation down a nearby slope, watching as they tumbled away. Clapping her hands lightly, she felt a wave of fatigue and knew she needed to find a quiet spot to rest. Perhaps another battle awaited soon. Venturing into a lush forest, she gazed into the distance and spotted a flickering white light, shimmering like ripples. Her spirits lifted. Could it be a water source? Eagerly, she hurried forward but failed to notice the ground beneath her feet. Suddenly, she stepped into emptiness and plummeted downward. Cursing inwardly, she realized her carelessness. How had she missed this hidden trap above? Yet, as she fell, she landed surprisingly softly, feeling no pain whatsoever, which struck her as bizarre. A cry of awe echoed. Suli started, quickly standing up to find herself seated atop a young man. The man lay barely breathing, on the verge of death. Suli covered her mouth in shock and hurried over to examine him, thinking to herself, a youth of 18 or 19, his face pallid and mottled with bruises, looking utterly wretched, his clothes torn and pitiful as though clinging to life by a thread. Yet, she felt no concern. Approaching, she simply said, "My apologies." Then, lifting my gaze upward, I saw it was merely a meter away. With physical strength alone, I reckon the climb could be easily accomplished. As the thought arose, I prepared to act immediately. Ahem, wait. The man appeared exceptionally frail, his voice faint and trembling. Yet, Suli caught his words as he slowly retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom and extended it toward her. "Please, I beg you, help me up. This jade pendant is my token of gratitude." Suli glanced at the man, only then noticing his attire of fine silk, and shook her head gently. "I have no interest in worldly possessions. Do you have any silver on hand? Banknotes will suffice as well." This person must be the one pursued by those barbarians. If this pendant were to change hands, it would surely invite trouble. After all, silver is the most reliable tangible asset. Fengze was slightly taken aback by her words, a wry smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Miss, this jade pendant is priceless, a true treasure," Suli firmly declared, "precisely because it's priceless. I absolutely cannot accept it." Ignoring his further pleas, she swiftly climbed out of the pit and strode away. Despair filled Fengze's heart. Was he truly destined to meet his end here? He slowly closed his eyes. But moments later, Suli reappeared, gripping a wooden stick tightly. Leaning down and calling out loudly, "Hey, grab hold quickly, I'll pull you up." Fengze's eyes snapped open wide, revealing unconcealed astonishment. So, this woman was one of noble character, seeking no monetary reward. "Hey, are you coming up or not? Why the delay?" Suli sounded somewhat impatient. Hearing this, Fengze's spirits lifted, and he crawled forward slowly, though one of his legs was unfortunately broken. Witnessing this, Suli couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "Ah. And he's lame too, how pitiful." Fengze clung tightly to the branch as if grasping his last hope for survival, and in an instant, he was gradually pulled out of the pit. Only then did Suli notice the bloodstains on his legs, a rather gruesome sight. Your leg?" Fengze offered a helpless, bitter smile. "Injured by the barbarian's ambush. And your face? I've been poisoned." Suli, poisoned and still looking this good. She then rubbed her nose. "Fine, I'll see this through to the end. After all, I'm from the Cloud Kingdom. Those barbarians are our enemies. Come on. There seems to be water over there. I'll help you there." Chapter 42, Suli's acting skills soar. Fengze was helped up, one leg trembling unsteadily. Suli shook her head. "My apologies." Then, she hoisted him directly and dashed swiftly forward. Fengze found himself both amused and exasperated. This woman possessed remarkable strength. In less time than it takes to drink a cup of tea, they reached the spot. Suli exclaimed with delight, finally found it. It was a clear spring spanning 20 square meters. She set him down beside a tree, ran over, scooped up the water with her hands, and drank. She couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "Ah, so sweet." Fengze watched the scene with a touch of melancholy. This woman was truly genuine in her nature. Suddenly remembering the other person, Suli took out a water pouch from her cloth bag, filled it, and handed it to him. "Drink quickly." Fengze, disregarding all else, murmured a soft thank you, and began drinking eagerly. Noticing his tattered clothes, Suli felt somewhat awkward. At that moment, Fengze also caught her gaze and grew extremely embarrassed. Suli cleared her throat twice. "Do you have any companions? In your condition, I doubt you can make it out of these mountains." Hearing this, a trace of sorrow flickered in Fengze's eyes, and he shook his head. Just as Suli was about to speak, over 20 barbarians appeared on the slope ahead, startling her greatly. Fengze urged, "Go quickly, don't worry about me." Hearing this, Suli sighed inwardly. He was a man of honor after all. She walked over to him, delivered a swift chop to his neck, and Fengze fell unconscious. Suli promptly stored him in her spatial realm and ran toward the back, intending to lure all the pursuers away to avoid troubling the villagers. The pursuers chased relentlessly from behind. After what felt like an eternity, Suli, exhausted and out of strength, spotted a cave ahead, swiftly ducked inside, and hid within her spatial realm. Shortly after, the barbarians arrived at the cave entrance. Their leader raised a hand and commanded, "This person moves with incredible speed, likely a skilled expert. Everyone, stay vigilant." The group nodded and entered the cave. Su Li grew anxious. This leader was clearly sharp-minded. Meanwhile, Feng Zhe had just regained consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. As he was about to speak, Su Li delivered another chop, and he fell unconscious once more. Surveying the weapons in her spatial realm, 7 broadswords and some farming tools, she couldn't help but face palm. It seemed she needed a proper weapon of her own. After running for so long, she was nearly drained of energy. Approaching the spirit spring, she noticed the bucket contained less than a third of the spiritual water and felt a pang of regret. She then scooped half a bowl, mixed it into her water pouch, and drank. Moments later, she felt completely refreshed. All fatigue vanished. She casually attached the water pouch to her waist. A quarter of an hour later, she heard the barbarians' voices. Search. There must be a mechanism here. Thus, they began feeling around, but after roughly half an hour, they still found nothing. The barbarian leader stated calmly, "There's only one exit here. We'll guard it. I refuse to believe he can hide in a secret chamber forever." With a casual wave, he ordered, 10 of you, secure the exit. The remaining 10, come with me to search for second brother and the others. The barbarians retreated to guard the cave entrance. A few murmured among themselves. I thought that figure looked like a woman. Why was she so fast? Indeed. Like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. She wasn't using qigong, she was just running on the ground. True, she vanished after hiding in this cave. Could we have actually encountered a ghost? Several were still shaken, but one calmly untied the wine pouch from his waist and offered it to the others. Take a couple of swigs to bolster your courage. The boss has made it clear, there's a mystery in this cave we haven't uncovered yet. Don't spook yourselves. Observing this, Su Li was puzzled. Why were these barbarians so persistent? Noticing the man's finger twitch slightly, she steeled herself and brought him out of the spatial realm. As Feng Zhe opened his eyes and found himself in a dimly lit cave, he was about to speak when Su Li covered his mouth and whispered in his ear. "Sure, the barbarians are all outside." Feng Zhe was first startled, then felt his cheeks grow warm. He had never been this close to a woman before. Unaware of his discomfort, Su Li took out a brown sugar steamed bun and handed it to him. "Eat quickly, conserve your energy. Hide yourself later. I'm going out to deal with them." At that moment, she felt uncertain. These 10 barbarians were clearly on guard, making it difficult to strike. As she pondered, Feng Zhe suddenly flushed red, pounding his chest repeatedly. Su Li face-palmed. How long had it been since he last ate? Don't attract the barbarians, she thought, hurriedly handing him the water pouch. Feng Zhe took it, nodded gratefully, and gulped it down. The moment it touched his lips, he found it incredibly sweet. Half a cup of tea later, his eyes widened in shock, his legs seemed somewhat better. The pain less intense. Glancing at the water pouch, he disregarded everything else and drank voraciously. Su Li, still deep in thought, naturally heard the gulping sounds and stared at him in astonishment. Suddenly remembering something, she snatched the water pouch back and glared at him angrily. Inwardly, she cursed, "Damn it. How careless. I forgot I'd mixed spiritual water into that pouch." At this moment, Feng Zhe was pleasantly surprised to discover that the poison in his body had been largely alleviated and his legs had greatly healed. Ignoring Su Li's piercing gaze, he slowly rose to his feet, his heart brimming with joy. The water pouch surely contained a miraculous elixir. His internal energy, which he had sealed, had also been restored to a significant extent, leading him to cast a grateful glance at Su Li, unable to express her feelings. Su Li feigned a look of deep concern. "This is the holy water my father collected for me from the Yellow Springs, invaluable beyond measure. And now you have consumed a substantial portion of it." As she spoke, she pretended to wipe away non-existent tears with her sleeve. Just as Feng Zhe was about to respond, a group of people burst into the scene, shouting loudly, "Here they are, just the 2 of them." As expected, there are traps here. The 2 exchanged glances, and Su Li tossed him a knife while she hefted a massive stone and hurled it forward. The leading man was caught off guard and fell to the ground, spitting blood and losing consciousness. The remaining 9, witnessing this scene, were taken aback and quickly prepared to confront the 2. Without a moment to waste, Feng Zhe gripped the hilt of the knife and charged forward with determination. Within moments, all the Hu soldiers lay defeated on the ground. Meanwhile, Su Li meticulously searched among the corpses, a sight that left Feng Zhe dumbfounded. Once he regained his composure, he exclaimed, "Miss, such tasks should be left to me. After all, it is improper for men and women to engage in such matters." Su Li, hearing his words, pouted slightly, recalling that they were in a feudal ancient society, and stepped aside to watch him work. I am merely driven by righteous indignation, believing that those who people burn, kill, and plunder at will. This silver is undoubtedly taken from our Dayun commoners, and they must not succeed. Feng Zhe's gaze lingered on her for a moment before he solemnly nodded in agreement. You are indeed a person of high moral integrity, deserving of admiration. Suli gently shook her head and smiled, saying, Look at your remarkable skills. How did you end up in such a predicament? Having finished his task, Feng Zhe placed the items before Suli and said, I have been poisoned. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany, retrieving a jade pendant from his bosom and gently offering it to her. I am deeply grateful for your kindness and shall never forget it. Please keep this jade pendant safe. Should you ever require my assistance, I will certainly do my utmost to help. Suli inwardly cursed, lamenting the loss of such a precious spring. Alas, it had come to this, and she would have to let it go, were it not for him. She feared they would have truly struggled against these Hu people. Accepting the pendant, she muttered, If there is a need, how shall I find you? Feng Zhe smiled and replied, In the entire Dayun nation, wherever there is a Yurei money exchange. Suli, upon hearing this, was taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. She inwardly marveled, so he is from a wealthy family. Secretly delighted, she resolved that this favor must be repaid in full. Had she foreseen the future, she would have unequivocally refused the jade pendant at this moment. Chapter 43, Leave None Alive, Annihilate Them All. Miss, I am Feng Zhe. May I ask for your name? Feng Zhe felt that this was the most impolite moment of his life. I am Suli. The two then began to gather the silver, and after a brief moment, they had sorted out 78 taels. Suli divided it in half, and Feng Zhe did not hesitate to accept his share, recognizing his dire need for money. Suli clasped her hands and addressed him, Young Master Feng. There are still 10 Hu people wandering outside. I cannot afford to waste time here. I have 1,000 clansmen with me, and we intend to flee to Hanzhong. It is time for us to part ways. Feng Zhe, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy but said, Let us remain together for now and deal with these Hu people before parting. Suli, finding his words rather strange, furrowed her brow, but then gently nodded in agreement. They had not traveled far when they encountered returning Hu people. The two exchanged glances and swiftly concealed themselves behind a sturdy tree. The leader raised his arm, signaling the others to slow their pace. I seem to have sensed a presence of strangers, he said. His subordinates, upon hearing this, wore serious expressions, cautiously advancing with heavy steps. Suli silently counted down, 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, she leaped up, her great sword spinning as she struck down, severing one of the Hu soldiers' arms. A piercing wail echoed through the air, startling the birds to flight. My hand! The Hu men quickly realized her presence and swarmed towards her with drawn blades. At that moment, Feng Zhe stepped forward and engaged in battle with several of them. The Hu leader recognized Feng Zhe immediately, his expression shifting to one of terror. What is happening? Did you not already succumb to poison? Your leg. Feng Zhe's leg had been grievously broken by the leader himself, but with a cold snort, he dispatched a few of his foes and strode directly toward the Hu leader. Meanwhile, Suli was fending off 3 others when she suddenly received a blow from a blade. The assailant sneered, My blade is coated with deadly poison. Even if you are fortunate enough to survive, you will surely be crippled. It is better to surrender early and spare yourself the agony. Suli retorted vehemently. You wretched scoundrel. Unfastening the water pouch at her waist, she took a few swigs and then spat towards her wound, causing the 3 opponents to show disdain. How disgusting. She is even able to spit. But she is quite attractive. We can certainly have some fun later, Before the words could fully escape his lips, Suli decisively seized a large tree and charged at the trio, who were caught off guard and fell heavily, unable to rise. Who are you exactly? One of them stammered. I am your great-aunt, Suli declared as she stomped down on the chest of one of the fallen, applying pressure with such force that his eyes bulged wide open, refusing to close even in death. Seeing this sight, the remaining 2 were consumed by panic, scrambling backward and emitting desperate cries for help. Boss! Boss, save me! Their voices abruptly ceased. At that moment, their leader was struck with a powerful kick, sent crashing into a nearby tree, blood gushing forth like a fountain. His lips still moved defiantly as if trying to utter something. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That was deadly poison. Even if you sealed your internal energy, you could not have recovered so quickly. And your leg, I saw it broken with my own eyes. No medical skill could heal it in such a brief time. Are you even human? Feng Zhe's cold gaze flickered. I will grant you a chance. Now. Immediately divulge the details of your infiltration into our Yun kingdom. The Hu leader laughed heartily. Why would I tell you? You are about to become slaves of a fallen nation, so wise up. Before he could finish, Feng Zhe silenced him with a swift blade, wiping the tip clean as he muttered, truly tiresome. As he turned, Su Li resumed her search among the fallen bodies. Feng Zhe couldn't help but smile slightly, then busied himself with the task at hand. After a while, Su Li presented him with a 100-tael banknote. Here, I owe you for the trouble. This 100 taels is yours, for you dealt with the Hu leader. Feng Zhe accepted it with a calm smile, not declining her offer. At that moment, Su Li's gaze flickered, hesitating to speak as she swallowed hard and then diverted her eyes. Feng Zhe accepted the note, his brow furrowing slightly as he looked down and realized that his abdominal garment had mysteriously vanished, revealing his chiseled abs. He instinctively covered them with his hands, feeling somewhat awkward. Ahem, young Master Feng, we must part ways here. May we meet again by fate. Su Li resolutely stood up and waved goodbye, inwardly murmuring, alas. This young Master Feng may appear slender, yet he conceals such admirable abs, truly enviable. Once again, she cast a glance at her abdomen, shaking her head in dismay, before shifting her gaze to her chest, only to shake her head once more, feeling utterly vexed. Feng Zhe stood behind her, unable to discern her facial expression. Yet a subtle smile graced his lips as he silently mused, we shall soon be reunited. Subsequently, his gaze followed the retreating figure, and he turned to swiftly tear the garments from a Hu man, immediately changing into them before nimbly vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the villagers were engulfed in anxiety. At that moment, the main force followed the pace of the pursuing wind and arrived at the site of their initial encounter with the Hu. Everyone anxiously surveyed the ground stained with blood. Woo-woo, mother, my sister will be all right, won't she? Su Ji cried out. Yo, sure. Akin to an ant on a hot pan, spoke with a tremor in her voice. Your father has been with your sister. She should be fine. Several women stepped forward to offer comfort. She'll be all right. Li girl is strong and quick on her feet. Nothing will happen to her. After conferring with a few elders, the village chief decided to send 20 men to search for her while another 20 sought out a water source. At this moment, Su Li was oblivious to the movements of the main force. After quenching her thirst, she sprinted like a swift leopard, and within 15 minutes, she reached the edge of a deep pool. She retrieved a water jar and bucket from her space, filling them to the brim, feeling an immediate sense of relief. Not only had she rescued a wealthy young man during this endeavor, but she had also vanquished numerous Hu, and it seemed her situation in these mountains should be quite secure. As she examined the 140 taels of silver she had amassed, a sense of satisfaction swelled within her. She inhaled the fragrant scent emanating from her clothing and gazed at the depths of the pool, letting out a sigh. This water should be conserved for the others. She must not indulge in extravagance. She then took out 2 meat buns and began to eat. Faintly, she heard someone calling her, and her heart leaped with joy. Could it be the villagers had come? She quickly finished the buns and called out loudly, I am here. Right here. Chapter 44. The entire village below is slaughtered. The men searching for her exchanged glances, quietly discussing, do you hear that? Is it not Su Li's voice? A few men locked eyes, delight evident on their faces. Su Li gracefully climbed a tall tree and shouted, I am here. There is a water source below. Quickly gather the villagers. Watch your step, there is a deep pit ahead. One man swiftly turned back to inform the village chief, while the others hurried to the edge of the pit, standing guard to prevent any villagers from inadvertently stepping into it. A quarter of an hour later, the main force finally arrived, with Zhou Shi leading several children at the forefront. At that moment, Su Ji and Su Shi rushed towards Su Li, tears streaming down their faces as they embraced her tightly. Woo-woo, sister, you scared me to death. Woo-woo. Su Li gently ruffled their hair and secretly slipped them 2 meat buns, whispering, quick, eat. With father protecting me, no one can harm me. The two gazed at the buns in their hands, hesitation flickering across their faces. Seeing her elder brother and mother approaching swiftly, Su Li urged them again, hurry and eat. There's enough for everyone. She then offered them the water pouch containing the precious spring water. As Zhou Shi approached, her eyes were brimming with tears. But Su Li shook her head. Mother, with father protecting me, how could anything happen? Zhou Shi looked at the 2 children who were hastily devouring their buns. then glanced at the villagers nearby, instructing, "Go, all of you, move further away." Upon hearing this, Su Ji and Su Shi quickly stuffed the buns into their mouths, then took a couple of sips from the water, exclaiming, "I was truly parched. This water is so sweet." Su Li spoke with concern. "You three must drink every drop from this water pouch. Be quick, I shall fetch more water at once." At her words, the three children finished the water. And Suja, holding the water pouch, insisted, "Sister, you rest. I will fetch the water." Before long, the villagers arrived one after another. And upon seeing Su Li safe and sound, they collectively sighed in relief. At that moment, Chasing Wind cast a fleeting, melancholic glance at Su Li, gently rubbing his head against her cheek. The villagers were accustomed to such displays, and the village chief waved his hand decisively. "Let us start a fire and cook. Prepare all the leftover horse meat. Everyone has worked hard these past few days. Make the porridge a bit thicker." Upon hearing this, everyone swiftly sprang into action. The village chief approached Su Li, his concern evident upon seeing her unharmed. "Li girl, what exactly transpired?" Su Li responded candidly, "Grandfather village chief, there are indeed who lurking in these mountains. Fortunately, a valiant hero intervened, eradicating them entirely. Now, we can rest easy." The village chief's complexion paled, his face ashen as he whispered, "Indeed, who are lurking about, their speed of movement is unforeseen. Have they infiltrated Hanzhong as well?" Su Li furrowed her brow, gently reassuring him, "Grandfather village chief, the who have a bold appearance, and even if they attempt to mimic, their accent is vastly different from ours in Yun country. You need not worry, if we encounter them again, we will easily discern them." The village chief nodded slightly, then stated, "For now, we must hasten our steps to reach Yuzhou, only then can we ascertain the latest news from Hanzhong." Su Li remained noncommittal, and Zhou Shi, noticing her daughter's furrowed brow, cast a reproachful glance at the village chief. "Village chief, Li Er must have endured a fierce battle. Allow her to rest a moment longer before we discuss further." Upon hearing this, the village chief cleared his throat awkwardly, speaking gently, "Li girl, please take your time to rest. The food will be ready soon, and I will call for you." Su Li observed Zhou Shi with a hint of envy, to which Zhou Shi smiled slightly. "Look at your foolishness. Sleep well. Your brother and sister have already prepared the grass mat for you." When she awoke, the sky was dimly lit, and Su Shi leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, drowsily fighting sleep. Zhou Shi sat nearby, meticulously weaving grass shoes. "Mother," Su Li softly called. Zhou Shi clapped her hands and hurriedly brought her a large bowl of porridge. "You're awake. Eat quickly, it's getting cold." Su Li was indeed somewhat hungry, and as she picked up the porridge, she felt rejuvenated after a few mouthfuls. She whispered to Zhou Shi, "Mother, this time I found over 180 taels of silver from the Hu." Zhou Shi was taken aback, glancing around before turning to glare at her. "You, a young girl, must not engage in such deeds again. If someone were to catch you, how could you ever marry?" Su Li felt a twinge of surprise. Then a displeased expression crossed her face. "Mother, last time you said you wanted to recruit a son-in-law. Were you just trying to make me happy?" Zhou Shi's expression shifted, and she tapped her forehead, saying, "A young lady should not be so shameless." Su Li retorted, "Isn't it better to be a single noblewoman, competing with several women for one man? I refuse to do that." The next morning, everyone was refreshed and resumed their journey. Upon passing a village, they were taken aback. "Have we encountered bandits? How brutal. The earthen walls are smeared with blood. Could there be bandits nearby?" The village chief dispatched 20 men to investigate, and moments later, they returned with grave expressions. "There is no one left. Everyone has been slaughtered. We discovered many corpses in a large pit." Su Li gasped in shock, then realized something, exclaiming, "It's the Hu. That previous group of Hu must have hidden here." The village chief's face displayed astonishment as he commanded, "Proceed at full speed. Do not linger, quickly." The main force traversed the village in just a quarter of an hour, and nearby animals fled in terror at the commotion. However, for the next few days, they encountered no further danger and safely arrived in Yuzhou. At this moment, the village chief and a few others were deliberating strategies. The chief declared, "We are now left with scant provisions and must venture into the city for supplies." The clan leader observed, "Although the heat here is unbearable, there are no signs of stripped bark, indicating a sufficient water source." A voice raised a question. "Since there are no calamities here, could we not settle down directly?" The chief shook his head, stating, "This place is merely 7 or 8 days' journey from Hanzhong, yet the climate is vastly different. I have heard from the innkeeper that Hanzhong enjoys mild seasons and is abundant in resources. It is indeed a remarkable place." The clan leader added, "Moreover, that region is under the protection of the king of Jing. I doubt these barbarian tribes would dare to act recklessly." Others chimed in, "Then let us proceed to Hanzhong. After all, we have already traveled for nearly a month. A few extra days matter little." Consequently, over 20 men were dispatched to procure grain. 2 hours later, the chief's son, Day, arrived driving an ox cart laden with grain, followed by men whose expressions were rather grim. Upon reaching the main group, one man exclaimed in anger, "What a heartless scheme. The price of grain has surged to 22 in per jean. There isn't even any coarse rice left." Another echoed, "Indeed, what a rogue. The prices have doubled. They must not fear the wrath of the people." The chief furrowed his brow. "Enough. Cease your lamentations. Let us take a rest and hasten our journey." Chapter 45. This is my territory, get out. The main party commenced their march, unaware that danger loomed ahead. Within a residence in Yuzhou, a man inquired, "Have you confirmed the details?" "Yes, my lord," replied a subordinate. "It is said they purchased 3,000 jin of grain. Our men tracked them outside the city and spotted several women and maidens." The man grinned, "Ah. It seems they are refugees from elsewhere. Let them not blame my ruthlessness." The subordinate added, "Shall I lead the men? Remember, only the maidens and those women of pleasing appearance are to be taken. Dispose of the rest." "Understood." Thus, he led over 50 armed men toward the group, just as the main party came to a halt and the women began to prepare food. Zhou Shi lamented, "It is hard to believe that not a single drop of rain has fallen in all these days. Alas, the plight of the farmers is truly wretched." Su Li nodded. In this age of scarcity, the plight of the common farmers depended upon the favor of the heavens for a bountiful harvest. "What do you want?" a man shouted. Instantly, many armed men advanced, blocking the path of the newcomers. Su Li frowned and swiftly rose to investigate. The leading figure scoffed, a bunch of mud-legged fools wielding large knives. "Do they think themselves bandits?" "Ha ha." His followers erupted in laughter, while the men exchanged glances, choosing to ignore them. "I advise you to step aside, or you shall face the consequences," Su Li coldly retorted, advancing forward, effortlessly kicking a large tree aside, disregarding their astonished expressions. With a chilling tone, she declared, "We are not to be trifled with. Those who wish to live should depart at once." The leader, eyeing Su Li's beauty with a hint of greed, was taken aback. Though she possessed great strength, her demeanor was elegantly aloof, making her a rare treasure indeed. I do adore fiery women. You are just to my liking. Brothers, advance. Do not mar the maiden's beauty." The men gasped, realizing they were here for the maidens. The village chief immediately commanded, "Everyone, protect the maidens and women." Grabbing a hoe, he prepared to confront them, but Su Li interjected, "Grandfather, you may observe from the sidelines." With her hand resting on a large tree, she uprooted it and, holding the roots, bellowed, "Everyone, retreat and lie down." The combatants, instinctively lowering their heads at her command, heard a series of loud crashes. Several of the opposing men fell to the ground, incapacitated. Su Li did not relent, shouting at the remaining assailants, "I am not one to be trifled with. Those who fear for their lives, step forward." With the tree positioned horizontally, she stood resolute as an indomitable barrier. "Wait for me," the leader snarled, retreating with his men. A few of the men were eager to pursue, but Su Li halted them, saying, "Do not chase a desperate foe." She abandoned the tree and swiftly approached the village chief, advising, "We must enter the mountains." The chief, in agreement, addressed the group, "These men are of dubious origin. So brazenly bold, their backers must hold significant power. We are not bandits, nor are they mere barbarians. We cannot afford to provoke a fatal dispute. Let us hasten into the mountains." Silence fell over the group as they gathered their belongings and began to run. As they neared the mountains, the ox cart was unloaded, and over 30 men, each shouldering a sack, led the way. Approximately an hour later, they found a cave to rest in as night fell. The village chief instructed the women to prepare a meal, while Su Li stood guard a distance from the cave. At that moment, a group approached from the direction of the cave. Su Li fondled the snow shadow in her hand, murmuring, "Alas, the beast shall benefit again." She extracted spiritual spring water from her space and dripped it onto the ground. Within moments, 2 tigers arrived. Su Li was slightly taken aback. Had it not been said that one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers? Shaking her head, she thought, perhaps they are a pair? Shaking the bowl in her hand, she addressed the two tigers. If you wish for this water, guard this place tonight and allow no one to enter. I shall surely offer you 2 bowls at dawn. The little white wolf in her arms gazed at the 2 tigers and howled twice. Suli rubbed her eyes, astonished. Could she truly see the shock in the animal's eyes? Instinctively, she raised the bowl and drank several sips of the spiritual spring water. You scoundrel, you claim that is the white wolf's offspring? It does not appear so to me. I will not forget that white wolf scent. There can be no mistake. Covering her mouth tightly, Suli trembled as she exclaimed, You can actually speak. The 2 tigers exchanged astonished glances and one asked, Will you truly give us this water? Suli nodded instinctively, then curiously inquired, Can you truly comprehend every word I say? Is it that difficult? You 2-legged creature. Suli retorted, Master, you have passed gas. How foul. The mother tiger complained. The male tiger sniffed himself, Not me. Is it you? Suli responded, It is I. I drank the spiritual spring water and am expelling impurities from my body. The 2 tigers were taken aback. Suli continued, I possess only 2 bowls of this water. Do you wish to trade? The male tiger nodded. This mountain shall be under my protection. You need not worry. After thanking them, Suli strode away, her heart astounded. This water had such capabilities? Upon returning to the cave, she informed the village chief, Grandfather, I have enlisted the aid of 2 tigers. Everyone need not worry tonight. Rest well. And we shall depart swiftly in the morning. The nearby villagers were left speechless, unable to utter a word. Finally, one woman regained her composure and began to weep. Woe is me. I once mocked little Hui for becoming a widow at such a young age. I am truly unworthy. Look at how good old 3 has been, escorting us all this way. Woe is me. Suji pouted and asked Suli, Sister, did you fall into a latrine? Why do you smell so foul? Joshua, observing Suli, quickly understood and took her aside, saying, Lear, wash up quickly. I shall keep watch here. Ugh, the breeze is almost making me faint. A quarter of an hour later, Suli emerged, freshly bathed and donned in clean clothing. She approached Joshua, asking, Mother, do I still smell? Joshua sniffed and exclaimed, Ugh. Waving her hand, that will suffice. Just get used to it. Suli pouted and then asked Joshua, Mother, I drank the spiritual spring today and could understand the tiger speech. Jo nodded, then abruptly lifted her head, her voice involuntarily rising. What? So terrifying? Suli covered her mouth, whispering, Mother, can't you hear the animals speaking? Jo shook her head, I've never tried. Suli understood. Just then, several women with torches found them, warmly saying, Hurry. The porridge is ready. They all headed together, and as they began eating, a tiger's roar echoed. Everyone tensed up. Suli quietly asked, Mother, did you hear that? Jo nodded, and then, the tiger's roar is quite loud. Suli facepalmed, Mother, did you hear what the tiger said? Jo shook her head, I only heard the roar. Couldn't understand. What did it say? Suli was utterly speechless. Jo turned out to love gossip too. The tiger said, This is my territory, get lost. Chapter 46. Arriving in Hanzhong. Someone greeted them. The next morning, Suli took Jo with her and gave her a few sips of spiritual spring water, wanting to figure out what was going on. As they arrived, they saw people lying haphazardly. Addressing 2 tigers, she said, You've worked hard. The male tiger looked at them disdainfully. I say, don't you people ever bathe? So smelly. Suli glanced at Jo, who looked bewildered. Mother, did you understand him? Jo didn't hear, but he looks fierce. Suli now confirmed only she could hear the voice. Then she told Jo, Mother, search the bodies. She scooped a bowl of spiritual spring water and placed it on the ground. The male tiger said, Wife, you drink first. Suli. The female tiger didn't hesitate, drank it in a few gulps, looking radiant, her fur gleaming. Suli marveled, Your fur shines like water, so beautiful. The male tiger stepped in front of Suli, blocking her view. Suli. She took out another bowl of spiritual spring water and set it down. The male tiger then drank. Soon, both tigers were satisfied. The male tiger suddenly spoke, Leave the mountains within 2 days. After that, I won't care for you. Suli was delighted and couldn't help praising, You're the most majestic tiger I've ever seen. The tiger glanced at her and left with the female tiger. One after the other. Jo approached, trembling inwardly, whispering, Lear, look, incredible, we're going to be rich. There are even silver notes. Suli took them, counted, and said, Total of 105 taels, Mother. Besides the stamped gold we can't touch, we now have over 800 taels of silver. Zhou handed her the silver. Keep it all. Later, your brothers will all go to study, and you and Xia will learn embroidery. Suli, returning to the cave. Aunt Chi handed them 2 pancakes. Left these for you since you hadn't returned. Hurry, go. Eat while walking. Zhou took them, and with Suli carrying water pouches. They ate as they walked, still leading the group. After 2 days, they finally crossed the mountain, and after 5 more days, reached the border of Hanzhong. Meanwhile, the magistrate of Yuan County was nearly frantic, pacing anxiously in his room. Go check again. Why haven't they appeared after so long? Suddenly, a soldier arrived, sir. A large group of refugees has been spotted to the northeast, but it's unclear if it's them. The magistrate brightened. Quickly send someone to check, don't frighten them. The soldier turned and left. At that moment, the village chief and others were discussing sending someone into the city to inquire when a troop of soldiers suddenly approached. The chief looked grave, about to step forward and ask, when a soldier clasped his hands and said, "Are you refugees who have fled here?" The chief nodded, confused. The soldier smiled, then asked, "Is there a young lady named Suli among you?" The chief looked at Suli, who was bewildered but replied, "I am Suli." The soldier sighed in relief. "We are ordered to welcome you all. Please, villagers, follow us into the city." The chief beamed, stepping forward with clasped hands. "Then we trouble you, officers." The large group entered the city with the soldiers. It was not yet dusk, the sky still bright. The commotion drew murmurs from the city's residents. "Oh, where are they from? Not prisoners, are they? Do you think prisoners would be this happy? They look like refugees to me. See how ragged their clothes are. Look, there's a horse, so handsome. Ah, and 3 oxen, all wearing straw sandals. I think so too, men. Women, old and young, like one big family. Oh my, is there a famine somewhere? Not likely. My second aunt is in Yuzhou. And in a letter 2 days ago, she didn't mention anything. Will grain prices rise, you think? Who's crazy? Risking their life? I doubt they want to stay in Hanzhong." "Exactly, don't talk nonsense. The prince issued orders long ago." The whispers didn't disrupt the group's pace. They were settled in the county office's backyard. "You're the village chief, right? Please, chief and this young lady, come with me to see the magistrate." Suli and the chief were puzzled, but said nothing. Arriving at the magistrate's study. The magistrate had been waiting. The chief started to kneel, but Suli hesitated. The magistrate stepped forward to support the chief, saying excitedly, "Old man, you've had a hard journey. I called you here mainly to let you choose a place to settle." The chief was astounded. Typically, refugees would be assigned by officials. Why was the magistrate so courteous? The magistrate led them to a desk, saying, "Look, this is the layout of all Hanzhong." Suli stepped forward and was shocked. Hanzhong's terrain was treacherous, easy to defend but hard to attack, with many mountains and forests, yet quite flat inside. The magistrate explained. Hanzhong has 5 major prefectural cities, the most prosperous being Huizhou, a 5-day journey from here. The chief and Suli exchanged glances, both realizing the magistrate was steering them toward Huizhou. Suli asked, "What distinguishes Huizhou?" The magistrate's eyes lit up. Huizhou is famous for tea. It's rich in resources, with mostly flat farmland. Suli thought, "Magistrate, could you be less direct? Who has such influence? Could it be Fengzhe or Qingfeng?" The chief was still dazed, remaining confused even after leaving the county office with Suli. Leading the villagers toward Huizhou, the chief held the magistrate's letter, his hand trembling. The clan leader couldn't resist asking, "What's going on? You look like you've lost your soul." The chief nodded and shook his head, "Clan leader. The magistrate was very strange today, insisting Huizhou is the best place in Hanzhong and pushing it hard." The clan leader gave him a meaningful look. "You blockhead. Did you forget to thank the magistrate just now?" The chief didn't understand. The clan leader continued, "We're now in Prince Jing's territory, without his approval. Who would dare welcome us? Likely, that coachman earlier was Prince Jing or someone important to him." Suli nodded thoughtfully. Those 2 were skilled. Probably Prince Jing's strategists or hidden guards, just like in novels. She shook her head. "Whatever, now that we've reached our destination, I just want a good sleep." Zhou, seeing her eldest daughter looking weary, felt heartache and said to the chief, "Uncle Chief, since we've chosen our place, can we rest properly tonight?" The village chief nodded, reassuring. "There is no need for concern. The county magistrate has instructed us to exit through the southern city gate and rest a mile beyond it. Tomorrow, he will dispatch soldiers to escort us to Huizhou." Let us all find solace in a peaceful night's rest. Upon hearing this, some individuals were moved to tears, their expressions brimming with excitement. At last, we have arrived. They exclaimed, it has been such a struggle. We haven't enjoyed a single restful night. Finally, we can rest properly. After nearly 40 days of travel, we are finally here. I can't wait to take a good bath. My son is on the verge of becoming infested with lice. One child muttered, Mother, could you perhaps spare me some dignity? This remark instantly shattered the heavy atmosphere, prompting an outburst of laughter from the group. Chapter 47. Arrival at the destination, entry into the village blocked. The group did not partake in any food, opting instead to rest on the ground and sleep under the open sky. They experienced a dreamless night. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight cascaded down, a woman gasped in surprise. Esteemed officials, I sincerely apologize. We have been remiss. In an instant, everyone hurriedly tidied themselves, and the village chief approached the officials with a respectful bow. Honorable officials, I deeply regret our previous behavior. Before he could finish, one soldier interrupted, No matter. We have just arrived ourselves. Shall we set off immediately, or would it be prudent for you to prepare some provisions first? The village chief shook his head. It is not very warm this morning. Let us proceed on our journey. Under the guidance of the soldiers, the main contingent walked for 5 days, finally reaching Huizhou. At this moment, the village chief and the clan leader proceeded to the Huizhou government office. After presenting their letter, Governor Wu expressed mild astonishment. His gaze lingering on the village chief for a moment before he spoke slowly, summoned the officers in charge of land and household affairs. Shortly thereafter, the two officials were brought forth. The governor instructed, assist them in selecting a village capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals. Among the two officials, one unfurled a detailed map while the other perused a hefty tome. The clan leader and the village chief whispered to each other, exchanging opinions. Ultimately, they settled on the picturesque Dazai village, located a mere 50 li from the Huizhou city, surrounded by lush mountains and rippling waters. A bullock cart could traverse the distance in just half an hour. Officer Si Tian remarked, Old man, I once had the pleasure of visiting Dazai village. It is nestled against the majestic Lin Mountain, with the clear Yu River flowing before it and a gentle stream by its side. It truly is a lovely spot. However, the villagers there tend to be somewhat exclusive. The clan leader replied with composure, Esteemed official, we originally migrated from Shizhou, and wherever we go, we cannot escape the locals' cold reception. It would be wiser to choose a location that is geographically advantageous for the long-term development of our clan. Officer Si Tian's gaze pierced through him, revealing a glimmer of insight. This elder possessed a certain gravitas. At that moment, Governor Wu stepped forward, gravely instructing, Immediately dispatch a team to escort them to the county. As we are nearing the end of July, with autumn planting imminent, you must hasten your pace and make arrangements promptly. Yes, my lord. The group replied, bowing in unison before departing in an orderly fashion. After 2 days of arduous travel, the convoy at last arrived at the county at noon on the third day. The villagers, upon witnessing the cityscape, exchanged hushed opinions. Oh, how beautiful it is here. The houses are all white. The craftsmanship is remarkable. They all look identical. Look, each shop has a small model in front. Even those who cannot read can tell what is sold there. How delightful. The streets are so spacious, all paved with blue stone. Wait. Why are there no vendors on the streets, only shops? Stop talking. Look at how they are pointing and whispering about us. At this, the townsfolk began to murmur among themselves. Where did these refugees come from? Refugees? Although their clothes are tattered, why do they all seem so healthy? Look at that straw hat, it's falling apart. And those straw sandals and their pant hems, they must have come from some mountain. Look, there's even a horse. My goodness. Is it not led by anyone? That horse seems almost sentient. I doubt these people are ordinary folk. That horse is not something any common family could afford. Puh. A bunch of peasant bumpkins. What connections could they possibly have? What bad luck for the village they come from. Unperturbed, Su Li and her companions pressed on, as the village chief announced that each household should send one person to handle the household registration. An hour later, everyone held their new household registrations, tears of joy welling in their eyes. The village chief was equally moved, waving his hand, Let us go to our new home. Thus, the group set off towards Dazai village in a cheerful procession. Upon reaching the village entrance, it was already the early afternoon. A wide river, 5 meters across, lay before the village, and after crossing an archbridge, a large stone bore the inscription Desai Village. At this moment, a few women sat under a large tree at the village entrance, engaged in conversation. Upon seeing the newcomers, they hastily stowed their sunflower seeds in their pockets. One woman shouted, "Who are you people? What do you want?" Sun Chimei, the village chief's wife, sensing the tension, urged her husband forward, saying, "Sister, we are here on the county magistrate's orders to settle here. Please inform the village chief. We appreciate your help." The woman, upon hearing this, became agitated. "Where have you come from fleeing?" Sun Chimei remained silent, prompting the woman to raise her voice. "I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Sun Chimei, not one to back down, retorted, "Are you the village chief? Why do you ask so many questions?" After sizing up the woman, she added, "The magistrate will come to inspect tomorrow. If anyone acts against the orders, they won't have a good outcome." The woman trembled in anger, pointing a finger at her. "I am the village chief's wife. How dare you speak to me like that?" Sun Chingmei's eyes widened in disbelief, her disdain barely concealed. Just as she was about to speak again, Joshua tugged at her arm and addressed the woman. "Can you make decisions? Pray tell how we should be settled. We would appreciate some guidance." The woman was momentarily speechless, glaring at the two before turning to someone behind her. "Xiao Chui, go fetch your father-in-law. And also gather the strong men of our village. We are not easy to provoke." At this moment, Suli felt an overwhelming irritation, gazing at the clear river, yearning for a bath. Looking at the woman, she boldly exclaimed, "Fool." The woman exploded with rage. "You insolent girl, what did you say? The literal meaning. Do you not comprehend?" Several other women stepped forward. "I say, do you have a problem? If you wish to enter our village, do you not need our approval? You still want to live peacefully, don't you?" Suli scoffed. "It matters not how grand your words are. What's important is that our settlement here is already a done deal. If you are unwilling, take it up with the county magistrate." The village chief was so incensed that his beard bristled comically, casting an incredulous glance at the dense crowd behind Suli before glaring at his wife. "There is no space left in the south. You should all head north." He gestured towards a patch of barren land, overgrown with weeds, with mountains looming in the background. Su Qishan and the clan leader exchanged glances before stepping forward, clasping their hands. "We have no objections." The crowd harbored a mix of thoughts. Chief, the village chief is undoubtedly a narrow-minded man, lacking in magnanimity. Village chief, excellent. The villagers 1T have to separate, and they can support one another in times of need. Sun Chimei, what kind of people are these? Don't provoke me, or you shall see my wrath. Suli, the environment here is quite pleasant. I can take a bath tonight. Zhou clan, splendid. The houses should be spacious enough, with one room for each person. Others, woe is us, it has been a long and arduous journey, but we can finally settle down. We have a home now. Chapter 48. Isolated by the entire village. As village chief Yu departed with his men, Chief Su waved his hand decisively, urging, "Let us commence our endeavors." Consequently, everyone plunged into their tasks. Some prepared meals. Others cleared weeds, while a few gathered stones and collected firewood. Each person diligently fulfilled their role, creating a lively scene filled with joy. Meanwhile, within a brick-and-tile house, what audacity! Where do these people hail from to behave so insolently? Village chief Yu seethed with anger. Lu clan, fanning the flames, in my opinion. We should isolate them and see what they can stir up. The village chief's gaze sharpened, and he commanded, "Quickly, summon the heads of all clans to gather here." 15 minutes later, 4 clan leaders sat at the lower end, their expressions complex. Village chief Yu spoke solemnly, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. "You have all witnessed today's events firsthand. What insights do you have?" Lu clan leader, visibly irate, retorted, as the saying goes, "A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. I wish to see what they are capable of." Zhong clan leader concurred, "It's not difficult to have them submit to us. We simply need to withhold access to the village well. Let us first isolate them." Lu clan leader appeared hesitant. After all, they number over 1,000. If we deny them water, it may be challenging to control them. Yu clan leader shot him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips, and what of 1,000? We have over 2,000 here, who fears whom? Zhong clan nodded. "Moreover, I see they possess 3 oxen. With autumn sowing approaching, we should acquire them for our use. If they wish to thrive in the village, they must heed us and watch our expressions." The village chief slammed his hand on the table. The clan leaders exchanged glances, each wearing expressions of agreement. Meanwhile, after their meal, Su summoned representatives from each family to convene. 60 individuals gathered, forming 3 circles. The chief stated, "We currently have 220 taels of silver. How shall we allocate this?" One voice whispered, "With 58 households. Distributing this silver results in slightly more than 3 taels per household, which is ample for constructing houses." Another disagreed, "With autumn sowing imminent, we need to clear land. We lack sufficient manpower." A voice chimed in, "The climate here is mild, surely winter won't be too harsh. Our immediate priority should be land clearing." Followed by unified construction. A man reminded, "You seem to have forgotten that purchasing this land requires silver." Everyone nodded in agreement. A man sighed, "The entire north is filled with our own people. How convenient." Su Qingshan remarked, "Indeed. We can reserve a piece of land behind our houses for growing vegetables." The chief added, "Let us first delineate this land. We must purchase the homesteads, and then allocate part of the remaining silver for grain seeds and part for building houses. If there is any surplus, we should ensure the rooftops are all tiled." Someone eagerly agreed, "At that point, we can save on timber and clay." Everyone brimmed with enthusiasm, filled with hope for the future. As night fell, Su Li and a few maidens washed themselves in a riverside shed, their laughter echoing. The women on the shore exchanged knowing smiles. "Shall we? I must say you're quite fortunate. You have no in-laws and your children are obedient. Plus, look at Su Li, so capable." Zhou Clan, grinning from ear to ear, replied, "Look at you all. Our lives are finally looking up. This place is picturesque. We need not fear famine anymore." They nodded, engaging in light-hearted banter, laughter resonating continuously. At the village entrance, a few women observed the scene, spitting in disdain. "Let us see if you'll still be laughing tomorrow." A night of dreams passed without incident. The next morning, a man, visibly furious, approached Su Qingshan. "Chief, a group of rascals is urinating in the river. We can't drink that water now." Su Qingshan shot him a glare. "I've instructed you before, call me Uncle Qingshan. Stop referring to me as chief." The man awkwardly scratched his head. The chief turned his gaze and continued, "That river water is undrinkable. We had no choice yesterday. Go and fetch some from the village well." The man nodded and left, but soon returned, covered in dirt, his face flushed, alongside a few others who wore expressions of anger. The chief and several elders were in discussion. "What is the matter?" The men threw down their water buckets in frustration, declaring, "This is intolerable. They won't allow us to use the well water and have sent guards to watch over it." The elders exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting helplessness. As the chief remarked, "Go fetch some water from upstream." Then, addressing the elders, he said, "It appears we need to dig a well soon." Thus, a team was dispatched to investigate well drilling options. As noon approached, the clerk arrived with 2 soldiers. "Master Clerk, your efforts are appreciated." Su Qingshan stepped forward with a bow. The clerk waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that." Why are you sleeping here?" Those present felt somewhat embarrassed. Sun Qimei pulled her daughter-in-law aside, whispering, "Make the water murky. The dirtier, the better." The chief addressed the clerk, "Sir, our current situation is quite dire. We can only offer this plain water. Please forgive us." The clerk waved his hand indifferently, but upon lifting the bowl, his brow furrowed, hesitating to speak. Su Qingshan noticed this and shot a glare at his wife, while Sun Qimei pouted, ignoring him. The village chief, witnessing this, silently laughed. What a foolish woman to present such filthy water to guests. However, Sun Qimei's subsequent words left him speechless. "What are you glaring at me for? After all, the village chief forbade us from fetching water from the village. This water is what I obtained after much effort from afar. Fortunately, it is sourced upstream, so it shouldn't be contaminated by those rascals' urine." Though her voice was barely a whisper, it reached the clerk's ears distinctly. Chapter 49, and he calls himself the village chief? Lacking any decorum. Magistrate Su slammed the bowl down heavily, then cast a stern glance at the village chief. "Is what she said true?" The village chief immediately dropped to his knees, trembling as he replied, "It was them. They spoke disrespectfully yesterday. I suppose the villagers wanted to teach them a lesson, so. Magistrate Su let out a cold laugh. "Oh? So you're claiming ignorance?" Without hesitation, the village chief answered, "Yes, Your Honor. I failed to restrain the villagers. It was my negligence." "I beg," Magistrate Su cut him off sharply. "Not only were you negligent, but you're also malicious. Why would you relieve yourself in the river? It seems your tenure as village chief has reached its end." "You, the village chief. was stunned by the accusation, but Magistrate Su gave him no chance to defend himself, bypassing him to address the clan elder instead. I will report this matter to the county magistrate. You need not worry. Come, let us proceed to survey the residential plots. The group followed Magistrate Su, leaving the village chief in a state of shock. He rose to his feet, glaring fiercely at Sun Chimei, who returned his glare with equal intensity. Don't provoke me, or I'll make you regret it, she hissed, then turned and left with her daughter-in-law. Fuming, his face flushed crimson, the village chief hurried home and summoned Lucier. Quick! We must go to the county town to find our son. Any delay, and I may lose my position as village chief. The two hastily hitched the ox cart and rushed toward the county town. Meanwhile, the clan elder and his companions were in high spirits. Secretly slipping 5 taels of silver to Magistrate Su, the elder received a reproachful look in return. Your Honor, please do not take offense. We have no one else to rely on here and humbly request your future guidance. Magistrate Su nodded in acknowledgement before commencing the survey. The other elders exchanged glances, their faces beaming with satisfaction. This silver was well spent, one murmured. The land is quite waterlogged, haha. By late afternoon, the clan elder led his men to the county office to register the land deeds. Outside the city walls, they unexpectedly encountered you, the village chief. As they prepared to greet him, he spat in disdain and drove off without a word. The men stared at each other in disbelief, then erupted in curses. What kind of person is he? How can he be a village chief with such poor manners? Exactly. Why is he so arrogant? Bah. I hope I never lay eyes on him again. The clan elder rapped one of the men on the head. And what would you do if you saw him? Is he a bandit or a barbarian? Rubbing his head, the man grumbled. Who does he think he is, looking down on us? The elder glared. Plenty of people look down on us, he's hardly unique. The men nodded, then looked at him puzzled, finding his words increasingly odd. The elder inwardly cursed his slip of the tongue and coughed twice. Hurry back now, aren't you hungry? At that, the men flicked the ox whip and the ox load as it charged onto the main road. Back at the county office, Magistrate Su had just finished his work and was about to report the day's events to the county magistrate when Lee, the county deputy, grabbed him by the arm. Brother Su, I've finally caught you today. Come, dine at my home. Magistrate Su waved him off. Brother Lee, I haven't completed my duties yet. Another time, perhaps. But Lee refused to let go. Why wait for another day? My wife has prepared braised pork today, it's delicious. Let's go. Working hours ended long ago. And so, Magistrate Su was dragged along. Upon arrival, they found a scholar-like young man, roughly in his early 20s, seated in the hall. Upon their entry, he stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Student Yufeng pays his respects to Magistrate Su. Puzzled, Magistrate Su glanced at Deputy Lee, who whispered, he's a scholar from Yunshan Academy. Already a Shiozai. Magistrate Su grew even more perplexed as the three sat down to eat. Observing Yufeng's humble and courteous demeanor, he felt quite pleased. After the meal, Yufeng spoke candidly. Your Honor, the village chief of Dazai village is my father. Today, he came to me, explained the situation, and is filled with remorse. I implore you to show him leniency. Magistrate Su remained silent, but Deputy Lee interjected, Yufeng, aren't you taking the imperial examinations next year? Are you confident? Yufeng nodded. My mentor believes I should have no issue. Deputy Lee said no more, picking up a teacup to savor his drink. Magistrate Su instantly grasped the implication. The matter of Dazai village would likely be dropped. The night passed without incident. The next day, Dazai village buzzed with reclamation fervor. Some men went up the mountain to cut trees, preparing to build shelters for the elderly, weak, women, and children, while others joined the women in clearing the land. Everyone worked joyfully, undeterred by the sweltering heat. At the village entrance, a group of women chatted idly. TCH, what a bunch of fools. Indeed. That land is all sandy soil, what can they possibly grow? Why are they so proud? They'll be crying soon enough. Thank goodness we've taken all the good land, haha. Bumpkins. Utterly clueless. Let's see how they beg us later. Hey, don't those look like the well-digging team? A group of men carrying tools approached, casting disdainful looks at the women before ignoring them and moving on. The women exchanged glances, then spat in unison. What riffraff? Hey, isn't the leader the one who quarreled with the village chief last year? It's him, definitely him. I remember clearly, he has a large mole on his eyebrow. Our village already has 2 wells, and no one hired them. They must be here for those bumpkins. TCH, at least they won't compete with us for water now. No need to worry. Unaware of the women's gossip, the well-digging team discussed among themselves. Boss, if you ask me, they're unlucky to have settled here. Exactly. That village chief is no good. He even tried to cheat us on a well-digging payment. Well, I'd say Desai village has a decent location. The problem lies with its people. Right? Each one more unreasonable than the last. How long ago was that? Keep it to yourselves and focus on doing the job well. Understood, boss. Upon reaching their destination and seeing the area already cleared, Yu Chao felt a pang of admiration, thinking to himself, it seems these folks are quite diligent. Su Qingshan approached and bowed. You must be the well-digging team? Yu Chao nodded. We have over 60 mu of wasteland here, since we haven't built houses yet. You may choose the water source location freely. Yu Chao shook his head gently. A fellow mentioned yesterday that you number around 1,000. For daily washing. The river and nearby stream suffice. Thus, placing the well centrally would be more convenient. Su Qingshan nodded slightly, and Yu Chao added, I suggest you start with 2 wells. Your companion also mentioned you've migrated from elsewhere. Once your finances improve, you can dig more. The clan elder arrived, laughing heartily. Young man. Your words align perfectly with my thoughts. We entrust the wells to you. Rest assured, in due time, we shall dig more. Yu Chao nodded. Elder. You can trust my work. Chapter 50. Sushi tumbled down the slope and unexpectedly discovered sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, Suli was weeding with Zhoushi nearby. Spotting the group from afar, she turned to her mother and suggested, Mother, why don't we dig our own well? Zhoushi pondered for a moment. Good idea, it would make water access easier. But let's wait until we've built our house. Suli nodded and fell silent. After days of arduous labor, the land finally began to take shape. Standing at the edge of the field, the clan elder and Su Qingshan sighed in unison. Alas! This land is sandy and barren, what are we to do? Hearing this, Suli voiced her confusion. Has no one ever cultivated sandy soil before? The 2 clan leaders were momentarily speechless, having forgotten that she had no memory and was once considered simple-minded. Li, my dear, you are unaware that rice, wheat, and legumes must be planted in fertile soil. Sandy soil is only suitable for peanuts, but this newly reclaimed land is too barren and won't do. Suli pondered deeply. Her heart astounded. Truly, one must live off the mountain and depend on heaven's grace. Yes, rely on the mountain. I shall go explore it today. Zhoushi watched her daughter muttering to herself, shook her head, and continued with her chores. Meanwhile, Suli took her younger siblings up the mountain. It was noon, and everyone had returned home for meals, leaving the hills deserted. Suli handed out a few steamed buns. Eat quickly, once finished, we shall hunt. Suji, brimming with excitement, grabbed a bun and bit into it eagerly. I told you, father will always be with us. Suja, looking puzzled, inspected Suli's basket. Suli smiled faintly. Elder brother, what are you doing? Mother gave these to me, and there are no more. Suja shook his head. Why are they still warm? We've been walking for so long, they should have cooled by now. Sushi giggled. Brother, are you foolish? In this scorching weather, how could they grow cold? Besides, sister covered them with cloth. Suli rubbed her nose, thinking how perceptive Shia was. Suja eyed his elder sister. Sister, why have you brought a hoe for hunting? Suli face-palmed. Brother, if not a hoe, should I have brought a shovel? Or perhaps a broadsword? Suji covered his mouth to stifle a laugh, then added, Elder brother, have you forgotten? The clan leader said all broadswords must be hidden away and not used. They exchanged glances and resumed their light-hearted banter. Suddenly, Suli raised her hand. Quiet. Let me see. Hearing this, her siblings swiftly hid behind a large tree while Suli advanced, spotting 2 naive roe deer grazing on grass. Her heart leaped with joy. The last time she had meat was that horse flesh over half a month ago. And the craving had become unbearable. She dashed forward with astonishing speed, hoe in hand. Before the deer could react, 2 swift strikes rendered them unconscious. Brothers, come quickly. We have meat. The trio behind the tree erupted in delight and rushed over, but Sushi slipped and tumbled down the slope. Little sister, Suja shouted, while Suji halted to check. As Suja leaned against the tree to descend, Suli, having tossed the deer aside, called out, Elder brother, guard the game. I'll check on her. Climbing down, she found Sushi unconscious, lifted her and pressed her philtrum until she awoke. Sister, are you all right? Sushi shook her head. Sister, my head aches a bit. Suli brushed the dirt off her back. It's nothing, let me help you up. Then, hoisting Sushi, she climbed but slipped on something. her heart surging with astonishment upon seeing it. Elder brother, wait up there and pass me the basket. Suja, busy examining Sushi's injuries, handed it over without question. Suli descended again, dug with her hands, and laughed joyfully. I knew it, I do have some luck. Heaven, you are too kind. She dug fervently. And after half an hour, climbed back to find the 3 children peering down curiously. Under their bewildered gazes, Suli pulled a sweet potato from the basket, peeled it with the hoe, and offered it to Sushi. Try this, little sister, we owe its discovery to your fall. Sushi, hesitant, took a bite and remarked. A bit sweet, not bad, definitely edible. Suli chuckled. It's not great raw, but roasted or boiled, it's delicious. Most importantly, it can grow in sandy soil. Sister. Is that true? Suja asked, stunned. Of course, I wouldn't lie, Suli replied with an air of wisdom. Suji blurted out, elder sister, how did you know? She shot him a disdainful look. Father must have told her. You're usually sharp, why so dull at crucial moments? Suji flushed with embarrassment. Suli smiled, secretly adding spiritual spring water to the water skin before handing it to Sushi. Thirsty? Have a drink. Sushi beamed. Sister always cares for me. Then she exclaimed. This water is so sweet. Suli nodded and passed the skin to her brothers. Suddenly, Sushi cried out, Sister, my headache's gone. Look. The scrapes on my hand have vanished too, how strange. The 3 stared, and Suli coughed lightly. What scrapes? Are you seeing things? Sushi pointed at herself. I'm only 12, not old. How could my eyes be failing? They exchanged glances and burst into laughter, ignoring her protests. Frustrated, Sushi stamped her feet. I'll tell mother, she'll believe me. Suli. The 4 hurried down the mountain, with Suji and Suja delivering the meat to the village women. Everyone was collectively reclaiming land and sharing meals. Oh, you're so capable. These roe deer are quite sizable. We're in for a treat. Suja, you 2 rest. The aunties will call you when the meal's ready. Suja will be 15 soon. I wonder which lucky girl will marry him. Suja blushed crimson and dashed off. Suji chasing after him, muttering, what's the big deal about a wife? Why run? Is a wife some kind of monster? Meanwhile, Zhou gently comforted Sushi. The sun is too glaring, it's common to missee things. Don't fret, you're young, and your eyesight is fine. Suli covered her mouth to hide a laugh, earning a stern look from Zhou. Pouting, Suli retrieved sweet potatoes from her basket and handed them over. Mother, cook a couple of these with the meal. Zhou's eyes lit up. Good. Now the clan leaders needn't sigh in despair. Chapter 51. So many? We've hit the jackpot. Half an hour later. The clan leader and Su Qingshan stared in amazement at the food in their bowls. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the clan leader picked up a piece, tasted it slowly, then closed his eyes slightly, savoring the delight. Delicious. The crowd snapped to attention. Clan leader, Uncle Qingshan, save some for us to try. You ingrate. Isn't the venison in your bowl tasty enough? Well, it's just, this is new, never seen it before. Sun Qimei licked her lips and urged impatiently, husband. Describe the taste. Don't just enjoy it silently. Su Qingshan laughed heartily. It's truly sweet, with a wonderfully soft and glutinous texture. Extremely delicious, just. The clan leader took a sip of water and added, just a bit dry. Everyone roared with laughter. Suli, was this really found in sandy soil? Suli nodded. When sushi fell, I slipped on it while climbing, dug it up, and thought it might be edible, so I brought some back. Zhou stepped forward. Haha, I dreamed last night that our 3rd child said these can be propagated directly and yield abundantly. If we plant them now, we can harvest by winter. We needn't fear the cold months. The clan leader nodded. Your 3rd child was a blessing. Once the ancestral hall is repaired, we'll honor them properly. Tears welled in Zhou's eyes. Thank you, clan leader. Su Qingshan declared, tomorrow. Half of us shall ascend the mountain to excavate while we reclaim the land and sow seeds. Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with hope. The following morning, Suli led the group up the mountain to the spot where the roe deer had been discovered. Pointing downward, she announced, this is where we found it yesterday. Everyone, search below, and we'll explore the vicinity as well. Armed with hoes and baskets, they began scouring the area. Suli shouldered her own basket and had not ventured far when her eyes lit up, a bush rustled. With 2 swift flicks of her wrist, stones flew out, and a pheasant fluttered up only to plummet back down. Suli dashed forward, seized the pheasant, and murmured gleefully to herself, we'll have pheasant soup tonight. Hee. The pheasant thrashed and screeched sharply, you 2-legged fiend, release me. Let me go. Suli covered her mouth, then glanced around and spotted someone approaching, so she remained silent. Suli, you've caught another pheasant. You're the chicken, your whole family are chickens. Suli massaged her forehead and said, Auntie, could you spare one of yesterday's sweet potatoes? The woman, looking puzzled, retrieved one from her basket and handed it over. Suli took it, waved it in front of the pheasant as if inspecting it, then returned it to the woman. Auntie, I'll check ahead, she stated before walking away. The woman nodded in confusion, then resumed her search. Once at a distance, Suli whispered to the pheasant, Did you see that thing clearly? Do you know where to find it? The pheasant widened its eyes in astonishment. You can understand my speech? Suli shrugged indifferently. You have two choices. Help me locate it and I'll free you, or else you'll be tonight's dinner. The pheasant flapped wildly, but Suli tightened her grip and glared until it ceased struggling. You'll truly release me? Suli retorted impatiently. Should I just end you now? Perhaps another creature would be more willing to assist. No. I know where it is, I'll take you. There's a whole patch of it, though it's not tasty. Why seek it out? None of your business. Just point the way. After winding left and right for half an hour, Suli arrived at a small hollow the pheasant had described. From the slope, she gazed down and felt a surge of delight. Numerous sweet potatoes seemed to abound. Clutching the pheasant, she hurried downward. The pheasant trembled with anxiety, doubting Suli's reliability and fearing betrayal. Upon reaching the spot, Suli was astounded. She released the pheasant and declared, Go. Don't let me catch you again. The pheasant scurried away in haste. Word spread among the animals. There is a two-legged being who comprehends the tongues of all creatures. Her speed rivals that of a fierce tiger. Unaware of this, Suli wielded her hoe, digging up sweet potatoes. Soon, a man approached. Wow, so many. Haha, we've struck gold. He then caught himself, scratched his head sheepishly, and said, Suli, I'll fetch the others. Before dashing off without a backward glance, Suli smiled faintly and continued hoeing, her heart swelling with contentment at the pile of sweet potatoes. Though resources were scarce here, the air was fresh, water plentiful. A stark contrast to the polluted chaos of the apocalypse. Here, she need not hide daily for survival. Here, she would carve out her own destiny and live authentically. Shortly after, a crowd of men and women arrived to find Suli had already excavated half the crop. Noticing their stunned expressions, she suppressed a laugh. Aunties, uncles, why hesitate? Hurry and dig, I'm getting hungry. At her words, everyone eagerly joined in, their spirits high. Be careful, you're mangling the sweet potatoes. Hey, watch your step. Perhaps you should stop digging. It's a shame to split such fine potatoes in half. I bet you're ruining them on purpose to eat them, aren't you? That's unfair. There wasn't even a sprout there, I truly didn't mean to. Suli nearly burst out laughing. Aunties, don't blame him. We'll cook the damaged ones into porridge for all to taste. The women exchanged glances, coughed lightly, and the man shot Suli a grateful look, harboring no grudge over the squabble. An hour later, they returned laden with harvest. At lunch, each sampled a small piece of sweet potato, marveling in surprise. Someone whispered in awe, so delicious. If only we could eat this every day. Dream on. We must search for more tomorrow, and then plant them all. Another added in agreement. Not only that, the clan leader says we'll set up shelters by the sweet potatoes and take night watches. Did you see those envious glares from the villagers? Let them be jealous, it won't help them. Exactly, they won't even share water with us. Bunch of scoundrels. Meanwhile, they became the subject of others' discussions. Did you see them carrying baskets up the mountain today? Seems they reaped a bounty. Could they have found food up there? Are you daft? What edible things exist on the mountain? Why insult me? I saw them dressing roe deer meat by the river yesterday. Really? So some among them can hunt? Pfft, what's the big deal? They probably eat meat once a year at most. Heard their laughter yesterday, it echoed beyond the village, such bumpkins. The crowd retorted, how often do you eat meat in a year? Don't you live in the countryside? Wouldn't you laugh if you had meat? Chapter 52. Do you live by the sea? Mind your own business. After 3 days of relentless searching, all the sweet potatoes in the outskirts had been gathered. The villagers beamed with joy as they planted the potatoes and resumed their busy lives of land reclamation. Yet Suli pondered in bewilderment. How strange that not a single pheasant or rabbit remains in the outskirts. Have they vanished entirely? A soft voice then chimed in, silly master, they've all fled. Calling you a beast. Suli glanced at the snow shadow in her arms and sighed, gently rubbing its forehead. While life here was bustling and fulfilling, elsewhere, cruelty reigned. In an underground dungeon, will you talk or not? Who are your accomplices? Ugh, just kill me. End my life. Head death? Not an option. I hear your mistress bore you a daughter, now 13, a blooming age indeed. What are you planning? Beasts, spare them, they're innocent. As a subordinate started to speak, the man slammed the table and rose. Oh? They're innocent? You, a traitor, poisoned me and betrayed my whereabouts. What punishment do you deserve? My lord, I had no choice. I beg your mercy for them. I'll atone with my death. The man clutched his clothes tightly. Confess, and you'll receive a dignified death. Refuse, and watch your daughter descend into disgrace. With that, the lord turned and strode away. Outside the study, the steward and a woman knelt in the courtyard, faces etched with sorrow. Feng Zhe massaged his temples, standing before them, his voice low and grave. There is no room for leniency. Your family must leave Hanjing at once. Do not let me lay eyes on you again. My lord, he is my only son. The fault lies with the father for failing to teach him. I'll share his punishment. I implore you, remember my years of loyalty. Have mercy, my lord. The woman sobbed uncontrollably. Please, my lord, I beg you. Ugh. Seeing their lord's fury, two attendants promptly dragged the pair away. Only once outside the courtyard did they speak. But what is the purpose of this steward? He is my only son. Have you all realized the gravity of this situation? The prince has received a secret order, originally intended to provide reinforcements to General Zhou in the western province. Alas, not only has he secretly poisoned the prince, but he has also revealed the prince's whereabouts to the barbarian spies. Even if the prince shows mercy and overlooks this betrayal, the court will not let him off easily. Given the current circumstances, you must swiftly depart from Hanzhong, while the prince has yet to change his mind. You still have a chance at survival. Do not delay. Set off at once. At this moment, a woman rose to her feet and addressed the steward. Father, it is that vile woman. She is a barbarian. I must go and kill her. The two subordinates exchanged shocked glances, and one hurried into the courtyard to report the matter, while the other restrained the woman and attempted to persuade her. Su Li, unaware of the events unfolding, had come to the county seat today, intending to explore potential business opportunities, for she could not afford to be idle. After wandering about, she shook her head in exasperation. What a dire lack of resources. No grains, no peppers, no potatoes. Honey is only for the nobility, and both white and brown sugar are exorbitantly priced. Soy sauce, however, is available, albeit excessively salty. How vexing, truly vexing. Suddenly, an idea sparked within her, and she muttered to herself, with nothing available, that leaves the opportunity for me. Huh. I am quite clever indeed. The onlookers regarded the young woman with a mixture of pity and amusement. She was beautiful, yet appeared foolish, acting in a rather madcap manner. Su Li, unperturbed by the gazes of others, made her way to the grocery store, where a shop assistant was busily moving items. Young man, please get me some soy sauce. The assistant glanced at her, noting her striking yet cold beauty, which was at odds with her ragged attire. She looked down at her patched clothing, scratching her head in confusion, wondering why so many people were staring at her. Is it merely because I'm wearing patched clothes? Is it truly so noticeable? At that moment, she was blissfully unaware that her casual stroll through the streets had unwittingly invited trouble upon herself. Upon reaching the butcher shop, the butcher greeted her with enthusiasm. Ah, young lady. Here, take a look at this meat. It was slaughtered just this morning. So fresh. Su Li nodded. How much for it? The butcher's eyes lit up at the prospect of a sale. The pure lean meat is 18 won per pound, while the fatty cuts are 21. Su Li thought to herself that the prices were comparable to those in the western province. She pointed, I'll take 10 pounds of that marbled cut. Give me a discount. The butcher, realizing she might be a big spender, nodded eagerly. Of course, how about I give it to you for 18 won? Su Li agreed. But her eyes suddenly brightened as she pointed to a pile of pork offal. And how much for that? The butcher, dismissive, replied, no one wants that. If you want it, I'll let it go for 5 won, and there are 3 portions. Su Li felt a surge of excitement and casually asked, why does no one eat it? Isn't anyone selling pork offal? The butcher, assuming she was unfamiliar with meat, explained, it's horridly unpalatable, with a terrible smell. Who would want to eat that? Delighted, Su Li said to the butcher, then, dear sir, please pack it up for me. I shall take it home to try. The butcher nodded, and in the end, Su Li spent 191, carrying a hefty load of pork in one hand and a basket filled with offal in the other. As she reached the city gate to board a cart back to her village, a woman approached her. Oh, what is it that you bought? It smells terrible. Su Li ignored her and set the basket down on the other side. Have you never eaten meat before? Buying so much, can you even finish it? Su Li, unfazed, retorted with a laugh. Do you live by the sea? Why are you so nosy? The other women exchanged puzzled glances, and one asked, what do you mean by that? Raising her voice, Su Li replied, I mean, does your family live by the sea to be so meddlesome? The other passengers on the cart erupted in laughter, while the woman's face turned crimson with anger as she pointed at Su Li. You insolent girl! How dare you speak to your elders like that? Su Li swatted her hand away. My surname is Su. May I ask for your esteemed name? Do you think you are worthy to be my elder? What a ridiculous notion. You ungrateful wretch. Have you no mother to teach you manners? Before she could finish her sentence, Su Li grabbed her and flung her off the cart, turning to the others and declaring, anyone else who dares to chatter mindlessly, I will not hesitate to toss them off as well. Then she addressed the driver, I will cover the fare for the adjacent seat. Let us depart quickly. The driver, taken aback, cracked the whip and the oxen surged forward, leaving behind the woman still cursing on the ground. As the ox cart rolled along, the passengers had varied thoughts. The driver mused, these women spend their days gossiping. It's utterly tiresome. But that girl is quite fierce. The women remarked, she is rather intimidating. It was just a casual chat. Why take it so seriously? The men observed, that new girl is stunning, albeit rather ferocious, not at all demure. Su Li thought to herself, hurry back, and then I shall venture up the mountain again. First, I must store this offal in my space. Chapter 53, Ascending the Mountain in Search of Spices. With the black python's assistance. After half an hour, they reached the village entrance. Su Li disregarded the others and turned towards where the ants were cooking, casually storing the offal in her space along the way. She felt puzzled as to why the gossiping women from earlier were absent. Su Li, have you bought so much meat again? One ant, busy gathering wild vegetables, hurried over to help her. Ant, prepare a meal. Save me a bowl of rice. I need to head up the mountain. With that, she picked up a nearby basket and set off. Hey, child, at least drink some water before you go. Another woman called after her, but Su Li had already walked far away. Such a whirlwind of a child. She has certainly inherited Xiao Hui's temperament, the woman muttered. Another chimed in, strong, capable, filial, and quite attractive. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry Miss Li. Don't speak so carelessly. Xiao Hui has privately revealed that both girls will be taking in suitors and not marrying out. Indeed, it was true, no matter how capable a woman might be. Once she bore children, she would inevitably become a burden. Moreover, with a third son no longer alive, taking in a son-in-law was indeed a wise choice. Oh, how hard it is for Xiao Hui to raise 4 children alone. What a burden. Enough of that, look at this meat. This girl has quite the knack for shopping. There is plenty of fat. We should gather more wild vegetables to stew with it. Meanwhile, Su Li was hastening towards the mountains, carefully inspecting her surroundings. After a long while without discovering any spices, she grew somewhat restless and began to eat her buns and drink from her water pouch. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound. And with a start, she hid in her space, unburdening her basket to investigate, her heart racing. Before her stood a massive black python, its triangular head scanning the area. Suddenly, an elderly voice echoed, how strange, I distinctly sensed the presence of a human. Where have they gone? Su Li, covered in goosebumps, wondered why the python bore scales. Could it be transforming into human form? Shaking her head, she thought perhaps she had indulged in too many ghost stories. The giant python, speaking human words, warned. Do not let me encounter you again, little thief. Su Li, perplexed, replied, what do you mean by little thief? When did I become one? I refuse to bear this unjust blame. Thus, she spoke directly, Elder, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. I have only been here for less than 10 days and have only hunted 2 foolish deer. I even released the wild chickens. How can I be labeled as a thief? The python was taken aback. Could it be that this girl is the cruel one spoken of by the mountain chickens? After a moment, it spoke, cease your sweet talk here. My disciples and descendants have been captured by you humans far too often. Su Li was speechless. She had been afraid of snakes since childhood. Elder, are there not both good and evil among animals? The same applies to us humans. I have never committed any heinous deeds. The giant python pondered thoughtfully, then deceitfully coaxed, then come out, let us meet face to face. Where exactly are you? Su Li retorted, am I so easily fooled? Is this a ploy to lure me out and then finish me off? Elder, I was enlightened by an immortal, who granted me the ability to understand animal speech. Do you truly believe I am wicked? Would an immortal aid a villain? You humans are masters of deception. The wounds on my body are proof. The python revealed the injuries on its abdomen. Suli was slightly startled, but then conceived an idea. The immortal bestowed upon me spiritual spring water. Would you be willing to try it? I truly am not a bad person. After speaking, she scooped a quarter bowl of the spiritual spring, then reconsidering the depth of the wound, already scabbed and long-standing, added more, filling about a third of the bowl. Holding the bowl, she stepped out of her space, trembling as she said, I am not deceiving you. Smell it for yourself. The python naturally caught the enticing scent and eagerly urged, quick. Let me try it. It then willingly exposed its belly. Suli approached directly, poured the spiritual spring onto its stomach, and retreated into her space. The python exclaimed, This truly is spiritual spring. The wound is actually healing. Could I have misjudged her? Moments later, the python witnessed its injury completely restored and called out, Girl, come out. Why run? Do you think I would devour you? Suli emerged, but kept a distance of several meters, warily eyeing the python. The python felt somewhat exasperated. Perhaps it had indeed frightened her earlier. I apologize. I wronged you. I shall not forget today's kindness. If you ever need assistance in the future, simply seek me out. My name is Bayu. Suli covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. The name seemed utterly mismatched for such a dark creature. I truly am not a villain. I came up the mountain to search for a few spices. Her eyes lit up. Here was the perfect opportunity to leverage the favor. The python glanced disdainfully at her legs and gestured, Sit on my back. I shall give you a tour. Suli nodded, though still somewhat fearful. She was more exhilarated. It was her first time riding a python. With a rustling sound, she felt as if her scalp were being scraped off. Elder, slow down. Slow down. I can't even see the trees. Upon hearing this, the python slowed its pace. Suddenly, Suli's eyes sparkled. Elder, over there. I found it. The python moved toward where she pointed. Suli jumped down, inwardly thrilled. So much star anise, all mine. Ha ha, I've struck gold. Ignoring the python's scorn, she climbed the tree and began harvesting, while the python coiled around a large tree and dozed off. Half an hour later, Suli had gathered over 50 pounds, storing it all in her space. Approaching the python, she said, Elder, thank you. I'll look around on my own now. The python opened its murky eyes. With those short legs of yours? Come on up. I have nothing else to do anyway. Suli rubbed her nose and glanced at her legs. They weren't that short. At nearly 14, she was already 1.6 meters tall. Was such disdain necessary? Muttering inwardly but showing no expression, she mounted once more. Thus, a peculiar scene was witnessed by many animals in the inner region, and news quickly spread. The black python Bayu has become a mount for a woman. What a disgrace. Unaware of this, Suli was busy picking cardamom and Sichuan peppercorns, feeling immensely satisfied. The black python glanced at her. There are many treasures in these mountains. If you humans hunted fewer animals, we wouldn't be so ferocious. Suli nodded, a new idea sprouting in her heart. After bidding farewell to the python, she shouldered her basket and returned home. It was just past dusk, and everyone was eating. Upon seeing her return, an ant promptly handed her a large bowl of food. Eat quickly. I saved you some fatty meat. After the meal, mother and daughter began whispering. Mother, these are the spices I found on the mountain. Suli took a few from her basket to show her. Seeing her mysterious expression, Josher nodded, sniffed them, and said, Such precious items, put them away quickly. Upon hearing this, Suli waved her hand, and all the spices in the basket vanished into her space. Mother, once we finish reclaiming the wasteland, let's send my brothers to school, and we'll start a small business. Josher's nose tingled with emotion as she tightly grasped her daughter's hand. Good, everything as you say. Chapter 54, Mocked for Planting Sweet Potato Cuttings. Inside the brick-tiled house. Did you see clearly? What exactly is that food? The village chief inquired. I only saw red skin. Couldn't make it out, someone whispered in reply. I saw them digging it up from the mountain, but they went deep into the inner region where the giant python lurks. I didn't dare follow. This statement sparked immediate discussion. Heavens, the inner region? They've got a death wish, snatching food from the jaws of death. Huh. Look at their shabby state, they'd probably eat insects. I say there's no need to worry. What could possibly grow in that sandy soil? Exactly, let's not fret over nothing. I'm just waiting to see them make fools of themselves, haha. One person voiced a differing opinion. I observed their land reclamation methods. They seem like seasoned farmers. They wouldn't act so recklessly. Chief, we should secretly send someone to investigate. Another immediately retorted, "Why dampen our spirits and boost theirs?" Someone else chimed in, "Exactly. In my view, they're just desperately grasping at straws." That's right, with only 7 or 8 acres planted and no seeds left, they're just clearing wasteland. A bunch of fools. The village chief coughed twice, and everyone fell silent. "We shall send someone to check," he ordered. The Lu clan leader sighed. "Alas, it might be impossible. They've set up sheds beside every planted plot, likely guarded day and night." "Huh. You'd think they were growing gold. Bunch of pumpkins. Guarding against us." The village chief sternly cut them off. "Enough. Great Village is vast, now split in two. Our side has the more fertile land, there's no way they can work miracles. Let it be. We'll watch and wait." Meeting adjourned. Many left grumbling under their breath. Unaware of all this, Su Li and her family were busily reclaiming land. Time flew to mid-August. On a drizzly day, Su Li and the others were cutting sweet potato stems for transplanting. Heaven is favoring us. We won't have to carry water," one man exclaimed gratefully. "Yes, we must work quickly. Their planting pace is astonishingly fast. Hey, it's simple, just toss them in and cover with soil." Shall we said 1 acre of cuttings can yield 10 acres. We can plant 80 acres now. Indeed. I've never seen such a planting method before. In the past, I wouldn't have believed it. Haha, not just you. Even the clan leader said if Old 3 hadn't appeared in Xiao Hui's dream, he wouldn't have believed it either. Laughter and chatter carried on the wind as everyone worked diligently. After 3 days of hard labor, all the seedlings were planted, lifting a great weight off their hearts. The clan leader called a meeting, and Su Li was naturally included. "The sweet potatoes are of paramount importance. We have cleared 400 acres of sandy loam, and currently, we have planted 88 acres, while the remaining 300 acres are entirely sown with legumes." The clan leader spoke plainly. An elder from the tribe countered, "Leader, beans fetch only 4 to 5 coins a pound. Their value pales in comparison to wheat and rice." The leader sighed in resignation. Although this sandy loam is suitable for wheat cultivation, the fertility of newly reclaimed land is indeed concerning. We currently lack fertile soil. Alas. Leader, if it proves unfeasible, why not plant some peanuts? Suggested Su Li. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes suddenly lit up, and someone expressed, "Indeed, though peanuts command a handsome price, the seeds are equally valuable." Su Li remained non-committal, and the leader, striking his thigh, decisively concluded, "Let us plant some peanuts. The remaining half shall be sown with yellow beans and red adzuki beans." Su Qingshan continued, "I propose that we evenly divide this year's crop yield, and when spring arrives, we shall reconvene to discuss land allocation." Everyone voiced their agreement. The leader reiterated, "The sweet potatoes must be monitored closely. I have observed those individuals with shifty eyes, clearly harboring ulterior motives." Su Qingshan scoffed disdainfully, "It is truly perplexing. Their own lives are barely sustainable. Yet they seem intent on competing with us." An elder's tone dripped with contempt. "These people are short-sighted and require caution. That village chief is certainly no paragon of virtue." The leader then assigned the matter to Qingshan, while entrusting the cultivation task to brother Suda. Half of the group was to remain and produce mud bricks. The construction of houses must also be prioritized. Everyone wore expressions of joy. Having a home brings a sense of belonging. Hope filled the hearts of all for the future. Su Li, observing the meticulous arrangements, felt a profound admiration. The leader was a visionary and resolute individual, capable of sustaining a clan. Lost in her own dreams of the future, Su Li remained oblivious to the impending troubles. Under the great tree at the village entrance, several women were engaged in a heated exchange. How ridiculous. I have never heard or seen such things. Is this really the work of a respectable farmer? Truly, they are just rustic simpletons. Huh, it's laughable. This is the first time I've seen someone use stems and leaves for planting. They must be utterly obsessed with grain, to the point of losing their wits. I can't wait to see how they survive this winter. Will they starve to death? Look at them, even sending people to guard those stems and leaves. It's the height of absurdity. Oh, is that a horse-drawn cart ahead? Why are they carrying so many things? Has someone in our village taken a bride? I haven't heard of any girl from our village getting married. A well-dressed man approached, clasping his hands. Might I trouble you, good ladies, to summon the village chief? We come from the Su family. The women, who had been gossiping, exchanged glances, and one hurried off to the chief's home. A quarter of an hour later, the chief strode toward the village entrance with a grave expression. Sir, my master has sent me to propose marriage to a young lady from your village. The servant spoke first. Upon hearing this, the chief's brow furrowed deeper. May I inquire which young lady? Internally, he mused, I wonder whose daughter is so unfortunate. The Sioux family's patriarch is well over 50 and has a peculiar taste. I can only imagine how many young women have suffered at his hands. What a pity. The servant shook his head. A few days ago, my master encountered this young lady while strolling in the market and was smitten at first sight. After extensive inquiries, he learned she hails from your village. She has not been seen since, so my master dispatched me to convey his intentions. I kindly ask you to find her. The chief, somewhat troubled, replied, but without a name or description. How shall we find her? The servant smiled silently and produced a painted portrait. The chief, puzzled, opened the scroll, bursting into laughter. It is indeed her. What remarkable luck she has. Come, I shall lead you to her. The chief recalled. This girl has quite a memory. She made quite the impression on him from the very first day. Yet, the figure in this painting is ethereal. Seemingly untouched by the mundane, has she truly changed so much in such a short time? Regardless, she has encountered a formidable challenge. It shall be interesting to see how this unfolds. Chapter 55. Su Yuanwei wishes to take her as a concubine? A group of men, laden with large boxes, arrived at the residence of Su Li and the others. At that moment, Su Li was diligently planting beans, her speed astonishing. This girl truly possesses a green thumb. Su Li wiped the sweat from her brow and smiled. Am I really that strong? Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Just then, a woman rushed toward them, her expression fraught with worry, grabbing Su Li by the arm. Quick, go hide in the mountains. Hearing this, the other women and men surged forward. Su Li, bewildered, directly inquired, Aunt, what on earth is happening that has you so flustered? The woman, in a state of urgency, replied, the village chief has personally come with a proposal. They claim to be from the Sioux family, and your mother is currently embroiled in a dispute with them. I have a feeling the chief harbors ill intentions. A man could no longer contain himself, shouting, Damn it, Li girl is only 13. She is far from the age of marriage. Upon hearing that her mother was in conflict, Su Li immediately dropped her hoe and dashed off at a speed rivaling the wind. Everyone watched her retreating figure in stunned silence, awakening from their stupor. What are you standing there for? Hurry and follow her back. Let them know we are not to be trifled with. A throng of men and women discarded their farming tools and raced back, suddenly realizing something. One woman shouted, Take the food and tools with you. We can't let them exploit our vulnerability. It dawned on them that someone had been secretly observing, prompting them to grab their belongings and return to their home. In the shadows, two individuals cursed, Damn it, we were almost successful. That woman is far too alert. One suggested, Shall we ruin their crops? The man smacked him, Are you out of your mind? Did you see the strength of that girl? She uprooted that large tree with one hand. Let us wait, come, let us go see the commotion. Before Su Li reached her residence, she heard Su Ji's cries, You're bullying us too much. My elder sister will not let you off easily. Woo-woo, big brother at that moment. Zhou Shi and her group were in a fierce standoff with the village chief and his entourage. With your kind of character, you dare call yourself a village chief? If the Sioux family is so great, why don't you send your granddaughter over there? An old man nearing his grave thinks he's worthy of my Li girl. What a delusion. The servant, seeing the situation escalate, stepped forward and slapped Zhou Shi. You are overstepping. My master's interest in your daughter is a stroke of fortune for her. Mark my words, you will comply today, whether you like it or not. Just as he retreated, a kick came flying his way, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest, collapsing to the ground before he could react. Su Li coldly regarded the man before her, glancing at her mother's swollen face, the anger on her aunt's faces, and her elder brother lying unconscious on the ground. Anyone wishing for death can leave, she proclaimed, exuding an air reminiscent of a fierce lioness. With that, she snatched a hoe from one of the men and effortlessly snapped it in half. The servants trembled at the sight, struck with fear, and hurriedly dragged their fallen comrade away. Su Li called out, Wait, take all your belongings with you. Hearing this, the men turned back, hoisting the boxes and fleeing in disarray. The village chief and his group, witnessing the scene, hesitated, preparing to retreat. Su Li shouted, Stop. Do you think I'll let you go? The village chief turned around with a tremor, forcing a smile as he said, Ah, my dear girl. I find myself in an impossible situation. They have sought me out, and this Sioux gentleman is not one to be trifled with. If you are not afraid, then I certainly am. Suli, with a smile that was neither fully amused nor fully scornful, fixed her gaze upon him, making the village chief feel as though he were under the watchful eye of a venomous serpent, sending chills coursing through him. Village chief, do you believe I am incapable of confronting that Sioux gentleman? Merely here to observe the spectacle? The chief's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment, and he chuckled nervously. Falling silent. One could not deny that Suli spoke the truth. Observing her demeanor, the chief's heart raced, yet her next words filled him with fury. Village chief, I advise you to manage your own affairs. If we maintain our distance, we shall coexist peacefully. As for myself, I do not initiate conflict, but should anyone provoke me, I shall not hold back. Oh, I've heard your youngest son is quite the scholar, and your granddaughter is 14 this year. Do you think Sioux gentleman is aware of this? The village chief, trembling with rage, pointed a quivering finger at her. What do you intend to do? Suli responded with an assertive tone, cease your scheming. If I discover anyone spying on us, I would not hesitate to let you experience the might of my formidable strength. The chief attempted to reprimand her, but she cut him off with a furious shout, get lost. The chief could only stammer in response. Meanwhile, the crowd present looked on in astonishment. At that moment, Zhou Shi was examining the injuries of her eldest son. Suli glanced at her mother and said, Mother, help my brother to the wooden bed. His injuries are merely superficial, there is no need for concern. I will fetch him some water. Zhou Shi hesitated, knowing her daughter was about to use the spiritual spring again. Looking at her eldest son's battered visage, she steeled herself and, along with several sturdy men, carried him to their temporary shelter. Suli took a ceramic bowl, dropped in a few drops of the spiritual spring water, handed it to Zhou Shi, and helped her brother sit up, quickly pouring the water down his throat. Suzhou woke, glanced at his sister, and breathed a sigh of relief, only to exclaim, Mother, this Sioux gentleman is quite aggressive and will not easily relent. What shall we do? Suli reassured him, I fear him not, should he dare to approach again. I will ensure he does not return. Zhou Shi, observing her daughter's fearless demeanor, felt a pang of worry while also lamenting. Grasping Suli's hand tightly, she said, Lear, it is my inadequacy. If this matter spreads, your fierce reputation will surely precede you. What shall we do? Suli comforted her, Mother, there is no need for concern. I am simply being myself. If I were to marry in the future, must I pretend to be a demure lady? That would be exhausting, wouldn't it? Before Zhou Shi could respond, Suji interjected candidly, Mother, when elder sister and second sister begin to attract suitors, if any brother-in-law dares to bully them, I shall break their legs. Zhou Shi couldn't help but chuckle, tapping his forehead gently. You wish to break whose legs? I had no idea you had such audacity. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Elsewhere in the courtyard, a servant exaggeratedly recounted the events, causing Sioux gentleman's eyes to narrow as he bellowed. Did that girl truly say such things? The servant, serious in demeanor, nodded affirmatively, adding, Moreover, she even claimed that you, my lord, are already halfway in the grave, yet still wish to take her as a concubine. Simply outrageous. Sioux gentleman slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, outrageous? It is akin to a toad desiring to eat swan meat, pure folly. No sooner had the servant finished speaking than he received a slap across the face, collapsing to the ground, covering his face in fear of Sioux gentleman's wrath. My lord, it was not I who said it, it was that girl. They can all testify. Sioux gentleman's gaze swept over the other young servants, who exchanged glances, still paralyzed with fear, having forgotten what precisely the girl had stated. Noticing their master's menacing gaze, they quickly nodded in agreement. One of them spoke up, that girl even broke a hoe handle with her bare hands before our eyes. She possesses considerable strength. Another chimed in, her mother is quite beautiful as well, and though the youngest girl has yet to fully blossom, she is clearly a beauty in the making, albeit with a rather fiery temperament. Sioux gentleman's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh? When did our county acquire such exceptional specimens? How was I unaware? The servant, rising from the ground, respectfully replied, the village chief of Dazai mentioned that they fled from another place, claiming there were no men in their household, only 2 young boys. Sioux gentleman pondered this, then burst into laughter. Go, summon the steward. Chapter 56, Sioux Shi is abducted. The steward muttered to himself along the way, which unfortunate girl has fallen into such misfortune? This is truly a calamity. If it comes to it, she might as well seek a contract for servitude and leave. Who would willingly partake in such wickedness? I shall not serve any longer. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Su gentleman was enjoying a pear, while a maidservant was massaging his legs, creating a scene of leisure. The steward stepped forward and bowed, saying, "My lord." "You called for me?" Su gentleman glanced at the maidservant, who then withdrew, allowing him to speak. "I have taken a liking to a girl. Bring her to me." The household servant knelt, saying, "My lord, I implore you to assign this task to another. My mother has been unwell lately, and I wish to tend to her. I beseech you to grant me the mercy to redeem my freedom." Su gentleman disregarded him, replying, "I know your intentions. Very well, this is the last time. Bring her here, and I shall release you from your contract." The steward hesitated, failing to respond, prompting Su gentleman to add, "Moreover, I have heard that the girl's mother and sister are also quite attractive. Capturing one of the three should suffice, no?" The steward voiced his concerns. "If the county magistrate were to learn of this," Su gentleman scoffed, "what of it? Am I to fear him? If trouble arises, I will take full responsibility." The steward remarked, "This is far too reckless. After all, you are merely a concubine to the governor of Huizhou, a scoundrel." Though the steward felt discontent, he reluctantly rose. Just as he was about to exit when Su gentleman's voice rang out, "You shall personally oversee this matter." The steward nodded, turning to leave. Upon returning home, the maidservant observed him, hesitating to speak. She brought him a cup of tea and asked, "Husband, do you have worries weighing on your mind?" The steward sighed deeply and recounted the entire situation. The woman's eyes widened in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Unable to hold back, the maidservant exclaimed, "My dear, do not assist in such wickedness. Have you forgotten the woman who met a tragic end last year? It is a calamity indeed. Why does heaven not send down a thunderbolt to strike him down and rid us of this malignant tumor?" The steward attempted to intervene. "Mother, he claims this is the last time." A sharp slap resounded as the maidservant struck him, trembling with indignation. "How many messes have you cleaned up for him over the years? First aiding him in his wickedness, then soothing the families of the victims. What on earth are you doing?" The woman stood silent, her heart aching for the steward. He knelt, his voice filled with despair. "Mother, if I do not obey his wishes, what shall become of our family? What will happen to those two innocent children?" The maidservant, filled with bitterness, spoke with disappointment. "So it seems we have become your burden. You have allowed greed to blind your judgment. Very well, since it has come to this, we shall only add to your troubles. Chunner, quickly pack your things. We will leave here tomorrow." The woman looked on, astonished. "Mother, are you abandoning him?" She turned to the steward. "Husband, you must say something." But the steward remained silent, his expression resolute. The woman's tone shifted, rising in intensity. "Are you colluding with him in his wrongdoing? Then I shall leave alone with these two children." Without further ado, she turned and stepped out the door. The woman cast a glance back at the steward still on the ground, sighed, and prepared to exit. But he grasped her arm, pressing a wooden box into her hand. "Stepping beyond the borders of Huizhou, I shall ensure the well-being of my wife and two children. I will seek you out." The woman, filled with doubt, accepted the wooden box and softly replied, "My dear, I will leave a message for you at the Fu Lake Inn. You must come to find us. I await your return." The steward nodded gently, unaware that this moment would mark their final farewell. Forcing his family away was the wisest decision he had made in his life. Upon returning to the Su residence, he whispered a few words to a young servant, who hurriedly dashed out, returning an hour later. The steward paced the room, his mind racing with thoughts. Was this woman truly as strong as she appeared? She seemed too cunning to be easily dealt with, leaving only the youngest maid as a potential vulnerability. Alas, a single sacrifice was necessary to secure his own freedom. He summoned someone and instructed, "Send someone to approach the village head. I suspect he harbors grievances against those refugees. Assign two to monitor the little maid's every move." The young servant immediately grasped the steward's intent and stepped forward, saying, "Rest assured, sir. I can see that the village head is eager for that girl to come to harm. He will undoubtedly assist us." The steward nodded, and the servant departed with several others. Meanwhile, Suja had recovered, but to avoid arousing suspicion, Mrs. Zhou forbade him from leaving the house, and he felt as if he were rotting away. "Mother, please allow me to go to the mountain to gather firewood. I have rested for 2 days and am fully recovered. Just look at how the bruises on my face have faded." Suja pointed to his eyes. Mrs. Zhou, feeling helpless, replied, "Very well, go with Suji and just gather some dry firewood around the outskirts. I will wash the clothes with shear." Sushi interjected, "Mother, I can go alone. You should focus on making the mud bricks." as the village head has promised that we will be the first to build a house after the autumn harvest. I long to live in a new home. Mrs. Joe smiled slightly at her words. All right, I will make the mud bricks and strive to move into the new house soon. Call for Sanya and head to the creek. The water is shallow there. Sushi obediently replied, Okay, mother. Everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Half an hour later, Sanya rushed over in a panic, her voice echoing from afar, Help! A nearby man, hearing her cries, quickly dropped the mud bricks and ran over to inquire, What happened, Sanya? What's wrong? Sanya, her face flushed and her expression frantic, stammered, Quick, horses, the carriage. Sushi has been abducted. Upon hearing this, the man shouted, Grab your weapons. Quickly, Sushi has been taken. She's in the carriage. The surrounding men and women, upon hearing the news, dropped their clay and seized shovels and pickaxes, charging out with fervor. Mrs. Joe stumbled. Supported by a woman who softly reassured her, Xiao Hui, do not fear. With so many of us, we shall surely rescue Sheer. Hurry! As Mrs. Joe was assisted forward, her heart filled with regret. She should not have allowed her to wash clothes. How dare these people act so brazenly in broad daylight, utterly disregarding the law? As the group neared the fork in the road, they saw the carriage approaching. The foremost man barked, Stop! What are you doing? Halt! Yet the coachman seemed deaf to their cries, cracking the whip and urging the horses to gallop forward. Seeing this, the man, filled with urgency, hurled his shovel at the horse's head, causing the steed to whinny and struggle. The coachman cursed under his breath and cracked the whip again. The sound of rapid footsteps soon closed in on the intersection, and a group of people, like tigers descending the mountain, suddenly appeared to block their path. As the carriage began to move slowly, the crowd surged forward to push and shove. Seeing the commotion, Mrs. Joe rushed to Lu Shi and delivered several sharp slaps, plunging the surroundings into silence. Lu Shi, incredulous, exclaimed, You wretched woman, how dare you strike me? I am the village head's wife. Mrs. Joe spat at her. Get out of my way. Lu Shi, smirking, retorted, Oh, are you anxious? Look, the carriage has already gone far. I tell you, I won't let you pass. What can you do about it? Someone chimed in, Indeed, the person Su Yuanwei has set his sights on has never failed, if you ask me. Swapping the little daughter for the older one is not a loss. Before the words could fully escape her lips, and she slapped the woman hard, speaking disdainfully. You wretched hag, let me tell you, if you don't step aside today, this grudge will be sealed. I will spit on you every time I see you from now on. Chapter 57, A Brawl. Oh, what grandiose words. The village of Dazai is surnamed you, not Su. The village head, watching the carriage disappear, approached with a swagger. Mrs. Joe's pupils constricted. As the village head, how could he assist in the abduction of a village girl? Unaware of whether the county magistrate was informed? The village head glanced at her and laughed heartily. Do not invoke the county magistrate to intimidate me, let me tell you. Su Yuanwei does not dare easily offend me. I suggest you let this matter rest. Mrs. Joe erupted in fury. Rest your nonsense. Get out of my way. Or those who block my path today will surely spill blood. The village head ignored her, and the men and women, seeing the scene unfold and glancing at the receding carriage, immediately began to brawl. Damn it, you cowardly scoundrels. I've longed to beat you. My hair. You wretched woman. Let go. My ear. Damn it, my foot. My private parts. How dare you? It's not my manus, so why should I care? Wah. Stop picking my nose. The air was filled with the sounds of wails and curses. At that moment, Suli was planting beans and remained oblivious to the distant commotion, when a girl rushed over, breathless, and plopped down on the ground. Suli, hurry, come down the mountain, quickly. Without time to inquire about the situation, Suli abandoned her hoe and dashed down the mountain, only to find the place where they had been making bricks was deserted. Following the sounds, she spotted a throng engaged in a chaotic brawl. Hair was being pulled, slaps were being exchanged, and spittle was flying, while one woman focused on targeting the men's most sensitive areas. Unaware that Sushi had been abducted, Suli observed that her side had the upper hand, and she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Many villagers had imbibed some of the spiritual spring during their hardships, and who would have thought their fighting spirit would be so robust? Sitting on a large rock to watch the spectacle, she noticed that the village head also appeared to be enjoying the show, seemingly unconcerned. At that moment, a woman caught sight of her and shouted, Suli, your sister has been abducted. Suli's face fell in shock, and she sprang to her feet, shouting, Stop. However, no one paid her any heed. She stepped onto the giant rock and, using half her strength, shattered it into pieces. With a loud crash, everyone was startled. "Everyone, clear a path," Suli shouted angrily. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd parted to create a way, and Suli strode past them to confront the village head, who regarded her with a bemused expression, as if he were watching a performance. Suli seized him, and the village head gasped, "What are you doing? Do you know that killing a man incurs a death sentence?" Suli smirked coldly. "When did I say I would kill you? Wouldn't it be better to leave you crippled?" With that, she hurled him 5 meters away. The village head grimaced in pain, about to curse, when Suli stepped forward and placed her foot on his leg. "Did you take my words from a few days ago as mere wind? I am a gentleman. A gentleman's word is his bond." Just as she finished speaking, she applied pressure, and the sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. "Ah, my leg." The village head's anguished scream pierced the sky. Suli released him, nodding with satisfaction as she placed her fingers in her mouth and let out a sharp whistle. She then addressed the assembly. "As long as my sister is unharmed, all is well. But should anything happen to her, I shall ensure that you all accompany her in death." Turning her gaze in search of Mrs. Zhou, she sighed at the disfigured faces around her. "Mother, who has abducted my sister?" Mrs. Zhou, somewhat unclear, replied, "It was Xia Yuanwei." "That's what Chinchong said." With a sharp slap to her own cheek, she corrected herself. No, Xia." A woman observing her swollen visage and slurred speech chimed in, "It's Su Yuanwei." Suli's pupils constricted as she commanded, "Record all their names. We shall speak further once I have returned with her." At that moment, chasing wind rushed over, and Suli felt a pang of anxiety. For she had never ridden a horse before, it felt like forcing a duck to fly. She whispered to Chasing Wind, "I've never ridden a horse." Chasing Wind seemed delighted by this revelation, snorted, and then gradually squatted down, startling the bewildered onlookers. The villagers exclaimed, "Has this horse become sentient?" The Su faction remarked, "This truly is Su Laosan. She should be safe now." Observing the scene, Suli mounted the horse, gripping the reins firmly. The horse rose steadily at her command. Mrs. Zhou cautioned, "Lear, keep your feet tucked." Suli understood and shouted back, "Mother, I will be cautious. Do not worry." With a pat on Chasing Wind, he bolted forward. Meanwhile, Shi had already fainted and was being carried into a side room. Su Yuanwei, having heard the news, hurried over to inspect. He gasped, "What a beautiful sight." Though tender in years, her beauty is undeniable, yet her clothing is far too coarse. He then commanded, "Bring her a proper bath and carry her to my chamber." Several maidservants replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." Su Yuanwei then went to bathe and change himself. At this point, Suli, having gathered information from various sources, arrived at Su's residence. She patted Chasing Wind and said, "Be good, wait for me outside the city. I shall return for you." Chasing Wind nuzzled her palm before scampering away. As the hour of view approached, the sky was not yet fully dark. Suli scanned her surroundings and, finding no one, boldly kicked open the main door. She then slipped into the space. The 2 gatekeepers approached, puzzled as to why the door had seemingly opened on its own and how the latch had come undone. They secured it again, only for it to swing open once more. The 2 gatekeepers exchanged fearful glances and, without a second thought, fled in a panic, shouting, "Ghost! There's a ghost!" Taking advantage of the commotion, Suli entered the courtyard and swiftly made her way to the inner courtyard, only to find it eerily deserted. The servants had gathered, chattering animatedly. "Do you think those women came to collect debts?" "Don't say that, it's quite chilling." "Should we report this to the master?" "Have you lost your mind?" "The master is bathing, have you forgotten his rules?" Alas, that girl is truly pitiful. At that moment, Suli overheard some movement from a room where a few maidservants were whispering. Pressing close to the door, she caught every word. "This girl is so thin. She must be from a poor family. What a shame she possesses such beauty. I wonder if she will survive the night. Goodness, how much of that sleep-inducing drug did they give her? She hasn't woken despite all this commotion. Oh, do you not remember? The last one was too fierce. She ended up killing herself. Perhaps this drug is a mercy, allowing her to suffer less." Suddenly, the door creaked open and the maidservants, preoccupied with washing sushi, failed to notice Suli. Without a sound, she struck each maidservant with a swift hand chop, rendering them unconscious. Gazing at her sister, still deep in slumber, Suli's fury was palpable. Seeing the coarse clothing beside her, she spat in disdain, retrieved a finer garment from her space, dressed her sister, put on shoes, and placed her in the space. Adorning herself in one of the maidservant's outfits, she styled her hair and swiftly exited, intent on causing chaos. Chapter 58. Emptying Sue's Treasury. As dusk fell, Suli spotted a brightly lit area, with the aroma of food wafting through the air. She surmised it must be the kitchen, where several women were conversing in hushed tones. Suli called out theatrically, "Ah, how wretchedly I have died! How terribly I have perished!" The women, upon hearing this, quickly huddled together in fear, trembling and closing their eyes. It has nothing to do with us. If you seek vengeance, find the one who wronged you." Suli stealthily approached the doorway, observing the scant number of individuals within. After a brief contemplation, she waved her hand, summoning everything in the kitchen into her space. The noise startled one woman, who hesitated to peek, but after a moment of silence, the women, realizing the absence of sound, opened their eyes in shock. Once they comprehended the situation, they dashed out of the room, exclaiming, "Mother, there's a ghost. A female ghost." With the women gone, Suli emerged from her space and made her way to the kitchen, pulling out the firewood from the stove and igniting a nearby pile of dry kindling. The crackling of flames soon filled the air. Moments later, shouts rang out, "Help! There's a fire! There's a fire!" By now, the women had long fled the scene. Su Yuanwei, hearing the commotion outside, shouted angrily, "What is happening?" No one responded, and he suddenly remembered that everyone in the inner courtyard had vanished. After dressing, he stepped outside and was met with flames shooting high from the kitchen. He rushed towards the outer courtyard, where a group was attempting to douse the fire. Su Yuanwei seized a servant, demanding, "What on earth is going on?" The servant stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Su Yuanwei barked, "Go fetch the steward." The steward, currently busy packing, was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. With a resigned sigh, he instructed a nearby servant, "Quickly summon the fire brigade from the city and withdraw 20 taels of silver from the treasury. I will inform the master." The servant dashed away in a flurry. Suli, meanwhile, continued her search, arriving at a courtyard door. Observing the 2 copper locks, she let out a cold laugh. "Truly, it is a case of not having silver here." She kicked the door twice. Although the locks remained intact, the door crashed to the ground. As she entered, the darkness obscured her vision. Undeterred, she gathered everything into her space without a second thought. Suddenly recalling that ancient people often constructed hidden chambers, she wondered if there might be one here. Producing a fire stick, she tapped around, shaking her head as it was solid all around. Turning to exit, she inadvertently collided with a wall. With a loud crash, a narrow door swung open, and Suli's heart leapt with joy. She stepped inside, discovering a room of approximately 5 square feet, filled with boxes. Hurriedly, she opened one. To her astonishment, it was brimming with 10 taels silver ingots. With a swift motion, she gathered it all into her space. After changing her clothes, she quickly departed. As she made her way, her thoughts raced. This Su Yuanwei, so wealthy yet devoid of compassion, how many peasant girls have fallen victim to his greed? How many families mourn silently, their grievances unheard? After much contemplation, she resolved, since this wealth is not mine, I shall take it to the impoverished district. At this time, many had witnessed the fire. Whispers filled the streets. "This fire is well placed. It's best if it consumes this pest." Who set the fire? What ferocity? What nonsense? Surely it is the heavens punishing him. Yes, the heavens are just. Alas, Plum Blossom, have you manifested to rid us of this scourge? Suli cast a glance at the crowd gathered together before she turned and walked away. At each establishment, she tossed a silver ingot, taking a quarter of an hour to complete the task. With a long sigh of relief, she hurried outside the city gates before they closed, whistling for chasing wind. Who soon came galloping over and dutifully crouched down. Suli released Sushi, who remained in slumber, and mounted the horse with her, both heading towards Dajai village. Meanwhile, the Su residence was in utter chaos. Mr. Su discovered that his storeroom had been completely emptied, and he was beside himself with fury, pounding his chest in frustration. "What are you standing there for?" he bellowed at the steward. "Go report this to the authorities. If we cannot recover the silver, you shall never think of redeeming yourself." The steward, trembling inside, hastily grabbed a lantern and summoned a servant to head to the county office. "Mr. Su, surveying the charred kitchen and side rooms, narrowed his eyes. Suddenly struck by a thought. "Go, check on that girl," he commanded. Upon hearing this, several women rushed to the inner courtyard, only to gasp in shock upon entering the room. Good heavens, what on earth has happened? They quickly roused 4 maids, who appeared utterly bewildered, unaware of the unfolding events. By the time Mr. Su entered the room, he saw the maid in the bathtub and immediately slapped her across the face. "What is going on? Why are you in this tub? Where's that girl?" The maid, trembling and covering her face, cowered by the edge of the tub, while the other 3 knelt down, crying out, "Master, we had nothing to do with this. We do not know what happened. Please spare us." At this moment, Mr. Su was at his wit's end and ordered the women, useless creatures, bind them all up and sell them off by tomorrow morning. The maids, relieved to hear they would merely be sold, felt a sense of relief. They had long wished to escape this place. Before long, a contingent of officials arrived, illuminating the courtyard with their torches. The steward bowed and said, "Honorable officials, please follow me." They proceeded to the storeroom, which had been broken into. An official stepped forward to investigate, cursing loudly. "Who has been here? There are so many footprints on this door. The crime scene has been compromised. What is there to investigate?" The steward glanced at Mr. Su but remained silent. Mr. Su frowned slightly and scoffed. Of course, the stolen goods would prompt an investigation. "Is that not inevitable?" The official, already harboring disdain for Mr. Su, sneered. "Have someone guard this place, Su. We haven't even had dinner yet. It's unlikely we will uncover anything now. We shall return tomorrow morning to investigate." Upon hearing this, Mr. Su's anger flared, and he pointed at the official, saying, "My storeroom has been robbed. So many items were taken out of the city. Surely this was the work of a group. Why did you not seal the city gates and search house by house?" The steward quietly reminded him, "Master, it is already past the hour of the dog. The city gates are closed." Mr. Su shot him a glare, and the official replied, "Such a commotion would certainly attract attention. I suspect the silver is still within the city. Do not panic, Mr. Su." With a wave of his hand, the officials departed without a backward glance, leaving the Su household silent and dejected. Suddenly, Mr. Su spoke up. "Tomorrow, you shall go to Dejai village to check on that girl. Find out what truly happened." The steward nodded slightly but did not respond. Meanwhile, the impoverished district was ablaze with light as a woman, while using the latrine, accidentally twisted her ankle and, while fumbling, discovered a silver ingot. Soon, nearby households began to uncover their own silver ingots. Whispers filled the air. "How strange, the Su residence burned, yet we are finding silver ingots. Could it be the work of ghosts? Look at you. If you have no guilt, why fear the ghostly visit? Puh, this is no ghost. I reckon it's a celestial being. Keep your voice down. There are over 80 households here, and each has found some. That's over 800 taels of silver. Not a small sum. Could this silver belong to the Su residents?" Upon hearing this, one person quickly covered the mouth of the speaker. "Say nothing. This silver could sustain a family for a year. We must hide it." Thus, everyone hurried home to conceal their silver ingots, hiding them in various places, some in the ash heap of the kitchen, some within the cabbage stalks, and others in the latrine, each hiding spot as diverse as the individuals themselves. Chapter 59. A Lawsuit Against Mr. Su. Unbeknownst to Suli, as she arrived at the village entrance, a few familiar faces approached her. Recognizing them as Suji and others, she heard Suji cautiously inquire, "Sister, is eldest sister all right?" Suli shook her head and, lifting Sushi in her arms, made her way home, followed closely by Chasing Wind and the Zhou family. After placing Sushi on the bed, she noticed the anxious expressions on the faces of those around her and reassured them, "Do not worry, she merely ingested a soporific. She will awaken shortly. You all should rest. Tomorrow we shall report this to the authorities." Zhou, teary-eyed, gazed at Suli, and sensing her concern, Suli said directly, "Mother, have no fear, my sister is still a maiden." Upon hearing this, Zhou sighed in relief and shooed her 2 sons out of the room, gesturing for Suli to rest. Observing her mother's heavily swollen face, unable to form coherent words, Suli retrieved half a bowl of spiritual spring water from her space, then suddenly recalled something and said to Zhou, "Mother, your face cannot heal yet, it will be needed tomorrow." She then fed some of the spiritual spring to Sushi. And just as she did so, Shuang, who had been lying nearby, suddenly awoke and crawled over, whining. Suli smiled and fed some to her as well, murmuring, Why do you grow so slowly? Shuang replied, Master, our White Wolf clan naturally grows at a slower pace in our youth. Zhou, glancing at the bowl of spiritual spring and then at the White Wolf, remembered the horse outside and fetched a bucket filled with water. She pointed at the bucket and then at Chasing Wind. Suli grinned, then poured the remaining spiritual spring into the bucket, teasing, Mother, you truly treat everyone equally. Zhou shook her head and took the bucket outside. At that moment, She awoke, looked around the room, and then at her clothing. Overcome with emotion, she began to cry. Suli, startled, turned around to find She clutching her tightly. Sister, I thought I would never see you again. Suli gently patted her back while Zhou entered the thatched hut and embraced She, stroking her hair. After a long while of weeping, exhausted, She fell into a deep sleep. Suli whispered to Zhou, Mother, tomorrow we shall go to the county office. You must. The following morning, Suli approached the village chief to explain her intentions. The chief wholeheartedly supported her course of action. I will notify everyone. Those involved in yesterday's fight should come. The village chief is no good fellow. Since we have already crossed paths, we might as well go all out against such despicable people. Casting a glance at his daughter-in-law, he commanded, Go summon someone to draft the lawsuit. A quarter of an hour later, all was prepared, and 3 ox carts carried the group to the county office, attracting considerable attention along the way. What is going on? Why does everyone look so battered? Isn't this the road to the county office? Did someone get beaten? Who cares? Have you heard? The Sioux storeroom was robbed. Which Sioux residence? Came a quiet murmur. Which else but Mr. Sioux's household? Puh. How did that fire not consume him? Good people often meet untimely ends, while the wicked live for 1,000 years. Ah, if only the thieves were truly skilled, may a hero slice his throat. Enough. Let us go see. A crowd trailed behind Suli, who remained utterly unfazed. The more people, the better. Meanwhile, the county magistrate was swamped with work when a soldier approached and reported, Your Honor. A report has been filed claiming that Squire Sioux attempted to abduct a commoner's daughter and, upon failing, assaulted the villagers. There are many witnesses. Hearing it involved Squire Sioux again, the magistrate felt a headache coming on and roared, Bring Squire Sioux to me at once. We shall hold court and investigate this case. Shortly after, the courtroom was filled with kneeling individuals. Recognizing them, the magistrate was slightly taken aback. These were the very refugees recently entrusted to him by the prefectural governor. How had they ended up in conflict with Squire Sioux? Outside, the murmuring crowd of onlookers fell into immediate silence as the magistrate struck his gavel. Who kneels below? And what is your grievance? The magistrate demanded. Suli, kneeling below, inwardly grumbled, In my past life, aside from burning paper offerings, I never knelt to anyone, not even during New Year's greetings to my grandparents, who refused such gestures. Yet here I am, forced into this feudal society. Straightening her posture, she replied, Your Honor, we are villagers from Dazai village. We accuse Squire Sioux and our village head of attempting to seize a young woman and, upon failure, violently assaulting the villagers. Here's our petition for your review. Oh? Is this true? Present it. The magistrate ordered, inwardly noting that these people likely had no idea of the connection between the prefectural governor and Squire Sioux. Their bold confrontation, however, suited his purposes perfectly. A bailiff took the petition and handed it to him. After reading it, the magistrate slammed the table and turned to the bailiff. Where is Squire Sioux now? And where is the village head of Dazai? Your Honor, the bailiff replied. Squire Sioux reported a burglary at his residence yesterday and claims to be suffering from a heart condition, unable to attend court. Have him carried here if necessary today. The magistrate thundered. And fetch the village head of Dazai immediately. The bailiff, never having seen the magistrate so enraged, trembled inwardly and hurried out with several men. Within half an hour, Squire Sioux was brought in, while the village head was carried in on a stretcher. Squire Sioux, standing to the side, spotted the 3 leaders and his eyes lit up. He thought to himself, that girl has grown even more charming in just a few days. And that woman, despite the bruises, clearly has delicate features. Who kneels below, and why do you not kneel? The magistrate barked. Squire Sioux pursed his lips and inquired, Might I ask? Your Honor, if there have been any leads regarding the burglary at my estate? The magistrate struck his gavel. That matter can wait. I ask you now. Why do you not kneel before the court? Do you hold an official rank? Frowning slightly, Squire Sioux reluctantly knelt under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Suli inwardly regretted not having dealt with him decisively the day before. Damn it, she thought, he doesn't even fear the magistrate? Does he have powerful backing? Someone of higher rank? She then elaborated on the incident with embellishments. The village head pointed at her. You're lying. What about my leg? How did that happen? Silence. The magistrate slammed the table. Did I permit you to speak? He turned to Suli. You claim that upon arriving outside the city, a figure placed your sister before you? Did you get a clear look? Suli shook her head. I didn't see clearly, but it was a woman. And she carried a scent of flowers. Unable to contain himself any longer, Squire Su stood up to slap Suli, but she moved faster, seizing his hand. He winced in pain. You wretched girl, release my hand. My hand. The magistrate coughed twice, and Suli pushed him away, pointing at him tearfully. Your Honor. Look at my mother's face, the auntie's faces, the uncle's faces. Without his orders, how could the village head be so ruthless? My mother and the aunties can't even speak. Woo-woo. The women and men wondered, when did Suli become so delicate? Crying in public and so unattractively. Yet some caught on and joined in weeping, while others directly lamented. Woo-woo, they bully us with their power, abducting people in broad daylight and even threatening to burn our village. We live in thatched huts. They want to kill us. Your Honor. You must uphold justice for us. Chapter 60. A division, establishing Chongning village separately. The scene descended into chaos, giving the magistrate a throbbing headache as the onlookers grew indignant. I know their village. They deny others water. When people fetch from the river, they make them urinate in it. How could they do such a thing? That's pure bullying. Is someone like that fit to be a village head? I say his broken leg serves him right. Abducting a girl and threatening lives, Squire Su is truly fearless. Disgusting scum. Someone suddenly shouted, Your Honor, Squire Su has stood up again. He refuses to kneel to you. Silence. Silence. No clamor in the court. The magistrate roared, signaling the bailiffs with a glance. 2 bailiffs promptly forced Squire Su to the ground. Glaring furiously at the magistrate, Squire Su seethed. I advise you to know your place. You, ignoring him, the magistrate addressed the village head. Do you admit to what she said? The village head shook his head. I do not. They were jealous that our fields are better and provoked us, leading to the fight. Many of our villagers were also severely injured. A woman near him burst out. That's a load of nonsense. I swear it was you who blocked our path, preventing us from chasing the carriage. If I lie, may I be reborn in the animal realm. Dare you take the same oath? The village head fell silent, and others followed suit, declaring, Your Honor, he lies. We too swear by our lifespans and our descendants' futures, every word we speak is true. The murmurs resumed, loud enough for all to hear clearly. Oh! Swearing by their descendants' futures, they must be telling the truth, and the village head is lying. Hey, did you hear? Yesterday, Su Manor was haunted. Several women saw it with their own eyes, a female ghost. Old Lady Zhang is still bedridden. When that female ghost appeared, everything in the kitchen vanished. A female ghost? More like a deity, I'd say. I say one shouldn't make such dire oaths lightly. What if they come true? There's always some truth to tales of spirits and gods. The village head trembled, his eyes tightly shut. The magistrate snorted coldly and pressed on. Do you admit to what she just said? The village head pondered frantically. Admitting would cost him his position and might harm his son's scholarly prospects. And Squire Su would surely not let him off. He resolutely shook his head. They fabricate these claims. I do not admit. The magistrate sneered, as village head. You allowed villagers to brawl and fight. You are unfit for the role. Disregarding the man's wide-eyed shock, he turned to Su Qingshan. I recall upon your arrival, everyone addressed you as village head. Have you held that position before? Su Qingshan hesitated but replied, Your Honor, yes. The magistrate stated directly. Since both sides insist on their versions, I cannot determine the truth of the matter. However, his negligence as village head is clear. Henceforth, you shall assume the role of village head. Su Qingshan did not immediately respond, instead frowning in uncertainty. Suli suddenly spoke up, Your Honor, we are outsiders here. The villagers have been unwelcoming, first denying us water, then constantly surveilling us, and now this brawl. I fear peaceful coexistence is unlikely. The magistrate frowned, considering this a minor issue within the village head's duties. But Suli continued, Your Honor, with relations severed, harmony seems improbable. I propose a compromise. The magistrate raised an eyebrow. Let's hear it. Suli wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. This Dazai village is situated in a vast expanse, blessed with abundant water sources and numerous forests. I propose we divide the village into 2 sections. Noticing the county magistrate's serene countenance, devoid of any sign of anger, He continued, the inhabitants reside in the southern part, with their homes and fields located there, while we dwell in the northern area, where our lands and abodes also lie. Should we erect an earthen wall at the center, it would facilitate governance and avert disputes, thus alleviating many troubles. The magistrate, appearing contemplative, promptly made a decision, stating, as you suggest, the village shall indeed be divided into two. You shall assume the role of village chief, and the name of the village shall be determined by you. He then turned to Mr. Su, inquiring, do you have any defense regarding your act of abducting a villager? Mr. Su scoffed derisively, what charges can one not fabricate? I merely sought to propose marriage to the eldest daughter of that family, but upon rejection, I abandoned the notion. Yet, it seems they harbor ulterior motives. Perhaps attempting to extort me. As these words escaped his lips, the onlookers erupted in uproar. How shameless! He could be their grandfather and still dares to propose marriage? Someone exclaimed. Indeed, 1,000-year-old tortoise dreaming of swan meat. At his age, he should be contemplating more dignified matters. Bah! A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Another declared. I say he'll meet his end in bed soon. Bah, what a disgrace. Mr. Su's face turned ashen and compounded by a restless night. He trembled with fury at their remarks, collapsing to the ground and vomiting, soon thereafter convulsing. The magistrate observed coldly and after a considerable pause remarked, what are you all standing there for? Hurry and summon the physician. One of the officers dashed off at once. This incident culminated in Mr. Su suffering a stroke, leading to his removal from the position of village chief, and the disintegration of Dazai village ensued. The villagers returned to their homes elated, akin to warriors returning triumphantly from battle. Meanwhile, some women at the village entrance quickly retreated at their approach. One man shouted exuberantly, what a satisfying day. The clan leader shot him a warning glare, causing the man to sheepishly scratch his head. That evening, the villagers gathered together, chattering animatedly. The clan leader solemnly announced, with the magistrate's grace, our village shall be divided into two from today, and work shall commence tomorrow, starting with the construction of the village's walls. Someone eagerly chimed in. Wonderful. Let us utilize the earth bricks we've made. The consensus was unanimous. Another man exclaimed, this is splendid. Uncle Qingshan will be village chief again. Though it'll feel odd calling him that every day, haha. Laughter filled the air. The clan leader continued, today, we shall collectively name the new village. Everyone. Share your thoughts. Voices murmured in agreement, and one person proposed, we have journeyed through hardship to find peace. Let us name this place Fulai Village. Another objected, too mundane. There's a Fulian in the county, it's too common. I suggest it be named Yong'an Village, for everlasting peace. Ningjing Village, Ping'an Village, Fuguay Village, Yangfu Village, Xinguang Village, Taiping Village, Yongla Village, Dahu Village. The moment the last suggestion was uttered, everyone turned to see a man scratching his head, looking rather embarrassed. Isn't there a large river in front of our village? What about Dahu Village? A woman retorted, Dahu Village is merely one character off from Dazai Village. It's simply one Tidu. The clan leader, exasperated, turned to Su Li and said, Li girl, since you are the driving force behind this new village, why don't you name it? The crowd agreed, indeed, even if it's a ridiculous name, we will accept it. Su Li pondered briefly before speaking slowly, clan leader. I am not adept at this, but I find the names proposed by the aunties quite fitting. Our aspirations are merely for good fortune, health, tranquility, and harmony. How about we name it Chongning Village? The crowd began to chant, Chongning, Chongning, a splendid name. The clan leader slapped his thigh, exclaiming, it shall be named Chongning Village. And thus they retired for the night, hopeful dreams ahead. Chapter 61. He is heartless in wealth, I act on heaven's behalf. The following morning, joy filled the air as everyone busily commenced wall construction, reveling in the task. In stark contrast, the former village chief lay in bed, while the clan leaders from various factions wore displeased expressions. Clan leader Zhang stated, our immediate priority is to elect a new village chief. Clan leader Lu concurred. For the sake of fairness, let us allow the villagers to vote. Clan leader Yu disagreed vehemently, I propose we internally appoint our own candidate. Clan leader Lu narrowed his eyes, oh? Do you have someone in mind? Yu blurted, Yu Yang would suffice. He is still just a student. Yu Yang was the eldest son of the former village chief and currently worked as an accountant in the county, being a mere student. Upon hearing this, the other three clan leaders exchanged glances, their disdain barely concealed. Clan leader Zhang was the first to voice his impatience. This is absurd. You've held the chief position for 30 years. It's time for our Zhang clan to take a turn. We also have 2 students. Our clan even has a scholar. Clan leader Lu interjected hastily. Though our clan lacks a scholar, we have many esteemed individuals. Clan leader Yu retorted defiantly. With this, a heated argument erupted, and in a short while, everyone was flushed with anger. The former village chief roared in frustration, but to no avail, as no one paid him heed. Reluctantly, he struggled to move to the head of the bed and hurled a bowl from the table toward the door with all his might. With a crash, the bowl shattered into pieces. The gathering fell silent, startled into stillness. Get out, leave to discuss, the former village chief bellowed. The crowd, pouting, exited. One muttered, what a pompous display, he might soon be a cripple. Subsequently, they failed to reach a consensus on the matter, each clan leader harboring their own thoughts. Clan leader Lu remarked, our clan lacks scholars and students, but we outnumber the rest. If the villagers collectively vote, we might have a chance. Clan leader Lu insisted. This position of village chief belongs to my clan alone, the others have no scholars. As long as Yufeng does not participate, our chances are great. Clan leader Zhang countered, our clan stands no chance. We must align ourselves with another clan. Clan leader Yu lamented, this is infuriating. We cannot let this position go to anyone else. Look at their house, it is the only one made of blue bricks in the village. If it falls into Yu Yang's hands, I could also benefit. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, Mr. Su lay in bed glaring at the steward, unable to speak. The steward, having endured years of suppression, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Master, if you have no further instructions, I shall take my leave. Without another glance, he turned to exit. Mr. Su trembled with rage, and just then, a servant approached respectfully, addressing him. Master, the third miss has replied. Mr. Su blinked, and the servant, understanding, opened the letter for him to see. After a moment, Mr. Su's anger subsided somewhat. Suddenly he exclaimed, you go, kill, pointing outside. The servant's eyes widened in shock, suddenly grasping, Master, do you mean for me to kill the steward? Mr. Su blinked. The servant, trembling and kneeling, said, Master, I have never killed anyone, I cannot. Mr. Su shut his eyes, struggling to utter, you steward. The servant's demeanor shifted instantly, exclaiming joyfully, Master, you mean for me to kill the steward? Then the position of steward shall be mine? Mr. Su blinked again. The servant, filled with ambition, thought to himself, with the master now afflicted with a stroke, in this state, the steward runs the household affairs. Soon, it shall be I who calls the shots. Who would have thought I would rise so swiftly? He hurriedly declared, rest assured, Master, I shall see to it. Consider it done. And with that, he exited in a whirlwind. The following day, the butler met his demise within the confines of his home, discovered to have succumbed to arsenic poisoning, with no witnesses or evidence to illuminate the matter, leaving it unresolved. Such occurrences were of no concern to Suli, who lay in her bed, reveling in her recent fortunes. She had amassed 10 boxes of silver ingots, each containing 60 pieces, totaling 600 ingots, which amounted to 6,000 taels, alongside a considerable collection of jade artifacts, calligraphy, and exquisite jewelry. However, what brought her the greatest joy was the accelerated dripping rate of the spiritual spring, which had increased from 2 bowls of water per day to 3. After pondering for some time, she surmised that this newfound abundance was a reward for her act of redistributing wealth, realizing that doing good could yield such delightful returns. She found the prospect of exchanging others' silver for the spiritual spring to be quite exhilarating and hoped for more such opportunities. Zhou Shi, observing her eldest daughter's blissful demeanor, was left perplexed. Suli stealthily approached her, producing 2 roasted chickens from her spatial pouch, startling Zhou Shi, who hastily covered them with a cloth. Where did you acquire these? Zhou Shi inquired, her expression betraying a guilty conscience. I raided the kitchen of the Su family. Suli replied nonchalantly. Zhou Shi was left speechless, before Suli continued, not only that, but their storeroom is now within my cosmos pouch. Zhou Shi instinctively covered her mouth in shock, then quickly silenced Suli as well. The officials are searching house to house, and it was you all along. Suli shrugged off the concern. They are wealthy yet lack compassion. I am merely enacting divine justice. Worried about her daughter straying from the right path, Zhou Shi gently urged, Lear, although our family is impoverished, we are of good moral standing. Please refrain from such actions in the future. This silver is not rightfully yours. And it unsettles me. Suli nodded vigorously. Mother, do not worry, I am no thief or brigand. I shall not steal from others. She added silently in her heart, unless one provokes me, in which case I would not only strip them bare but also set their home ablaze, sending them off to meet the king of hell. Joshua cast a doubtful glance at her daughter, sensing that her words lacked sincerity. Mother, we toiled greatly today building the wall. Please fetch a chicken for my brothers, and we shall share the other. Where is Sheer? Joshua nodded. Sheer is outside washing her feet. I shall go call her. You start eating. With that, she took one roasted chicken and headed towards the adjoining thatched hut. After the group enjoyed a delicious chicken, they drifted into a deep slumber. After 3 days of relentless effort, the courtyard wall was finally constructed. Entering from the village's entrance, several large trees stood, and after traversing approximately 20 meters, the middle path had been fortified into a wall, with Longning village to the left and Desai village to the right. They paid no heed to the affairs in Desai village at this juncture. The autumn planting season was nearing its end, and the men and women began constructing homes. Naturally, the first house built was that of Suli. Considering the safety of chasing wind and snow shadow, she had chosen a location close to the mountains. The men worked diligently while expressing their admiration for the pleasant climate, noting that even at the end of August, it was far from cold. Indeed, if we were in Lixian, we would have to warm ourselves by the fire at night. Upon hearing this, the previously jovial group fell silent. After a moment, someone sighed. We have been here for nearly a month. If our relatives were fleeing from the disaster, they should have arrived by now. The clan leader wore a troubled expression. This is the territory of the Jing king, without a notice from the court. They will not readily accept refugees. Someone cried out in anguish. We do not know how things are in Lixian now. Those wretched Hu people. Chapter 62. I believe you have lost your mind. Meanwhile, Lixian had already been overtaken by the Hu invaders. Prince Rui sat at the head of the table, rubbing his temples. The butler presented a bowl of broth. Your Highness, please eat something. Prince Rui waved his hand dismissively, prompting the butler to place the bowl down with a sigh before retreating. Shortly thereafter, he rushed back in a flurry. Your Highness, a letter from His Highness Jing Wang. The butler stepped forward to present the letter. Prince Rui tore it open, and moments later, a smile graced his face. Excellent. As long as my younger brother is unharmed. That scoundrel who has fled to Hanzhong, they clearly do not know their own limitations. He then turned to the butler. What is the status of the interrogation? The butler furrowed his brow and shook his head. He is too obstinate, refusing to divulge anything. However, his deputy has shared some information, though it is mostly what we already know. Prince Rui's eyes burned with fury. My elder brother has commanded me to restore order, unlike my younger brother. I will not show mercy. Inform him that if he does not provide valuable intelligence, I shall execute one of his relatives each day. The butler replied, Your Highness, do you perceive Jing Wang as merciful? He is a cunning fox. Internally, the butler grumbled, but maintained a respectful facade. Your Highness, you should have acted thus from the start. Prince Rui shot the butler a glance. Currently, all the Hu spies in Hanzhong have been eliminated by my younger brother. He will soon join me in resisting the Hu. We must remain vigilant during this time. The butler replied, This wretched Shizhou has fallen to the enemy in 5 counties. What shall we do now? Your Highness, you must take care of your health. If Jing Wang has not yet arrived and you collapse from exhaustion, how will the soldiers respond? The butler urged earnestly. Prince Rui nodded. Very well, I am somewhat hungry now. Bring the food. The butler's eyes lit up as he prepared to exit, only to be stopped by Prince Rui's voice. Do not overdo it. Just enough to eat will suffice. The butler replied, with the influx of refugees in Shizhou, Your Highness wishes to conserve some rations. But why should you save? The ones who should conserve are us. The servants. He responded affirmatively, understood, and then withdrew. On the other side, Jing Wang prepared to set off, suddenly recalling something. Send 2 people to protect Miss Su. If anything arises, contact the governor of Huizhou. His subordinates were somewhat taken aback, but nodded in agreement before departing. Jing Wang and his entourage galloped along the official road, the sounds of hoofbeats and the cries of the drivers echoing around them. At this moment, Su Li was in the mountains chopping wood. The outline of her home was beginning to take shape. She swung her axe, felling a tree with a single blow. The villagers of Desai, witnessing her efforts, mocked her like a she-demon. Her appearance does not match her demeanor. Indeed, it is a pity to waste such looks. Su Li, overhearing them, called out, Bai Yu. Bai Yu. The villagers, perplexed, continued to chop kindling. A quarter of an hour later, they sat down to rest when suddenly they heard a rustling sound. They exchanged bewildered glances, and one man's eyes widened in terror. He trembled and fainted. The crowd turned to look in his direction, instantly falling silent, resembling statues, while the quicker ones dropped to the ground in fear. One shouted, "Run!" In an instant, everyone reacted, fleeing in panic, abandoning their firewood and disregarding the fallen man. Suli smirked, a bunch of cowards who only bully the weak. At that moment, Bayu wandered over. Why do you, a mere girl, tease them? Why must you scare them? Suli feigned innocence. Senior, look, I am here chopping wood, and they are over there chattering incessantly. It is maddening. Bayu wholeheartedly agreed. Gossiping is indeed quite bothersome. Suddenly, Suli remembered the need to become busy, realizing that Snow Shadow might not be adequately cared for. She turned to Bayu and said, Senior, I have a request. Oh? What is it? Speak freely. Suli pulled out the sleeping Snow Shadow from her cloth bag, causing Bayu's eyes to widen in shock. You are truly bold. This is the offspring of the Wolf King. Where did you acquire it? Suli pouted. Where would I steal it? I saved its family, and it has become attached to me. I am quite busy now and do not know how to care for it. Could you assist me, Senior? Bayu's eyes sparkled. Caring for a little cub is hardly a difficult task. However, one must not care for free. There should be some benefits in return. Upon observing its demeanor, Suli could not help but internally scoff. This cunning appearance suggests that it is likely more shrewd than any human. Ahem, my esteemed senior. I assure you that your efforts will not go unrewarded. I visit you once a month, and I have only 3 bowls of spiritual spring water available each month. How about I share one with you? It is quite obedient and not picky at all. You can see it sleep soundly every day. Bayu's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you not mention that the spiritual spring bestowed upon you by the immortals is limited? Only 3 bowls each month? Suli replied nonchalantly. Did I say that last time? I seem to have forgotten. I must be careful not to let my tongue slip so often. Ahem, my senior. Does anyone not have a few little secrets? Wouldn't you agree? After pondering for a moment, Bayu realized this deal was not to its detriment and ultimately decided to take the little white wolf away. Meanwhile, the people of Desai village were in a state of frenzy. Speak sensibly. Did that man just see a ghost in broad daylight? Bellowed the clan leader of the Yu family. Leader, it was a black python, with a triangular head and vertical pupils. Yes, and it had scales on its body. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd erupted into chaos. What? How could there be a black python? Weren't you all gathering firewood on the outskirts? Don't speak nonsense in broad daylight. You must be referring to a dragon, right? Since when do pythons have scales? Indeed. Perhaps the dim light today has confused your vision amidst the dense woods. Several men, drenched in sweat, shouted, There's no mistake, it's right behind us. Another added, If you don't believe us, ask that strong girl from Changning village, she was with us. One man smacked his forehead, exclaiming, Juzi fainted from fright and is still up on the mountain. At this, the clan leader shouted angrily, How can you leave him behind? He then called for everyone to accompany him up the mountain to investigate. At that moment, Suli had already made several trips and had carried all the large trees down. Upon seeing the piles of firewood and the man lying unconscious nearby, she clicked her tongue and tied the firewood together, carrying one bundle in each hand as she made her way down. Halfway down, she encountered the villagers of Desai. One man pointed at her, trembling, Why are you unharmed? Suli shot him a glare and replied curtly, What could possibly happen to me? Are you out of your mind? The man stammered, and seeing this, the old clan leader of the Yu family rebuked, What of the one who fainted? Is he still there? Suli shrugged, sleeping while going up the mountain, now that S truly lazy. Upon hearing this, the man pointed at her and exclaimed, Didn't you just see the black python? Suli, growing impatient, retorted, This is the outskirts of the mountain. Where would there be a black python? I think you've lost your mind. Move aside, I still need to go home for dinner. Hearing this, the crowd was intimidated by her strength and quickly made way for her. Suli, thoroughly annoyed by the group, felt a thought begin to blossom in her mind. Chapter 63, Raising the Beams, preparing to move into a new house. A hurried group ascended the mountain to where they had been gathering firewood, hesitating to approach the man lying on the ground. Cautiously, they surveyed their surroundings and, finding nothing amiss, assisted him to his feet. Someone suddenly realized, That girl stole our firewood. The clan leader of the Yu family sighed in resignation, his tone tinged with reproach. What good does it do to discuss this now? Let us get him back first. At this moment, Su Li was enjoying her meal when Zhou Shi cheerfully announced, "Tomorrow we raise the beams. We can finally move into the new house." Su Li swallowed her food and replied, "Mother, shouldn't we let it dry for a few days first?" Zhou Shi waved her hand dismissively. "Your ants have already been fumigating with mugwort for several days. It's perfectly fine." Su Li's eyes lit up. "Mother, has the well been completed?" Zhou Shi nodded. "Almost. The foreman said water is already flowing, and it will be ready in 2 days. Su Ji suddenly interjected, "Mother, doesn't tea raising the beams require a feast?" Zhou Shi gently shook her head and sighed. "As September approaches, our house will be the first in the village. The village chief reminded us to hasten the construction, and once every household has completed their new homes, we shall celebrate together." Su Ji's expression darkened as he muttered, "Then there will be no feast for us." Zhou Shi lightly tapped his forehead, speaking tenderly, "Once we move in, I'll buy you meat." "Look at how greedy you are." Su Ji's eyes brightened suddenly. "I knew Mother loves me." However, Su Li suddenly spoke up, "Mother, please send my brother and younger brother to the academy." Su Ji gently shook his head, his tone warm. "Sister, I am already 14. And no one wishes to take me in. Just let the younger brother go." Su Li exchanged glances with Zhou Shi before persuading, "Brother, you need not worry about the tuition fees." Zhou Shi placed a hand on her eldest son's shoulder, earnestly advising him, "You possess the wisdom for study. After much reflection, I believe it is not yet time for you to marry. Complete a few years of education first, and then we can discuss marriage." Su Ji slightly nodded, contemplating the family's current financial strain and how Zhou Shi was thus disinclined to arrange a marriage for him. However, the costs of education are no trifling matter and can accumulate significantly. He cannot indefinitely depend on his sister's hunting to make ends meet. Eventually, he must devise a way to decline, for with their father gone, he must uphold the family. Su Li sighed, "If only it weren't so conspicuous. I would truly like to live in a brick house, but the money must have a source." The next morning, as dawn broke, firecrackers erupted. Several sturdy men lifted the meticulously cleaned beams, and one shouted, "1, 2, lift." The group carried the beams to the new house. At this time, the carpenter stood ready, holding a chalk line and an axe. The beams were positioned in the previously reserved spot. The carpenter's expression turned solemn as he used the chalk line to mark a straight line on the beam, then raised his axe and struck the beam forcefully several times, chanting, raising beams, may descendants be numerous, may peace prevail year after year, and may fortune and prosperity abound." With each strike, the onlooking villagers cheered in unison, "Good. Wonderful. Peace and success. May descendants be numerous." The carpenters then secured the beams, first tying them with red twine, then using mortise and tenon joints to tightly connect the rest of the house's framework. Meanwhile, Zhou Shi held a winnowing basket filled with prepared peanuts and sunflower seeds, scattering them among the crowd, and the children scrambled eagerly. The atmosphere was lively and bustling. Not far away, a group of people looked on disdainfully. Look at their pitiful appearance. If one didn't know better, they might think they were building a brick house. What is there to gloat about? Indeed, a mud brick house even requires tiles. What a waste of money. Huh. A bunch of country bumpkins. Let us see how they fare this winter. Humph. Laugh now, but it will be even noisier when they cry. At this moment, Su Li and Zhou Shi were busy tidying the room when over 20 men arrived, carrying beds and tables. Su Li was taken aback. She had just been thinking of ordering furniture, but how had the villagers delivered it? Did Mother arrange this? Leading the group was the carpenter's son, beaming with joy. "Just in time, Aunt Zhou, look, this is what my father made overnight." Zhou Shi was somewhat touched. "You dear child, I merely mentioned it, and you truly made it?" The man scratched his head. "The village chief said times are tough. For now, we can only make beds and tables. We'll make wardrobes and such when we have more time." Zhou Shi pulled out 2 taels of silver from her sleeve and offered it to him. But the man's eyes widened, clearly refusing. "Aunt Zhou, my father said not to accept any money. We simply need to cut our own wood. It's just a matter of lending a hand." Su Li tugged at Zhou Shi and stepped forward, saying, "Tell the village chief that I will take care of the wood for the furniture." The man's eyes brightened. "Haha, that's wonderful." The men worked together to carry the furniture inside before departing. Zhou Shi felt a pang of nostalgia. The villagers are truly kind-hearted. "Lear, I must go to make mud bricks. You and Sheer should venture into the mountains to gather wood." Su Li shook her head. There's no rush. Tomorrow. I will first arrange for my brother's studies. Chopping wood is but a trifling matter for me. The next day, Su Li borrowed an ox cart from the village head, and the five of them donned their cherished fine cotton garments, setting off for the county town. Suja sat in the cart, his expression revealing a hint of hesitation. Joshua cast a gentle glance at her two sons and softly reassured them, "You need not worry excessively about money. Regarding the incident in Yuzhou, I have inspected the belongings of the two tigers' victims and there is quite a sum of silver." Suja exclaimed, "Mother, you concealed from us that you had searched the bodies?" Suji remarked, "When did our mother, a delicate woman, become so formidable, speaking so nonchalantly of corpse searching?" Sushi teased, "Mother, you truly are my mother. You are remarkably brave, unafraid of tigers, and daring to search the bodies alone." Faced with the gleaming eyes of her three children, Joshua turned away, her heart silently lamenting, "What kind of gaze is this from these little rascals?" Suli stifled a laugh as they parked the cart outside the city gate, paid 5 coins to a designated guard, and then inquired about the school. Making their way to the academy, Suji whispered, "Why is there only one academy?" Suja felt a twinge of anxiety, after all. He had surpassed the age of initiation. As they walked through the streets, their striking appearances caused quite a stir. Joshua thought, "Oh no. I should have smeared some soot on our faces before leaving." She quickly pulled her two daughters aside and said, "Go smear some black soot on your faces, hurry." Su Li and Su Shi immediately understood and complied, emerging with their features obscured. Su Ji burst into laughter. "Eldest sister, second sister, you two are being overly earnest. Why smear so much on your necks?" Joshua gave him a light tap. "Don't speak nonsense." Upon arriving at the academy, the doorman discerned their intent and went inside to report. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe emerged. "Who among you wishes to study?" Suja and Suji stepped forward, cupping their hands respectfully. "Teacher, it is us." Teacher Yang nodded at the two children and casually said, "Follow me inside." Thus, the three women waited outside. Chapter 64, Truly a Lioness Demand. The room was serene, and Teacher Yang sat at his desk, his gaze warmly resting upon the two boys. Suddenly, he softly said, "Let us begin with introductions." Suja, nervously clutching the hem of his garment, stepped forward and respectfully spoke. "Teacher, my name is Suja. I am 14 years old. Though I have not received formal teaching, I can recall what I hear when others recite texts." Teacher Yang immediately showed interest. "Oh? Then recite a passage for me." Suja straightened up at the beginning. Human nature is inherently good. After a cup of tea, Teacher Yang nodded in satisfaction. Then, he abruptly shifted his tone. "Most children begin their education by the age of 10. You are already 14. Do you not feel it is rather late?" Suja's expression faltered slightly, then he recalled his mother and sister's encouragement, thinking, "It is worth a try. I shall make the best of this opportunity." "Teacher, our family was once impoverished, burdened with agricultural labor. In my spare moments, I often listened quietly to others reciting texts. Now that our situation has improved somewhat, I wish to pursue my studies. My mother often says, one should learn throughout life. I may be starting late at 14, but I believe that with diligence, I shall surely reap rewards." Teacher Yang's gaze flickered with interest, pondering, "This boy is humble yet not arrogant, possesses a good memory. Perhaps he truly is a talent worth nurturing." He turned his attention to Suji, who was gazing at Suja with admiration. Suji mused inwardly, "When did my elder brother become so eloquent? Has his soul somehow been replaced?" Teacher Yang cleared his throat. Suji awkwardly shifted his gaze, only to realize that Teacher Yang was now intensely observing him. He stepped forward, cupping his fists respectfully. "Sir, my name is Suji, with the character for wisdom. I am 10 years old. I have yet to receive formal education, but I have listened to my elder brother recite poetry while gathering firewood." Teacher Yang nodded slightly, recognizing the boy's cleverness. "Very well, I will accept both of you." He addressed them. "Return and inform your family that the monthly tuition is 2 taels of silver. The academy provides food and lodging, but you must procure your own bedding and other necessities. The academy grants a 3-day break each month, and you will need to bring your own writing materials. As for the books for initiation, I have a few old copies here. You need not purchase any more." The two exchanged glances, suppressing their overwhelming joy, and respectfully replied, "Thank you, teacher." Teacher Yang waved his hand. "Quickly prepare yourselves. Report back in 3 days." Then, recalling something, He added, "My surname is Yang, and I am your teacher for initiation. From now on, I shall personally guide you." After bidding farewell to their teacher, the two exited the academy, their hearts brimming with delight, perceiving everything around them as beautiful. Observing their expressions, Zhou Shi felt a wave of relief. It was undoubtedly a success. Suji pouted, "Mother, you have no idea how articulate elder brother has become. Why does he seldom display such eloquence?" Zhou Shi gently tapped his shoulder. "Both you and your elder brother are now students of Yunshan Academy. Remember, do not undermine his efforts in the future." Suji contemplated this and nodded solemnly. Given that his elder brother was already older, he would surely face challenges at the academy. He must not cause him any further embarrassment. Seeing her two sons in such high spirits brought tears to Zhou Shi's eyes, though she quickly composed herself. With a wave of her hand, she declared, "Come, you are now enrolled in the academy and must not appear too shabby. We cannot let others look down on you. Each of you shall have 2 sets of clothing." Suja and Suji hurriedly shook their heads. "Mother, this attire is sufficient. Do not squander money unnecessarily. It is more important to buy writing materials." Suli grinned. "Come on, are you planning to wear this outfit forever?" Zhou Shi led her 4 children to a shop named Xiao Bufang. The proprietress brightened at the sight of the leading girl, but furrowed her brows at the 2 maidens behind her. Upon noticing the last 2 boys, her perplexity deepened. The proprietress's expression was clearly evident to Suli. "Oh, young lady, are you here to buy fabric or ready-made clothing?" Observing their attire, though the fabric was somewhat worn, it was undeniably fine cotton. Zhou Shi displayed a standard smile. "Shopkeeper, please make a few sets of clothing for the children. If we want long garments, how long will it take to complete them?" The shopkeeper paused, not expecting such a significant order, and smiled even wider. "Long garments will take at least 3 days to complete." Zhou Shi sighed at this. "Then we must resort to ready-made clothing. Shall we purchase a few sets of men's ready-made garments?" "Shopkeeper, could you please recommend which are the most economical?" The shopkeeper promptly brought forth several ready-made items. After selecting and haggling, they spent 5 taels of silver on 4 pieces. Observing Zhou Shi's pained expression, the shopkeeper chuckled softly. "Recently, the temperature has dropped sharply, and these are all made from high-quality thick cotton, dear lady. You can rest assured that our business is built on integrity, and this price is absolutely worth it." Zhou Shi smiled faintly, then turned her gaze to her 2 daughters. Suli gently shook her head. "Mother, have you forgotten? We still have fabric stored at home." The other 3 children exchanged glances, and Sushi directly asked, "Where? How come we haven't seen it?" Suddenly, she appeared to recall something and covered her mouth, turning to the confused 2, "Father, father." The other 2 were left dumbfounded, and Zhou Shi gently poked Sushi's forehead. "You mischievous girl, what on earth did you say to frighten them so? Those fabrics were originally placed on Aunt Chi's cart, but when we arrived here, they were moved to the pile of miscellaneous items. What thoughts are swirling in your heads?" The 2 brothers simultaneously exhaled a long sigh. Suli's lips curled into a gentle smile as her gaze turned to Madame Zhou, saying, "Mother, my brothers need new bedding. Let us procure some more, as it is also quite necessary for the household." Madame Zhou nodded slightly, and everyone resumed their selection, temporarily storing their chosen items in the shop, intending to retrieve them later. The shopkeeper appeared particularly jovial, while Madame Zhou and several of the children bore expressions of discomfort, with the exception of Suli. This was far too expensive. 8 taels of silver had just vanished. Suji couldn't help but grumble. "The ink, paper, and inkstone will likely cost even more," sighed Suja. Suli's eyes flitted between them. "Eldest brother, regarding the matter of money, I have reiterated it several times. There is no need for you to fret. In a few days, everything will become clear." As they entered the bookstore, Suli discreetly glanced around and quietly slipped 2 silver ingots to Madame Zhou, whose hand trembled slightly as she swiftly concealed the ingots in her sleeve. After a cup of tea, they all emerged looking rather disheveled, with the 2 brothers clutching a large pile of items, utterly unamused. Suli couldn't help but murmur, "Is this made of gold? Even the most inferior must start at 2 taels. How is this not akin to robbery?" Madame Zhou chimed in, "That paper, with its dark yellow hue, sells for 201 for merely 30 sheets. Truly, they're asking for an arm and a leg." Sushi softly inquired, "Mother, do you not find the price of the inkstone even more exorbitant?" Madame Zhou momentarily fell silent, before finally responding, "After all, the inkstone can be used for a long time. Suji expressed his concern. Mother, it is said that one inkstone suffices, yet we purchased two. This one costs 6 taels, and it pains my heart. I believe the 5-tael one is no different. Suli gently shook her head and sighed. No more discussion. The 20 taels have already been spent. Come, today we must also acquire cookware, and upon our return tonight, we shall celebrate properly. Everyone set aside their earlier disappointment and turned toward the iron shop, returning once again with their arms laden. Chapter 65. Truly a thankless wretch. The group loaded all their purchases onto the ox cart, collectively releasing a long sigh and exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. Madame Zhou declared, upon our return today, each of you shall have your own room. Suli earnestly remarked, money is inherently a circulating entity. Only through circulation can its value be realized, otherwise it is merely a pile of useless stones. When our funds are depleted, we shall find ways to earn again. Eldest and youngest brothers, you must diligently apply yourselves to your studies and read well. Suji responded confidently, eldest sister, do not worry. I will give my utmost effort to achieve a place on the honor roll, and then I shall select a refined son-in-law for you. Madame Zhou promptly gave him a light smack on the head. You rascal, cease your nonsense. Do not speak of this matter openly, lest others hear and mock us. Suji rubbed his forehead and muttered, Mother, your strength is quite formidable. Suli paid no heed to their banter and proceeded to drive the cart forward. As they reached the village entrance, they noticed the women peering curiously, their heads craned. Suli cracked the whip, and the ox hurried toward Chongning village. What airs do they put on? Buying so many things, where did their money come from? A family of vixens. Surely, it must have been obtained by seducing some man. Right? I've heard that one is a widow raising 4 children on her own. Who knows what's really going on? Truly shameless, if caught. They should prepare for a watery grave. The gossip continued, growing increasingly absurd. The 5 were busy unloading their items when, a quarter of an hour later, Madame Zhou's gaze fell upon the furnishings within the house, and she could no longer contain herself, letting out a soft sob. Dear husband, do you see? All 4 children are well. This is our new home. I promise I will protect these children and watch them grow and establish their own families. Suli faintly heard the sound of her weeping and was about to raise her hand to knock on the door when Madame Zhou, hearing footsteps, hurriedly wiped away her tears, unwilling for Suli to see her moist eyes, and bypassed her, heading to the kitchen. Suli was left puzzled. Was her mother crying tears of joy? Following Madame Zhou into the house, she retrieved several condiments from the space of Su Yuanwai's home. Mother, she said, once the brothers head to the academy, I will take out everything we previously acquired and arrange them properly. Madame Zhou nodded in agreement. It is indeed true that a broken family can be worth a fortune. Suli frequently nodded in affirmation as they busied themselves in the kitchen, while Sushi gathered wild vegetables on the mountain, and the 2 brothers collected firewood nearby. As the sun dipped low in the sky, signaling the hour of view, the aroma of the evening meal wafted through the home. Suddenly, Madame Zhou spoke. Jir, go invite your 4th uncle's family to join us for dinner. At that moment, Su Laoxi's family had just finished making mud bricks and were preparing to partake in a communal meal. Suji called out loudly, 4th uncle. Mother invites you all to dinner. Su Laoxi beamed with a foolish grin, coming right away. The 4 members of Su Laoxi's family gazed at the feast laid before them, swallowing hard at the sight of braised pork, loofah and egg soup, stir-fried cabbage, chives and eggs, and shredded radish salad. Huang Yulan keenly detected an unusual sign. 3rd sister-in-law, could it be that there is some joyous occasion in the family? Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou beckoned everyone to sit down. This is our first meal in our new home, and indeed, there is a piece of good news. Looking at Suja and his brother, I plan to send them to study. The teacher has already agreed, and they will report to Yunshan Academy the day after tomorrow. Su Laoxi was astonished, his face lighting up with joy. How wonderful! Now our family will have scholars. At this moment, Su Li spoke delicately. 4th uncle. There is something I wonder if I should mention? Su Laoxi smiled calmly. Lear, speak freely. This is not your usual manner. Su Li spoke candidly. Since we are now the closest of kin, why not remove the Xian from Xianzi in the future? Su Laoxi pondered for a moment, realizing his niece was referring to this matter, uncertain of the fate of their parents. Huang Yulan's eyes sparkled. That would be splendid. From now on, I shall call you sister-in-law. She then turned to her own 2 children. Did Xiao, Xiaoshan, remember, you have only one aunt. From now on, call her aunt, understood? Xiaoshan's eyes twinkled as she sweetly called out, "Aunt, can we eat now? I'm so hungry." Laughter erupted among everyone as they began to eat. The atmosphere filled with joy and mirth. As night fell, the five of them were washing their feet in the courtyard. At this moment, Su Li spoke. "Mother, I plan to go to the mountains to fell some trees soon, and I would like to take Sheer with me." Su Shi, ever obedient, replied, "With you, sister. I fear nothing. There are plenty of wild vegetables on the mountain. I will go dig for them." Madame Zhou felt a sense of relief. "Zherzhier, come with me tomorrow to make mud bricks." A peaceful night passed in dreams. On the third day, the news of Suzha and his brother being sent to study spread throughout Chongning village. No one felt jealousy. Rather, they all expressed admiration and satisfaction. Many resolved that once their houses were built and they had a place to stay, they would send their own sons to study as well. Thus, everyone worked harder. After several days of felling trees, Su Li had completed all the furniture needed for the village. And today she set out to find larger timber for the beams of the house. Su Shi followed behind, somewhat puzzled. "Sister, why didn't you mark the tree we were standing next to just now? It was quite large." Su Li smiled at her sister. "We must not fell trees in contiguous rows. We should space them out to protect the forest." Su Shi pondered thoughtfully. "My elder sister truly possesses profound knowledge." Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed through the air. Being merely 12 years old, Su Shi was seized with terror and instinctively drew closer to her sister, clutching the hem of her garment. A hoarse voice, tinged with displeasure, broke the silence. "So you finally remember to visit?" Su Li was taken aback, consumed by recent busyness. She had completely forgotten about Shuang. Trembling, Su Shi pointed forward before collapsing into a faint. With swift reflexes, Su Li caught her. "Elder, you frightened my sister into unconsciousness." Bai Yu retorted. "How was I to know she accompanied you? Look at this little wolf cub of yours, promised to be well behaved, yet here we are." Su Li was bewildered. She could actually perceive exhaustion in the serpent's eyes, an absurd notion. Shaking her head, she felt dizzy. Those were vertical pupils after all. Resigned, she retrieved a bowl of spiritual spring water from her spatial storage. The young white wolf, having spotted its owner, had already descended from the black serpent's back and ambled leisurely to the bowl to drink. Bai Yu muttered under his breath, "Such an ungrateful wretch, showing no respect for elders or care for the young." Su Li, after finishing the water, the little wolf rolled contentedly on the ground before approaching Su Li to nuzzle her shoes. "Master, you needn't worry about me. I am very well behaved. And all the animals adore me." Su Li, Bai Yu. Su Li offered another bowl of spiritual spring to Bai Yu. "Elder, your efforts are greatly appreciated." Ignoring her, Bai Yu began to drink. Moments later, he felt remarkably rejuvenated, as if decades younger. Truly, this was spiritual spring water. Ahem. "White fur, hurry up and climb aboard. We must return," Bai Yu commanded. Su Li questioned, "White fur?" Reluctantly, the little wolf mounted the serpent's back, and in an instant, Bai Yu vanished dozens of meters away. Su Li exclaimed under her breath, "Damn, that's incredible." Bai Yu mused, this venture was hardly a loss. A bit of liveliness from the youngster is tolerable. After all, I am the elder, it matters not. Chapter 66. First success with marinated delicacies after their departure. Su Li pinched her sister's philtrum, and Su Shi gradually regained consciousness. Relieved to see her sister unharmed, she recalled the black serpent. But Su Li spoke first. "Sheer, have you been overworked these past few days? What caused you to faint suddenly?" Stammering, Su Shi replied, "Sister, I thought I saw a giant serpent, a black one." Su Li gently stroked her forehead. "Perhaps nightmares troubled your sleep, and you're speaking nonsense. Where would a serpent come from?" "I saw nothing." Rubbing her eyes in confusion, Su Shi wondered if she had imagined it. The two returned home, where Su Shi recounted the incident to Madame Zhou. Casting a glance at Su Li, Madame Zhou had no choice but to cover for her elder daughter. "Come here, let mother take a closer look. Are your eyes failing? In a few days, I'll go to the market and buy some pork liver. They say it improves eyesight. For now, stop wandering up the mountain. Third sister and the others are helping with digging. You should join them." Su Shi, mother. While Madame Zhou continued to comfort Su Shi, Su Li quietly slipped away and stealthily entered the kitchen. She retrieved various utensils from her spatial storage, arranging them meticulously. Half an hour later, she sighed in relief. Mother was right, even a broken home holds treasures worth thousands. Contemplating future livelihoods, she extracted all the pork offal from her storage. Gazing at the abundance of intestines, liver, tongue, stomach, and heart, she scooped some wood ash, carried a bucket to the well, and began scrubbing vigorously. In the room, Sushi, who was tidying the bedding, caught a whiff and turned to Madame Zhou. Mother, did sister fall into the latrine? Then she shook her head. Their newly built outhouse couldn't possibly produce such an odor yet. Puzzled, they stepped outside to find Suli diligently cleaning the offal. Madame Zhou hurried over, picked up a large basin, moved the offal away from the well, and said to Suli, Lear, let me handle this task, it's too filthy. Suli had Sushi fetch water to rinse her hands, then brought out a jar of vinegar. Mother, we'll wash it once more with vinegar later. Surprised, Madame Zhou remarked, vinegar isn't cheap either. I'll just scrub it a few more times with wood ash. Suli nodded, understanding her mother's thriftiness, and remained silent as she assisted. After half an hour, the offal in the basin was impeccably clean. A joyful expression spread across Madame Zhou's face. Who would have thought such humble wood ash could be so effective? It's truly a little-known secret. Sushi chimed in agreement. Sister, are we going to turn this into food? Suli nodded approvingly. The student has surpassed the master. Soon, you shall indulge your palate. The three entered the kitchen. In her previous life, Suli had often watched her grandfather cook, and he frequently prepared marinated meats. Having been immersed in that environment, she felt confident she could replicate it closely. Placing all the offal into a large pot, she instructed Sushi, Shear, fetch more firewood from the shed. Upon hearing this, both Madame Zhou and Sushi departed. Seizing the opportunity, Suli took a bottle of liquor from her storage and poured a small amount into the pot. Then, she retrieved ginger and scallions, washed them, crushed some, and added them to the mix. She marveled inwardly, truly, I'm like a wealthy landowner, every seasoning imaginable is at hand. When the mother and daughter returned with firewood, Sushi detected the scent of alcohol. Sister, why does it smell like liquor? Suli pointed to the wine jar. There, mother had the village auntie bring it back. Madame Zhou. After blanching, they removed the offal, cleaned it once more, and began caramelizing sugar. Sushi watched intently as her sister performed the somewhat unfamiliar task, then glanced at Madame Zhou. Setting down the firewood, Madame Zhou rose with a light laugh. Let mother take over. By then, Suli had finished caramelizing the sugar, added water, and selected some star anise, Sichuan peppercorns, and cardamom from a small basket to toss in. Under the astonished gazes of her mother and sister, she added slices of ginger, rock sugar, salt, a handful of medicinal avodia, soy sauce, and finally all the cleaned offal before covering the pot. Clapping her hands, she declared, done. Addressing Madame Zhou, she said, Mother, bring it to a boil over high heat, then simmer on low. The liver, heart, and tongue will be ready in half an hour. The intestines and stomach will take an hour. Turning to Sushi, Shear, come, we haven't made the elder brothers' beds yet. Bewildered, Sushi followed her out of the kitchen. Half an hour later, the aroma of marinated meat permeated the entire village. Madame Zhou, mindful of the time, lifted the lid and removed the 3 quicker cooking items. She thought to herself, this scent is utterly irresistible. Can these spices be used as seasonings? Isn't star anise a medicinal herb? Is it truly edible? Meanwhile, the villagers were abuzz with discussion. That must be from Xiao Hui's family. What are they cooking? Heavens, it smells divine. It must be meat. The aroma is absolutely phenomenal. Strange, we never heard of her cooking skills being this exceptional before. Enough talk, my stomach is growling. Let's go take a look. Go where? They might be developing a dish to sell. True. With 2 children in school, the expenses aren't small. They need a source of income. This reminded everyone that before the famine, her family had been experimenting with food, so they dismissed the idea of investigating. Elsewhere, at the village entrance, women and elders whispered among themselves, damn, how inconsiderate. Whose family is this, making such a tantalizing smell? It's drifting from the neighboring village. Puh. A bunch of bumpkins hoarding their feast. TSK, what could they possibly make that's any good? It only smells pleasant. Unaware of these comments, Madame Zhou called her daughters over, sliced some liver, and handed it to Sushi. Quick, taste it and see if it's good. It's said to improve eyesight. Sushi took a piece and placed it in her mouth, her eyes widening in surprise as she eagerly nodded. Suli also picked up a piece to taste, feeling quite satisfied. Although it lacked the exquisite flavor of what her grandfather would create, it was nonetheless the best taste achievable given the current scarcity of resources. Zhou Shi's eyes sparkled. This delicacy is delightful. You must all try it. After a brief tea session, the 3 women exchanged glances, their hearts content, and erupted into hearty laughter. Suli remarked, "Mother, once the pig's stomach and intestines are ready, let us take some to share with the villagers." Joshua nodded in strong agreement. A little over half an hour later, the women cooking noticed Joshua approaching with a basin, exchanging puzzled looks. Joshua, with an air of mystery, lifted the cloth curtain, prompting gasps of surprise as they exclaimed, "Is that pig offal?" Joshua gently nodded, "Do try it." One woman, without any hesitation, took the basin and earnestly said, "Xiao Hui, you are far too generous. We cannot accept this without offering something in return." Another woman chimed in, teasingly, "Look at you, saliva dripping." The first woman, embarrassed, wiped her mouth, eliciting peals of laughter from the crowd. Realizing her faux pas, she shot a glare at her companion. "You are just as eager to taste." This prompted another round of laughter, filling the atmosphere with merriment. Moments later, everyone indulged in the pig offal, sharing their opinions. Delicious. It could easily be sold throughout the county. I dare say it could even be sold in restaurants. Mother, the intestines are the best. Xiao Hui, I truly admire you. I love these intestines too. They have great texture and flavor without any unpleasant odor. I fancy the pig's tongue. I may not be eloquent, but it simply tastes divine. Don't you think the pig liver is quite good as well, with its vision-enhancing properties? Xiao Hui, you should sell it. Both children need money for their education. Joshua nodded in agreement. I have thought of that, but let us wait a bit longer. We have only made half of the mud bricks. Someone interjected. You need not worry about the bricks. Lier has already prepared all the timber. The village chief has stated that your family need not work further. You can leave it be. Joshua felt a wave of warmth wash over her upon hearing this, and she addressed the group. Later, let everyone have a taste. There are only 3 portions, as I did not make much. Remember to return the basin. She then bid farewell to the others and returned home. Chapter 67. The 3 women possess great strength. Upon returning home, Joshua recounted the reactions of the villagers to her 2 daughters in great detail. Suli felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The disdainful looks that once accompanied their family's circumstances, the indifference towards their plight as a mother and her daughters, had now dissipated. After enduring the tribulations of fleeing disaster, the villagers held her family in deep respect and gratitude. Just recently, numerous uncles and aunts had rallied to defend them in a brawl, even going to court on their behalf. These events deepened Suli's appreciation for the community spirit that now flourished in the village. Noticing her daughter's silence, Joshua assumed Suli was worried about jealousy from the villagers. Grasping her hand, she asked Lier, "Are you afraid we might attract envy?" Suli gently shook her head, while Sushi spoke up, "Mother, if jealousy were to arise, it would not come from the people of Changning village. Rather, it might be from Dejai village next door, who may resort to underhanded tactics." Joshua paused, taken aback by this revelation. Suli scoffed. "I have yet to settle the score with those who previously assaulted us. If they dare to stir trouble again, I won't hesitate to make their village a pariah." Joshua, witnessing her daughter's fierce demeanor, was taken aback, her grip tightening instinctively. "Lier, do not trouble yourself with petty concerns." "Mother, I was merely jesting. Those ruffians only prey on the weak. I believe setting up 2 dogs at the village entrance would be prudent." Upon hearing this, Suli's eyes lit up. "Mother, Xier is right. We should get a dog for guarding the premises. In the next 2 days, I will chop down the timber for over 50 households. You should prepare accordingly." Sushi was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Our family will soon have an income." Joshua smiled slightly, "Rest assured. I will take care of everything you need." Thus, within just 2 days, Suli completed the task of chopping all the necessary timber. As she gazed at the villagers' innocent smiles and the cheerful faces of the women, a new idea began to take shape in her mind. On the 3rd day, it was unclear how Joshua procured a large yellow dog, but the 3 of them began preparing the marinated offal. "Thank goodness we dug this well. Washing the pig offal is incredibly convenient," Joshua remarked. Suli understood that Joshua's concerns were more about the possibility of her younger daughter being abducted. She comforted her, saying, "Mother, do not fret. I will teach you some self-defense techniques in the future." Additionally, considering that the spiritual spring could enhance physical strength, Joshua appeared to have gained considerable vigor. Without delay, after dinner, the 3 of them looked at the dark substances on themselves and felt nauseous. They hurried to wash and bathe, scrubbing 3 times before feeling clean. "Mother, are we poisoned?" Sushi asked, a bit apprehensive. Joshua patted her back, "No worries. It's likely that some vegetables were not washed properly. If you are still scared, sleep with me tonight. Sue, she nodded gently. The next day, as Zhou Shi prepared to store the marinated offal in barrels, a sudden exclamation startled her, prompting her to rush indoors. What is it, Xier? Mother, woo-woo, Sue, she stammered, raising the bed effortlessly with one hand. Suli, entering the room at that moment, was overjoyed to witness this. Xier, you two have gained great strength. You need not fear what happened last time anymore. Zhou Shi turned to Suli, suddenly shifting the conversation. You two, come to the kitchen. The sisters, confused, followed her into the kitchen, where Zhou Shi retrieved a piece of charcoal from a broken pot and began to draw on their eyebrows. After a moment, she sighed in relief, clapping her hands there. Now it's perfect. The two were bewildered, wondering what could possibly be perfect, and exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Su Shi remarked, Sister, your eyebrows look like caterpillars. But oddly, they're not too ugly, just a bit strange. Su Li replied, Xier, why have you suddenly turned pale? Now your features look even prettier. Having good genes can be a burden. Zhou Shi shot them a glare. Do not wipe them off. Apply some potash on your faces. Su Li grabbed Zhou Shi's arm. Mother, we can't sell food with dirty faces. Let us buy some masks or veils instead. Zhou Shi paused, dismissively saying, 2 will suffice. I don't need one. In unison, Su Li and Su Shi exclaimed, No, mother, you need one. Zhou Shi, filled with doubt, hurried to the water tank to examine her face, gasping in surprise. Goodness, have I turned back the clock? This is unbelievable. Without hesitation, she grabbed the charcoal and began to shape her eyebrows, while her daughters stifled their laughter. Half a tea session later, Zhou Shi, frustrated, discarded the charcoal, muttering under her breath, I need to buy one. This is too extraordinary. Better than I looked at 20. Thus, the 3 of them, adorned with caterpillar-like eyebrows, set off in a bullock cart to the county town. On the cart, Su Li suggested, Mother, shouldn't we buy a horse cart? As the bullwind was getting moldy from discontent. Zhou Shi shook her head. No, driving a horse cart to sell pig offal would attract too much attention. Su Li considered this and agreed. Then let us buy a bullock cart. We can't always use the village chiefess. Zhou Shi and Su Shi nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the city gates, the group halted their ox cart at a designated spot under the watchful eye of a caretaker, paid the requisite silver, and the 3 women, mother and daughters, each carried a few items into the city, causing quite a stir. Oh, who are these 3? Why do their eyebrows appear so dark? Indeed, they were rather striking, somewhat reminiscent of Guan Yu. Hey, don't underestimate those eyebrows. They are actually quite astonishing. Wow, such strength. Look at the youngest. She's carrying 2 buckets. What a delightful aroma. The murmurs of the crowd had no effect on the trio, who proceeded straight to the Qiaobu store. The shopkeeper recognized them at a glance and, astonished, inquired, a young lady, what brings you here? Zhu, the mother, candidly replied, Shopkeeper. My daughters and I intend to venture into the food business, and as for appearances. The shopkeeper nodded in agreement. Young lady, if you need anything, just let me know. Everyone calls me Sister Yun. Life is not easy for us women. I see you're alone with 4 children. That must be quite a challenge. Zhu's regard for the female shopkeeper immediately soared. Everyone calls me Xiao Hui, so I shall shamelessly refer to you as Sister Yun. Oh, with a beauty like you, I might as well have an extra bowl at mealtime. She laughed. Su Li then gently tugged at Zhu's sleeve, prompting her to say, Sister Yun, do you happen to have any masks or veils? Sister Yun nodded. Yes, indeed. I'll fetch some for you right away. Shortly thereafter, she returned with 3 masks, while Zhu prepared some marinated delicacies, placing them on a plate. Sister Yun, this is our culinary creation. Please, taste it later during lunch and let us know your thoughts. Zhu offered her the plate. Sister Yun glanced at the pig offal in the bowl without any sign of disdain, exclaiming, Oh my, I'm in for a treat today. She then turned to the attendant, quickly, help my sister arrange her things. Zhu presented some silver, but it was politely declined. It's not a precious item. It's hardly worth a few coins. Hurry along now, we have just a quarter of an hour until noon. Sister Yun urged them. After expressing their gratitude and bidding farewell, the trio carried their goods directly to the entrance of Yunshan Academy, where a number of vendors had already gathered. Noticing that the newcomers were all wearing masks, whispers began to circulate. Given their appearance, they must be quite unattractive. How dare they show themselves? Indeed. What kind of food could they possibly sell? With that look, who would dare buy from them? What if it's poisoned? In this day and age, they must be desperate for money. The trio paid no heed to the gossip, while the attendant returned to the shop and murmured to Sister Yoon. Why did you choose to assist them? You are not one to offer help lightly, and you certainly keep your promises. What assistance? It was merely a small gesture. Besides, as women ourselves, I admire her, such striking beauty paired with genuine character. She doesn't rely on her looks for profit, but instead labors with her own hands. I have great respect for such individuals. Just wait and see. They are not ordinary folk. They will surely achieve something. Having been in business for many years, she had a keen eye for character, and she discerned the indomitable spirit shining in their eyes. Despite their humble attire, their demeanor exuded an uncommon grace. Chapter 68. Marinated Delicacies Amidst Chaos. Suli and her mother and sister were blissfully unaware of the high praise they had garnered. At that moment, Suli was busy igniting the charcoal fire, subsequently placing a large pot atop it and pouring in the 2 buckets of marinated delicacies. After covering the pot, she fanned the flames vigorously. Sushi and Ju also set about washing the dishes, when Suli suddenly slapped her forehead in realization. Mother, we forgot to bring a table. Are we going to make people stand while they eat? Ju had also overlooked this detail, prompting a nearby tofu vendor to chuckle. Oh dear, is this your first time preparing food? It seems today you'll be in for quite a loss, haha. Another woman shot a glare at the vendor and said to Ju, Sister, my baked cakes don't usually attract many customers. Please, take some to use. Suli's eyes lit up at this, and she dashed over to express her gratitude and whispered a few words. The woman, slightly skeptical, thought perhaps the girl genuinely needed help for her first venture into food sales, and she and her husband set their cart beside them. Ju looked puzzled. What did you say to them? Why are they setting up here? The spot over there seems better. Suli replied straightforwardly, Mother, our flavors are quite strong. And we don't have staple foods. They just happen to sell baked cakes, so I thought it might boost their business. Ju's eyes crinkled with delight. Excellent, excellent. Since others have shown us kindness, we must not neglect our gratitude. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, catching the attention of the other vendors, who turned their gazes towards them. Suli and her companions, however, remained oblivious. Sushi suddenly said, Mother, I wonder if the brothers will come out? Ju shook her head. There's food at the academy. They won't come out. We'll tell them during the break. After waiting for half an hour, the academy bell rang, and shortly thereafter, students began to emerge one by one. Oh, what is that delightful smell? So fragrant. Could it be some new dish? I've never encountered such an aroma before. Let us go take a look. At this moment, Suli called out, Students, don't miss out as you pass by. Experience the county's new delicacies, guaranteed to leave you craving more. This declaration not only caught the attention of the vendors, but also intrigued the students. It was the first time Ju had seen her daughter in such a light, and she felt a bit flustered, yet she quickly regained her composure and joined in, calling out, Students, come take a look. Sample first, pay later. If it's not to your liking, no silver needed. Suli was taken aback. Mother, do you realize? You were born to be a merchant. The vendors muttered, This isn't a marketplace. Why are you hawking your wares? Truly, such behavior is unbecoming. The students chimed in. It sounds so appealing. Is this truly the new delicacy? If it's not good, we don't have to pay. Such confidence. One student stepped forward. Let me see what you have. Before long, a crowd of students gathered around, while the vendors watched in frustration and began to mimic their calls, making the street lively. Suli lifted the pot lid. Everyone, behold our marinated delicacies. Turning to Ju, she said, Mother, cut some of everything. Ju complied eagerly, swiftly beginning to slice. Some students exclaimed, Oh my, isn't that pig awful? How dare you serve that? They turned to leave, followed by a few others. Only then did the students realize that the 3 women at the stall were all wearing masks. This raised suspicions. Perhaps their unattractiveness compelled them to wear masks. But could food prepared by such individuals be trusted? A few more departed, and the vendors, observing the situation, were filled with glee. One even remarked loudly, Pa, truly, ugly people cause trouble. Wearing a mask is one thing, but who would eat that pig offal? It's so filthy, even ordinary folk wouldn't touch it. Let alone students. Imagine if they had to study with the lingering stench of pig offal. To this, Suli remained unfazed. By now, Ju had neatly cut and arranged the items on a plate. Suli lifted it up and addressed the few remaining 7 or 8 individuals. Thank you all for waiting. Today, this plate is on me, and I invite you to taste it and share your thoughts. Rest assured, this is my family's secret recipe. I promise you won't be disappointed. The foremost scholar had not yet departed, for the aroma was indeed enticing. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a pair of chopsticks, picked up a slice, and gently placed it in his mouth, subsequently widening his eyes in astonishment. Observing this, Suli explained, "Young master, what you just savored was pig's tongue, known for its delicate and tender texture. Now, this piece is pig's heart, which offers a more complex flavor. And this one is pig's intestine, the most expensive of all." Upon hearing pig's intestine, the surrounding audience exhibited expressions of distaste, their gazes simultaneously directed at the scholar, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Unexpectedly, the scholar inquired, "How much for the intestine?" Suli replied, "8 for 1. Just as he was about to speak, another scholar from behind tugged at him, saying, "Brother Wen, what does it taste like? You must tell us." The scholar shook his head, responding, "Not much." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to prepare to leave, but he added, "I'll take 2 of the intestines and a bit of the tongue as well." He then paid 21 and stood aside, waiting. Witnessing his demeanor, the other scholars swiftly picked up their chopsticks to sample the fare. Suli smiled silently and said to the scholar, "Young Master Wen, allow me to add a bit more of this broth for you. Its flavor is quite rich, and the accompanying sesame cakes pair perfectly with it." She then gestured for him to take a seat. The nearby vendors of sesame cakes, having overheard her words, instantly realized that her earlier claims were indeed truthful. "Oh, how I wish I could partake," one scholar hesitated to say. Another, growing impatient, retorted, "If you can't decide, step aside, I shall go first." Suli interjected, "There's no need to rush. We can prepare a platter with a bit of everything for 15 Wen." "That seems rather steep. Those sesame cakes are only 3 Wen each," one scholar exclaimed. You see. What you may not understand is that the cleaning of these offal is quite laborious. The delectable taste stems from the many exquisite spices used. Selling for 15 Wen is merely a modest profit for us, Suli elucidated. One scholar nodded in understanding. Indeed, removing the gamey flavor is quite challenging. The process must be intricate. After all, this is the finest in the county. It's not overpriced. I'll have 1 platter. The remaining scholars quickly caught on. "Hey, you in line behind me, I'll go first." Suli hurriedly maintained order. "Everyone, there's plenty for all. Please, no need to rush." Mrs. Zhou had already begun slicing the meat while her daughter Sushi busily arranged the platters. The 3 women were in a flurry of activity, and the number of scholars at the stall continued to grow. As they enjoyed their meal, some found the flavor slightly salty and could not resist purchasing a sesame cake, exclaiming, "The taste of this broth-soaked cake is indeed marvelous." With no seats left, everyone stood to eat, creating quite a scene. Many scholars departed feeling disappointed as they had missed out. Suli apologized, "This is our first time, and we prepared a limited quantity. I hope you can forgive us. Tomorrow, we will prepare more and open for business promptly." Hearing this, the crowd nodded and departed, while the 3 women began to pack up. The woman selling sesame cakes gratefully pressed 3 cakes into Mrs. Zhou's hands, saying, "Sister, please do not disdain these cakes. Thanks to you, we sold 50 more today." Mrs. Zhou accepted the cakes with a straightforward smile. "Big sister, to be honest, I have a particular fondness for your sesame cakes. I am quite hungry now, so I shan't stand on ceremony, thank you." The woman beamed. "Look at your forthright nature. It's truly refreshing. We must continue this camaraderie." "Of course. I hope you and your brother will look after us in the future." The 2 continued their amiable conversation, wholly unaware of the piercing gazes from other merchants. Chapter 69. The business flourishes, inciting jealousy. Mrs. Zhou handed 2 steaming sesame cakes to her daughters. "Lear, let us have some broth to accompany them." Thus, the trio savored their cakes with the braising sauce, their contentment drawing envious glances from onlookers. After tidying everything up, the 3 made their way to the pork stall. "Uncle, do you remember me? I was the one who bought pig offal from you last time," Suli stated directly. The butcher's eyes widened. "Miss, what happened to your face? Why are you all wearing masks?" Suli suddenly remembered her own mask. Mrs. Zhou laughed. "Oh dear brother. We had a little mishap while climbing a hill and got some minor injuries. We fear we might frighten others." The butcher glanced over and mumbled, "Such a fine visage marred? This girl truly has a hard lot." Suli, having overheard, smiled faintly and asked, "Uncle, why haven't I seen any pig offal today?" The butcher looked puzzled. "You still want that?" Suli nodded and continued, "Uncle, I would like to purchase all the pig offal you have from now on." The butcher's face brightened at her words. That's splendid. I have 2 portions now. If that's not enough, I can fetch 2 more from my brother next door. Suli pondered for a moment before asking, Uncle, how many portions of pig offal can you provide in a day? The butcher replied candidly, about 2 portions. Suli nodded. Then I'll take those from your brother as well. Let us establish a long-term partnership. Please offer me a better price. The butcher, half-jokingly, shot her an incredulous glance. Oh dear, how much silver do you think I can ask of you? This offal is hardly sought after. 5 when proportion is fine. Suli nodded, contemplating. Last time she bought 10 pounds of meat, and those 3 portions at 5 when were essentially a half-gift, making it a reasonable price. She glanced at Mrs. Zhou, who nodded in agreement, and then the butcher chuckled. Wait here. I'll get them for you right now. In half a tea time. The butcher returned with 4 portions of pig offal, and Mrs. Zhou paid 21, taking the 2 buckets with a hint of embarrassment. Brother, I'll return this bucket to you tomorrow. The butcher waved it off. No trouble at all. Will you come at the same time tomorrow? I'll have the pig offal ready for you then. Mrs. Zhou nodded. Thank you for your help, brother. After bidding farewell to the butcher, the 3 women headed towards the city gate, naturally stirring quite a commotion. Wow, these people are remarkably strong. What a foul odor. What's in that bucket? And they're all wearing masks. Quite mysterious. Ugly people often do strange things. The 2 girls, looking quite young, exhibited such strength. Who would dare approach them? At that moment, the 3 women remained blissfully unaware of the excitement they had incited among those in the ox cart. Mrs. Zhou handed the money pouch to Suli, who understood her intent, quietly placing it into her space. She, beaming with joy, remarked, Mother, if this continues, we'll soon have our own ox cart. Mrs. Zhou was equally elated. Today truly marks our initial victory. She nodded, and there are still many scholars who missed out. Suddenly, Mrs. Zhou shifted the topic, Lear. I believe selling platters would be more advantageous. It simplifies accounting, and everyone can taste a bit of everything. Suli, somewhat surprised, turned to Mrs. Zhou. Mother, has anyone ever told you? You are a natural businesswoman. Mrs. Zhou laughed heartily. You're just trying to amuse me. I've never been in business before. Not even touched a copper coin. She chimed in with praise. Mother is truly impressive. I admire you so much. Mrs. Zhou affectionately patted Sushi's head, her demeanor warm. Once we stabilize, you shall learn embroidery. Sushi protested. Why learn embroidery? I refuse. I want to learn business. Mrs. Zhou sighed. How have you 2 sisters taken after me? I don't care for embroidery either. With this, both burst into laughter. Mrs. Zhou concluded, how wonderful it is. Life now holds promise, and no matter how tiring, we fear not. After a thorough discussion among the 3, they resolved that upon the return of the 2 brothers from the academy, they would teach the girls to read and write. As for arithmetic, it would naturally be the domain of Suli. She pouted, exclaiming, Mother, how biased father is. He won't even teach me math. Joshua responded with a non-committal expression, while Suli remained silent. Upon entering the house, their first order of business was to divide the silver. 1 for you. 1 for me, they counted, totaling 1,145 won, leaving them all in astonished disbelief. Sushi exclaimed with excitement, Oh my! We've actually made over a tale of silver today. We are truly destined for wealth, this overwhelming fortune. Joshua remarked, these 3 portions of pig offal, along with the cost of the seasonings, hardly amount to a few dozen won. This profit seems overly optimistic. Suli disagreed, stating, Mother, the spices I used were not inexpensive. I merely gathered them from the mountain. Joshua shook her head. But didn't you say that the marinade can be reused multiple times? That would still yield a high profit. Suli chose not to argue further. For now, this business was profitable. The 3 of them hurriedly finished their dinner and resumed their busy work. The next morning, Joshua carried a plate of marinated meat towards the village chief's home. At that moment, Sun Chimei had just awoken. Oh, Xiao Hui, up so early? Joshua handed her the bowl. Auntie, please try our food. I'm shamelessly borrowing the ox cart again, haha. Sun Chimei joyfully accepted the bowl. Is this the same marinated dish we had last time? Oh my, your village chief uncle has been raving about it. She lifted the bowl to her nose. It smells delightful. Are you taking it to sell in the county? Joshua nodded proudly. To be honest, Auntie, this might be a new delicacy that is quite popular. Sun Chimei shared in her happiness. That's wonderful. Since you're selling it, there's no need for you to bring me any next time. You can use the ox cart. Everyone is busy building houses, so it won't be needed for a while. You can keep it for these couple of days without returning it. Zhou Shi expressed her gratitude. Thank you, auntie. Rest assured, I will feed the ox well. After bidding farewell to Sun Chimei, Zhou Shi led the ox back home, this time bringing along a bench from their house. Upon reaching the alley of the academy, they discovered that their previous spot had already been occupied. At that moment, the pancake vendor waved them over. This way, hurry. The pancake seller quickly approached to help carry their goods, while the other vendors displayed disdainful expressions. TCH. That corner, I wonder if anyone will buy their stuff? One sneered. That pancake seller is truly a sycophant. Tomorrow we'll push them out of the alley. Let us see where they sell next. Another chimed in, good idea. Tomorrow we'll secure our spots early. Suli furrowed her brow. Business should rely on skill, yet these individuals were so despicable. A plan must be devised. At that moment, she glanced at their current location with gratitude towards the pancake vendor. Zhou Shi, blushing slightly, suggested, Sister, how about we swap positions? You're nearly at the end of the alley. The pancake vendor dismissed her concern. No worries. Our pancakes don't have much uniqueness. We'll be relying on your marinated delicacies. We'll be benefiting from your success. Zhou Shi insisted, Oh, dear sister, please don't say that. If it weren't for you, we might not have a place to set up today. We're the ones benefiting from you. The atmosphere remained cordial, completely ignoring the cold glares of the other vendors. Before long, the crisp sound of bells rang out as students began to emerge. The vendors' calls filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Come and see. Crispy fried tofu, 5 won a portion. Come, young masters, this way, look here. Wontons, fresh and fragrant, only 6 won. Chicken soup, 12 won a bowl. You'll crave for more. One student, puzzled, muttered, Hey, didn't they set up at this spot yesterday? Did they not come today? Another student, with keen eyes, pointed towards Su Li and her companion's stall, exclaiming, Look over there, at the end of the alley. I remember them. Each of them was wearing a mask. Before he could finish, a throng of young scholars surged forward, eager to get ahead. He cursed under his breath. Don't cut in line. I discovered them first. TCH, can you show a little scholar decorum? A crowd of students gathered around the stall, and Zhou Shi quickly tried to maintain order. Everyone, please don't rush. We have plenty today. Everyone will get something. Please line up properly and avoid pushing. Upon hearing this, the students all showed signs of embarrassment and promptly formed a line. In the 20-meter-long alley, the queue extended from where they stood straight to the alley's mouth, quite an impressive sight. Suli smiled and added, To allow everyone to fully savor our marinated dishes, today we will only sell platters, so you can enjoy a variety of items. The first student nodded in agreement. Please serve me quickly. Make sure the sauce is plentiful. That soaked bread is indeed delicious. The second chimed in. 1 bowl with 2 pancakes is sufficient to fill me. The people at the back were growing anxious, murmuring, Madam, could you speed up a bit? Seeing this, Su Li washed her hands and said to Zhou Shi, Mother, let me handle it. With a swift motion of the cleaver, the rhythmic chopping filled the air, captivating the onlookers who watched in rapt attention. The pancake vendor exclaimed, Goodness! Has this girl trained in this? Her speed is remarkable. A scholar couldn't help but exclaim, Miss, perhaps you should slow down a bit. Watching you makes me anxious. I don't mind waiting a little longer to ensure your delicate hands aren't harmed by the sharp blade. Su Li, unfazed, continued her chopping. One student questioned, Why must you prepare everything on site? Couldn't you finish it at home beforehand? Su Li patiently explained, The essence of these marinated dishes lies in their savory aroma. If they were prepared in advance and brought here, their flavor would considerably diminish. The students couldn't help but praise her. This girl is quite sincere in her business. Su Li smiled. Reputation is vital in business. We appreciate everyone's love for our food, and we certainly cannot let you down. We must provide the best for all of you. The students nodded in agreement, offering their commendations. Many other vendors felt disgruntled, as a number of students, upon seeing the long line, blindly joined in, causing their stalls to suffer from a lack of customers. Some began to grumble. How can they sell that offal for such a high price? 15 won, and people still buy it? 1 serving costs more than my chicken soup. Exactly. Nobody even wants that offal as a gift. They are truly heartless. Others whispered, They're just a bunch of scholars, completely lacking in sense. Yet some, quick-witted, decided, I must go take a look and try a portion to see what the secret is. Thus, many vendors joined the queue. Zhou Shi, witnessing this scene, was taken aback and exclaimed, Huh? Weren't you selling buns? The vendor, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled. Oh, I was just curious and wanted to try it. Zhou Shi remained silent, and Su Li directly stated, everyone loves delicious food. It's understandable. Sir, it's 15 when proportion. The vendor's eyes widened, then glanced at the line behind him with a mischievous grin. That awful isn't even worth giving away. Selling it for 15 when seems a bit heartless. Doesn't it? Zhou Shi retorted angrily, you're talking nonsense. If you're here to buy, I welcome you with a smile. If you're here to cause trouble, then get lost. The vendor did not leave, but continued to observe them with a smirk. Zhou Shi shook her head with a smile. Addressing the man, the preparation of this dish is intricate, and the ingredients are numerous. You claim it is without cost? Perhaps you are referring to your dumplings, which contain but a mere hint of minced meat. She then turned to the students behind her, saying, by your logic, if a dish in a tavern is sold for a hefty sum, does that imply the proprietor is unscrupulous? I assert that in this culinary trade, exquisite taste is the ultimate truth. Your jealousy amounts to naught. Ignoring his furious glare, she beckoned to the next student. Come forth, the next one. The student squeezed past her, disdain evident on his face. Vendor, I must say, your dumplings are rather mediocre, inferior even to this sesame cake. At least theirs are made with genuine sesame. Yours are akin to plain steamed buns. Perhaps you should invest more time in perfecting your own cuisine. Su Li stifled a laugh. The student was quite sharp-tongued. Zhou Shi and Su Shi quickly turned away, fearful of laughing too openly. The vendor's face flushed crimson as he angrily swiped his sleeve and departed. Meanwhile, the remaining vendors continued their bustling trade without causing any trouble. Upon returning home after the day's work, they discovered a total profit of 1 tael and 5 cash. Zhou Shi expressed concern. Leer. Several vendors came to purchase our marinated delicacies today, and I worry. Su Li shook her head. Mother, let them be. They cannot replicate this flavor. Su Shi added, Mother, weren't we once unaware that wood ash could cleanse pig offal? Besides, we have already filtered out those spices, haven't we? Zhou Shi then felt reassured. Oh dear. I must have been muddled. You two take a break. The butcher just gifted me a pig's knuckle. I shall prepare some soup to nourish you. You must be exhausted after these past few days. With that, she stepped outside, and the sisters exchanged a glance, sharing a silent smile. The following day, the 3 women arrived early to the alley, claiming 2 spots. As expected, 2 other vendors had begun selling offal as well. What a wonder. Such eyesores. It is not as if only you can make this. The others looked on at those 2 with disdain, but it was of no concern to them. With the ringing of the bell, the students were released from their classes, and the cries of vendors filled the air. Marinated delicacies, fresh marinated delicacies, 13 cash a portion. 13 cash a portion. Upon hearing this, the other vendor shouted, marinated delicacies, delicious marinated delicacies, 12 cash a portion, 12 cash a portion. The 2 vendors were not situated next to each other, with 2 other stalls in between. The first vendor erupted in fury. What do you think you are doing? Competing with me? His words immediately drew the attention of the students. The second vendor remained unfazed. In business, each relies on their own skills. Do not utter baseless claims. The first vendor, incensed, glared angrily, but his wife pulled at his sleeve, whispering, ignore him. He is simply a troublemaker. Our aim today is to promote our marinated delicacies. Upon hearing this, the vendor calmed down and began to assist his wife in their endeavors. However, many students soon approached, for when it came to similar offerings, the cheaper option was undoubtedly more appealing. Yet, an unexpected incident occurred. Tui. One student spat out everything in his mouth, pointing at the vendor and exclaiming angrily, You. How could you not clean it properly? The others, prepared to pay, rushed over to investigate. How disgusting. You sell it without proper cleaning. They all turned their backs on the stall that charged 13 cash. Meanwhile, the second vendor wore a triumphant expression, casting a glance at the first vendor, relishing his misfortune. Turning to the students with a cheerful smile, he declared, Gentlemen, you get what you pay for. I have washed it 4 times, and it is certainly clean. He then handed a portion to one student. Everyone watched with anticipation, fixated on the student's reaction. The student, caught in a dilemma, could neither swallow nor spit out the food, ultimately succumbing to the urge to vomit. What happened? Brother Zhou, was it not cleaned properly? Another student hurriedly inquired. The boy shook his head, glancing at the vendor. Does this salt not cost money? It is absolutely revolting. He paid no money and dashed over to Su Li's stall. The other vendors grumbled. Two fools, one with unclean wares and the other with a disgusting product. You sought to imitate us, but it backfired. At that moment, Su Li and her companions were busy organizing their goods. Su Li had already chopped a great deal and smiled while addressing the rushing student. You see, you get what you pay for. We truly operate on thin margins, but high volume. The boy felt a bit embarrassed, then sheepishly accepted a platter, paid the money, and dashed off to buy sesame cakes next door. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Su Li's stall was vibrant and bustling, while the other two vendors were in disarray. You filthy woman, how did you wash this? It is still unclean. Take this entire bowl home. I washed it 5 times. How much more can I do? My hands are raw. And you think you have a right to complain? Look at your foolish face. The man was utterly exasperated. On the other side, what is going on? You ate it yesterday. Did it taste different? The man asked his wife. I thought it was quite tasty. There wasn't much difference, she muttered. Is it possible we used too much salt? The man pondered, puzzled. Then shall we try boiling it in plain water when we get home? The woman suggested. Meanwhile, Su Li and her companions were joyous. On the ox cart home, Su Li suddenly spoke up. Mother, in a few days, let us buy an ox cart. Using the village chiefs every day feels quite inappropriate. Zhou Shi nodded. The village chief's house has been completed. Tomorrow they will raise the beam, and I will bring some marinated delicacies over in the evening. Today, we have 5 portions of pig offal. Su Li wholeheartedly agreed. After all, it is difficult to repay favors. In her past life, she had never experienced such sentiments, and now she certainly did not wish to owe anyone. That evening, Zhou Shi carried a generous portion of pig offal to the village chief's home. Upon seeing her, the chief's wife quickly welcomed her. Ah, Xiaohui, come in quickly, it is chilly outside. Once inside, the village chief looked at the bowl she carried, hesitant to speak. Sun Qimei interjected. Quickly take it back, this is meant for sale. We do not engage in such practices. Zhou Shi placed the bowl on the table, softly stating, Aunt, please do not be so polite with me. We were the first to occupy the new houses built in the village, and we did not contribute much, which makes me feel quite embarrassed. The village chief replied, how could you say that? The furniture and the beams were all brought back by Lear. Sun Qimei added, rest assured, the villagers will have no objections. Moreover, without your family, we would not know how things would have turned out. How could we have settled in such a fine place? Zhou Shi shook her head. Had it not been for the village chief and the others, Lear would not have been found. When we left with nothing, everyone came to help. I will never forget that kindness. The village chief felt gratified and shifted the topic. Let us not speak of such matters again. How are your 2 boys doing? School is still in session. Zhou Shi expressed concern for her sons. They have not yet had a break. The academy has a dining hall, so they have not come out at all. The conversation meandered through various topics for a while until Zhou Shi took her leave. The village chief mused. Zhou Shi truly has it tough, raising 4 children alone. Alas. Sun Qimei held a differing opinion. Lear is strong and capable, and, besides, you know how clever Suja is. His memory is quite sharp. At that moment, Dehi added, I agree with my mother. I believe their family will undoubtedly become the foremost in our village. Dehi's wife chimed in. Xiaohui is diligent and capable, and she looks even more radiant now that life has hope. Sun Qimei concurred. After Su Laosan's departure, she did not succumb to despair, nor did she abandon her children. Unlike Ding the widow, I genuinely admire her. The village chief shot her a stern glare. Why must you stir the pot? Cease your nonsense in front of the children. Sun Qimei pouted but fell silent, inwardly seething with contempt. What had she said wrong? That widow Ding was no stranger to flirting with the village men, a veritable vixen. The next day, Su Li and her companions set off for the county town once more. No sooner had they left the village than a group of women from Dazai village approached them. Hey, heading to town? Give us a ride. One woman chirped with a cheeky grin. Su Li paid no heed, flicking her ox whip and sending the beast charging forward. Who do they think they are? Scoffed another. I saw them selling food in the academy alley. Indeed. I caught a whiff of meat from those 2 barrels on their cart. Why would I lie? I witnessed it myself. They even wore masks. Puh. A family of vixens, shrouded in mystery. Come on, let's follow and see. And so, Su Li and her mother led the way, trailed by a panting cluster of women. Su Shi glanced back, brow furrowed. Sister, those women are tailing us. Su Li shook her head. Xia, pay them no mind. Zhou Shi added with a smile, Xia, the road belongs to everyone. Let them follow if they wish, as long as they don't bother us. That day, however, their customers swelled in number, not only scholars, but many unfamiliar faces too. On the return journey, Joshua beamed with joy, and Sushi was equally delighted, yet Suli wore a slight frown. She had noticed several unfriendly countenances. Patrons who seemed to disdain the braised delicacies, yet purchased them reluctantly. Just as her brows knit tighter, Joshua remarked, leer. Several families in the village have moved into new homes now. The chief says within half a month, everyone will be settled. Su Li's expression softened. This was indeed welcome news. The efficiency of over 1,000 workers was not to be underestimated. By evening, rumors about their family spread like wildfire through Desai village. Is it really made from pork offal? Absolutely. I saw it clearly. The butcher was grinning from ear to ear. And I heard their food stall had a line stretching from one end of the alley to the other. My uncle bought some 15 coppers for a small bowl. Gasp. That expensive? How heartless. Some women, however, eyes gleaming, began hatching plans. The following day, when Su Li and the others went to collect the offal, the butcher muttered, "Isn't it strange? Suddenly, pork offal is in such demand. Several people came to buy it today, even some tavern workers." Su Li smiled faintly. "Uncle, did you save any for us?" The butcher shot her a mock-stern look. "I, Wang, pride myself on honesty in business, of course I did. For sets, as usual." Joshua stepped forward to take them, thanking him profusely. "Oh, dear brother, thank you so much." The butcher waved it off and even tossed in a large marrow bone. Chapter 72. How unfortunate for you to cross my path the next day. Desai village was abuzz with discontent. This is infuriating. Ever since they arrived, nothing has gone right for us. Exactly. So annoying. Yesterday, Daju even got bitten by a dog. Go to their house and demand compensation. Better not, we're in the wrong here. The crowd quickly grasped what had happened, and someone whispered, "Well, did you find out anything?" Another chimed in, "How do they prepare it?" "Mine turned out awful yesterday." "No kidding, mine was so salty even my mother-in-law said a dog wouldn't touch it. Too gamey, I washed it 5 times, and it still stank. And I never saw them cleaning the offal by the river." "Hey, Daju said they have a well at home. He didn't get a good look before the dog bit him." "Wow, a well inside the house? That woman must be shady. Where would a widow get the money for that? Wells aren't cheap. Right, someone so vile couldn't possibly make clean food." As the gossip continued, Su Li and her 2 companions faced their own troubles. After finishing their work, they were blocked by 3 burly men on their way home. Joshua shielded her daughters. "What do you want? How dare you accost us in broad daylight?" One man smirked. "Our master requests your presence." Su Li ignored him. "Who is your master, and what business does he have with us?" The man's eyes narrowed. Mere women. I advise you not to be difficult and bring trouble upon yourselves." As Joshua stepped forward to argue, Su Li pulled her back and whispered, "Mother, we can't be on guard forever. Let's see what they want better than living in constant fear." Su Li then addressed the men. "Lead the way, if you please." The man scanned them with a sneer. Wise decision. They arrived at a courtyard gate, where the bold characters Lu residents adorned the lintel. The vermilion doors exuded an air of celebration. However, the man quietly opened a side entrance, ushering them through. Su Li knew well that in ancient times, side gates were for servants, concubines, or unwelcome relatives. This man was clearly a lowly subordinate. As they walked, he taunted, "Don't gawk around. Look at you. So destitute, you've never seen such a fine estate, have you?" Su Li remained silent, but Sushi retorted, "Why so arrogant? Are you the master of this house?" The man, speechless and fuming, raised his hand to strike her, but Su Li, unwilling to tolerate such insolence, moved to intervene. Suddenly, Sushi seized his hand, yanked him toward her, and released it. The man, caught off balance, stumbled forward and crashed into a pillar, knocking out a front tooth. Sushi burst into laughter. "Trying to hit me? You weakling." Joshua stared wide-eyed at her younger daughter, thinking, when did Sheer become as fierce as Lear? Then, glancing at the cursing man on the ground, she shook her head. "Serves you right, losing just 1 tooth is letting you off easy." Su Li thought, "Oh no, I've influenced this girl too much. What do we do now?" Joshua pulled Sushi behind her. "You cur, relying on your master's power. Where's your dog Ahem, your master?" Su Li and Sushi covered their mouths, stifling giggles. The man, hand over his mouth and slurring, spat, "Just you wait, you'll regret this." He then stormed off toward the rear courtyard. Noticing a stone table nearby, the 3 sat and whispered among themselves. Sushi boasted, "Mother, see how strong I am? If anyone dares bully me, they'll answer to my fists." Joshua cautioned, if they resort to force later, just run. Suli added calmly, no worries. If he tries, I'll make him beg on his knees. Soon, a group surrounded them. A man in his 30s, clad in long robes, approached last, eyeing them with a mocking smile. Still wearing masks? Afraid to show your faces? The three remained silent. Huh. I am the owner of Inkalu. Your braised meat isn't bad. I'll give you 10 taels for the recipe. He turned to a man behind him. Steward, make them talk. Write it down. Yes, sir. The steward leered at them and moved to sit at the table, but Suli kicked him away, sending him writhing in pain. Inkalu? Good to know. The man pointed angrily at her. What? You dare resist? Suli curled her lips into a scornful smile. Oh? So you plan to seize it by force? Like a tyrant? The man flicked his fan dismissively. And what if I am? What can you do about it? Suli revealed a peculiar smile, then gently shook her head, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. How unfortunate for you to have crossed paths with me. Joshua, witnessing her daughter's demeanor, felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that she had concocted yet another nefarious scheme? That man truly brought this upon himself. The man snapped his fan shut, declaring, if you refuse to drink the toast, then you shall face the penalty instead. Charge at me. Whoever captures her will be rewarded handsomely. Laughter erupted among the men, their expressions lewd as they surged forward. Without hesitation, Suli stepped up, delivering swift kicks to each assailant, while Joshua and Sushi joined the fray, collectively overpowering one assailant. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, all lay groaning on the ground. The man, now in a state of disarray, pointed an accusatory finger at her. You, how dare you invade private property and cause a ruckus? I shall report you. Suli regarded him with disdain, turning to leave with her companions, their air filled with her retort. Feel free to report me. I will likewise accuse you of abducting innocent women and luring us into your estate. The man, his face flushed with rage, cast a scornful glance at the moaning figures on the ground, cursing, fools, a bunch of useless wretches. With that, he stormed off. Suli addressed Joshua, Mother, let us take a day off from work tomorrow. They are likely to cause more trouble. Joshua lamented, in these times, even a small business attracts unwelcome attention. The powerless common folk truly struggle to make their mark. Observing her mother's troubled expression, Suli reassured her, do not worry, Mother. I shall ensure they are too preoccupied to bother us. Rest easy. Joshua regarded her eldest daughter with suspicion as the three returned home, having naturally taken the pig entrails, which Suli stored within her spatial pocket. At the initial hour of the night, Suli ascended the mountain and whistled. Chasing Wind trotted over, casting a somewhat mournful glance in her direction before squatting down. Suli patted him. Good companion, tonight we shall engage in a grand venture. Let us depart. Chasing Wind neighed and galloped swiftly. Within a mere quarter of an hour, they arrived at the woods near the city gate. Suli lightly tapped Chasing Wind, who understood her cue and dashed toward the forest. She removed her mask and made her way directly to the Liu residence, scaling the wall into the backyard. Chapter 73. The Liu residence haunted? At this moment, the Liu residence was ablaze with light. Suli chuckled softly. It is not yet fully dark, yet they have lit lanterns. Such extravagance. However, after today, who can say what will become of it? She retrieved the wedding attire from her first marriage arrangement and let her hair down. Leaning against a large tree, she suddenly heard voices from a nearby room. Confusion washed over her as she quietly crouched in the corner, and upon hearing the conversation, she was struck with astonishment. Next time, do not act so recklessly. If the master finds out, what shall we do? A woman's delicate voice floated through the air. Suli felt a shiver run down her spine. How overly affected this voice sounded. A man's calm voice responded, no need to worry. The master is currently preoccupied with devising a plan to claim that secret formula for himself. He is unlikely to pay attention here for the time being. Besides, we have the madam's protection. What is there to fear? The woman pouted playfully. One cannot gaze at the pot while eating from the bowl. If the madam were to find out, you would be in quite the predicament. Oh dear, my darling, the madam has already borne children. How can you compare to her youthful charm? He teased, you little seductress. Suli thought to herself, truly revolting. Lu Laozhang is a pitiful creature indeed. Alas, why must I be subjected to such sordid revelations? Shortly thereafter, the man emerged from the room, a satisfied expression on his face. However, he was soon halted by an unexpected stick blocking his path, causing him to startle. peering through the strands of her hair. Suli recognized the old steward before her and could not help but scoff silently. The steward, trembling, stammered, Are you human or a ghost? Then he noticed the shadow on the ground and suddenly realized, panicking, he called out, Heroine, spare me. Suli feigned a coy tone, I might spare you. But only if you tell me where the storeroom is. The steward squinted, so you seek wealth, that is easily arranged. Just point me to the location. And I shall assist you first. Seeing him hesitate to speak, Suli thought, Old fox. A voice drifted lazily. I wonder if your master knows about your dealings with that woman just now? You seem quite capable. Even the madam has fallen for your charms? The steward's mind churned with turmoil as he urgently pleaded, Heroine, I will tell you everything. I implore you, do not let the master find out. I am but a victim of circumstance. Suli, uninterested in prolonging the discussion, urged, Speak quickly, or you shall regret it. Trembling, the steward pointed out a location. And without hesitation, Suli struck him with a precise blow, rendering him unconscious before storing him in her spatial pocket. Following his directions, Suli felt a surge of joy. This courtyard was far more spacious than the one belonging to the steward's master, such a fortunate turn of events. As night descended, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The servants were busy diligently attending to their masters, leaving no one to wander idly, which afforded Suli an advantageous opportunity. Entering a courtyard, she noticed 2 household servants chatting by the entrance. Suli gently picked up a pebble and tossed it into the distance. The 2 servants paused, startled, and began to scan their surroundings. Seizing the moment, Suli stealthily advanced to the center of the courtyard, standing still. The 2 servants murmured to each other, How strange. There's nothing here. Could it be a cat? As they conversed and began to retreat, one of them suddenly looked up and spotted her, trembling as he pointed. A ghost, a ghost. With that, they both turned and fled, shouting in terror. Suli tossed her hair aside and smashed the door lock with a stone, storing it away before entering the house. She ignited a fire starter, discovering numerous antique display cases, which she swept into her spatial pocket with a flourish. After knocking around the walls and finding no inner chambers, she felt a sense of confusion. Suddenly, she stepped on a loose stone, startling her, and a hidden partition appeared not far ahead. Suli hurriedly approached, revealing a narrow secret passageway meant for a single person. Without hesitation, she entered, and after approximately 5 meters, the passage came to an end. Before her lay a collection of boxes. Suli opened one and gasped in delight. Each box was filled with silver ingots. What a fortunate find! Lu Laozhong truly is a kindred spirit. Sharing her fondness for gold and silver, she stored all of it away. Then she released the steward, internally chastising herself. I am a truly benevolent person. Lu Laozhong, you better deliver. The lush grassland atop your head is dependent on your own actions. Swiftly changing her attire, she scaled the wall to the impoverished district and began to run, the sound of her footsteps echoing as she distributed 10 taels of silver to each household. Upon returning to the city gate at the hour of the dog, the guards were preparing to close the gate. Noticing her, they urged her on without truly seeing her face. Suli quickly exited the city, making her way to the woods. A whistle summoned Chasing Wind, who galloped over to carry her home. At that moment, Zhou Shi was filled with anxiety. Su Shi reassured her, Mother, sister has gone to check on Chasing Wind. She will be fine, so do not worry. Outside, darkness enveloped everything, and a neigh pierced the silence. Zhou Shi hurried outside to investigate, as the dog barked incessantly. Suli's voice rang out, Hey, are you barking at me too? The dog immediately lay down, wagging its tail. Upon seeing her return, Zhou Shi glanced around, asking, Where is Chasing Wind? Suli replied, Mother, Chasing Wind took me back and then returned to the mountain. Zhou Shi, somewhat speechless, remarked, Alas. With no one to care for them at home, Chasing Wind and Shui Ying have become wild like horses and wolves. Suli pouted, Mother, I am hungry. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhou, unable to chastise her daughter, hastily invited her to dine. My dear, why haven't you and sushi eaten yet? You needn't wait for me. Mrs. Zhou ladled a bowl of soup for her, urging, Do try this. It has simmered for an entire hour. Sushi pouted, Mother. You're biased. With a beaming smile, Mrs. Zhou cast a glance her way and selected a large bone for her. Here, you little glutton. Sushi grinned widely. Thank you, Mother. Suli reflected, How wonderful it is. In my past life, my parents and grandparents favored sons over daughters. Since my brother was born. I was sent to live with my maternal grandparents at the tender age of 5. I have never known a mother's love until this life, which feels complete. Observing her eldest daughter's demeanor, Mrs. Zhou shook her gently. Didn't you just claim to be hungry? Why are you dawdling? Hurry and eat. Suli felt a lump in her throat, swiftly lifting her bowl to sip the soup, tears mingling with the broth, as she found it extraordinarily fragrant. Meanwhile, in the Liu residence, a sense of panic pervaded. I saw it with my own eyes, a female ghost with hair cascading to the ground. Yes. Dressed in a wedding gown, standing there and staring at us with a twisted neck. Heavens! It's haunted. What shall we do? We must inform the steward. I want to take leave. It's not worth risking my life here. Forget it. I plan to buy my freedom. I have saved enough money. And my lady has already consented. Consequently, everyone began searching for the steward, a commotion that naturally drew the attention of Mr. Liu and his wife, who were still dining. In unison, they exclaimed, "Summon the steward." Moments later, they found themselves in an awkward silence. After a quarter of an hour, having found no one, a servant stepped forward. "Sir, we have searched everywhere, except for the courtyard where the ghost was sighted." Mr. Liu bellowed, "What nonsense! Where did this ghost come from? Which courtyard has yet to be investigated?" The servant trembled. "The storeroom courtyard." Mr. Liu slammed the table, standing up abruptly, his right eyelid twitching. He commanded loudly, "All attendants, come with me to investigate. I must see who is causing this ruckus." A throng of lantern-bearing individuals rushed towards the courtyard. Chapter 74. Who is the scoundrel? Merely a quarter of an hour later, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. "Ah, who is the scoundrel?" The neighboring courtyards were startled. "Lu Xingyang. Has someone disturbed your ancestral grave?" Came a loud shout. "Lu Xingyang, has someone stolen your trousers?" Another echoed. "Brother Liu, has someone seduced your wife?" Someone who had long harbored disdain for him remarked. "Hey, did you die 3 days ago without burial, or are you here to summon souls at night?" Someone furiously retorted. At this, all the attendants trembled with fear. Mr. Liu, now frazzled, had no time to ponder the panic, hurriedly opening the secret chamber door, seizing a lantern from an attendant's hands, and cautiously descending the stairs. Shortly thereafter, a furious roar erupted. "Who is it? Who is it?" He soon noticed a figure trembling in the corner. Summoning his courage, he approached and reached out, only to discover it was the steward of the household. Realizing the situation, Mr. Liu kicked the steward and shouted, "Someone, drag this traitor out." "Sir, I am wronged," the steward pleaded, tears streaming down his face. He truly did not understand how he ended up in the basement. Upon awakening, he found himself in darkness and had fumbled about, only to discover he could not escape. Believing he would perish there, he was astonished when someone opened the secret chamber, only to find it was Mr. Liu. Now he was utterly doomed. Upon seeing the steward's state, Mrs. Liu quickly grasped the situation. "My lord," she said to Mr. Liu, "I find this matter too peculiar. Someone may be attempting to harm us." She then turned her gaze to Mr. Liu, who wore a troubled frown. "The steward has always acted cautiously. We must deliberate on this matter thoroughly. As for the ghost mentioned by the servants, I wonder if he witnessed it himself?" She cast a significant look at the steward, who, catching her hint, scrambled forward, clutching Mr. Liu's trousers with desperation. With tears streaming down his face, he implored, "Sir, I truly saw that female ghost in red. Her hair was disheveled, and she wore a red wedding gown, her tongue extending a foot long. I was so terrified that I fainted and awoke here in the secret chamber. I assure you, I speak no falsehood." Mrs. Liu stepped forward, her gaze sharp as a blade. "As the steward of this household, how could you be so cowardly? Go quickly and report this to the authorities." The steward glanced at Mr. Liu, seeing no objection from him, hurriedly rose, summoned 2 attendants, and rushed to the authorities to report the incident. At this moment, the county magistrate was in distress, discussing matters with his wife. "My dear, how about sending her to stay with her maternal grandparents in Suzhou for a while?" The magistrate suddenly proposed. "Why not investigate further? I find that man's demeanor quite extraordinary and his manners elegant," his wife replied, her expression disapproving. "What more is there to probe?" He deliberately approached Ener with ill intent. Noticing his wife's anger, the magistrate spoke earnestly. "Ener has a naturally unfortunate appearance. I do not seek wealth for her, only a kind-hearted person who can cherish her. She is my own flesh and blood. How could I not wish for her happiness and well-being? My dear, heed my words, that scholar is clearly not a suitable match." Just as the magistrate's wife was about to retort, the steward barged in. Sir, trouble is brewing. The Lu residence has been robbed of a large sum of valuables. The magistrate immediately stood up. Which Lu residence? What was stolen? He asked as he left the room. The magistrate's wife sighed softly before turning to her daughter's quarters. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the impoverished district. Kneeling in the courtyard, someone began to bow in reverence. Fairy, oh fairy, woe is me, this is the second time you have sent us silver. Oh dear, could this be from some wealthy household? What does it matter whose it is? What we find in our courtyard is ours. Quickly, let us hide it. Last time, the Su family was robbed. And they came to search our impoverished alley. Yes, let us hide it in the latrine. Hurry. The following day, rumors spread like wildfire throughout the city. What is going on? They're searching every household, and the city gates aren't open. They say the Lu residence was robbed. Which Lu residence? It can't be the owner of the Welcome Inn, can it? You guessed correctly. It's him. Oh my, it truly seems the heavens have opened their eyes. Those who commit robbery will eventually meet their retribution. My second and niece's sister-in-law works at the Lu residence and said they were haunted last night. Many people witnessed it. Is that true? How could it be so eerie? It must be true. I saw many attendants and servants redeeming their freedom today. At this juncture, I must say, that lady of the house is indeed remarkable. The Lu family must have accumulated great virtue to have married such a virtuous wife. Amidst the bustling street gossip, Su Li was busy crafting earthen bricks. The aunts and uncles, witnessing her deft speed, could not help but marvel. Su Li, your hands move so swiftly, the five of us cannot match your pace. One woman exclaimed in admiration. Auntie, I possess innate strength, she replied. I also have an astonishing appetite. I can consume the equivalent of 2 people's meals in one sitting. At this, laughter erupted among the crowd. Someone curiously inquired, how's your snack business faring? We haven't seen you set up shop today. Su Li candidly replied, it's going well. But my mother sprained her ankle yesterday and is resting today. I'll return to the market tomorrow. Within the depths of Su Li's heart, a cacophony of thoughts echoed. The noble act of robbing the rich to aid the poor was indeed commendable. Just yesterday, she had astonishingly acquired 10,000 taels of silver, along with a dazzling array of jade artifacts, jewelry, and gems. Even more significantly, the flow of the spiritual spring had unexpectedly increased, rising from 3 bowls of water a day to 4. Her spirits soared with delight. Su Li. A woman called her name several times. Ahem, Auntie, she replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. What occupies your thoughts? You're grinning like a blooming flower. The woman teased. Haha, Auntie, my mother promised to steam buns for me today. Hee. Su Li had long finished the buns from her space, but after mentioning it to Zhou, she was indulged, proving her mother's affection once again. The woman regarded her with a hint of envy, exclaiming, you must admit, your mother truly dotes on you. Su Li merely smiled in response, hastening her tasks. Just after finishing her lunch, a rapid series of knocks echoed at the door. The large yellow dog barked fiercely, and Su Li shouted at it before approaching the door, only to find the village chief accompanied by a group of officials. As the village chief began to speak, the leading official bypassed him, demanding, are you the one selling marinated delicacies in the alley of Yunshan Academy? Su Li's heart sank momentarily, but she nodded affirmatively. At that moment, Zhou and Su Shi also arrived, with Zhou inquiring, Sir, what has transpired? The lead official frowned slightly, pondering, didn't they say there were 3 ugly women? Yet, these 2 are remarkably stunning. He cleared his throat and softened his tone. The Lu residence has been unfortunate enough to suffer a theft. Master Lu harbors suspicions and requests that you accompany us to the county office for a confrontation. Zhou's complexion paled, her gaze darting to Su Li, who maintained an impassive expression, causing her to harbor doubts within. However, this was not the moment for dialogue. Thus, she stepped forward, politely addressing the official, Sir. Might I trouble you to wait a moment? I shall return immediately. She donned 3 masks with care, locked the door securely, and the trio proceeded with the officials to the county office. The officials remarked, is this a precaution against attracting trouble due to your striking beauty? In the courtroom, the magistrate's gaze settled upon the 2 masked women, his brow furrowing slightly as he muttered to himself, these veiled figures seem familiar. I wonder where I have encountered them before? Master Lu glared furiously, barking at the group, speak quickly. Are you the ones who stole from the storeroom? Su Li feigned surprise, exclaiming, oh dear, your storeroom was robbed? Truly, heaven must be watching. This remark elicited laughter from the onlookers, amused by the audacity of the girl. Master Lu, pointing at her with fury, stammered, you, then turned to the magistrate, Sir, look at her brazen demeanor. I have had conflicts with her recently. She must be the thief. Su Li regarded him coolly, asking, in the pursuit of catching a thief, may I inquire what evidence you possess? She then turned her gaze to the magistrate, earnestly stating, Sir, he, upon witnessing our flourishing marinated delicacies business, attempted to lure us into his residence with sweet words, subsequently demanding to forcibly purchase our secret recipe for 10 taels of silver. We firmly refused, and he resorted to hiring thugs, left with no choice. We had to resist fiercely. I implore you, sir, to discern the truth and deliver justice on our behalf. Master Lu's expression shifted abruptly, his eyes bulging with rage as he bellowed, Do not utter such nonsense. This is utterly unfounded. Su Li's gaze sharpened as she scrutinized him, carefully articulating, Pray, do elaborate on the nature of the dispute between us. Master Lu fell silent. The magistrate rapped the gavel. Lu Xingyang is what she claims factual? Sir, she is slandering me. I indeed sought to procure her secret recipe, but she audaciously demanded 500 taels of silver. Our quarrel ensued, leading to this unfortunate incident. He then cast a triumphant glance at Su Li. Sir, I am the victim. My storeroom is utterly empty. I beseech you to see the truth. Su Li pursed her lips, inwardly scorning him. What are you so proud of? Even if your silver could turn the entire Yun kingdom upside down, you would still not recover it. The magistrate frowned, his keen gaze sweeping over Su Li. Your accounts vary significantly, making it difficult to ascertain the truth. Where were you from the hour of the dog until the hour of the pig last night? Su Li respectfully replied, I was in the mountains. The villagers can attest to this. Zhou added, My daughter and I were at home. The villagers can corroborate our alibi. At this moment, the village chief and Sun Qimei stepped forward, kneeling. We can testify on their behalf. Master Lu, seething with anger, pointed at them. Do you know the consequences of perjury? The village chief and the others ignored him, while the magistrate, now irritated, banged his gavel. Who are you to speak? Master Lu quickly fell silent, but shot daggers at the group with his eyes. Zhou continued, Sir, although we 3 women are strong, we lack the ability to scale walls or roofs. Given the size of the Lu residence and its storeroom, moving goods would require time. We simply did not have the opportunity to commit the crime. The magistrate nodded, declaring, To clear your names, I shall send someone to search your home. Zhou nodded respectfully, replying, That would be appropriate. Yet, Master Lu suddenly shouted, The stolen goods may have already been hidden by them. Su Li shot him a glare, retorting without courtesy, What exactly did you lose? This morning, I was busy making earthen bricks, my mother was preparing food, and my sister was gathering firewood in the mountains. You must be out of your mind to see thieves everywhere. Master Lu trembled as he pointed at her, his eyes rolling back in his head. And he collapsed in a faint. Su Li scoffed, TCH, had it not been for your pitiful state, wearing that great green hat, I would have long since seen you off. Should you dare to act against us again, I shall not hesitate to turn the Lu residence into ruins. Su Li and her companions accompanied the officials to Chongning village, creating quite a stir. Upon entering the village, a gaggle of women chattered excitedly. Could it be that the theft of a man has been uncovered? Haha. TCH, look at the officials. They must be in quite a predicament this time. Just a bunch of widows. What are they so proud of? Are they wearing masks out of fear of being recognized? Indeed, those masks obscure half their beauty. Surely they find it easier to commit misdeeds now. Are you suggesting they stole a man? Haha. The women continued to gloat, unaware that their words would soon bring them dire consequences. Zhou led the officials to their home, opened the door, and Su Shi rushed forward to restrain the large yellow dog. Zhou hurried to the kitchen, presenting a tray of buns. Esteemed officials, after your arduous journey, please enjoy some buns first. The search can wait until later. These are freshly made this morning. The leading official, noticing Zhou's acumen, waved his hand lightly, and the others promptly followed suit, eagerly devouring the buns. Having been hastily dispatched for the search, they had not eaten since waking and were now ravenously hungry. Zhou, observing their voracious appetites, quickly fetched a pot of water and poured each of them a bowl. After consuming a bun, the leading official inquired, Has this house been built recently? Zhou nodded affirmatively. The official instructed his subordinates, Be cautious while searching. Do not damage anything. The others nodded in agreement. Witnessing this scene, Su Li couldn't help but reflect on the significance of human relationships throughout history. A quarter of an hour later, after a thorough search revealed nothing amiss, the officials returned to the county office. Zhou instructed Su Shi, guard the entrance. She then led Su Li into the house. Now speak. What exactly transpired? Su Li pulled Zhou closer and replied slowly, lacking compassion due to his wealth, I have robbed the rich to aid the poor. Zhou was left speechless. Her expression a mix of concern and hesitation, worried that her child might go astray, yet fearing that her directness might hurt her. Su Li, with a playful smile, remarked, Mother, this world only bullies the weak and fears the strong. I've said it before, if one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. But if one dares to offend me, I will ensure they pay the price. Moreover, he instigated this trouble with us first. If we do not teach him a lesson, our future days may not be peaceful. Zhou expressed her trepidation, but what if they trace it back to you? This could land you in a dire prison. Su Li chuckled, looking at Zhou. Mother, this is a matter known to both of us. Would you truly divulge it to anyone? Zhou shot her a glare. You impudent girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you think me so foolish? Su Li, playfully tugging at her hand, said, All right, Mother, you need not worry about this. He is too preoccupied at the moment, and besides, he wears a green hat. Zhou, filled with curiosity, asked, What green hat? Su Li leaned in and whispered to Zhou, who initially had sparkling eyes, but then broke into a mischievous grin, only to realize and lightly reprimand Su Li, young lady, how shameless. Do not listen to such talk in the future, or you may end up with a needle in your eye. Su Li retorted. Listening will also lead to a needle in my eye? Chapter 76. The murder of Master Lu at the Lu residence, chaos reigned. For Master Lu had discovered his own cuckoldry. Slut. Speak. Did you conspire with him to siphon off my silver? The lady dusted herself off from the ground and sat down with a smirk, fixing her gaze on Master Lu. Your silver, so ill-gotten, has robbed countless people of their secrets. It is tainted, and I wouldn't dare touch it. This remark struck deep into Master Lu's heart, and he stormed over, seizing her by the neck. How long have you been with him? The lady, her face flushed, shot back, Not just me, but you, and that concubine Shui, also have dallied with him. Enraged, Master Lu delivered several slaps, rendering her nearly unconscious. The steward, gripped by fear, calculated his fate. Either he would be beaten to death or sold off. Either way, it was death. Seizing the moment while Master Lu was still pummeling the lady, he picked up a nearby stool and struck. With two loud thuds, Master Lu turned, pointing at the steward, before collapsing, his eyes wide open in death. The lady, still in shock, was hastily pulled away by the steward. Wait, I must gather some valuables. A quarter of an hour later, the two fled in a horse-drawn cart. The next day, the events at the Lu residence stirred up quite a commotion. Have you heard? Lu Xingyang is dead. Good riddance. A scoundrel who deceives and robs. The fewer, the better. They say he was bludgeoned to death. Did you know? The county office has issued a wanted notice, claiming his wife conspired with the steward. Hiss. She doesn't seem the type. Hey, I heard she was involved with that steward. Goodness, how scandalous. Where did you hear that? From my aunt's husband's nephew's cousin's close friend who works there. Oh goodness, do tell more. Unbeknownst to Su Li and her companions, who were busy selling marinated delicacies, today was their brother's day off. Zhou had set aside 2 portions of marinated dishes for them, waiting eagerly for their return. Su Li gently patted Zhou's hand, reassuring her not to fret. Finally, the two emerged from the courtyard. Elder brother. Younger brother. Over here. Su, she exclaimed joyfully. The brothers, spotting her, rushed over. The nearby pancake vendor teased, Little sister, your sons are quite handsome. Zhou beamed with pride, though she replied modestly, Oh. They're just 2 unruly boys, nothing remarkable. The pancake vendor chimed in, It's no easy feat for you, raising them to study. The pancake lady, in agreement, handed Zhou several pancakes. It's past noon, let them eat something. We'll close up for the day, see you tomorrow. Zhou expressed her gratitude, thinking she must reserve a portion for them the next day. Su Ji's eyes widened, Mother. Is it true that the marinated delicacies my classmate mentioned are from our stall? Suja, grinning broadly, added, Mother, my classmates hold our marinated dishes in high regard. Today, we're in for a treat. As they sat down, each grabbed a pancake. Suddenly recalling something, the brothers exclaimed in unison, Mother, have you eaten yet? Zhou exchanged glances with her daughters, filled with contentment. We've already eaten. Why did you come out so late? Zhou inquired, puzzled. Suji, savoring a piece of fatty intestine, squinted his eyes in delight. Mother, this is delicious. He looked at Suja and said, it's thanks to the teacher. He made something special for my elder brother, and I benefited too, haha. Suja nodded, enjoying his food as well. Jo felt a surge of pride, reassured that her elder son must be favored by the teacher. A quarter of an hour later, Suja and Suji still felt unsatisfied. Suji murmured, it's so delicious. I wish we could have it every day. Suja pondered, I wonder if the teacher has tried it? Suli, ever perceptive, overheard their chatter. Elder brother, younger brother, will be setting up our stall here in the future. If you wish to eat, feel free to come by. Suja shook his head. Occasional treats are enough. I heard my classmates say it costs 15 when a portion. We can eat at the academy cafeteria. Upon hearing his elder brother's reasoning, Suji echoed, Sister, we're full from the academy meals, so don't worry about us. Jo, touched by her son's thoughtfulness, said, from now on, you two should come out every noon. I'll prepare your meals in the morning. Suja, disapproving, was about to speak when Suli interjected, Elder brother, we'll be cooking for ourselves every morning. It's no trouble, so don't insist. Today, we need to buy an ox cart. Let us hurry. At this, the brothers were momentarily stunned. Suja asked, is the marinated delicacy business really so prosperous? We're buying an ox cart in less than 10 days? Suji exclaimed. Goodness, our family is about to prosper. Sister, you're incredible. Jo playfully swatted the two, chiding, what's this? Are you both dazed? Hurry along. They arrived at the livestock market, haggled, and purchased an ox for 20 taels, along with a cart for 1 tael. The two carts trailed behind each other along the road. Suji was brimming with excitement. Second sister, how did you get so much stronger? Suji grinned widely, jealous. Are you? Huh. One morning, I woke up and suddenly had great strength. Even I was startled. Suji scratched his head. In our family, the weakest now must be me and elder brother. Jo chuckled. What do you need such strength for? To join the army? Suji ignored his mother's teasing and muttered to himself, perhaps I might awaken some divine strength? Our lineage could be of hidden masters. Jo tapped him lightly. What's this? Did you secretly read some comics? Speaking nonsense. Suja couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter. Mother, where would he find comics? He doesn't even know many characters. Suji immediately retorted, Elder brother, that's not true. The teacher praised my rapid literacy. Mother, don't doubt me. I'll teach you both to write your names when we get home. Suli stifled a laugh, finding her little brother too clever, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Upon returning to the village, they naturally sparked another wave of excitement. A voice tinged with impatience emerged from Suji. Mother, why are those women so idle? Do they not work at all? Jo gently shook her head, responding with an air of indifference, do not concern yourself with such people. You must remember, never become a vacuous individual devoid of opinions. Approach matters with thoughtful contemplation. In life, it is crucial to refrain from overly valuing the judgments of others. Suli wholeheartedly resonated with Joshu's sentiments, however. Her subsequent words left Joshu momentarily speechless. I agree with you, Mother. Do not be overly concerned with the opinions of others. Simply focus on being your best self. Yet, throughout history, one must heed the words of others. Should you ever find yourself troubled by their remarks, seek to address the root cause. 3 voices echoed in unison. How shall we resolve it? Naturally, by silencing their tongues, or by becoming an object they dare not critique. The 3 children pondered this notion thoughtfully, then nodded vigorously in agreement. Joshu could only sigh. Chapter 77. Tending to the family's well-being. Upon returning to the village and returning the village chief's ox cart, the 2 brothers changed into their work clothes. Mother, my brother and I are heading up the mountain to gather some grass for the oxen, Suja and Suji announced as they slung their baskets over their shoulders. Very well, but do not wander too far. Return before nightfall, Joshu cautioned from behind. Suli then inquired, Mother, how much longer until Uncle and the others move into their house? Joshu smiled. Your aunt mentioned that they will be able to move in 2 days. And within 7 or 8 days, we can celebrate with a feast in the village. Sushi chimed in with delight. Sanya said that most have already moved in. That's wonderful. Now everyone has a home, and with the weather turning colder, they need not fear the chill. Suli contemplated more deeply, and Joshu suddenly remembered something. Slapping her forehead. Lear, I almost forgot. Today, a fellow mentioned wanting to order some of our marinated delicacies. Then she murmured to herself, have you noticed? It seems that since we visited the county office, our business has improved. Suli chuckled, Mother, that day at the county office. The Lu fellow tried to seize our secret recipe for marinated meat. Naturally, the onlookers heard about it. Everyone is curious, which is why they come to buy. Our future business will only flourish. Zhou Shi nodded but expressed concern. 3 of us managing 4 dishes is already our limit. Suli spontaneously suggested. Then let uncle and aunt come help us. Zhou Shi's eyes lit up. Excellent. Daqiao is already 12 and Xiaoshan is 9, if they could contribute. The children could go to school. She paused her work to speak to Suli. I shall inform your aunt right away. She will be overjoyed. Upon arriving at Huang Yulan's temporary residence, Zhou Shi discovered they had already moved. Huang Yulan's house was not far, and when she knocked, Xiaoshan answered the door. Auntie. My mother said to invite you over for dinner. Haha, I'll go fetch my sisters. He exclaimed before dashing away. Huang Yulan came out, playfully chiding. This little rascal runs so fast. Sister-in-law, please come in. Once seated, Zhou Shi got straight to the point. Our marinated delicacy business is thriving. And we could use your and Lao Si's assistance. Huang Yulan was immediately taken aback, unable to articulate her excitement. Just the day before, the couple had been discussing seeking work in the county. If that failed, they would have to resort to gathering firewood to sell. Zhou Shi patted her hand. Take it easy, we are all mothers now. When will the houses in the village be completed? Huang Yulan quickly wiped her tears. In 5 days, everything will be finished. Zhou Shi nodded, feeling a sense of nostalgia. It has been almost 3 months since we arrived here. How swiftly time passes. She then looked at Huang Yulan, sister-in-law. Discuss this matter thoroughly with Lao Si. We must work diligently so that Daqiao and Xiaoshan can go to school soon. Huang Yulan was momentarily stunned. Then tears streamed down her face from her overwhelming emotion. Sister-in-law, thank you. We have been a burden to you. Without your help, we might not have survived to see this day. Zhou Shi felt a bit awkward and quickly changed the subject. Did you not say you were inviting us for dinner? Come, let us see what delicious food you have prepared. Upon hearing this, Huang Yulan hurriedly wiped her eyes and led Zhou Shi inside. By the time evening arrived, they began their meal. Although lacking in lavish dishes, they felt content, and the children thoroughly engaged in the Clean Plate Club. Once home, Suli shared her thoughts. Mother, I wish to establish a small workshop. Zhou Shi was taken aback, immediately questioning, why would you want to start a workshop when our marinated delicacy business is thriving? Mother, what do you think of the villagers? Suli inquired. You have asked me this before. They have changed significantly after experiencing hardships. Suddenly realizing something, Zhou Shi's eyes widened. Lear, do you mean? Suli nodded, affirming her mother's astuteness. I wish to set up a marinated delicacy workshop. Did you not mention today that a restaurant is interested in sourcing from us? Zhou Shi nodded, still uncertain about her daughter's entrepreneurial vision. Suli smiled confidently. I want the villagers to source from me and sell in other counties. Zhou Shi felt a great sense of pride in her daughter's ambition. Suli continued, Mother, as our family prospers, others may become envious, potentially inviting trouble. Human nature is unpredictable. If the entire village thrives, do you think they would come to our defense in times of need? Zhou Shi nodded vigorously. Her daughter was indeed correct. Currently, the disparity between rich and poor was subtle, but it could become problematic in the future, especially as they were a single-parent household. Lear, I will follow your lead. You are right. Suli added, let us wait until everyone is settled into their homes before proceeding. I will discuss this matter with the village chief. Zhou Shi suddenly realized how much her daughter had matured and grasped her hand. Lear, you are a discerning individual. From now on, learn to think more for yourself. In the past, I always advised you to avoid trouble, not realizing that complications would inevitably arise. Henceforth, be vigilant. Protect yourself. Suli was somewhat taken aback by Zhou Shi's transformation. Previously, her mother had always urged her to avoid conflict and be more accommodating. But now she seemed to have a clearer understanding. Mother, do not worry. No one can harm me. Meanwhile, in another alley, what on earth is going on with you lately? Is your information arriving a bit too late? Questioned one cloaked figure. The other, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment, replied, Oh, let us not dwell on that. We should focus on the urgent matters at hand. The first figure scoffed. Urgent matters? That Lu fellow is already dead, and Su has suffered a stroke. What are you waiting for? The cloaked figure grimaced, if you ask me. The prince's concerns are unwarranted. This Su girl is rather formidable. Just as he finished speaking, he received a sharp slap on the head. Are you a fool? Lu was killed by his wife and the steward. Sue had a stroke right in the county office. What does that have to do with Sue? You are simply dim-witted. The cloaked figure muttered under his breath. How is it unrelated? Did they not provoke her to end up like this? I wonder what the prince sees in her. She is far too ruthless. You dare speak. I should have your mouth sewn shut. Where to? The reprimanded figure asked, bewildered. Of course, aside from Sue. Do not forget he has a daughter who is a concubine of the governor. The next day, news spread like wildfire. It was said that he had committed too many wrongs and had angered the heavens. Oh my. They say his eyes bulged as if he saw something he should not have. If you ask me, he got what he deserved. Good riddance. What on earth is happening this month? 2 wealthy families have first been robbed, and now both are dead. Isn't this splendid? They were nothing but unkind wealthy folks. In Su Li's household, preparations for breakfast were underway. Su Ji quietly inquired, elder sister, if someone bullies me, may I retaliate? Su Li was taken aback. Then turned her gaze towards Su Ji, asking, has someone been bothering you? Su Ji shook his head, replying, it's that scholar from Dajai village, who constantly mocks my brother, saying that at nearly 14, he should feel ashamed to be learning alongside a group of young children. Su Li narrowed her eyes. Why didn't you tell us about this yesterday? Su Ji scratched his head. I was afraid it would worry mother. Please, elder sister, don't tell her. Su Li nodded and instructed him, go call mother and the others for breakfast. Su Ji nodded and went out. Breakfast consisted of thin porridge and steamed buns. Su Li poured 2 bowls of spiritual spring water into the mix. This was the most direct and effective means of safeguarding her family at present. A quarter of an hour later, all 5 were pinching their noses. Su Ji remarked, this is how I awakened my strong bloodline last time. Su Ji's eyes widened in surprise. Second sister, is that true? Am I about to awaken too? Zhou Shi, enduring the foul odor, chided, go wash up, stop talking nonsense. I think you've watched too many ghost stories. Once the 3 had left, Zhou Shi quietly asked, Lear, what is this? Su Li recounted the situation to Zhou Shi, who initially expressed concern but soon became somewhat indignant. She then nodded vigorously, Lear, you are absolutely right. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Now we possess great strength and need not fear being bullied. But why are we still laden with such filth? Su Li dismissed her worries, mother. The impurities within us have yet to be purged. Consequently, the 5 took turns bathing. Chapter 78, Business Reaches a New Peak. Su Ji exclaimed with joy, mother. Look at me, look. He lifted a bucket of marinated delicacies without even breaking a sweat. Su Ji stepped forward to give it a try, unable to conceal his astonishment. Zhou Shi summoned the children to her side, speaking earnestly, this is the holy water your father procured from the underworld. Do not let this secret escape. Turning away to suppress a laugh, Su Li thought her mother was out of ideas, leaving the rest to their imagination. The children exchanged glances and nodded solemnly, promising to keep their newfound strength a secret. Suddenly, Su Ji exclaimed, oh no, our clothes are all dirty. What shall we do? Zhou Shi was startled, clutching her chest. You little rascal, are you trying to frighten me to death? She then glanced at their soiled garments and waved her hand dismissively. Just go buy 2 new outfits each from Qiaobu Zhuang. Su Ji and Su Ji's eyes widened, with Su Ji appearing troubled. While Su Ji gazed at Zhou Shi in admiration, linking arms with her, mother, you truly are extravagant. I admire you so much. Zhou Shi swatted his hand away. You're all grown and still acting like this. Come on, it's already noon. We must set up our stall before midday. The 5 hurried towards the county town with their ox cart. On the cart, Su Ji remarked, mother, we made 4 portions today. I wonder if they will sell out? The students must have already eaten at home. Zhou Shi smiled reassuringly, do not worry. A tavern is coming to place an order today. Su Li then turned to Su Ji, elder brother, I'll prepare a portion for your teacher to taste. Su Ji's eyes lit up, sister, thank you. Upon reaching Qiaobu Zhuang, Zhou Shi disregarded Su Ji's protests and waved her hand, buying each of her 2 sons 2 sets of clothing. Yun Yang teased. It seems your sister's business is thriving. Zhou Shi smiled slightly. Thanks to Sister Yun, our business has indeed been flourishing lately. Please save those 2 bolts of fabric I saw earlier. I will come to collect them after setting up the stall. Yun Yang nodded, then added. As the weather has turned cold, you should select some new cotton that arrived yesterday. Zhou Shi nodded in satisfaction. After bidding farewell, they proceeded to the Scholars' Alley. where an extensive line stretched from one end of the alley to the other, with many carrying their own food boxes and baskets. Someone shouted, "They are coming! They are coming!" The five were bewildered as the crowd shifted direction, blocking their path. One murmured, "Just a few days ago, they were at the alley's end. Can't they clear the way?" The first person at the alley's entrance ignored the murmurs behind him, saying, "Sister, let us start from here." He handed over a large basin from his basket. Zhou Shi and the others exchanged glances, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Big brother, we just arrived. It needs to be heated before it can be eaten. Let us wait a bit." However, the man was indifferent. "No worries, I can heat it myself at home. You don't need to cut it, just give me extra soup." Internally, he grumbled, "Finally, I'll get to eat today. With no other option." Zhou Shi urged Suli to quickly light a fire, placing a large pot on it and pouring out 3 portions of pig offal. The man questioned, "Why keep some behind? This pot can hold it all." Suli replied, "I promised someone yesterday, this is reserved for them." By this time, Zhou Shi had already packed the goods, contemplating, "Big brother, this is roughly 5 portions. Please give me 75 won." She then ladled out 2 scoops of soup. "This sauce is excellent for mixing with rice, noodles, or soaking bread." The man accepted the bowl, paid the silver, and repeatedly expressed his gratitude before departing in a hurry. Half an hour later, everything was sold out, leaving many disappointed customers. Zhou Shi felt troubled, glancing at Suli. Suli shook her head and stepped forward. "Everyone. We did not anticipate our marinated delicacies would be so popular. I sincerely apologize. The preparation is intricate. And it was just the 3 of us who managed to make these 4 portions. The contents of this barrel are reserved for others, as we must uphold our integrity in business. Please understand that this cannot be sold today. However, rest assured, we will prepare more tomorrow to ensure everyone can enjoy it." Hearing this, many displayed expressions of disappointment, yet recognizing the girl's clear explanation, they could not argue and gradually dispersed. Suli quickly produced a large bowl. Handing it to Suja, "Hurry, this is for your teacher." Suja happily accepted it and, along with Suji, headed towards the academy. Behind them, Zhou Shi called out, "Don't forget to come back for the food at noon tomorrow." Not long after, a man in his 30s rushed over in a flurry. "Ah, little sister, you're still here waiting." Zhou Shi promptly prepared the pig offal for him. "I sincerely apologize. I came over earlier, but you were too busy, so I left." Zhou Shi waved her hand, indicating it was no trouble. As agreed, it's 400 won in total. He Zhuang, the shopkeeper, paid the money and was about to leave when Suli stepped forward and asked, "May I inquire which tavern you manage?" "Monfu Tavern." He Zhuang assumed she was looking to arrange delivery in the future. Suli cut to the chase, "Excuse my boldness, but may I ask if you are the one behind it all?" He Zhuang stroked his beard, shaking his head, "Certainly not. But our tavern has branches in all 5 major cities and 52 counties in Hanzhong." Su Li's eyes widened, her heart racing at the prospect of immense wealth. With a beaming smile, she approached him. "Sir, I have a business proposition that you may find intriguing. Would you be interested?" Zhou Shi shivered slightly at her boldness, feeling her daughter's assertiveness was somewhat intimidating and unfamiliar. He Zhuang, unfazed, responded, "Oh, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Let us rather proceed to the restaurant, as I must swiftly return with my marinated delicacies." Thus, the 3 mother and daughter hastened towards the Wanfu restaurant. As the proprietor, he casually glanced back. He was momentarily rendered speechless. A voice echoed within him, "Goodness, do these 3 women possess such strength? The iron pots on that cart are no trifling weight. Yet the youngest girl manages it with such ease." Observing he standing still, Mrs. Zhou, sensing his confusion, inquired, "What is it, shopkeeper? Is it too heavy? Allow me to carry it." With that, she seized the bucket from his grasp and strode ahead. Suddenly turning back, she added with a light laugh, "Shopkeeper, if you could kindly lead the way, we have yet to visit." Thus, an unusual scene unfolded on the street. He strode confidently ahead, while behind him, the 3 women each carried a substantial load, appearing remarkably at ease, attracting the curious glances of passers-by. Chapter 79. 3 Birds with 1 Arrow. Upon entering the bustling restaurant, Su Li's heart soared with excitement. Lai Fu, quickly take these marinated dishes to the kitchen for reheating, and serve 1 portion to each table as our new product recommendation. Lai Fu bowed and hurried away to the kitchen. Su Li was slightly taken aback, realizing that experience truly counts. The proprietor, he, was indeed astute in business. He led the three into a private room and, with a change of topic, queried, "I have a question. Why are you all wearing masks?" Seeing her daughters appear somewhat embarrassed, Mrs. Zhou thought it essential for them to display a modicum of sincerity when discussing business, and thus removed her mask. He was taken aback by her beauty, astonished. This woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with skin as fair as snow, bright eyes, and an elegant bearing. Her smile enchanting. No wonder she concealed her visage, such beauty is rare in Hanzhong. Realizing he had been somewhat impolite, he averted his gaze, saying, "I apologize. Please, do wear your mask again." After Mrs. Zhou donned her mask, she smiled gently at he. Feeling a bit awkward, he cleared his throat and asked, "May I inquire what business you are discussing?" Meanwhile, he felt a swell of delight. Could it be that they were here to discuss the marinated dishes? Suli, perceiving the gleam in his eyes, candidly replied, "Uncle He, we do not intend to sell the recipe for these marinated dishes." As soon as she spoke, he furrowed his brow slightly. Suli added, "However, I am willing to provide these marinated dishes exclusively to Wanfu restaurant on a long-term basis." He squinted thoughtfully, pondering the implications. This girl is indeed clever. Could she be planning to supply all Wanfu restaurants in Hanjing with her marinated delicacies? "Do you wish for Wanfu restaurant to feature this new marinated dish?" Suli nodded. "You are a wise man, Uncle He. You must recognize the potential of these marinated delicacies." He shook his head gently, responding subtly, "My dear, with all due respect, your idea may be somewhat impractical. The 5 prefectures of Hanjing are widely spaced, and if we were to distribute the marinated dishes from here, it might be challenging to ensure the freshness and quality of the food." Suli felt a moment of astonishment, internally chiding, "I did not mention all of Hanjing. I merely referred to the 10 counties of Huizhou. You certainly have an active imagination, shopkeeper." Just as she was about to speak, he stunned her with his next words. "This matter cannot be decided unilaterally, as I only oversee all Wanfu restaurants within Huizhou. If you do not mind, shall we start with Huizhou?" "Absolutely, I would be thrilled. This arrangement requires no negotiation?" What a delightful surprise. It seems my eloquence shall be of no use this time. Yet her expression remained composed as she glanced at Mrs. Zhou and Su Shi, both of whom were deep in thought. "Uncle He, let us proceed as you suggest." "And what shall be the price?" he inquired, ever the businessman. "Uncle Shopkeeper, let us base it on the cost of a set of pig offal. We can sell 4 sets daily at 1 tael and 8 cash each. We would offer you 4 cash per set. What do you think?" He raised an eyebrow, noting that the price was not insignificant. Suli articulated her proposal with poise. "Let us set up a stall for 3 days to help Wanfu restaurant attract customers. From now on, we shall be the sole supplier of this delicacy and will not provide it to any other restaurant." "Uncle He, isn't the pricing for this unique marinated dish entirely at your discretion?" He was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't anticipated that this young girl could grasp the nuances of business so adeptly. "Let us establish a contract for exclusive supply to Wanfu restaurant, with no reselling to others. This is your promise?" Suli nodded and signed the contract. Then, recalling something, she added, "Uncle He, you must assist me in sourcing the raw materials for the pig offal. You know there are only 2 pork stalls in the entire county." He waved his hand dismissively. "A trivial matter. I shall handle the sourcing of these materials for you. You need not pay any silver." Mrs. Zhou felt a twinge of embarrassment and stepped forward to say, "Shopkeeper He, that is too much. We—" Before she could finish, he interrupted. "I see that the 3 of you have had a challenging time. To be frank, I have a brother who runs a slaughterhouse in Huizhou, and they have no place to dispose of the pig offal. I see you are sincere people. Do not take this matter too seriously. But you must ensure the quality of the marinated dishes." Mrs. Zhou was immensely grateful, nodding in agreement. "Rest assured, Uncle He, integrity is paramount in business, and we will certainly uphold our commitments." After bidding farewell to He, the trio proceeded directly to the iron shop to order 2 of the largest pots, followed by a visit to the fabric shop before returning home. Suddenly, Mrs. Zhou posed a question that had been on her mind. "Lear, why did you change your mind so abruptly?" Suli replied, "Mother, our business is flourishing. Initially, I intended to have villagers purchase from me and then sell in other counties. Who would have thought I would encounter Wanfu restaurant? With branches in over 50 counties in Hanjing, the owner of this restaurant must possess formidable strength if anyone dares to covet our marinated recipe in the future. I believe Wanfu restaurant would not stand idly by. Moreover, it saves us the trouble of traveling. The villagers can earn money from home while tending to the fields." "Isn't that splendid?" Before Mrs. Zhou could fully absorb this, Sushi chimed in, "Sister is truly remarkable. 3 birds with 1 stone." Mrs. Zhou looked puzzled. "What 3 birds?" Sushi shook her head enthusiastically. 1 bird, partnering with Wanfu Restaurant. 2 birds, enabling the villagers to earn money. 3 birds, our profits will multiply. Suli laughed heartily. "I never expected Shio to have such business acumen. Follow me, and I shall ensure you become a wealthy woman." Both Mrs. Zhou and Sushi chorused, "What does it mean to be a wealthy woman?" Suli felt a bit embarrassed, having misspoken. "Ahem, it means a woman of great wealth." The two exchanged glances, and Mrs. Zhou remarked, "Wealthy woman does not sound appealing. It would be better to call her a prosperous merchant." Sushi concurred. "I want to be the prosperous merchant of Hanzhong. Wealthy beyond measure." Haha. Mrs. Zhou doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Even a prosperous merchant must be literate. Sushi shot an annoyed glance at Mrs. Zhou and muttered, "Mother, can you say something encouraging? You know I struggle with literacy. Why must you rub salt in my wounds?" Suli patted her hand, speaking earnestly, "Sheer. It is precisely because your dreams and reality are so distant that if you wish to pursue your aspirations, you must overcome difficulties. Do not fear being slow to learn. Follow me, and I will teach you." Mrs. Zhou stepped forward, jesting, "Here I am, nearing 30, still eager to learn and yearning for literacy, and you, so young. Do you mean to say your memory is worse than mine?" Sushi gazed at both with gratitude. "Thank you, sister. Thank you, mother. I will study diligently and strive to learn to read." Sushi, I am now well-fed and well-rested, adorned with new clothes, and enjoying the luxury of my own room. Not to mention my ability to read. It is important to note that many youths in the village do not share such privileges. I truly consider myself fortunate and shall never betray the hopes of my sister and mother. Chapter 80. A Change of Heart. Establishing a Workshop. After the meal, Mrs. Zhou and Sushi set about cleaning the pig entrails, while Suli made her way to the village chief's home, where laughter and merriment echoed throughout. In just a few days, the villagers will be relocating to their new homes, a delightful prospect indeed. The village chief wore a beaming smile. The patriarch sighed with relief, stating, "This matter is settled. We can finally breathe a little easier." With the weather turning colder, everyone now has a shelter to protect them from the elements. The village chief nodded gently. "Today, I personally inspected the sweet potatoes, and their growth is quite promising. Mrs. Zhou mentioned that we could harvest by the end of the lunar month. If we can endure for just another 2 months, we will be at ease." The patriarch sighed deeply. "Thanks to their family, we might have struggled through this winter otherwise." Suddenly, Sun Chi-mei exclaimed indignantly, "In my opinion, we ought to teach those folks from Dazai village a lesson. The 3 women have finally found a decent way to make a living. Yet they are subjected to such gossip. I almost feel compelled to slap them." As Suli entered the courtyard, she overheard this remark. "Grandma Sun, what have they been saying about us?" Sun Chi-mei turned to her. "Oh dear, Li girl is here. Come, sit. It's been over 10 days since we last met. And you look even more radiant. No wonder there are such idle whispers. They are simply envious." Suli felt puzzled. What exactly are they saying? The village chief shot a stern glance at his wife, admonishing her to refrain from speaking of such trivial matters in front of the children. Suli understood. Those women must have been accusing them of improper means for their wealth, insinuating that they seduced men. With a smile, she reassured Sun Chi-mei, "Grandma Sun, it's of no consequence. I am upright and have no fear of shadows." Turning to the village chief, she added, "Grandfather village chief, there is something I wish to discuss with you." The village chief waved his hand. "Speak freely." "Grandfather village chief, I plan to open a small workshop." Suli's declaration was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond, creating ripples of astonishment among the 3. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, their expressions a mix of shock and wonder. The village chief rose to his feet, his voice trembling with excitement. "Li girl, are you truly intending to establish a workshop?" Suli nodded gently, explaining, "Our marinated delicacies are quite popular, and I have already reached an agreement with Wanfu Restaurant. They will include our marinated dishes on their menu, requiring 4 servings daily. This will be distributed across 10 counties and 1 city in Huizhou, totaling 11 locations, supplying 44 servings of pig entrails each day." The village chief and the others were so overwhelmed they could scarcely utter a word. After a moment, Sun Chi-mei finally managed to say, "Lear, surely I am not dreaming." Suli chuckled lightly. "Grandma Sun, this is no dream. It is merely the beginning. As business flourishes, our orders will only increase. Sun Chimei clapped her thigh, startling the other two. I always knew Lear was destined for greatness. Little did I know it would bring fortune to our entire village. Oh dear. Lear, you truly are the blessing of our village. Suli bashfully touched her nose. It's not as grand as you make it out to be. The village chief finally roused from his shock, inquiring, You've signed a contract. When do you begin supplying? In 3 days. The patriarch and the village chief exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, Let us celebrate. The village chief added, This is too rushed. We must establish the workshop first. The patriarch remarked, With this livelihood, our younger generations may have the opportunity to pursue education. The sound of celebratory gongs echoed throughout the village, drawing all the villagers to the center, where the village chief stood atop a large stone, radiating joy. A voice called out teasingly, Village chief. What good news do you bring? Your smile is so wide, it seems you cannot contain it, haha. The village chief shot a glare at the man. Mind your manners. Yet, you are correct, it is indeed splendid news. As this was announced, murmurs spread throughout the crowd, with someone calling out, Village chief. Stop keeping us in suspense. What is the good news? The village chief struck the gong a few more times, silencing the crowd. I have the pleasure of announcing that our village will have a workshop, Su Li's Marinated Delicacy Workshop. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Good heavens. I knew her marinated dishes would be popular, but I never imagined she would open a workshop. A workshop? That means jobs will be available. Oh my. What fortune have I accrued in my past life to witness such good fortune? The village chief struck the gong again, louder this time. Suli has signed a contract with Wanfu Restaurant, and in 3 days, we must have the workshop established. Suli was momentarily taken aback and shook her head at the village chief. He beckoned her to stand beside him. I have received a deposit from Wanfu Restaurant for the workshop, which will be built of blue bricks. We need not labor ourselves. However, we must commence work in 3 days, so for now, we will operate out of my kitchen. We will hire 10 workers at 600 won each month. Please go to Grandfather Village Chief's home to sign up. Additionally, we will need a substantial amount of firewood, priced the same as in the county, 5 won per bundle. Upon hearing this, many expressed disappointment at the limited number of positions available. The village chief observed their apprehensive expressions and remarked, Look at your timid faces. Suli's kitchen is modest and cannot accommodate many. Moreover, this is merely the initial phase. Once the workshop is established and business stabilizes, recruiting workers will be a breeze. Many nodded in agreement. The village chief continued, Those who wish to work in the kitchen must be clean and diligent. Think carefully before you apply. If you are unclean, do not come knocking or my words may be unkind. This statement broke the previous tension and laughter erupted among the crowd. Suli did not involve herself in the hiring process. Her focus was on gathering timber from the mountains, eager for the workshop to be completed soon. As dusk approached, Suli carried several logs down the mountain and hastily finished her meal, turning to Mrs. Zhou, Mother, I will not accompany you tomorrow as I will be cutting wood. Please remember to find a construction team, and do not forget to give my brother some money. You neglected to do so last time. Mrs. Zhou glanced at her with a smile. All right, little manager, do not worry. Sushi chimed in, We also need to bring customers to Wanfu Restaurant. Suli looked at her sister with satisfaction. Tomorrow, there will be much for Mother to handle. Sheer, do not forget to bring food for our brothers. Sushi grinned widely. I remember everything, little manager. Haha. Suli chuckled helplessly. The 3 of them were in high spirits that day. Meanwhile, a group of women from Dazai village gathered, grumbling. Did you hear that? The sound of the gongs just now was deafening. It must be bad luck. Yet I also heard cheers and laughter. What do you know? Perhaps that is their custom. A bunch of country bumpkins, I sneaked a peek. And their house is already built. Mud brick houses. What is there to envy? They are not made of blue bricks and tiles. How extravagant. They're even putting tiles on mud brick houses. It feels so out of place. The murmurs continued, while the people of Changning village were in a completely different state, each filled with excitement, as if they could already envision a bright future. Chapter 81. Your words are too filthy. The next day, at the break of noon, Mrs. Zhou drove the ox cart, followed by several men. She noticed the people of Dazai village gossiping at the village entrance, their eyes filled with disdain. Mrs. Zhou paid them no mind and cracked the whip, urging the ox to charge into Changning village. How shameless they are, parading around in broad daylight with so many men. Indeed, it's as if they are opening a brothel, haha. Truly shameless. A whole family of vixens. Sushi sat on the ox cart, her teeth grinding in frustration, while Mrs. Zhou shook her head disapprovingly at her. Upon arriving home, Mrs. Zhou led the way to the village chief's house. Before long, Suli had carried several large logs to a vacant spot and returned home in search of water. As she entered the house, she noticed Sushi sulking in a corner. "What troubles you, Sheer?" Suli inquired, giving her a gentle nudge. Startled, Sushi clutched her chest and exclaimed, "Sister, you move so silently that you scared me." Confused, Suli murmured, "You didn't even notice me when I entered the kitchen. What are you lost in thought about?" "What transpired, exactly?" Sushi replied, "Sister, I want to fight. I wish to silence those gossiping women." Suli sat down to listen attentively, her anger flaring as she declared, "They must be dim-witted to speak so carelessly." Turning to the equally furious Sushi, she added, "Grab the chamber pot. Let us confront this gaggle of gossipers." Sushi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she seized a bucket and hurriedly ran to fetch another from Huang Yulan's house. Huang Yulan called after her, "Sheer, why the rush? What do you need that for? Let Da Qiao carry it for you." Sushi shook her head vigorously, "Aunt, no need for that. I'm off now and will return the bucket later." Without looking back, she dashed away. Huang Yulan muttered softly, "This girl is so fiery. When did her strength grow so formidable?" The two sisters, each carrying a bucket, rushed to the crossroads, where the group of women continued their incessant chatter. Exchanging a glance, they both recognized the thrill in each other's eyes. Naturally, their presence did not go unnoticed, prompting a scoff from a bystander. "Oh dear. Those two girls are not at home, just making space for their mother." The meaning was clear to the 7 or 8 women present, and they erupted in laughter. Suli boldly approached the group, stating, "I heard you have nothing better to do, so I've come to give you something to occupy yourselves with." The women looked bewildered and blurted out, "What do you mean?" Suli smirked coldly, "It's time for you to brush your teeth. Your mouths are foul." "Has no one told you?" Ignoring their hostile glares, she scooped urine from the bucket and splashed it towards them, with Sushi following suit, blocking their escape. The women were momentarily stunned by the sudden onslaught and quickly attempted to evade, shrieks filling the air. The sisters reveled in the cacophony of distress. You filthy girl. What have you thrown on me?" "Oh, it's urine. Disgusting. I'll kill you." One woman lunged at Suli, who swiftly kicked her down and poured urine into her mouth, laughing, "This is all essence. Don't waste it." The woman struggled fiercely, shaking her head like a rattle, cursing incessantly, but how could she withstand Suli's might? After a brief struggle, she succumbed and fainted. Sushi approached, her expression one of regret. "Sister, I wasted it all. I splashed it on them and forgot to leave any for her." Suli chuckled, glancing at the women sprawled on the ground, covered in filth, retching uncontrollably. With piercing eyes, Suli addressed them, "Let this be a small lesson. If I hear you gossiping about our family again, I won't hesitate to leave you searching for your teeth." Humph. Sushi glared at the women as they made their way home, buckets in hand. "Sister, do you think they will learn their lesson?" Suli shook her head, uncertain. "I was too lenient. I should have knocked out all their front teeth." "Sister, you have a misunderstanding of kindness." Meanwhile, Mrs. Zhou was unaware of the commotion, bargaining with the foreman. "Hey, my good brother, your prices are a bit steep. If you lower them, we'll have you build our village's future brick homes." Sun Chimei chuckled, "Since when did this little Y become such a smooth talker?" The foreman scratched his head, taken aback by how attractive she was and how persuasive her words were. "Miss, the workshop will cost 100 taels, including labor and materials." Mrs. Zhou's eyes lit up. "What if we don't need you to provide the wood?" The foreman immediately replied, 90 taels. The wood must be substantial." The village chief grinned. "The wood is already prepared. Would you like to take a look?" The foreman retorted, "Isn't it said that farmers are honest? How deceitful." After settling on 90 taels, with an estimated 20 days for completion, they paid a deposit and the foreman departed. Sun Chimei teased, "Little Y, your tongue is quite sharp now. That price is reasonable, and you don't even need to provide meals." Mrs. Zhou felt a bit embarrassed. "It's just a necessity. Every penny counts, haha." As they continued their banter, a man suddenly rushed in, panting heavily. "Village chief, a lot of people are coming to Desai village." The village chief was puzzled. "Coming for what?" The man shook his head. "They're armed with sticks." Just then, Su Li's commanding voice rang out. "Get out of our village." Hearing this, everyone rushed towards the source of the sound. Many villagers, busy building houses, dropped what they were doing and hurried outside. Before they reached the scene, they spotted a group of men sprawled on the ground, groaning and shouting, with Suli standing at the entrance, exuding an aura of invincibility. She stood beside her, eyes gleaming with excitement. The villagers sighed in relief as the village chief approached Suli, glancing at the fallen men and bellowing, "What? Do you think our Chongning village is defenseless? 20 men bullying a girl, how shameful." The leader, who had just risen, was the newly appointed village chief Yu Yang, who angrily pointed at the village chief and shouted, "Are you blind? Who's bullying whom? She hasn't a scratch on her, yet we are the ones injured. Pay for our medical expenses." The village chief spat in disdain, rebuking him, "You pathetic wretch. 20 men attacking a girl and still asking for compensation? Look at the sky. It's dark." Yu Yang was bewildered. "What do you mean?" Another man got up and tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Village chief, he says you're daydreaming." Yu Yang's face flushed with rage as he pointed at the village chief, declaring, "I'm here to demand an explanation. Those two poured urine on 8 women from our village for no reason and knocked one unconscious." As this statement echoed, disbelief washed over the crowd. Mrs. Zhou exclaimed, "Can anyone drink that? Those 2 girls are indeed fierce, but the Desai village people had it coming." Sun Shimei added, "Didn't they get slapped? What a shame. I wish I had been there." The village chief remarked, "What a relief. Those women are always gossiping." The villagers nodded in agreement, chuckling, "Those 2 girls are truly formidable." The village chief, suppressing his emotions, looked innocently at Yu Yang. "It must have been those women who provoked the girls. They are usually quite well behaved. Ask anyone else in the village." The others nodded vigorously, smiles spreading across their faces. At that moment, Suli declared, "Get back. We maintain our distance without interference. If I hear you gossiping about our village again, I won't hesitate to turn yours into a village of cripples and toothless folk." The men shivered at her words as Suli stamped her foot. "Still not leaving? Do you intend to stay for dinner?" The terrified crowd, neglecting their own pain, supported one another as they limped out of the village.